Volume 3, Chapter 237. An audience today, Han Li has listened to the Yan Jue numerous times. This technique, which Senior Brother Lin has casually presented to entice him, has been so easily unearthed, leaving Han Li with a surreal and absurd sensation. However, it is indeed surprising that Senior Brother Lin carries the Yan Jue with him at all times. Han Li is uncertain whether this senior brother is remarkably foolish or exceedingly clever. After briefly perusing the jade slip containing the Yan Jue, he finds it to be precisely as Senior Brother Lin described. It comprises merely 4 layers of incantations, indicating that the other party has not deceived him on this point. Yet, what astonishes Han Li even more follows. Upon completing his examination of the Yan Jue, he discovers an accompanying text titled Puppet Truth Resolution, which meticulously instructs on the crafting of various tiers of puppet beasts and puppet beings, a comprehensive compendium on puppet fabrication. After observing it for a while, Han Li finally withdraws his mind from the jade slip, his expression brimming with excitement, seemingly elated. However, as he gazes at the jade slip in his hand, a sudden realization causes his demeanor to shift to one of peculiarity. The combination of the Yan Jue and the Puppet Truth Resolution, if cultivated concurrently, appears to be flawlessly harmonious. Should both be mastered to a certain level, it is conceivable that one could, akin to the legendary Huang Long, wield the power of numerous puppets to suppress several equally ranked foundation establishment cultivators, leaving them without a sliver of opportunity to resist. This technique, which can overpower other foundation establishment cultivators, ignites a fervor within Han Li. Nevertheless, the drawbacks of practicing them, as he has analyzed, are glaringly apparent. It is highly probable that such pursuits would hinder his own cultivation, thereby extinguishing the already tenuous chances of forming a core. Such an endeavor would surely be a grave miscalculation. As for the notion that the Yan Jue could enhance the likelihood of core formation, Han Li dismisses this as baseless nonsense. Lowering his gaze in contemplation, he finds himself at an impasse. With a shake of his head, he places the jade slip into his storage pouch, resolving to deliberate on it further at a later time. After all, to decide whether to cultivate the Yan Jue and practice the conveniently presented art of puppet fabrication in haste would be rather imprudent. It is wiser to await a moment of tranquility to ponder this matter. Nonetheless, this acquisition has stimulated Han Li's enthusiasm. It reminds him that, although Huang Long and his companions, along with their storage pouches, were utterly obliterated by Lei Wanha's lightning-infused sword light, there might still be some puppets left behind, unclaimed outside the formation. These are treasures that one should seize without hesitation. With this thought, Han Li cheerfully exits the grand formation. Indeed, not far beyond the array, he discovers a handful of palm-sized puppets and mechanical beasts that have reverted to their original forms due to lack of control. However, there are not as many as Han Li had envisioned. Only about 20 remain, while the rest have been turned to ashes by Lei Wanha's sword light. Nonetheless, Han Li remains exuberant, meticulously collecting each one. After sweeping up such a bounty, he still feels a lingering desire, wishing for another 100 or 80 puppets to appear before him for the taking. This mindset amused Han Li, who found it somewhat greedy and excessive. After a few moments of self-deprecation, he returned to his cave dwelling, intending to first study the 2 ancient formulas before visiting his master, Li Huayuan, the following day to see if he could acquire a decent cultivation technique. Early the next morning, Han Li stood upon the divine wind boat, heading towards the eastern region of the Taiwan mountain range. He had learned from Lei Wanxie that his master's cave was situated beneath a particular peak in that area. Li Huayuan seemed to be busy within the cave at that moment, making it an opportune time to seek him out. With the swift speed of the divine wind boat, Han Li soon arrived at the location described by Lei Wanxie. It was indeed a secluded paradise, lush with verdant mountains and clear waters. Standing before a magnificent waterfall at the foot of the peak, Han Li retrieved a communication talisman from his pocket, whispered a few words into it, and then tossed it outward. The talisman transformed into a streak of fire, vanishing into the vast curtain of water. Approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later, a large hole suddenly appeared in the waterfall, and a slender scholar in his 30s emerged from within. Upon spotting Han Li, he greeted him with exuberance. "Could you be Junior Brother Han Li? I am Yu Kuan, the eldest disciple of Master. Just call me Brother Yu." After saying this, the scholar gracefully descended beside Han Li, beaming with a warm smile. "Greetings, Senior Brother," Han Li replied, adopting a somewhat reserved demeanor. Seeing Han Li's expression and hearing his polite address, Yu Kuan's smile widened further. No need for such formalities. Calling me senior brother is sufficient. I have heard much about you from our master. It is truly remarkable that you participated in the Crimson Trial and returned with great success. Yu Kuan praised enthusiastically. Han Li could only manage a few awkward laughs, feeling unsettled by the elder disciple's excessive politeness. Initially, he had been told that his aptitude was not particularly high. Yet now, here was Yu Kuan congratulating him on successfully establishing his foundation. Yu Kuan appeared to have been aware of Han Li's achievement all along, as he did not display any surprise upon meeting him, yet he continued to offer heartfelt congratulations, which only deepened Han Li's sense of unease. By the way, Master is still waiting for you in the cave. We must not keep him waiting. Let us proceed to the Green Wave Cave, Yu Kuan exclaimed, as if just recalling this, slapping the back of his head with a smile. Han Li noticed this behavior, his lips twitching slightly, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor and nodded in agreement, following Yu Kuan as they entered the curtain of water. Upon stepping through, Han Li was greeted by the sight of a naturally formed glade, where birds sang, flowers bloomed, and the trees were lush with greenery. Delightful and rare little creatures hopped about, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Han Li found himself somewhat bewildered. The scene before him was truly unexpected. Could it be that his master had a penchant for keeping pets? This was utterly astonishing. Haha. Surprised. Are you junior brother? You are not alone. Every newcomer is taken aback by this spectacle. However, these little creatures are not cared for by the master, but are the cherished treasures of the mistress. Do take care not to harm them, for the mistress would certainly not let you off lightly. Yu Kuan chuckled, sporting an expression that clearly indicated he had anticipated Han Li's astonishment. The mention of the mistress left Han Li utterly speechless. Indeed, though their mistress was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, her bond with the master was admirable, and she was known for her amiable demeanor and pleasant company. As Yu Kuan shrugged. Thus, Han Li, still enveloped in confusion, was led by Yu Kuan into a large cave nestled on the side of the valley. Inside the cavern's grand hall, Han Li encountered his master, Li Huayuan, alongside a strikingly beautiful woman, likely in her late 20s. His master maintained his usual icy demeanor, but finally allowed a hint of a smile to surface upon Han Li's entrance. Though Han Li recognized the woman's beauty, he dared not gaze too closely in the presence of Li Huayuan. After a brief glance, he approached respectfully and declared, "Disciple Han Li pays his respects to the master. You may rise. This lady beside me is your mistress. You should greet her," Li Huayuan stated, visibly pleased with Han Li's respectful demeanor, gesturing towards the woman. "Greetings, mistress." Han Li sighed inwardly, compelled to bow to the woman, who appeared not much older than himself. Enough with the formalities. The mistress smiled as she observed Han Li's respectful approach, her voice soft and melodious, exuding the gentle grace of a woman from a water town. Indeed, she was an exceedingly gentle soul. "Han Li, I was informed just days ago of your successful foundation establishment. To be honest, I find it hard to believe. It is quite surprising," Li Huayuan remarked with a warm smile, his tone exceedingly gentle, leaving Han Li feeling both honored and flustered. "It is merely luck that allowed me to succeed in my foundation establishment. Even I am somewhat astonished." Han Li's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment evident in his voice. Haha. Luck is also a reflection of one's aptitude. Otherwise, would not those born with exceptional talent be considered fortunate to possess such gifts? Li Huayuan gently shook his head and chuckled. This was a perspective Han Li had never considered, leaving him somewhat awkward and at a loss for words. The second update has arrived, and a third will follow tonight. We must certainly deliver a remarkable performance today, and I trust everyone will lend their support. Volume 3, Chapter 238, The Terrifying Yu Kuan. Alright. The disciple has only just arrived. There's no need to speak in a tone of reprimand, the mistress remarked, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she observed Han Li's unease. Addressing Li Huayuan in a tender voice. "Understood. Regardless, this esteemed disciple is a lifesaver to the lady, and as a master, I shall ensure he is duly compensated." Li Huayuan gazed tenderly at the young woman beside him before turning to Yu Kuan, who still stood nearby, and said, "You may leave now. My wife and I wish to speak with your junior brother Han in private. There is no need for anyone else to be present." "Understood, master," Yu Kuan replied respectfully, casting a glance of envy at Han Li before retreating quietly. Life-saving benefactor? Compensation? Han Li was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why these two phrases would be associated with him. When had he ever performed such deeds, and why was he completely unaware of it? Noticing Han Li's confused expression, the young woman couldn't help but smile and said, "Husband, perhaps you should clarify things for him. Your disciple seems entirely in the dark, and we wouldn't want him to be left utterly perplexed." Upon hearing his wife's words, Li Huayuan smiled slightly and nodded before addressing Han Li. "Han Li, you should now grasp the reason I took you as my disciple that day. There is nothing to feel embarrassed about. As your elder, I indeed coveted those celestial herbs, which compelled me to seize half of your share under the guise of mentorship. Otherwise, you would have received 2 foundation establishment pills instead of just 1. Nevertheless, I believe that while I may have unjustly diminished your rewards, I also provided you with a form of security under my name, shielding you from being easily bullied. Given your qualifications at that time, even an additional pill might not have significantly improved your chances of successfully establishing your foundation." Li Huayuan spoke with an unwavering demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by his past actions. However, the situation changed shortly thereafter. Not long after I acquired those spiritual herbs, my wife encountered a grave mishap during her cultivation, which left her life hanging by a thread. Thankfully, the celestial herbs I obtained from you had not yet been utilized, allowing us to temporarily preserve her life. In the subsequent years, I was able to refine the remaining herbs into medicinal pills that ultimately restored her health. Thus, when I recounted the origin of these herbs to my wife, she immediately insisted that we must compensate you, as her life was entirely preserved thanks to those very herbs. You can indeed be considered her savior. As Li Huayuan recounted the perilous situation concerning his wife, his expression shifted several times, revealing the gravity of that day's events. It was evident that his feelings for the woman beside him ran profoundly deep. "I found your reasoning compelling, and I intended to formally take you under my wing regardless of your success in establishing your foundation. However, to my astonishment, before I could take action, I received the news of your successful foundation establishment, which truly surprised me. After all, I had explicitly stated that I would formally accept you as my disciple upon entering the foundation establishment stage. Thus, this cannot be deemed a mere compensation. It seems I must find other means within my capabilities to offer you some form of recompense." Li Huayuan concluded his narrative, leaving Han Li somewhat dazed. He had never anticipated that such fortuitous circumstances would befall him, and even upon hearing Li Huayuan express intentions of compensating him, Han Li stood there in disbelief, still somewhat stunned by the revelation. "Let us do this. Since it seems you are still contemplating your thoughts, why not remain in the cave for a day and a night? You may present your requests to your master tomorrow morning. It is imperative to consider your wishes with great care, for your master is not known for his generosity. This is indeed a rare opportunity." The lady cast a sidelong glance at Li Huayuan before speaking gently to Han Li. This caused Li Huayuan to chuckle awkwardly, appearing somewhat flustered. Finally regaining his composure, Han Li hesitated, initially intending to voice his request for a cultivation method. However, upon hearing the words of his master's wife, he felt reluctant to dismiss her kind intentions and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Huayuan summoned Yu Kuan, instructing him to accompany Han Li as they explored the vast cave. The senior brother immediately responded with a broad smile, leading Han Li out. Even before they had exited the hall, he began to regale Han Li with tales about the entire cave. This green wave cave spans several hundred acres, with numerous chambers, he enthusiastically disclosed. Once Han Li and Yu Kuan had drifted further away, the lady suddenly smiled at Li Huayuan and remarked, "Do you think our new disciple can withstand Kuan's incessant chatter? Just the mere thought of Kuan speaking gives me a headache, even before he opens his mouth. His propensity for prattling is truly exasperating. Alas, not even you, my dear, can manage him, and I too find myself utterly helpless." Li Huayuan sighed, his expression one of resignation. "Indeed, but what do you think your disciple will request?" The lady's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she inquired. What could he possibly desire? It will likely revolve around elixirs, cultivation techniques, and magical artifacts. Were it not for your repeated insistence to be generous towards this obedient disciple, I would be quite reluctant to part with such treasures, Li Huayuan replied, though the reluctance was already evident on his face. How can one not repay a life-saving grace? If I neglect to do so, my ice-heart technique will surely harbor flaws in my state of mind, making it impossible to achieve perfection. How then can I enter the core formation stage and share eternal companionship with you? The lady shot him a disapproving glance. Yet her next words were imbued with profound emotion. leaving Li Huayuan deeply moved. He immediately patted his chest, vowing to fulfill Han Li's requests, ensuring that his wife would encounter no future hindrances in her cultivation. Unbeknownst to Han Li, the unexpected fortune that had befallen him was intricately linked to the lady's cultivation methods. At present, he wandered alongside his senior brother. Yet he could not shake the feeling that this stroke of good fortune had arrived too suddenly, leaving him with an unsettling sensation. "Ah, brother Yu, what brings you to the sword discussion hall? Shall we engage in a friendly exchange of techniques?" As Yu Kuan led Han Li near a large stone chamber, a robust man emerged, greeting Yu Kuan with casual conversation, though his gaze frequently flickered towards Han Li. "Who doesn't he know that our fourth junior brother excels in practical applications of the 5-element techniques under the Master's guidance? Perhaps I shall refrain from embarrassing myself." Yu Kuan replied, his complexion shifting upon hearing the man's words, before he deflected the offer with a light-hearted chuckle. However, he suddenly turned around, pointing at Han Li with a grin, and said, "I haven't yet introduced our 4th junior brother. This is Han Junior Brother, who is about to become our 8th junior brother, officially accepted as a disciple by our master. And this is 4th senior brother Songming. You may address him as Senior Brother Song. Come, everyone, let us greet one another, for we shall soon be fellow disciples." Upon hearing this, the 4th junior brother's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixated on Han Li. Although Han Li's demeanor remained unchanged, he inwardly sighed. The 4th junior brother was evidently a combat enthusiast, and with his attention focused on Han Li, it was unlikely that he would encounter anything favorable. Thus, before the 4th junior brother could speak, Han Li took the initiative to say, "Greetings, 4th senior brother. I have only recently established my foundation, so I kindly ask for your guidance." After bowing respectfully, Han Li's words, however, elicited a look of disappointment from the man, instantly losing interest in him. The 4th junior brother merely nodded dismissively before turning away and striding off coldly. Left behind were Han Li and Yu Kuan, who exchanged bewildered glances for quite some time. "Haha, don't take offense, Han Junior Brother. Song Junior Brother has such a peculiar temperament. Although he seems a bit aloof on the surface, he is indeed quite a good person." Yu Kuan was the first to break the awkward silence, casually dispelling the tension with a few light-hearted remarks. Han Li naturally adopted a sympathetic demeanor, and the two resumed their jovial conversation as they continued on their journey. The cave dwelling, though spacious, seemed devoid of any other presence aside from Li Huayuan and his wife, Yu Kuan, and Songming. Han Li had not encountered the other 5 disciples at all. It was later that he learned they, like him, had their own cave abodes outside, and only occasionally visited Li Huayuan and his wife. As for Yu Kuan and Songming, having grown up beside Li Huayuan and his wife, they had forged deep bonds and naturally remained there without establishing their own residences. Through casual conversation with Yu Kuan, Han Li gradually gleaned some insights about the other disciples, yet they unwittingly completed a tour of the entire dwelling. However, the elder brother seemed to be in high spirits and insisted on pulling Han Li to his own chamber to continue their lengthy discourse. Although slightly taken aback, Han Li thought little of it and followed along, recognizing the necessity of showing respect to the elder brother. Initially, he attentively listened to everything the elder brother had to say, hoping to uncover something of value. Yet, it did not take long for Han Li to realize the elder brother's incessant chatter was overwhelming. The continuous stream of words, akin to an enchanting melody, began to wear on Han Li's mind, leading to a headache after several hours of listening. At that moment, Han Li understood that the elder brother's initial warm demeanor was not genuine enthusiasm. Rather, it was a rare opportunity to engage with a guest and indulge in idle conversation. After a while, unable to endure any longer, Han Li finally excused himself, feigning fatigue, and hastily departed from the elder brother's chamber. He sought out a guest room to rest and recuperate. Listening to this barrage of verbal attacks from his senior brother was indeed quite distressing. Han Li found himself thoroughly subdued by this individual. It was astonishing to discover that such a loquacious and verbose man existed in this world. Today's 3rd session has concluded. Forgetting the words, the author continues to solicit monthly votes. Chapter 239. The Choice, Support with Monthly Votes. After spending a day in the cave dwelling, the following day, Han Li stood once again before the couple, Li Huayuan and his wife, and listened as his master spoke in a calm tone. "Han Li, have you considered what you wish to request from me? You may speak freely. I desire a cultivation technique suited to my abilities, and I hope my master can grant me this request." Han Li replied without hesitation, having long since arrived at his decision. Li Huayuan, upon hearing this, displayed no surprise. Instead, he turned to the young lady beside him and shared a subtle smile. As if to say, "See, I was right. He indeed seeks a technique." Then, he turned back to Han Li and said composedly, "Well, your choice is commendable. Step closer so that I may examine your spiritual root attributes and determine what technique to bestow upon you." Han Li, feeling a sense of urgency, approached without delay. The moment he was within reach, Li Huayuan grasped his wrist, and a surge of warmth swiftly coursed through his meridians. Other than metal attributes, you can cultivate techniques of all other attributes. To possess a 4-attribute spiritual root is truly astonishing. I had only discerned the mixed nature of your roots superficially, yet did not anticipate it to such an extent. After a brief examination, Li Huayuan's expression turned slightly peculiar, and he sighed softly. The young lady beside him, upon hearing this, exhibited a hint of surprise, casting a few more curious glances at Han Li, though she refrained from speaking. "My poor aptitude has disappointed my master," Han Li said, a faint blush creeping onto his face, feeling somewhat ashamed. "There is no need for such concern. Since the heavens have allowed you to successfully establish your foundation, there must be a path destined for you. However, this complicates the selection of a technique." "What do you mean?" Han Li blinked, revealing his confusion, even though he did not voice it. "You really ought to speak clearly to your disciple, instead of being so vague." The young lady chided Li Huayuan lightly, and then gently explained to Han Li, "What your master means is that he initially intended to select a commendable technique for you. But now that he has seen your spiritual root attributes, he hesitates. After all, the more formidable the technique, the more challenging it is to cultivate. It may be wiser to provide you with a simpler technique that allows for swifter advancement." "Indeed, what my wife says reflects my thoughts precisely." Li Huayuan nodded in agreement. He continued to elaborate. "Understand that the cultivation techniques we practitioners employ can generally be categorized into 3 types based on their power and efficacy. The first type includes techniques that, although they may yield a slower or even slightly diminished rate of magical power enhancement, are accompanied by formidable supernatural abilities and means to overcome adversaries. In practical combat, these techniques allow practitioners at lower levels to triumph over those of higher tiers. Thus, many cultivation practitioners who have resigned themselves to never achieving the golden core stage often resort to such techniques. The second category stands in stark contrast to the first. The efficacy of these spells in refining one's magical prowess is remarkably astounding, easily mastered, and the likelihood of encountering obstacles is considerably lower than that faced by practitioners who select from the first category. However, with every gain comes a corresponding loss. The advantages of the first category are precisely the fatal flaws of this type of spells. Essentially, these techniques lack robust self-protection mechanisms, and their divine abilities are lamentably meager. Once one opts for this category, it is almost predetermined that their future cultivation journey will render them a weaker figure among their peers. Nevertheless, many aspiring cultivators who dream of ascending to higher realms do not shy away from selecting such spells, for they facilitate a swifter approach to the nascent stage of alchemy. As Li Huayuan paused at this juncture, a smile crept across his face as he turned to Han Li and inquired, "I wonder, my apprentice, which type of spell you would choose, or which you believe suits you best?" Taken aback by the question, Han Li hesitated before asking, "Master, didn't you mention there are 3 categories? Why have you only spoken of 2? Upon hearing Han Li's inquiry, Li Huayuan exchanged a knowing smile with a nearby lady before responding warmly, "Indeed, aside from the first 2 categories, there exists a rare 3rd category of techniques, which are highly coveted by many cultivators. However, I would not recommend you pursue them. Moreover, none of your 7 senior brothers have chosen to study these techniques. While they amalgamate the strengths of the previous 2 categories, boasting both great power and remarkable advancements in magical abilities, the conditions for practicing them are exceedingly restrictive and fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible calamity. Your master's wife practiced such a top-tier technique and, despite her caution, nearly met her demise. Thus, unless one possesses extraordinary talent, engaging with these methods is akin to courting disaster. While I do possess 2 or 3 such top-tier techniques, do you truly believe you could succeed in mastering them? Of course, since this technique is a compensation for you, I would provide it if you insisted on pursuing a top-tier method. However, should any dangers or difficulties arise thereafter, you will have to navigate them on your own." Li Huayuan clearly disapproved of Han Li's inclination towards the final category of spells and thus offered a preemptive warning. Furrowing his brow, Han Li bowed his head in deep contemplation, recognizing the gravity of the decision before him. Yet, not long after, he raised his head, his expression serene, signifying that he had arrived at a resolution. Master, please forgive my impertinence. Before I state my request, may I inquire what technique you practice? Han Li suddenly posed. I practice the top-tier technique True Yang formula, but as I possess a body of 3 suns, second only to the heavenly spiritual root, this technique is as natural to me as water to fish, far surpassing others. Otherwise, how could I have attained the golden core? Li Huayuan, though taken aback by Han Li's inquiry, responded with pride. I understand, master. Therefore, I shall select the second category of spells. Han Li stated calmly. The second category? Li Huayuan's expression flickered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, regarding Han Li with a contemplative gaze, reassessing him anew. The young woman beside them displayed a keen interest upon hearing the words. You have chosen the second category. What shall I say as your master? It brings me great comfort to see your unwavering resolve in pursuing the path of cultivation. However, you must understand that the so-called magical powers are easier to cultivate only for those with commendable aptitude. Even among those outstanding individuals, only a select few can reach the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage with the second category of techniques. Therefore, I lean towards suggesting you study the first category of techniques. Although the prospects of achieving the golden core are rather dim, at the very least, it would allow you to hold your head high among your peers in the foundation establishment stage, free from humiliation. After all, regardless of the technique you choose, how many can truly achieve the golden core? Initially, Li Huayuan intended to persuade Han Li, but as he spoke, he seemed to recall something from the past, and his mood grew heavy, causing him to gradually fall silent. The young woman, noticing the change, sighed softly and turned to Han Li, saying, Han Li, have you truly made up your mind to pursue this type of technique? Although your choice does not align with the thoughts of your master and me, if your heart for cultivation is genuinely so steadfast, your master would naturally not oppose it. However, should you recklessly insist on pursuing the highest tier techniques, though my husband and I would still consent, it would indeed leave us profoundly disappointed. After all, it transcends the question of whether your heart for cultivation is resolute. It borders on arrogance. Indeed, your master's wife has articulated my sentiments. I shall say no more, but I will ask you once more, have you truly made your decision? Li Huayuan snapped back to attention just in time to hear the young woman's words and nodded in agreement. Yes, my decision is firm, Han Li stated solemnly after quietly absorbing the words of Li Huayuan and his wife. Very well, since you have indeed made your resolution, come with me to the library. Li Huayuan replied. Madam, please wait here for a moment. Han Li and I shall return shortly. With that, Li Huayuan rose and led Han Li out, leaving the young woman behind to await their return. The library was not far from the hall and was rather modest in size, merely a low stone chamber. However, the entire room was protected by a fiery red barrier, preventing anyone else from entering. Approaching the barrier, Li Huayuan casually extended a finger and traced it across the surface, causing a sizable opening to form, wide enough for both to pass through. He then effortlessly pushed open the stone door and led Han Li into the chamber. Upon entering, Han Li was awestruck. The chamber was filled with an array of jade slips, pages, boxes, and books, all suspended in midair, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. There were at least 50 or 60 items. These were the cultivation techniques that Li Huayuan had amassed through various means over the centuries. Each item here is bound by a restriction. If it is not taken by my wife and me personally, it will trigger the formation within the chamber, trapping the intruder here for eternity, Li Huayuan explained with a hint of pride. Han Li, however, sensed a warning within the words and nodded repeatedly to indicate his understanding. The first update of the day has arrived, albeit slightly later than intended, but I was rather fatigued. Today, let us continue our efforts and strive to present a third burst of inspiration for everyone. In the third volume, Chapter 240, the page of the book, Li Huayuan observed Han Li's perceptiveness with a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. He then extended his hand, gently grasping the air, causing a crimson mist to emerge from his palm. This mist swiftly enveloped a jade slip, returning it to him. Without even glancing at it, Li Huayuan handed the slip directly to Han Li. He continued to gather 7 or 8 more items using the same method before he ceased. At this moment, Han Li held a substantial collection of items, his eyes darting about in astonishment. These techniques were characterized by a rapid advancement of magical power and relative ease of cultivation. Select one to serve as your primary technique, Li Huayuan remarked indifferently. The rest must be returned to their original places. Once you have made your choice, please inform me. He then settled into a lotus position on one of the cushions in the stone chamber. Han Li felt overwhelmed as he surveyed the items before him. Although there were not many techniques, each possessed its own unique attributes. For instance, one particular technique, the returning essence technique, not only facilitated a swift increase in magical power, but also included a remarkably practical minor spell, the returning essence armor. This spell could provide an additional layer of defensive magic when facing adversaries, as well as allow the user to condense magical energy into an armor for further protection, a truly excellent means of ensuring survival. Furthermore, this armor would enhance its defensive capabilities in tandem with the advancement of the returning essence technique. Another jade slip contained the illusory spirit technique, which was equally impressive. Accompanied by the illusionary shadow spell, it enabled the user to conjure a perfect doppelganger at any moment, serving to confound enemies. The higher 1S level of cultivation, the more doppelgangers could be created, thus further bewildering the opponent's perception. Aside from these two techniques, the remaining spells, though lacking in might, proved highly effective for evasion and survival. It appeared that the creators of these techniques were acutely aware that, in the grand scheme of things, preserving 1S life was of utmost importance rather than competing aggressively with others. However, as Han Li perused the items, a golden page within a box took him by surprise. The design and size of this page were all too familiar. Han Li was certain it was identical to the silver page he possessed, the only distinction being that this golden page appeared somewhat thinner and lacked the peculiar patterns, instead displaying an abundance of ancient script. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it contained a rather mundane technique known as the condensing essence technique, accompanied by the exceedingly ordinary auxiliary spell, spirit gathering art, which merely expedited the gathering of spiritual energy during cultivation. After examining the golden page multiple times, a wave of confusion washed over Han Li. Yet he recognized that this was not the moment for hesitation or unraveling mysteries. Despite the strong impulse to retrieve the silver page from his storage bag for comparison, he needed to make a decisive choice to avoid arousing his master's suspicions. With that thought, Han Li weighed the golden page in his hand, and in a fleeting moment, he reached a conclusion. He then addressed Li Huayuan, who was meditating with closed eyes. "Master, I have made my selection. It is this technique." Upon hearing this, Li Huayuan opened his eyes and was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the golden page in Han Li's hand. However, no further words were exchanged. After a brief nod, he led him out of the stone chamber. Upon returning to the hall, the young woman awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them, she offered a gentle smile before inquiring, "So, have you made your choice?" "Thank you for your concern, mistress. I have made my selection," Han Li replied respectfully. "That is a relief," she responded, her smile brightening once more, seemingly more invested in the matter than Han Li himself, which left him momentarily taken aback. "Now that you have repaid your mistress's life-saving grace, it is time we discuss your formal acceptance into my sect. Do you sincerely wish to become my disciple, Li Huayuan?" Li Huayuan suddenly inquired with a grave expression. Han Li's heart tightened, and he quickly knelt, saying, "I, Han Li, am utterly sincere and would not dare to harbor any deceit." Yet, despite his words, Han Li's mind raced with thoughts. "If your intentions are genuine, I shall wholeheartedly embrace my role as disciple. However, if you harbor ulterior motives, I shall not be foolish enough to be at your mercy." Li Huayuan, oblivious to Han Li's inner musings, would have eliminated him with a single strike had he known. "Well, as cultivators, we keep things simple. From this day forth, you shall be my official disciple, Li Huayuan. I hope you will diligently pursue the path of cultivation and uphold my reputation." Li Huayuan finally softened his demeanor, speaking with a smile. Thereafter, Han Li and Li Huayuan enjoyed a harmonious teacher-disciple relationship. After receiving Li Huayuan's guidance, Han Li took his leave. As he exited the cave, he encountered his senior brother, who insisted on accompanying the young disciple for part of the journey. However, having experienced the incessant and grating chatter of his companion the day before, Han Li was unwilling to subject himself to further torment. He promptly declined, and after witnessing his companion's regretful expression, he finally extricated himself from the situation and departed on his flying vessel. As Han Li stood upon the small boat, he couldn't help but reflect on the events of the past 2 days. His impression of Master Li Huayuan had improved significantly. The contrast in attitude compared to their previous encounter in the Forbidden Grounds was stark. Whether it was due to his indirect gratitude towards his mistress or the success of his foundation establishment, he had finally garnered the attention of this golden core cultivator. Regardless, Han Li felt that this journey was not in vain. Not only had he secured a formidable ally in the realm of cultivation, but he had also acquired a golden page, which might hold the key to unraveling the mystery of the silver page. Even if he could not decipher it immediately, he was not overly concerned. At worst, he could practice the foundational techniques inscribed upon it. Although the method lacked grand powers, Han Li had devised a plan for self-preservation, alleviating his worries. Upon returning to his cave, Han Li hurried to his chamber and eagerly retrieved the golden and silver pages from his storage bag, comparing them meticulously. The silver page remained unchanged, and when he placed it alongside the golden page, their sizes and outlines indeed matched perfectly, indicating a significant connection. He separated the 2 pages, weighing each in his hands. The silver page was slightly heavier. It appears that the perception of the golden pages being somewhat thinner is not merely an illusion. Indeed, their thickness varies. Han Li tilted his head in contemplation and, suddenly, brought a silver page before his eyes, scrutinizing the peculiar patterns with an unwavering touch. At that moment, his eyes shimmered with uncertainty, as if confronted by a formidable dilemma. Nevertheless, a resolute expression emerged on his face. He placed the page between his hands and gently rubbed it, instantly enveloping the silver page in a fiery blaze, which cast a crimson hue upon his visage. Yet, he remained unfazed, fixated on the page amidst the flames, as it began to melt under the intense heat. Suddenly, a flicker of excitement crossed Han Li's countenance, revealing his delight, for the melted surface of the silver page unveiled a golden radiance, suggesting that it contained profound secrets. Observing this, Han Li meticulously controlled the flames, ensuring they did not consume the newly revealed golden layer. However, it became evident that his concerns were unwarranted, as the newly exposed golden page appeared impervious to the scorching flames, showing no signs of distortion. Once the pristine golden page was fully revealed, Han Li waved his hand, extinguishing the flames, and began to read the newly acquired page with a racing heart. Upon reading the introduction, he was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening considerably. For the page contained instructions on how to wield flying swords and cultivate sword radiance, a technique for sword practitioners. Though seemingly wondrous, it was not what Han Li sought. It appeared that the barefooted man from the Great Sword Sect had indeed practiced the teachings within. While these techniques may be invaluable to Qi refinement stage practitioners, they were merely mundane for Han Li, who had already attained the foundation establishment stage, rendering them utterly uninteresting to him. Yet, Han Li was not ready to concede defeat. He pored over the page repeatedly, even resorting to incinerating it once more, but still found no other revelations. After toiling for much of the day, his frustration grew with each glance at the golden page. After expending such effort, to obtain something so useless was truly vexing, especially the term sword radiance, which irked him further, as he had already cultivated a technique of azure sword radiance. Was he to practice another? With a sullen expression, Han Li suddenly seized the page and tossed it into the air. Raising his right hand, he unleashed a sword radiance the thickness of a bowl, striking directly at the page. Han Li intended to obliterate it completely, to alleviate his mounting irritation. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Rather, the azure sword radiance vanished upon contact with the page, as if devoured by it. Han Li was taken aback, but soon, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He raised his hand, employing a levitation spell on the fallen golden page, suspending it several yards above the ground as a target. Then, he began to strike the surface of the page with small bursts of azure sword energy, gazing at it with bated breath as if it were an endless abyss, absorbing every scintilla of his sword aura. In the midst of this endeavor, Han Li attempted to launch an ice arrow to see if a spell could also be absorbed. However, the arrow merely sent the page flying away, startling Han Li into ceasing his reckless actions and instead opting to inject more sword energy. Logically, Han Li's fourth layer of azure sword energy should possess considerable power, yet as he felt his true essence waning, the page remained unresponsive, prompting him to silently lament his plight. He was utterly unaware that failing to satisfy the page's voracious appetite for sword energy in one breath could lead to the nullification of all his previous efforts. Just as Han Li found himself in a dilemma, the page finally exhibited a transformation. A radiant golden light erupted from the surface, ceasing its absorption of sword energy. And instead, it rebounded with such force that it pierced a hole through the bedroom wall. Han Li stifled his excitement, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the evolving page. The brilliance emanating from the page gradually converged into tiny golden characters, reminiscent of ants, which floated above the surface, resembling a multitude of stars in the night sky, leaving Han Li utterly astonished. Then, with a sudden thud, the levitation spell unexpectedly lost its efficacy, and the golden page plummeted downward. Startled, Han Li instinctively lunged forward, catching the page in his hands. However, the moment his fingers made contact, the glowing characters seemed to find an outlet, surging through his hand and violently inundating his entire being. This left Han Li aghast. He desperately attempted to shake off the page, but it adhered to his hand as though it possessed a life of its own, refusing to budge even slightly. The transmission of the glowing characters was alarmingly swift. In an instant, they enveloped Han Li from head to toe, rendering him an eerie spectacle of shimmering glyphs. Just when Han Li felt utterly helpless and engulfed by dread, all the glowing characters, as if commanded, surged toward his head, each one penetrating his mind and cramming an overwhelming multitude of information into his consciousness. Han Li cried out in agony, clutching his head. Had this ordeal lasted even a moment longer, it might have caused his head to burst from the pressure. Yet fortune smiled upon him as the torment was remarkably brief. In a short while, the transmission of characters was complete. Exhausted, Han Li collapsed to the ground, utterly immobile. After a full quarter of an hour, he gradually regained some strength, managing to rise with great effort. Though the pain in his mind had significantly lessened, a persistent buzzing remained, and his nerves felt taut. Han Li promptly ascended to the stone bed, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, striving to thoroughly relax his mind. His meditation extended for a full 3 days and nights, during which not only did the discomfort in his head dissipate entirely, but he also finally grasped the meaning of the influx of glowing characters. The Qingyuan sword technique, encompassing the complete set of methods from the 1st to the 13th layer without the slightest flaw, allows one to cultivate all the way to the legendary god transformation stage without any issues. This is the essence brought forth by the light. When Han Li initially received this information, he was momentarily taken aback, though he did not display overt joy. Additionally, there was an auxiliary technique for the 3 transformations of the heavy origin power, which piqued Han Li's interest, prompting him to glance through it casually. Upon reading the introductory explanation, Han Li was initially stunned, suspecting he had misinterpreted its meaning. However, after rereading that section multiple times, he became convinced that his understanding was indeed correct, plunging him into an ecstatic whirlwind of joy. The 3 transformations of the heavy origin power astonishingly possessed the extraordinary ability to circumvent the bottleneck of the core formation stage. This revelation felt surreal to Han Li, akin to a celestial pronouncement. Since his entrance into the world of cultivation, he had witnessed countless cultivators sighing and shaking their heads at the mere mention of the core formation dilemma, lamenting that the ability to break through to this stage largely depended on personal fortune, entirely at the mercy of the heavens. This particularly referred to those with exceptional talents who had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and were qualified to form a core. Naturally, those with heavenly spiritual roots faced no such tribulations. To be frank, Han Li's confidence in his ability to achieve core formation was nearly non-existent. Having painstakingly uncovered a path to immortality, he was loath to relinquish it passively. Thus, the more elusive this hope seemed, the stronger his yearning for core formation became, igniting a fierce desire to strive for it. And now, a path leading directly to core formation, capable of bypassing this bottleneck, lay before him. How could Han Li not be ecstatic? In truth, this technique cannot be deemed a shortcut. It is more accurately described as an unverified hypothesis. The master who devised this technique and the Qingyuan sword technique had long surpassed the core formation stage, and the creation of this method was merely a wild conjecture regarding the process of core formation. He explicitly stated that even if one adhered perfectly to the method's requirements, the chance of achieving core formation immediately would still be merely 50%. However, for Han Li, this was more than sufficient. Even if the probability were a mere 10%, it would be enough for him to plunge in without hesitation. Nevertheless, after the initial euphoria subsided and he meticulously contemplated this technique, even someone as resolute as Han Li felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his complexion growing increasingly pale. To cultivate this method, one must first master the Qingyuan sword technique, as this technique was originally designed to support it. Although the Qingyuan sword technique is notoriously difficult to practice, that was not the crux of the matter. What troubled Han Li was the fact that, akin to its name, this technique required practitioners to disperse their energy from the sword technique at the 6th layer and then recommence their cultivation. According to the creator, only by doing so could one utilize the 3 transformations of the heavy origin power to compress the recultivated mana and true essence, rendering the mana several times purer. After 3 consecutive attempts, a cultivator who has returned to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage can effortlessly form a golden core within their dantian. According to the speculation of this esteemed master, the golden core is essentially a manifestation of solidified true essence, with a semblance of solidified true essence already achieved. The process of forming the golden core would naturally be a breeze. However, the notion of dispersing one's power, despite Han Li finding the master's reasoning compelling, left him in a state of hesitation. This was not due to the arduousness of the recultivation process, but rather a profound lack of confidence in his ability to accomplish what the master suggested within his lifetime. Even with the assistance of the mysterious vial he possessed, it was undeniably a perilous endeavor. After all, according to the master's hypothesis, the duration required for each recultivation would progressively lengthen, as the amount of true essence to be compressed and consolidated would also increase. Nonetheless, the advantages of such an undertaking were substantial. It would grant him several times the amount of true essence and magical power compared to ordinary cultivators. Yet, to achieve all of this, he would undoubtedly need to invest many more times the effort than an ordinary practitioner. With a mere 200 years of lifespan, could he truly accomplish all of this? Han Li felt an unsettling uncertainty in his heart. At a loss, Han Li turned his gaze towards another golden page he had directly extracted from Li Huayuan's cave dwelling. It seemed that only by examining its contents could he arrive at a decision. Consequently, with the same infusion of sword radiance and the accompanying mental strain, he once again endured the process and absorbed the information contained within the golden page. The phrase Qingzhu Fengyun's sword emerged in Han Li's mind almost immediately upon delving into the contents. His curiosity piqued. He patiently organized all the luminous characters before comprehending the matter at hand. It turned out that this golden page was entirely dedicated to instructing Foundation establishment cultivators on how to refine a flying sword artifact known as the Qingzhu Fengyun sword. This wooden attribute flying sword bore a remarkable resemblance to Han Li's own golden larva mother blade, crafted through a similar refinement process. At the very least, a set would require 12 wooden attribute flying swords, which was quite peculiar. Of course, if sufficient materials were gathered and true essence was abundant, it would theoretically be feasible to refine a set of 36 or even 72 swords. The page did not specify the power of these flying swords, but Han Li did not need to speculate. He could easily envision the terrifying potential of such an artifact. Just imagining an assault from dozens of flying swords was enough to instill a sense of dread. Nevertheless, these revelations held little relevance to Han Li at his current stage. Only upon reaching the golden core stage would they warrant his attention. However, this did solidify Han Li's determination to cultivate the Qingyuan sword technique. For upon observing these wooden attribute flying swords, it was clear that their combination with the Qingyuan sword technique would undoubtedly amplify their power. Han Li ultimately resolved to focus on cultivating this technique first. After all, if he were to disperse his power, it would be best to wait until he had attained the 6th layer of the sword technique and reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. At that point, he could attempt to form a golden core. If that proved unsuccessful, he could still disperse his power later. At last, the 3rd installment is complete, but it is already 2:30 in the morning. I shall rest for now, hoping to have the energy to continue the outpouring tomorrow. At a critical juncture, one can only hope for more monthly tickets. Volume 3, Chapter 242, The Art of Talisman Crafting. Han Li carefully stored the 2 golden pages once more and then focused his mind on planning the subsequent steps. Since he intended to cultivate the Azure Yuan sword technique, and the 3 transformation heavy yuan skill. It was imperative to make full use of the green liquid contained within the mysterious vial. Therefore, he needed to gather the alchemical materials listed on the 2 ancient formulas as swiftly as possible. He would hasten the growth of what he already possessed, while seeking out additional resources elsewhere, collecting what could be gathered and purchasing what could be bought, leaving no stone unturned. It must be noted that, aside from spiritual energy, the components of the green liquid remained an enigma to him. He firmly believed that mere spiritual energy could not yield the miraculous effect of inducing plant growth. Upon entering the Yellow Maple Valley, he had conducted numerous experiments, and regardless of how much he diluted the spiritual liquid, any creature that ingested even a drop of water infused with the green liquid met the same explosive fate. This indicated that the issue lay not with the degree of dilution, but rather with the unknown substances at play. After obtaining consistent results, Han Li reluctantly abandoned this line of inquiry. However, relying solely on the miraculous effects of the vial for alchemical purposes seemed rather limited. Han Li felt that the ability to induce plant growth could prove invaluable and was likely being underutilized. After careful consideration, he concluded that in the foundational stage of cultivation, aside from magical artifacts and techniques, intermediate talismans were undoubtedly essential. These intermediate talismans commanded exorbitant prices, often requiring dozens of spirit stones for a single piece, which left Han Li shaking his head in disbelief. Nonetheless, many of the intermediate elemental spells possessed formidable power and could serve as life-saving techniques. Yet, due to their elevated tier, even foundational stage cultivators would expend significant amounts of mana and time to employ them. Consequently, acquiring a few for self-preservation became a necessity. Thus, Han Li set his sights on talisman crafting, particularly intermediate talismans. The blank talisman paper required for crafting, whether low-grade or intermediate, was made from certain long-aged spiritual herbs, which allowed him to harness the vial's extraordinary efficacy to its fullest potential. Of course, high-grade talisman paper could not be produced through this method, as it necessitated the hides of specific mystical beasts, which were beyond Han Li's current reach. As for the cinnabar used in crafting talismans, it was hardly a matter of concern. It was derived from the blood of spiritual beasts, typically extracted from domesticated ones, and was of little monetary value. The talisman brush also had its particularities, but Han Li possessed a golden bamboo brush, which should suffice. Upon thinking of the golden bamboo brush, Han Li naturally recalled the bashful little girl, Yan Jue, and couldn't help but smile, imagining she was still at the Spirit Beast Mountain. However, he quickly refocused his thoughts on the feasibility of talisman crafting and its associated implications. With the necessary tools and a continuous supply of materials, the significant challenge of material consumption for a talisman master was no longer an issue for him. The only constraint that still limits him is the cultivation of intermediate-level magical techniques. A talisman master must first be capable of casting a specific spell in order to inscribe it onto a talisman. Otherwise, it is impossible to conjure a spell from thin air onto the talisman paper. After all, talismans merely serve as a means to pre-seal spells. The mere thought of having to cultivate intermediate-level spells sends a wave of frustration through Han Li. It remains uncertain whether this predicament is truly related to the chaotic nature of his spiritual roots, but he appears to possess little aptitude in the practices of the 5 elements. Despite expending several times the effort and time of an ordinary cultivator, he often achieves nothing and is unable to grasp the essence of these techniques. However, since entering the foundation establishment stage, he has found that those lower-level spells can now be easily mastered, and he has even reached the point of instant casting for most. Yet when it comes to intermediate spells, he finds himself back at square one, eliciting a deep sigh from Han Li. Despite the challenges of cultivating intermediate spells, Han Li believes he can manage to master a few. If he can seal these into talismans, it would suffice. He has never dared to hope for the ability to refine all intermediate spells into talismans for casual use. Possessing a multitude of intermediate talismans would not only grant him a significant advantage in battle, but also allow him to sell them openly without drawing too much attention. In this way, Han Li could extricate himself from the predicament of lacking spirit stones. He no longer dares to exchange spiritual herbs for spirit stones, as it would attract unwanted scrutiny. Moreover, Han Li harbors a concern, should he ever need to disperse his cultivation and begin anew. The period of reconstructing his spiritual energy would undoubtedly render him vulnerable. If enemies or rivals were to take advantage of this opportunity, it could spell danger for him. After all, The world of cultivation is anything but stable. Anything could happen. However, having a plethora of talismans at his disposal would allow him to maintain a certain level of strength, even if he cannot defeat his foes. The likelihood of escaping with the aid of talismans remains high. While the dual practice of talisman crafting may inevitably delay his progress in magical cultivation, upon reflection, dedicating this time appears to yield greater benefits than drawbacks. After pacing around his chamber several times, Han Li resolved to concurrently practice the Qing Yuan sword technique and talisman crafting. Having considered all aspects thoroughly, he promptly set his plans into motion. A few days prior, he had made 2 trips to both his sect's marketplace and the Tianqing sect's marketplace to gather materials for alchemy and the seeds and saplings of spiritual herbs needed for talisman paper. Since these alchemical materials are recorded in ancient texts, they are naturally quite valuable and exceedingly rare. Fortunately, Han Li had no specific requirements regarding the age of these herbs, and miraculously managed to collect enough materials for one of the elixirs, the Qi refining powder, which brought him immense joy. As for the materials for talisman paper, starting from low-level talismans made them relatively easy to procure, with a substantial amount of cinnabar being indispensable. 3 to 4 days later, Han Li activated all the formations and restrictions surrounding his cave dwelling, sealing it tightly, and then commenced his first closed-door cultivation session since establishing his foundation. Time is inconsequential in the realm of cultivation, and 4 years swiftly passed. The entrance to the cave remained tightly shut beneath the cover of the formations, having not been opened since that day. On this day, from the distant horizon, a beam of azure light suddenly descended, swirling around the great formation outside before transforming into a cheerful scholar, who held aloft a uniquely shaped blue wooden tablet. This was indeed the abode of the junior disciple. Why choose such a secluded location, especially when the spiritual energy here is rather meager? Had it not been for Master Lei's guidance, it would have been quite difficult to locate. The scholar mused to himself with an expression of surprise. After surveying the grand formations surrounding the cave, a glimmer of excitement sparked within him. Master Lei had mentioned that the protective formation of this junior disciple was extraordinarily formidable, capable of challenging even those at the core formation stage. Was this claim true? Should he dare to test it? However, after a moment of contemplation, the scholar dejectedly murmured, "Perhaps it is best to refrain. I must not hinder my master's important affairs." With that, he produced a communication talisman and cast it into Han Li's formation. The talisman instantly transformed into a flicker of flame, silently penetrating the array. The scholar then tossed the wooden tablet into the air and soared away on his flying device. Meanwhile, within the cave's meditation chamber, Han Li sat in quiet contemplation, his appearance unchanged from 4 years prior, not a trace of alteration evident. However, he was enveloped in a faint azure glow that shimmered enchantingly, resembling a dream or ethereal mist. Yet, a glance around the chamber would render one speechless. For aside from the area surrounding Han Li, the rest of the space was strewn with an array of talismans. From the basic fireball and ice arrow techniques to the advanced earth wall and fire cloud spells, creating the semblance of a talismanic repository. Additionally, there were empty cinnabar boxes and numerous blank talisman papers scattered about, adding to the chaotic scene. After an indeterminate period, Han Li furrowed his brow, as if sensing something amiss, and opened his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he rose and exited the meditation chamber. In that very instant, all the talismans and items on the floor were silently drawn into his storage bag, rendering the room immaculate. Upon stepping out of the chamber, Han Li flipped his hand, conjuring a small yellow flag, which he then tossed into the air. The flag transformed into a streak of yellow light, shooting outward. Within moments, as Han Li approached his bedroom, the yellow light returned, followed closely by a trailing flame. Unperturbed, Han Li gestured with his hand, summoning the flag back to him. With his other hand, he spread his fingers, releasing a burst of azure light that enveloped the flame before him. I slept for most of the day today. The recent burst of energy left me quite fatigued, necessitating a longer rest. However, I can assure you of 2 chapters tonight, so stay tuned for another update. In these last few days, rejuvenated from my rest, I shall maintain this momentum, and I kindly ask for your continued support. Of course. Any additional votes would be most appreciated. Volume 3, Chapter 243, The Efficacy of Medicine with a Flick of His Finger. Han Li sent a speck of green light soaring into the flames, which erupted with a resounding crack, leaping several feet higher. From within the blaze, A concise voice emerged. Li Huiyuan's words were clear and direct. "Come to the Green Wave Cave immediately. I have matters to discuss." As the message concluded, the fire burst with a soft pop, scattering into a myriad of sparks that vanished without a trace. Han Li, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, absorbed the message, rubbed his nose thoughtfully, and proceeded into his chamber. Upon entering, he retrieved a small wooden box from beneath the stone bed, which contained several storage bags of varying designs. He extracted one from his person, emptied its contents of numerous talismans onto the surface, and began to meticulously categorize them by type and rank, placing each into its designated pouch. After returning the box to its original spot, he hesitated briefly before exiting the chamber, making his way directly to the entrance of the cave. Standing atop the divine wind vessel, Han Li reflected on the past 4 years of his cultivation and talisman crafting, his expression weighed down by the memories. Shortly after sealing the cave, he had simultaneously cultivated and established a clandestine medicinal garden within the estate. Though modest in size, it sufficed for him to cultivate herbs essential for his alchemical pursuits. This arrangement allowed him to nurture his plants discreetly during his seclusion, ensuring he remained self-sufficient without the need to venture outside. To facilitate this, he had meticulously drilled numerous tiny apertures into the rocky ceiling of the garden, permitting sunlight to filter through and enabling small vials to absorb spiritual energy. Naturally, these openings were strategically placed within the protective array, eliminating any concern of discovery. Meanwhile, the larger medicinal garden outside was intended solely for camouflage, with the small garden in place. Han Li was able to cultivate spiritual herbs and refine elixirs using innate true fire. While true fire was somewhat inferior to earthly flames, it provided a sense of security, alleviating fears of frequent failures during the refining process. The elixirs produced through ancient techniques proved to be extraordinary. Upon consuming the qi refining powder, Han Li was once again enveloped by the explosive surge of spiritual energy reminiscent of his foundational cultivation, compelling him to meditate and refine it without delay. Such astonishing results propelled his magical prowess to unprecedented heights within the first year, surpassing all expectations. This extravagant method of consumption allowed Han Li to save considerable time in absorbing spiritual energy, enabling him to devote himself entirely to the refinement of magical power, thus exponentially increasing his efficacy. This remarkable progress filled Han Li with elation, as the prospect of remastering the Azure Yuan sword technique seemed increasingly attainable. Although the technique did exhibit peculiarities, with occasional dips in magical power every few days, the regular intake of qi refining powder every 6 or 7 days rendered this flaw negligible. During this period, Han Li also curiously tried a foundational elixir, but its effects were minimal, leading him to abandon that line of thought entirely. However, in the subsequent 3 years, unexpected events unfolded that profoundly astonished Han Li. From the second year onwards, after continuously consuming the qi refinement powder, the sensation of abundant spiritual energy gradually diminished, even becoming less pronounced with each passing year. By the 4th year, he encountered an alarming situation reminiscent of the ineffectiveness experienced with the Huanglong pill and the Jinsui pill, where no effect was felt regardless of how many packets of elixir he ingested. This left Han Li perplexed and troubled, for it was evident that this was not due to an increase in his magical power. The spiritual energy provided by the qi refinement powder simply could not keep pace with his current progress. Given the medicinal properties of this powder, it should have been effective even through the later stages of foundation building, as it was formulated based on ancient recipes. It might even retain some efficacy for cultivators in the core formation stage. This situation starkly contrasted with the earlier failures of the Huanglong pill and the Jinsui pill, where the potency of the elixir could not match his cultivation level, a scenario he had anticipated. After considerable contemplation, Han Li, drawing from his previous medical knowledge, arrived at a tentative conclusion. His frequent consumption of this potent qi refinement powder may have led to a certain degree of drug resistance in his body, thereby diminishing the effectiveness of the elixir over time. However, he was unable to verify the accuracy of this conclusion, as no one in the realm of cultivation had ever indulged in such extravagant practices of consuming elixirs every few days. Naturally, there were no precedents or experiences to draw upon. Yet, Han Li still held out hope that after abstaining from the elixir for a period, the qi refinement powder might regain its efficacy. With this thought in mind, he ceased taking the elixir during the final year, opting instead to cultivate the Qingyuan sword technique through conventional methods. However, having become accustomed to the rapid advancement in magical power afforded by the elixirs, he found the slow pace of ordinary cultivation intolerable. Moreover, should he adhere strictly to this method, given his aptitude, the prospect of recultivating even once within his lifetime seemed an extravagant wish. Enduring a year of painfully sluggish progress, Han Li ultimately felt profound disappointment. Upon resuming the consumption of the qi refinement powder, he found it utterly ineffective. It appeared that the elixir had completely lost its potency for him, necessitating the search for other spiritual medicines. Thus, under these circumstances, even if Li Huayuan had not summoned him with a communication talisman, Han Li had already intended to venture out of his cave dwelling. After all, he still possessed an ancient recipe for a type of gathering spirit pill, which he believed could significantly enhance his magical power once more. Furthermore, he planned to seek additional recipes. For if the gathering spirit pill were to become ineffective like the qi refinement powder, he would have to alternate his consumption of various elixirs every few years. As for his studies in talisman crafting, they progressed exceedingly well. He dedicated a portion of his day to practice low-level spells capable of instantaneous casting, indulging in the extravagant production of talismans without any regard for material consumption. This lavish approach, unimaginable to other talisman makers, propelled Han Li's crafting skills to new heights. He could now barely manage to create beginner-level advanced talismans, though the success rate remained dismally low. He has resolved that during his next period of seclusion, he shall commence the study of intermediate spells and endeavor to craft intermediate talismans, which is indeed his primary objective in talisman making. Furthermore, throughout his retreat, aside from refining qi dispersions, Han Li took advantage of his relatively leisurely moments to concoct 7 or 8 facial retention pills, and, filled with curiosity, he consumed one. Should it truly preserve his youthful appearance, Han Li would be exceedingly pleased, for no one desires to witness the day when their hair turns gray. Even though the physical aging of cultivators is remarkably slow. At this moment, due to the ineffectiveness of the pill, Han Li was greatly vexed while in flight. Yet he was also intrigued by the sudden request from his master, Li Huayuan, to meet him, pondering what could compel his master to seek him out after 4 years. Thus, with a heart full of thoughts, Han Li arrived at the Green Wave Cave. However, upon sending a message inside, it was not his senior brother who dispelled the barrier, but rather a striking young man in his 20s with rosy lips and white teeth. Before Han Li could utter a word, the young man casually addressed him. "You must be Junior Brother Han. I am Wu Xian, the 6th disciple under the master. I have been instructed to wait for you here for some time. Please follow me." After saying this, Wu Xian turned and walked away without sparing Han Li a glance, leaving him perplexed as he touched his face. How could this visage be so disagreeable? With some annoyance, Han Li reluctantly followed him. The two exchanged not a single word and directly arrived at the guest hall. Inside, 3 individuals were seated, accompanied by 2 others standing nearby. The seated figures were Li Huayuan and his wife, alongside a stranger clad in red. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, possessing an admirable appearance and an air of grace, yet her countenance was icy, hinting at an aura of menace seldom carried by cultivators. At that moment, Li Huayuan seemed to be engaged in conversation with the woman, exhibiting great respect towards her. Standing beside them were 2 others, Han Li's 4th senior brother, Song Meng, whom he had previously encountered, and a young girl of about 18 or 19, also dressed in red, whose beauty was notable, but her eyes carried a hint of allure, suggesting a familial connection to the woman in red. "Han Li, come and pay your respects to your master Red Fluff." Upon noticing Han Li's entrance, Li Huayuan joyfully beckoned him. Meanwhile, Wu Xian silently approached Song Meng and stood at attention. Master Red Fluff. Although Han Li was bewildered by the situation, he did not neglect the customary courtesies. The woman in red, upon receiving Han Li's greeting, did not immediately respond. Instead, she scrutinized him from head to toe. After a prolonged moment, a slight smile emerged on her face as she somewhat stiffly remarked, "Very good. Haha. It seems that Master Red Fluff is quite satisfied. Though my disciple may possess an ordinary appearance, he is a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, and he is clever and astute, which endears him to me." Upon witnessing the pleased demeanor of the woman in red, Li Huayuan's face lit up with joy, and he began to lavish praise upon Han Li, leaving him utterly bewildered, unsure of the circumstances. Today, as 2 updates are complete, we shall continue to unveil more tomorrow. In these final days, let us not forget to cast our monthly votes. Volume 3, Chapter 244, The Duality of the Month. What does this mean? Are you satisfied? Upon hearing these words, Han Li felt an inexplicable discomfort. As he continued to listen to Li Huayuan's incessant praise, an unsettling premonition began to blossom within him. He had also noticed that since he entered the room, the young woman had been stealing glances at him, her expression marred by displeasure. Moreover, when the red-clad master mentioned her well-being, her figure quivered slightly, and she hastily averted her gaze. Simultaneously, a gaze filled with hostility swept over Han Li, startling him into a glance back, only to discover it was his seventh senior brother, Wu Xian, who had just let him in. Upon realizing that Han Li had sensed his scrutiny, Wu Xian's face betrayed a flicker of surprise, and he quickly diverted his gaze, appearing somewhat guilty. This only deepened Han Li's confusion. Nevertheless, he maintained his customary composure, exuding an air of calm that caught the attention of the woman in red, who silently approved of him. Indeed, this young man seems quite suitable. I shall first escort Xianer home, and then wait patiently for news from my junior brother, the woman in red remarked thoughtfully. Fear not, sister. I shall ensure everything is arranged properly. Li Huayuan responded eagerly as he rose to accompany her. As Han Li remained engulfed in confusion, the red-clad master departed with the young woman. When Li Huayuan and his wife returned to the hall with Han Li and the others, their faces radiated joy, while the quiet woman beside them wore a gentle smile. Once seated again, the couple scrutinized Han Li, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy about their intentions. Han Li, I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, Li Huayuan exclaimed after observing Han Li for a moment, delivering this seemingly nonsensical statement that sent a jolt of anxiety through Han Li. Disciple is truly unaware of what warrants such joy. I humbly asked for my master's clarification. Han Li replied, attempting to suppress his foreboding feelings. He, this is indeed a momentous occasion. Your red-clad master has taken an interest in you, intending for you to form a dual cultivation partnership with her disciple. Before Li Huayuan could respond, the woman swiftly unraveled the mystery, leaving Han Li utterly astounded. A dual cultivation partner? Han Li murmured, lost in thought, completely taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. How remarkable! This is an opportunity that others can only dream of. You must understand, the female disciples on the mountain are few, and those who successfully establish their foundation are even rarer. Dual cultivation is an exceptional method that significantly enhances the cultivation of both parties involved. Such an opportunity is virtually impossible to find, Li Huayuan said with delight. For him, establishing a connection with the highly skilled red-clad master was immensely advantageous. After all, who could deny that this red-clad fairy ranks among the foremost core formation practitioners in the entire Shuanghua's cultivation community? In the Huangfeng Valley, beneath the esteemed lineage of that venerable ancestor, there exists a formidable presence of individuals with remarkable powers. The mere thought of the advantages that could arise from forming a disciple-brother relationship caused Li Huayuan, a man typically stern and austere, to smile with delight. However, the notion of dual cultivation had never crossed his disciple's mind. It was indeed rather unexpected. Furthermore, among the numerous male cultivators in Huangfeng Valley, many possessed far superior appearances and talents compared to his disciple. How could they possibly choose him? Upon regaining his composure, Han Li, confronted by Li Huayuan's inquiry, could only respond with a stiff demeanor, though he was genuinely perplexed by the matter. Ah, this is indeed a stroke of fortune for you, my disciple. Your esteemed Shishu Hongfu once endured a romantic heartbreak in her youth, and harbors a deep disdain for handsome, yet frivolous men. Therefore, when selecting a partner for her disciple, those she finds displeasing will naturally be disregarded. Consequently, it becomes quite challenging to find someone of a suitable age who does not repulse her among the several hundred foundational disciples in Huangfeng Valley. Your Shishu has traversed numerous caves akin to your master's, and you are the first whom she has found entirely satisfactory at first glance. Li Huayuan remarked with a hint of pride. As for qualifications, your Shishu has little to critique. Her disciple, the young woman standing beside her, possesses talent that, while not as extraordinary as yours, is certainly unremarkable. It is said she barely succeeded in her foundational cultivation after consuming 3 foundational pills and with the aid of numerous precious herbs. Were it not for her being a relative of your Shishu, it is unlikely such effort would have been expended on her, which speaks volumes of her favored status. Li Huayuan further elucidated to Han Li. After a brief pause, he sighed and continued, Initially, I had not intended to recommend you, but rather summoned your seventh senior brother. In terms of both appearance and talent, Yu Wuxuan is indeed superior to you. Although I recognize your Shishu holds a bias against handsome men, I nonetheless hope to take a chance. As you might have guessed, your senior brother was ultimately unable to meet your Shishu's standards, despite the fact that I sensed a favorable inclination from that Dong family girl. Upon hearing this, Han Li suddenly comprehended the reason behind his senior brother's aloofness and hostility towards him as a candidate. He had been eliminated, which explained his demeanor. It seemed he had indeed developed an affinity for that young woman. However, the mention of Dong family girl brought to Han Li's mind the memory of the incident involving the slain Brother Lu. On that fateful night, when Brother Lu had succumbed to his primal instincts, he had also invoked the names of the Dong family girl and the revered Hongfu ancestor. Could it be that the one entangled with this ungrateful wretch was she? Contemplating this, Han Li felt an immediate discomfort, his impression of Shishu Hongfu's disciple diminishing rapidly, leaving him devoid of any favorable sentiment. Initially, after Li Huayuan's analysis, he had felt a flicker of interest, but now it had been extinguished entirely. In truth, Han Li was not particularly opposed to dual cultivation. Moreover, the prospect of partnering with a disciple of another core formation practitioner undoubtedly promised countless benefits. His hesitation in agreeing immediately stemmed from the multitude of secrets he harbored, which simply did not permit the presence of an intimate companion. Presently, Han Li was even less inclined to entertain such a ludicrous notion. He held no interest in acquiring another's girlfriend. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of the woman surnamed Dong, she seemed to have an affinity solely for dashing, handsome young men, and had not cast a glance in his direction. With this thought in mind, Han Li hesitated for a moment before awkwardly expressing, "I still feel this is somewhat inappropriate. On one hand, the matter has come rather abruptly, and I am not mentally prepared. On the other hand, it seems that the disciple of Master Hongfu is not particularly pleased with me. Although it may be that under Master's strong insistence, a favorable outcome can be achieved, ultimately, a forcibly arranged union is hardly sweet. I would kindly request Master to seek other brothers, as there may very well be someone more suitable than I." Upon hearing these words from Han Li, the implicit refusal was unmistakable, leaving Li Huayuan and his wife somewhat taken aback. The lady remained composed, seemingly contemplating something in silence, while her husband furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. "You heard. I assured Master Hongfu regarding this matter with great confidence. How could I possibly go back on my word? Even if there are more suitable candidates, I shall not be capricious. As for your concerns about Miss Dong's discontent, that is truly an overreaction. Among us cultivators, how many pairs of dual cultivation partners begin with mutual affection? It is only after a prolonged period of companionship that harmony naturally ensues." Li Huayuan's tone carried a hint of sternness, tinged with admonishment. Upon hearing this, Han Li inwardly lamented his predicament. However, finding a suitable excuse for refusal seemed quite challenging. Just then, the lady unexpectedly spoke a remark that astonished Li Huayuan and ultimately provided Han Li with a reprieve. "Han Li, you and Miss Dong entered the valley around the same time, and your foundational cultivation period does not differ significantly. Have you heard any rumors during this time?" "What rumors?" Li Huayuan inquired, taken aback by the lady's statement. Upon observing Han Li's silent acquiescence, he felt a wave of surprise wash over him. "This is merely some idle gossip I overheard while conversing with a few close friends. It should not be taken seriously," the lady said, biting her red lip, appearing somewhat reluctant to divulge more. "You two may step outside for a moment. It suffices to leave Han Li here alone." After a moment's contemplation, Li Huayuan suddenly waved his hand, instructing the standing disciples, Song Ming and Wu Xian, to exit the living room, leaving only Han Li behind. Song Ming appeared indifferent and, after bowing, took his leave. Although Wu Xian dared not disobey his master's command, he followed suit, albeit with a reluctant expression and a peculiar glance towards Han Li, which prompted Han Li to ponder the implications. Now that there were no outsiders present, "Dear lady, it is best to speak candidly. I shall take a moment to ponder this matter, lest there be any oversight," Li Huayuan stated with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, the young woman glanced at Han Li, who was scratching his head with a wry smile, and finally spoke. "A couple of years ago, I inadvertently overheard some rumors, the veracity of which remains uncertain. It was said that this disciple of Sister Hongfu, in matters of intimacy, seemed rather indiscreet, entangling herself with several male disciples during her chi refinement stage, to the extent that some even engaged in clandestine duels for her affection. nearly provoking foolish acts of self-harm among their peers. When Sister Hongfu learned of this, she was incensed and confined the girl within her cave abode under strict surveillance, only releasing her after she had established her foundation. However, it was not long before further rumors emerged, suggesting that she had become involved with a young man from the Feng family, hinting at a desire for mutual cultivation. Given Sister Hongfu's long-standing aversion to the Feng family, she naturally would not acquiesce to such a union, leading to yet another confinement of the girl. For the subsequent 2 years, no news surfaced regarding her. As these matters lacked concrete evidence, I had little interest in them, which is why I did not recall this when Sister Hongfu and her disciple visited earlier. Now, observing Han Li's evident reluctance, I found it peculiar and suddenly remembered. The young woman's words left both Han Li and Li Huayuan momentarily stunned. However, Li Huayuan had never anticipated that the reputation of the young woman named Dong was so tarnished, and he had rashly agreed to Sister Hongfu's request. What a predicament it posed. Han Li, on the other hand, was taken aback to discover that the girl was not only entangled with Senior Brother Lu, but also had numerous dubious associations, rendering him speechless once more. Madam, is what you say true? The reputation of Sister Hongfu's disciple is indeed so disreputable? Li Huayuan could no longer remain seated, involuntarily rising and expressing disbelief, pacing restlessly within the hall. This was no longer merely a matter of whether Han Li was willing to cultivate with her. Should his disciple take such a woman as a partner, Li Huayuan's own reputation would undoubtedly suffer. I do not know, as these matters were merely spoken by others. Perhaps even the narrator is unaware of the truth, the young woman sighed, expressing her helplessness. Upon hearing this, Han Li rolled his eyes inwardly, silently exclaiming, "What uncertainty! At the very least, it is clear that this girl has had an ambiguous relationship with Senior Brother Lu. Otherwise, how could he so easily resort to harming his former companion?" Of course, Han Li refrained from voicing these thoughts, standing awkwardly in place. Feigning a demeanor that suggested it sufficed for the disciple's mother to be aware of the situation. This sight immediately caused Li Huayuan considerable distress. Now that such matters had arisen, Li Huayuan could no longer pressure Han Li into acquiescing to the arrangement, and he found himself reconsidering. However, Sister Hongfu was not a person who would easily break her word, and the reasons for his change of heart were difficult to articulate openly, thus rendering him exceedingly troubled. After pacing back and forth within the hall several times, he found himself at a loss for a solution. After casting a sidelong glance, he noticed Han Li still standing eagerly to one side, awaiting a response from his master. Feeling increasingly vexed, he curtly remarked, "You may return for now. Once I have conferred with your mistress, I shall inform you of how to proceed with this matter." Han Li, who was anxiously awaiting the outcome, was greatly relieved upon hearing Li Huayuan's directive, understanding that the situation was likely resolved. Overjoyed, he promptly exited. As Han Li hastily flew away from the cave, he caught the astonished gazes of Song Meng and Wu Xian, who were waiting outside the hall. After a swift journey back to his residence, Han Li, filled with trepidation, finally received a message from Li Huayuan 3 days later. Upon hearing the outcome of the negotiations between his master and the venerable Hongfu, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. 2 weeks later, at the waterfall of the Green Wave Cave, Li Huayuan and his wife, along with the celestial Hongfu, gathered to bid farewell to 2 departing individuals. The expressions of these 2, a young man and woman, were somewhat stiff. They merely nodded in agreement, devoid of the excitement typically associated with embarking on a journey. The pair in question were Han Li and Dong Xiner, the disciple of the celestial Hongfu. "Han Li, you two must support one another along the way. Be cautious," Li Huayuan warned. "I have heard whispers that the cultivation world has been quite unsettled of late, with cultivators mysteriously vanishing. Initially, it was merely those in the qi refining stage, but now even those in the foundation establishment stage have encountered misfortune." Although Li Huayuan's words were brief, they deeply moved Han Li. However, it was Hong Fu's parting words to the young girl that truly opened Han Li's eyes. "Throughout your journey, heed your senior brother Han's advice and adhere to the rules. Should you err again, do not expect me to show leniency." Her unreserved admonition left the girl pale, nodding silently with a pitiful expression. Thus, Han Li and Dong Xiner took to their flying instruments, soaring southward until they vanished into the horizon. Li Huayuan watched the diminishing lights of the 2 figures, a wave of concern washing over him as he turned to the celestial Hongfu. "Sister, are you truly at ease allowing them to represent us at the Yan family's treasure competition?" They are both recent foundation establishment practitioners with little hope of success. Pray tell, do you believe it reflects poorly on your reputation for not dispatching capable disciples? Or are you lamenting the treasures the Yan family has to offer? Hong Fu cast a sidelong glance at Li Huayuan, her expression a mix of mirth and exasperation. My dear husband, that is not my intention. I merely wonder why Hong Fu did not send forth her strongest disciples. In comparison to true foundation establishment experts, Han Li and Miss Dong would surely falter. The gentle woman smiled softly, defending Li Huayuan's sentiments. Li Huayuan, your wife is indeed a paragon of support. I do harbor such hopes. Should she and your disciple develop feelings along the journey and culminate in a union, it would be most splendid. However, that was not my true intention. My primary aim was to allow this girl to encounter more setbacks during her journey to the Yan family, thereby tempering her arrogance. I have heard that the young lady with the celestial root from the Yan family will also return home to participate in the upcoming treasure-seeking conference. This would serve to enlighten her about the gap between herself and genuine prodigies. She should not presume herself remarkable among the female cultivators post-foundation, remaining blissfully ignorant of the vastness of the world. In the past, she was excessively indulged as the sole descendant of my late brother. This has led her to engage in actions that are quite unbecoming, entangling herself with male disciples in an utterly disgraceful manner, tarnishing the reputation of a woman entirely. Had I not verified her purity multiple times, I would have long since dealt with her decisively, sparing everyone from believing that our Dong family has produced a shameless woman. The woman in red spoke coldly, yet her words seemed to carry an underlying implication. The couple, Li Huayuan and his wife, exchanged awkward glances, recognizing the insinuation. That day, they mustered the courage to discuss the matter of their disciple's change of heart with this red-clad senior sister. Much to their surprise, this usually irritable sister simply sighed and agreed without further ado, bringing them unexpected joy. However, the red-clad sister proposed a condition. She hoped that Han Li could accompany Dong Xianier on an excursion to attend the recent treasure-seeking conference hosted by the Yan family. This conference, organized by the foremost family of the cultivation world in the state of Yu, the Yan family, invites disciples from nearby nations who have reached the core formation stage to convene. The purpose is to foster relationships with numerous core formation cultivators, thus benefiting the Yan family's future development. Therefore, they have prepared the legendary artifact, the Qian Kuan Tower, as the grand prize, along with an array of other rare treasures, magical tools, and elixirs. Consequently, many invited core formation cultivators dispatched their strongest disciples to attend. For the allure of the Qian Kuan Tower is irresistible even to those at the core formation stage. Of course, due to the distance, the likelihood of core formation cultivators from outside the state of Yu participating is rather low, with local cultivators taking precedence. Upon hearing the condition, Li Huayuan felt that it was indeed a waste to send someone as weak as Han Li to such a grand event. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his strongest disciple was currently away and would not make it in time for the conference. Dispatching another disciple would surely render their chances of securing the top prize futile. If they were to achieve any other ranking, the rewards would be of no interest to him. Thus, he acquiesced. The couple assumed the matter was settled and intended to take their leave. However, unexpectedly, the immortal sister in red wished to retain the young woman for a moment longer, stating that she had some matters to discuss privately. This left Li Huayuan, filled with questions, outside. Half a day later, when the young woman returned from the dwelling of the red-clad sister, she astonished Li Huayuan with the news she bore. The second update has arrived, and there will be another. Due to the arrival of guests in the afternoon, my writing was somewhat delayed. Hence, the second update is a bit late. My apologies. Finally, as is customary, Wang Yu called for the monthly ticket. Chapter 246 of Volume 3, Dong Xianer. This red-clad sister unexpectedly brought along a young woman to the back room to inspect the blushing Dong Xianer's jade-like arm. To everyone's astonishment, the symbol of chastity, the Shgu Gong Sa, remained intact. This revelation left Han Li's master in utter disbelief. For, judging by her alluring demeanor, Dong Xianer hardly seemed like an untouched maiden. The reason why the couple feigned ignorance and agreed to the dual cultivation was somewhat ambiguous. However, to their astonishment, this woman's infamous reputation had long been public knowledge, prompting them to reconsider for the sake of their own names. Amidst the young woman's surprise, the red-clad sister explained that her disciple, in pursuit of youthful beauty, had chosen to study a top-tier technique the transformation of spring. The allure she exhibited was merely a byproduct of this cultivation method. Thus, some practitioners well-versed in the art of discerning feminine virtue, upon encountering Dong Xian'er a few times, naturally assumed she had already lost her purity, leading to the circulation of many unfavorable rumors about her. Indeed, her conduct had not been entirely virtuous, as she engaged in somewhat flirtatious interactions with male disciples. Nonetheless, due to the beguiling effects of the transformation of spring, coupled with her unique status, it became peculiar that no male practitioner was enamored with her. However, as the number of male practitioners around her gradually increased, Dong Xian'er began to develop an inclination towards any young man who piqued her interest, harboring strange thoughts of wanting him to submit to her, even occasionally provoking jealousy among them for her amusement. Fortunately, the red-clad sister had initially stipulated that this young woman must not lose her chastity while studying the transformation of spring. Should her Gong Sai ever vanish, the red-clad sister would immediately strip her of her powers, reducing her back to an ordinary mortal, to prevent the alluring techniques learned from tarnishing the Dong family's reputation. Thus, bound by this life-altering condition, although Dong Xian'er frequently exchanged flirtatious glances with those men, she ultimately refrained from crossing the line. However, her misdeeds gradually reached the ears of the red-clad sister, inciting her profound anger. She severely punished Dong Xian'er and confined her for a period. Yet by then, it was too late. The scandalous rumors surrounding Dong Xian'er had spread throughout the entire Huangfeng Valley. Once such matters became public, they were nearly impossible to clarify, leaving even the red-clad sister, a practitioner of the core formation stage, at a loss. At this juncture, even if those concerned with their reputation were to discover that Dong Xian'er had indeed maintained her chastity, they would not risk their own standing by becoming her dual cultivation partner. However, due to the requirements of the transformation of spring technique, Dong Xian'er found herself at a critical juncture where she had to engage in dual cultivation. Otherwise, her powers would stagnate and might even regress. As for the practitioners who continued to pursue Dong Xian'er, the red-clad sister could not identify a suitable candidate among them, nor did she trust their character or intentions. This led to the visit to Li Huayuan's cave and the interest in Han Li. After listening to all of this, the somewhat embarrassed young woman returned to Li Huayuan's side and recounted the events, leaving both of them in a profound silence. Although the couple had indeed misunderstood Dong Xian'er's innocence, as Hong Fu had remarked, even if she were truly virtuous, her tarnished reputation would deter Li Huayuan from allowing his disciple to become her dual cultivation partner, as it would severely damage his own reputation. Thus, he felt a deep sense of regret towards Sister Hong Fu. However, in an effort to atone for this regret, Li Huayuan decided not to create any obstacles for Han Li in attending the treasure-seeking conference. Rather, he actively facilitated the matter, which ultimately led to Han Li and Dong Xian'er's journey. Li Huayuan believed that given Han Li's exceedingly poor impression of Dong Xian'er, even if they traveled together, there should be no entanglement between them. Yet, his seventh disciple, Wu Xian, had become infatuated with the woman ever since their first encounter. A few days prior, he had mustered the courage to ask Li Huayuan to speak to Hong Fu once more, in hopes of securing a favorable outcome with Dong Xian'er. However, burdened by his sense of obligation to Hong Fu, Li Huayuan firmly rejected this absurd request, reprimanding his disciple sternly before sending him out on errands to prevent any further disturbances within the mountain. Despite Li Huayuan's harsh admonishment, Wu Xian appeared to have become more subdued and obedient. Yet Li Huayuan could still sense the lingering rebellious spirit within him, which caused him some vexation. After bidding farewell to the two, Hong Fu exchanged a few casual words with the couple before taking her leave. Li Huayuan and the young woman then entered the Green Wave Cave, resuming their daily cultivation, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Han Li and Dong Xian'er. The Yin family, being the foremost clan of the Yu Kingdom, had its roots in the inconspicuous Linzhou among the 13 provinces. Not only was the area modest in size, but its population was also average, rendering it rather unremarkable. Qingliang City, a typical small town in Linzhou, boasted little beyond the scenic Yanliang Mountain nearby, lacking any notable features or specialties to boast of to the locals. The familial stronghold, Yanling Fortress, was situated within the confines of Yanliang Mountain. At this moment, Han Li held a piece of paper in his hand, the invitation to the treasure-seeking conference, which indicated that the event would be held at Yanling Fortress. After reviewing the invitation once more to ensure its accuracy, he carefully tucked it away. Suddenly, a woman's voice, laced with cold mockery, pierced the air. Truly a simpleton. You've scrutinized that invitation 5 or 6 times, yet remain unconvinced. What a peculiar flaw you possess. Her voice was soft yet resonated with a deep, magnetic allure, capable of stirring certain musings within a man, particularly among youthful males. However, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard her at all. Instead, he raised his hand and shot 3 fireballs, each the size of a bowl, soaring into the sky before bursting into a brilliant display. He then calmly remarked, "If the Yin family does not arrive to escort us shortly, we shall take our leave and return tomorrow. If the junior sister is in good health and possesses the energy to argue, it would be wise for her to ascend to a higher vantage point and survey the surroundings to ascertain whether others are present, just in case." Brother Han truly possesses a timid disposition. Standing at the gates of the Yin family, does she truly believe there remains any danger? To me, it seems she is merely stirring up trouble for no reason. Dong Zun'er pouted her red lips and languidly remarked, reclining beneath an ancient pine tree while stretching, showing no inclination to comply. At that moment, Han Li and the young girl found themselves atop a modest peak, seemingly awaiting an event to unfold. This location is indeed the designated place mentioned in the invitation for receiving guests, yet despite their prolonged presence, no members of the Yin family had made an appearance. Han Li's vigilance heightened, apprehensive that unforeseen events might transpire. However, Miss Dong dismissed Han Li's cautiousness, deeming it merely a manifestation of his cowardice. It has been over 7 or 8 days since the pair departed from the Green Wave Cave. Throughout their journey, perhaps due to an innate discord, they found each other exceedingly displeasing, devoid of any semblance of the romantic tension that might typically exist between a man and a woman. Dong Zun'er's seductive charm, which worked wonders on other male cultivators, inexplicably had no effect on Han Li. Her headstrong nature soon erupted due to her failed attempts to dominate Han Li, resulting in a fit of temper. Yet, Han Li remained unfazed by the girl's unruly behavior, simply stating, "I shall accurately report your conduct to Master Hongfu," which immediately subdued Dong Zun'er. Although accustomed to indulgence, she understood that Master Hongfu was genuinely irked by her reputation. The warning given at their parting was not to be taken lightly. Should this irritating young man speak ill of her before their master, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, including the possibility of being confined once more. The mere thought of a life in confinement sent a shiver down Dong Zun'er's spine, while her lips remained defiant. Her actions revealed a newfound caution. Han Li, observing her demeanor, found no need to further press her, allowing her to claim minor verbal victories without concern. However, should she overstep her bounds, he would not hesitate to invoke Master Hongfu's name to keep her firmly in check, leaving her with no room to retaliate. After all, before their departure, Master Hongfu had explicitly instructed Dong Zun'er to heed Han Li's words. Thus, they continued their journey, one engaging in incessant banter and sarcasm, while the other remained stoically focused on the path ahead. Yet, whenever the latter mentioned anything pertaining to Master Hongfu, the previously loquacious one would immediately alter her demeanor, refraining from further audacity. Consequently, they traveled through the day, bickering and stumbling, and at night they rested. Eventually, after several days, they arrived at Yinling Mountain, locating this very peak. Unexpectedly, the members of the Yin family, who should have appeared by now, remained absent, causing both Han Li and his companion to grow increasingly impatient after waiting for the better part of the day. "Alas, I have spent the entire night writing, and now I shall retire for some much-needed rest." The legendary tale of a great traverser in the virtual gaming realm. Title: Indigenous People, Book Number 1021341. After finishing the book, do not forget to cast your votes. Apologies for the late update. I only completed 3 chapters at 6 this morning. I intended to sleep immediately after and then continue writing, but unexpectedly received a call regarding family matters. I rushed over and did not manage to handle everything until after 4 in the afternoon, allowing me to return home and finally sleep. I have just awakened, feeling somewhat refreshed, but I shall begin writing again immediately and aim to produce 1 chapter this evening to slightly compensate for the delay. As for the other pending chapters, it seems they will only be ready next month. I appreciate your understanding. Volume 3, Chapter 247, The Yin Siblings, as the end of the month approaches. Let us fervently call for votes. Perhaps the impatience of the two had an effect, for suddenly 2 dark figures appeared in the sky to the west of the mountain. gradually revealing two enormous double-headed eagles. These were the very creatures that Han Li had encountered at the Southern Conference, and atop them rode a man and a woman. Upon spotting the newcomers, the previously languid Dong Xian'er immediately straightened. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the ever-approaching double-headed eagles. I sincerely apologize for the wait. I am Yan Jue, and this is my younger sister Yanling, here to escort you to Yanling Fortress. As the double-headed eagle landed atop the mountain, the two descended gracefully. The young man, once steady on his feet, expressed his apologies. It is of no consequence. We have only just arrived ourselves. Before Han Li could speak, the nearby Dong Xian'er, captivated by Yan Jue's striking presence, exclaimed in a soft, melodious voice that drew Han Li's attention. Had he not witnessed her capricious nature in the past few days, he might have mistaken her for a refined noblewoman based solely on her dulcet tones. Unbeknownst to Yan Jue, upon seeing Dong Xian'er, an enchanting maiden, and hearing her gentle words, he felt a stir within him, an unusual sensation that compelled him to stand tall and respond with warmth. Indeed, there were Yan family disciples waiting here for esteemed guests. Unfortunately, the original attendant encountered an unforeseen incident, leaving this place unattended and almost neglecting you both. Yan Jue thus offered sincere apologies on behalf of the Yan family, hoping you would not take offense. Upon hearing this, Dong Xian'er smiled softly, her eyes sparkling with charm. She was about to speak again when Han Li's gentle voice echoed in her mind. Sister, do you not fear the ire of Master Hongfu for appearing thus? At this, Dong Xian'er's countenance changed dramatically. Her lips parted several times, yet no words escaped. This peculiar situation left the Yan siblings somewhat puzzled. Yanling, a lively girl of about 15 or 16, possessed an endearing appearance with her bright, twinkling black eyes flitting between Han Li and Dong Xian'er, exuding an air of keen intelligence. As Dong Xian'er had observed, being a little late is of no consequence. I firmly believe the Yan family would not intentionally neglect their honored guests. It is indeed somewhat peculiar regarding Han, as the disciple of Hoku encountered an unexpected incident. Could it be that there was a conflict with a certain guest? Restraining Dong Xian'er's reckless use of the enchanting Hua Chunju, Han Li cleared his throat twice and uttered a polite remark, in a seemingly jesting manner, inquiring about the so-called incident. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Yan Jue displayed a troubled expression, as if there were reservations preventing him from speaking candidly. Han Li, since this esteemed senior brother you has his own inconveniences, it would be best not to cause him undue trouble. We should proceed to Yanling Fortress. Surely many have already arrived, he suggested. Indeed. Let us go to Yanling Fortress. Dong Xian'er interjected, noting Yan Jue's hesitation and suddenly speaking in his favor. This alleviated the tension for the Yan family disciple, who expressed his agreement, feeling an increased fondness for Dong Xian'er. Meanwhile, Yanling, standing nearby, faintly discerned Dong Xian'er's ulterior motives and pouted in discontent. This time, Han Li did not confront Dong Xian'er. He merely smiled faintly and nodded in assent, stating, "Then I kindly request that Brother Yan and Miss Yan lead the way. Dong Shimi and I shall follow behind you." Hearing that Han Li did not pursue the matter further brought a smile to Yan Jue's face. However, he soon remembered something and, with a hint of apology, added, "Before I guide you both, I must check the invitation cards. I hope you do not mind." Although Yan Jue spoke courteously, Han Li could clearly sense that his tone was primarily directed at Dong Xian'er, indicating that this Yan family disciple was already ensnared in Dong Xian'er's web of charm. Han Li couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, choosing not to inquire further into Dong Xian'er's absurdities. He feigned ignorance and deftly retrieved Li Huayuan's invitation card, handing it over to Yan Jue. In response, Dong Xian'er produced her own invitation from the enchanting Hong Fu Xiangu, gracefully extending her delicate hand. The alluring fragrance and the gleaming, jade-like radiance momentarily captivated Yan Jue, causing him to forget to reach out and accept it. Unable to bear the scene any longer, his sister intervened, irritated, and took it on his behalf. This brought Yan Jue back to his senses, his face flushing under Dong Xian'er's soft laughter. "Oh, it appears that there is no issue with the invitation from junior brother Han and junior sister Dong. Let us proceed," Yan Jue declared as he returned the examined invitation cards to Han Li and Dong Xian'er. Yet, he felt a sense of unease as he boarded the twin-headed swan, stealing furtive glances at Dong Xian'er. At that moment, the seemingly willful woman displayed an unexpectedly dignified demeanor, which only fueled the elite Yan's imagination further. The four of them departed in succession, heading toward the direction of the Yin siblings. After flying several miles, they arrived at a location nestled between two small peaks and came to a halt. At this moment, Yan Jue retrieved a token-like object from his possession. Grasping it firmly, he infused it with his spiritual energy, causing a radiant golden light to burst forth, illuminating the previously void space. In an instant, 5 colored glimmers appeared in the air as the golden light swept across the emptiness. As the 5 colored radiance dissipated, Han Li and the others found their eyes illuminated by the sight of an exceptionally grand ancient castle emerging amidst the previously barren mountain ridge. Gazing upon the towering walls, reaching heights of 30 to 40 feet, and the multitude of resplendent ancient structures within, both Han Li and Dong Xinier were filled with an overwhelming sense of wonder, their eyes feasting upon the sight before them. This is one of the strongholds of our Yin family, Yanling Fortress. We extend our warmest welcome to Brother Han and Sister Dong, Yan Jue stated, his demeanor suddenly becoming serious. Han Li smiled, ready to respond, when Dong Xinier suddenly exclaimed in surprise, her gaze fixating on a particular area within the massive fortress, her expression brimming with astonishment. Observing her reaction, Han Li instinctively followed her line of sight. There, on a platform resembling a martial arts arena at the castle's corner, 2 men in distinct attire stood facing each other. One, a robust figure clad in the Yin family's brown garb, exuded a fierce countenance, while the other, with a curly beard, gray eyes, and yellow hair, donned a peculiar green robe, his dark skin adding to his oddity. Surrounding them was a colossal white energy shield that flickered imperceptibly. Beyond the shield, a throng of onlookers gathered, with 2 distinct groups standing out. One group, composed of Yin family members, stood in orderly silence, exuding an air of discipline. The other group, mirroring the appearance of the curly-bearded man, wore green robes, many sharing the same gray eyes and yellow hair, though interspersed with a few ordinary faces. Upon discerning the scene, Han Li's expression mirrored his surprise, and he glanced towards the Yin siblings, seeking an explanation. However, before he could inquire, Yan Jue's countenance shifted to one of discomfort upon witnessing the spectacle. Yan Ling, beside him, clenched her fists in indignation, exclaiming, "They have started challenging us again, and with such viciousness. This is utterly outrageous." Han Li, intrigued by her words, cautiously asked, "Are these individuals not guests of the Yin family?" "Certainly not. These ruffians barged in uninvited, injuring our 2 welcoming disciples, Xiao Shilu and Xiao Shiwu, and they insist on participating in the treasure-seizing conference. I cannot fathom what the elders were thinking to have agreed to this. It is infuriating." This time, Yanling disregarded Yan Jue's attempts to silence her, venting her frustrations like a torrent, evoking a bemused smile from Han Li. Meanwhile, Yan Jue appeared embarrassed, at a loss for words. "It seems these are the culprits behind our prolonged stay on the mountain peak." Dong Xinier, her curiosity piqued, turned to Yan Jue, asking, "Could you enlighten us on the details, Brother Jue?" Without waiting for Han Li to prompt further, Yan Jue, caught in the web of intrigue, hesitated only briefly before readily divulging. These individuals arrived at Yanling Fortress this morning. Upon reaching the entrance, they attempted to force their way in without an invitation, injuring our 2 disciples who were welcoming guests. When the other disciples arrived to offer assistance, they had initially intended to teach these miscreants a harsh lesson. Unexpectedly, these individuals produced letters and tokens that compelled several elder leaders to adopt a solemn demeanor, swallowing their pride as they ushered them into the fortress. However, once inside Yanling Fortress, these visitors remained restless, promptly requesting a sparring match against the Yin family. After some deliberation, the elders seemed inclined to teach these guests a lesson, thus agreeing to the challenge. Moreover, the competition was set to consist of 10 matches, all featuring disciples in the foundation establishment stage. Before I went to fetch the 2, several rounds had already taken place, and the outcome was disheartening. Yan Yuqing shook her head, her expression dim, clearly indicating that the Yin family was at a disadvantage. "In the afternoon, we must also visit our parents. This matter dates back to yesterday when my father was hospitalized, and I must accompany him. Fortunately, with many siblings, we only need half a day. Therefore, I will compile the chapters for everyone in the evening. In fact, 1 chapter is already drafted, though it requires some corrections before uploading. Henceforth, updates will likely occur in the evening or early morning. Truly, every family has its own challenges to face. Nevertheless, I will strive to maintain a bi-daily update schedule." In the 3rd volume, Chapter 248, Contest of Prestige. It is not uncommon for injuries to occur during matches. Such events are quite standard. However, these individuals seem to have practiced formidable techniques, excelling in sinister magical arts and toxicology. Each disciple who faced them either inexplicably fainted or succumbed to poison, suffering grievous wounds that are not easily remedied. Fortunately, the guests, mindful of being within Yanling Fortress, have not yet caused any fatalities among the disciples, which is a small mercy amidst the misfortune. Regrettably, it is truly embarrassing for the two of you to witness the Yin family's current state, Yan Jue remarked with a look of discomfort. However, before our departure, we heard that the elders could no longer remain idle. They dispatched summons for the elite disciples from the martial arts hall, those who have mastered secret techniques, to deliver a severe lesson to these visitors. Yanling interjected, unable to contain herself, and even waved her small fist in enthusiasm. Nonsense. How can a young lady like you concern herself with such violent affairs? The guests we have received must be properly attended to. Quickly, let Uncle Li send another group of disciples to welcome the guests. We cannot keep them waiting any longer. Yan Jue reprimanded her younger sister, sending the somewhat displeased girl away. Turning to Han Li and the others, he explained, due to the recent influx of guests, the situation has become quite chaotic. Consequently, the Yin family has partially lifted the restrictions on the fortress's defenses. Presently, several key areas within the fortress cannot transmit long-distance spells like sound transmission talismans, necessitating that my sister make a personal trip. Although my sister and I were not originally tasked with hosting guests, the shortage of personnel, coupled with the arrival of individuals with dubious intentions, obliges us to assist temporarily. After saying this, Yan Jue cast a grave glance towards the distance, where the Yin disciples and the strange guests were already embroiled in a magical duel. So, it appears that Brother Yu is indeed an elite disciple of the Yin family, likely held in high regard within the clan. In Dong Xinier's eyes, a gleam sparkled as she smiled radiantly. Her already exquisite features became even more enchanting in that fleeting moment, leaving Yan Jue momentarily entranced. This is quite something. Yan Jue murmured absent-mindedly, oblivious to his own words, as he found the beauty of Miss Dong to be strikingly akin to his dream lover. Giggling, Yan, would it be convenient for you to observe the competition there? Dong Xinier playfully inquired, curious to see what sort of person would dare to disrupt the Yin family. She found his expression amusing and was eager to tease him further. However, before she could continue, Han Li unexpectedly interjected, interrupting their conversation. To observe? Of course. He replied. This time, my cousin is competing, and his prowess in the martial hall is profound enough to be ranked within the top 10. I believe he will certainly provide quite a spectacle. Awakened from his daze, Yan Jue initially hesitated but then readily agreed. Han Li smiled subtly, understanding that Yan Jue had no real reason to refuse him and was likely confident in their chances of victory, hence his enthusiastic response. Thus, the three of them descended near the arena, making their way toward the gathering crowd. As they approached, Han Li was astonished to discover that the onlookers numbered over 100. Moreover, most of them were not local cultivators from the Kingdom of Yu, but rather visitors from other countries, which struck him as quite peculiar. Han Li's mind was filled with questions, yet, constrained by his status as a guest, he refrained from inquiring too deeply, opting instead to feign ignorance. Meanwhile, Dong Xinier continued to engage in cheerful banter with Yan Jue, though Han Li noticed a flicker of surprise in her eyes, revealing that she was not merely a decorative figure. However, it puzzled him that this headstrong woman, like him, seemed disinclined to probe into the underlying intricacies of the situation, which left him somewhat vexed. Xinier, you are here as well. This is splendid. I thought Master Hongfu would keep you from attending. Just as the trio approached, a handsome young male cultivator inadvertently turned his head and caught sight of Dong Xinier. His face instantly lit up with joy as he hurried over and affectionately addressed her. At the sight of him, Dong Xinier's smile faltered, while Yan Jue's expression darkened, his gaze becoming uncertain. Yet Han Li, as an outsider, maintained his composure, revealing no signs of surprise. He was well aware that this individual was likely an acquaintance of Dong Xinier. However, with the surname Feng, was he perhaps the young man from the Feng family mentioned by his master? Brother Feng, I never expected Uncle Du would have you participate in this event. Dong Xinier's brief moment of surprise vanished as she quickly composed herself, addressing him as if he were merely an ordinary friend. This reaction eased Yan Jue's demeanor considerably. But Brother Feng appeared momentarily taken aback, Soon noticing Yan Jue and Han Li standing beside Dong Xianier, Han Li remained composed, offering a faint smile as he noticed the gaze directed towards him. He discreetly shifted a half-step away from Dong Xianier, a gesture meant to convey innocence. Conversely, Yan Jue shot him an unreserved glare, and the rivalries were evident, leaving Feng Shixiang fully aware of the unspoken tension. His expression darkened as he scrutinized Han Li with growing intensity, amused yet puzzled by the unfolding situation. Han Li found it curious that the rumored bond between Dong Xianier and Feng Shixiang had not materialized in her demeanor, which seemed indifferent. Could the rumors have been erroneous? After a moment of contemplation, Han Li dismissed the thought, unwilling to expend energy on such trivial gossip. He took a few steps forward, leaving the other three behind. Indifferent to the jealous rivalry between Feng Shixiang and Yan Jue, or how Dong Xianier navigated between them, he was wholly captivated by the conflict within the luminous barrier. Indeed, Yan Jue had not been boasting. His cousin proved to be formidable, adeptly wielding earth-based techniques with remarkable finesse. Enormous stones, each the size of a grinding wheel, were hurled from his palms with relentless ferocity, seemingly inexhaustible. A triangular yellow banner was erected before him, invoking a gust of yellow wind that enveloped him in a protective shroud. However, the figure clad in green across the way was no less tenacious. Dark, inky tendrils of energy surged from his form, swirling like venomous serpents, as he wove an impenetrable net of shadow that deflected the barrage of stones back towards Yan Jue, causing the elite of the Yin family to scramble awkwardly. Surrounding him were 6 or 7 gleaming skulls, suspended in the air, their purpose remaining a mystery. Thus, a stalemate was established, with one attacking fervently while the other maintained a stoic defense. It was evident that both were merely testing each other, refraining from earnest confrontation. Despite the chaos of flying boulders and swirling black mist, they remained composed and unflustered, betraying no signs of strain. As Han Li was engrossed in the spectacle, he suddenly heard Dong Xianier call out, "Han Shixiang, don't you agree?" This caught him off guard. Before he could turn around, he instinctively responded with a non-committal MMH. However, as soon as the sound left his lips, he sensed the impending trouble and swiftly turned to face the two rivals, who now regarded him with unfriendly eyes, united in their animosity. Clearly, he had been ensnared by the capricious Dong Xianier. "You all heard that. Han Shixiang himself has acknowledged it. I must remain by his side at all times, as commanded by my master." Dong Xianier feigned a pitiful expression, yet, taking advantage of the distraction she had created, she promptly made a face at Han Li, leaving him speechless. In an instant, she had exploited his lapse in attention to embroil him in two significant troubles. It is evident that the persistent use of Hong Fu's name has weighed heavily upon her, leading to a simmering resentment that has now manifested in a form of retribution. Surely, if she were to be chastised by these two individuals, it would undoubtedly lift her spirits. Han Li glanced at the two glaring figures, sighed, and was about to speak when, suddenly, the expressions of the two opponents shifted dramatically, particularly Yan Jue, whose demeanor became increasingly tense. As their attention shifted from Han Li to the contest arena, recognizing that something significant had transpired in the arena, Han Li quickly turned to observe. At that moment, the standoff within the light barrier had finally been disrupted. The Yin family's practitioner ceased employing the giant stone technique and instead wielded a greenish-yellow paper fan with both hands, laboriously fanning towards their adversary, beads of sweat glistening on their brow. Despite the fan's seemingly delicate nature, each movement appeared to drain an immense amount of stamina from the Yin disciple, evident in their perspiration. With each sweep of the fan, a dense purple mist surged forth, racing towards the green-robed figure opposite. After several flaps, the mist had enveloped the opponent, forming an impenetrable purple sphere. The green-robed figure, meanwhile, was shrouded in a swirling mass of black energy, warding off the encroaching green mist. The black energy and green mist intertwined and clashed like living entities. However, it was clear that under the control of the Yin practitioner, the green mist had the upper hand, compressing the black energy into a smaller form. My cousin's bone transformation fan is a renowned top-tier artifact of our Yin family. The toxic mist it releases is so potent that even the slightest contact can result in flesh dissolving. My cousin had previously deemed this fan too wicked to wield lightly. However, seeing his determination now, he has resolved not to let his opponent escape unscathed. Seeing this unfold, Yan Jue's spirits lifted, and he turned to explain to Dong Xianier, "Oh, is this fan truly that famous?" I wonder how it compares to the renowned thunderstorm fan in terms of power. Dong Xin'er chuckled softly, a charming smile gracing her lips, exuding an enchanting allure. While this fan may not rival the thunderstorm fan in sheer might, it can be manipulated by any cultivator with a wood spirit root, unlike the thunderstorm fan, which requires both wind and thunder attributes to unleash its true potential. Thus, the value of the bone transformation fan exceeds that of the thunderstorm fan. Prompted by Dong Xin'er's beguiling smile, Yan Jue felt a flutter in his heart, yet he restrained his fanciful thoughts to explain carefully. What nonsense! A mere ordinary top-tier artifact dares to compare itself to the thunderstorm fan? It would be fortunate to possess even a fraction of its power. In fact, I believe this fan lacks even the strength of my own artifact, the purple light symbols. Witnessing the banter between Dong Xin'er and Yan Jue, Feng Shixiang's face betrayed a hint of jealousy, and he deliberately taunted. You dare to belittle the artifacts crafted by our Yin family? Very well. Allow me to witness the true power of your purple light symbols. Upon hearing the disparagement of the bone fan's power, Yan Jue could not suppress her anger and was tempted to teach the other a lesson. Very well. I was just about to experience the prowess of a distinguished disciple of the Yin family. Upon hearing these words, Brother Feng let out a cold chuckle and readily agreed. In that moment, both seemed to forget the existence of Han Li, the public enemy. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. My little sister merely inquired out of curiosity. Why must there be such anger? Can't the two brothers each take a step back? On the surface, Dong Xin'er appeared to be mediating, yet in reality, she only served to heighten the unwillingness of the two to appear weak before their beloved. Neither wished to lose face in front of Dong Xin'er. Of course, it was improbable to have them duel immediately. After all, their quarrel stemmed from jealousy, and most of what had been said was merely in the heat of the moment. The reservations in their hearts weighed heavily. However, should Dong Xin'er provoke them further, the situation could become quite precarious. Although Han Li remained concerned about the battle, he was still acutely aware of the happenings around him and could not help but shake his head in dismay. He considered this headstrong girl to be a true troublemaker. Wherever she went, chaos ensued. It was no wonder that Hong Fu had insisted he keep a close watch on her. Yet, the fellow surnamed Feng and Yan Jue did not appear to be fools. Why then did they seem so impulsive and combative? Could it be that Dong Xin'er's charm was so potent that even a foundation-establishing cultivator could unwittingly be swayed? The thought sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. However, Han Li could not be bothered to inquire about the reckless duo. Their fates mattered little to him. Yet, he found it curious. Regardless of how Dong Xin'er flaunted her allure, captivating the other men, she seemed to possess no charm in his eyes, and he felt not even a flicker of attraction. This perplexity was not solely Han Li's. Dong Xin'er herself was equally vexed. For some inexplicable reason, her seductive prowess had no effect on the one she despised most. Otherwise, she would have long manipulated him to her whims, rather than allowing him to threaten her along the way. Just as Han Li and Dong Xin'er were lost in their thoughts, the scene around them underwent a dramatic transformation. The black mist enveloped in green fog began to retract and thin, revealing the figure of the green-robed man hidden within. The several skulls surrounding him were voraciously inhaling the surrounding black mist, the very source of the diminishing black haze. The Yin family members, upon witnessing this, though unaware of the other's intentions, could hardly afford to be polite in light of the self-destructing defenses. They immediately directed their treasured fan towards the green mist, which surged forward in the absence of resistance from the black mist. You foolish child, do you think you can flaunt your feeble poison mist before me? Truly unaware of your own mortality. You ought to know that we are the ancestors of poison. The green-robed man cackled ominously. He then extended a hand and swiftly struck the top of the skulls' heads, causing them to swell to the size of wheels. Their white bones shrouded in a layer of black mist, rendering them even more grotesque and fearsome. They swiftly absorbed the remaining dark energy, and then opened their mouths wide once more, beginning to draw in the green mist that had previously stood guard outside. With each gulp, they expanded, as if nourished by an unseen force. Upon witnessing this, Yan Yutong was taken aback. He hurriedly attempted to control the treasured fan in his hand, desperately trying to reclaim the green mist, but it was evidently too late. Only a third of the original toxic mist could be withdrawn, as the majority had already been consumed by the opposing skulls. The greenish-yellow fan dimmed, causing great distress among the Yin family, who realized that the power of the bone transformation fan would be significantly reduced from that moment forth. Before this disciple of the Yan family could recover from the blow of the artifact's destruction, the enormous skull, driven by the green-robed figure, surged forward with a few ominous sounds, reaching them in an instant. Startled, the disciple hastily reached for the storage pouch. However, several skulls simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing beams of pitch-black light that converged into a massive column, effortlessly piercing through the protective yellow wind of the Yan family, causing the disciple to collapse unconscious, plummeting from the air. Witnessing the clear defeat, another disciple of the Yan family swiftly soared forth to catch Yan Yutong's cousin, quickly returning to safety. The intricate techniques of the ghost spirit sect were indeed magnificent. The Yan family had suffered 4 defeats in 5 matches. Was it time to commence the 6th contest? An elderly elder of the Yan family, his face lined, yet his eyes bright, stepped forward and coldly addressed the members of the ghost spirit sect. Perhaps it would be best to wait for the disciples of the Yan family's life and death hall to arrive before continuing the remaining 5 matches. I have long heard of the formidable reputation of the Yan family's blood cultivators among the members of the ghost spirit sect. Their leader emerged, a mysterious figure adorned with a silver ghost mask. His voice was refined and deep, belonging to a remarkably young man. Very well. Since the young master truly wishes for such an engagement, we of the Yan family shall certainly oblige. Let today's contest conclude for now. The elder, initially startled, responded with reluctant acceptance. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and departed. The young master, unfazed, chuckled lightly, elegantly turned, and led his team away from the scene. The onlookers, having feasted their eyes on the spectacle, silently vanished without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Hanli shook his head slightly, and just as he turned away, he heard Yan Jue muttering to herself, "How could this be? My cousin has also been defeated. He is a master of our training hall." What master? He was easily vanquished by his opponent in mere moments. Brother Feng scoffed, seizing the opportunity to undermine a rival. You? Yan Jue's expression darkened, ready to retaliate. But a remark from Dong Zuner immediately lifted her spirits. "Brother Yan Jue, I have traveled for several days and am somewhat fatigued. Could you arrange for a more comfortable room so that I may rest? As for any further exchanges, I would prefer to participate tomorrow." Dong Zuner stretched her slender waist, speaking with a languid charm. "Of course, junior sister Dong. Allow me to escort you to the chambers designated for female practitioners. Brother Han and esteemed guest, please feel free to explore at your leisure." Yan Jue exclaimed joyfully, with a hint of playful bravado. Han Li smiled faintly, harboring no objections. Having successfully delivered Dong Xianyi to Yanling Fortress, he deemed his task complete. As for other matters, he felt no inclination to intervene. With a casual remark about wanting to wander about, Han Li departed from the group. Volume 3. Chapter 250. An encounter with an old friend. Han Li was content to distance himself from Dong Xianyi, and naturally, Senior Brother Feng and Yan Jue were more than pleased with this turn of events. Therefore, rather than impede him, Yan Jue enthusiastically handed him a jade slip, which contained a map of Yanling Fortress. This would save Han Li considerable time, allowing him to reach his destination directly without floundering about like a disoriented fly. As for Dong Xianyi, she was taken aback by Han Li's sudden relinquishment of control over her. Yet the prospect of freedom amidst a throng of male practitioners filled her with delight. Of course, she cast a few bewildered glances at Han Li, unable to comprehend the intent behind his actions. Intent? He merely wished to shed the burden and enjoy the freedom of solitary movement. Han Li strolled along the bluestone path of Yanling Fortress, hands clasped behind his back, musing leisurely while occasionally glancing at the shops lining the street. These establishments predominantly offered talismans, materials for refining weapons, and alchemical ingredients, with 1 or 2 selling low-tier magical artifacts, though most proprietors were ordinary mortals devoid of magical prowess. This was hardly surprising, as Yanling Fortress was vast, housing a population exceeding 100,000. However, only a small fraction possessed the spiritual roots necessary for practicing spells. The majority were commonplace mortals. Among these mortals, some lacked spiritual roots but still boasted bloodlines tracing back to the Yan family, while others were relatives of Yan disciples. After all, intermarriage solely within the Yan clan was deemed inappropriate, necessitating the infusion of new blood to ensure the continued prosperity of the family. Naturally, discretion was paramount. Those mortals who entered Yanling Fortress could never leave, destined to live out their lives within its confines. Though they would be free from worries about food and shelter, It remained a profoundly tragic circumstance. The newcomers who had migrated into the fortress were fortunate enough to have glimpsed the vibrant world outside, while those born within its walls, devoid of spiritual roots, would never even catch a glimpse of the outside realm. However, no one was ever coerced into entering the fortress. All had come of their own volition, often driven by desperation or a profound sense of gratitude towards the Yan family. Moreover, with the fortress heavily fortified and shrouded in protective formations, any mortal attempting to leave would be met with lethal consequences. Thus, to this day, no account has been heard of any mortal successfully escaping. This information was not merely conjecture on Han Li's part, but rather gleaned from the supplementary notes accompanying the map jade slip. Consequently, he had formed a general impression of Yanling Fortress in his mind. Presently, he was heading towards a tea house within the fortress, for it was Han Li's understanding that practitioners had a particular fondness for fine tea, making tea houses a quintessential gathering place for all cultivators. Han Li contemplated that he might encounter other cultivators there and perhaps join some small factions, which would be a rare opportunity for exchange. After all, isolating oneself from the world is not advisable. At the end of this stone street, at a fork in the road, he expected to see the sign of a tea house. As he pondered this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Suddenly, from within a nearby shop, shouts of a fierce argument between a man and a woman erupted, accompanied by an angry roar from the man. A woman dressed like a young wife stormed out of the building, charging directly onto the stone street, colliding face-to-face with the somewhat taken aback Han Li. The woman appeared strikingly beautiful, and Han Li, succumbing to the common male inclination, casually cast her a glance. However, when he clearly discerned her features, he was momentarily stunned, utterly captivated. The woman, noticing Han Li's unabashed scrutiny, felt an immense surge of anger. Yet, having resided in the castle for a considerable time, she recognized his status as a cultivator from his attire, despite lacking any magical prowess herself. Although her embarrassment made her overlook Han Li's appearance, she felt a vague familiarity and, suppressing her ire, slightly lowered her head and spoke stiffly. "Honorable cultivator, might you allow me to pass? I am a married woman. Are you not concerned about your decorum, gazing so intently at an ordinary woman such as myself?" Upon uttering these words, the woman felt no trepidation, for the regulations within Yanjing Castle were strict, prohibiting cultivators from disturbing the lives of ordinary people, with severe penalties for transgressors. Of course, commoners were also expected to maintain absolute respect towards cultivators, lest they face the latter's wrath. Moreover, in the bustling street, she felt secure against any impropriety from him. However, after lowering her head for a while, she noticed that the cultivator before her had not made any move, neither retreating nor reprimanding her. This left her somewhat astonished, prompting her to raise her head and look up. What she encountered was a face bearing a smirk, seemingly on the verge of laughter, evoking an impulse to strike. The familiarity of this visage instantly transported her back to a night 10 years prior, on a narrow path in the backyard, where a miserly senior brother and an eccentric young girl exchanged witty banter in vivid detail. Senior brother? Junior sister? The woman finally recognized the unchanged face before her, while Han Li, upon hearing her call him senior brother, confirmed that this exquisite woman was indeed Immortality, the youngest daughter of Dr. Imo, the little junior sister he had once affectionately addressed. "Is it truly you, Han Li, senior brother?" Immortality initially gasped in disbelief, subsequently overwhelmed with emotions. Yet, her expression still bore a hint of incredulity. "Is the Lingxiang pill I gifted you still of use?" Han Li gently inquired. "Senior brother, it really is you." Upon hearing Han Li mention the name of the gift he had presented her, Immortality could no longer harbor any doubts. However, her eyes suddenly welled with tears, and she began to sob, as if bearing immense grievances. Han Li, at this moment, stood there, utterly bewildered. After all, they were currently on Stone Street, surrounded by passers-by and a few cultivators. The sight of such a strikingly beautiful young woman weeping in front of him inevitably sparked all manner of speculation. With this thought in mind, Han Li scratched his head and mustered the courage to address Immortality, saying, "Junior sister, shall we find a more suitable location to discuss matters? This place does not seem appropriate for conversation." "All right, I will follow your lead, senior brother," Immortality replied, her sobs subsiding as she obediently complied. Han Li found her unexpected demeanor rather surprising. After all, he remembered her as a mischievous girl, and her sudden display of gentleness was quite disconcerting. However, He pondered where they might find a quieter spot. Let us go to my home. My mother is there as well, Immortality suddenly suggested after her emotions had calmed a bit. Your mother is at Yinling Fortress? Han Li exclaimed in astonishment. It appeared that the Mo family had indeed encountered a grave situation. Otherwise, the astute Yin matriarch would not have found herself in such a predicament. Yes, senior brother. My mother is quite ill, and it is severe. You must save her, Mo Tsaihuan implored, tears glistening in her eyes as she earnestly beseeched him. Very well. We shall discuss it further when we reach your mother. As long as it is not a particularly perplexing ailment, I should be able to remedy it, Han Li reassured her, feeling a pang of compassion at her pitiful state. Memories of her carefree days at the Mo residence flooded back, softening his heart as he spoke comforting words. I believe in your words, senior brother. My second sister once mentioned that your medical skills surpass hers, Mo Tsaihuan replied, breaking into a smile at his assurance. Her radiant beauty momentarily captivated Han Li, yet he quickly regained his composure, avoiding any embarrassment. Come. My home is not far from here. We just need to cross one street. My mother will surely be delighted to see you, Mo Tsaihuan said, naturally taking hold of Han Li's sleeve and leading him forward with an air of excitement, as if she had found her anchor. The sight of a young woman leading a man through the bustling street inevitably drew the attention of those nearby. Fortunately, Han Li's appearance as a cultivator deterred anyone from voicing any unkind remarks in their presence. What they whispered once they were out of earshot, however, remained uncertain. Junior sister, how did you and your mother end up here? Did something happen to the Mo family? Han Li inquired as he walked alongside Mo Tsaihuan, discreetly retracting his sleeve when she was not looking. This is a long story. The Mo family was destroyed 7 years ago, and the Jingjiao Society was simultaneously disbanded. Mo Tsaihuan responded, her body trembling slightly, and her expression darkening. What of the other 2 junior sisters and your mother? Although Han Li had already surmised much of the situation, he still sighed and inquired about the others. Second sister and fifth sister have died. I am uncertain about the others. My mother and I barely managed to escape. It was chaos at that time, and everyone had to flee in different directions. Mo Tsaihuan's voice trembled, revealing the immense pain she felt. The updates may be somewhat sparse. However, if anyone possesses monthly tickets, feel free to share generously, as we are not particularly discerning. Chapter 251. Destruction upon observing Mo Tsaihuan's demeanor. Han Li realized that it was not the appropriate moment to inquire about the matter at hand. Thus he refrained from mentioning it further. Mo Tsaihuan then guided him to a quaint little shop located on a neighboring street, coming to a halt before it. Here, Han Li expressed his surprise, directing a questioning glance at Mo Tsaihuan. Indeed, this is the place. My mother and I have engaged in a modest business endeavor, merely to earn some spirit stones to procure medicinal pills for her ailments, Mo Tsaihuan replied, her cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment. She then stepped inside first. Seeing this, Han Li smiled and followed suit without uttering a word. Mother, look who I have brought. As soon as Han Li crossed the threshold, he heard Mo Tsaihuan's voice, filled with excitement. A familiar yet somewhat aged voice responded. Who else could it be? Ever since Uncle Zhu passed away, only Aunt Xianglian from next door has come to visit us. Indeed, the voice belonged to Yan Jue, though it had become notably more hoarse with time. No, it's my senior brother. I encountered him within the fortress, Mo Tsaihuan exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Senior brother? Did not your previous brothers pass away long ago? Are you perhaps losing your senses? Yan Jue's tone was laced with concern. At this moment, Han Li took in the interior of the shop. It was a modest space of about 6 or 7 zhong, featuring several wooden counters neatly arranged with a variety of low-level talismans and some inexpensive raw materials. A wooden door led to an inner room, while behind the counter, a woman lay on a bamboo armchair, her worried gaze fixated on Mo Tsaihuan. It was Yan Jue, whom Han Li had not seen in nearly a decade. However, she appeared significantly aged, her face marred by illness, though traces of her former beauty could still be discerned in her features. Naturally, Han Li's entrance caught Yan Jue's attention. Yet, upon recognizing him, she was momentarily taken aback, attempting to rise. Clearly, her frail condition rendered such an action nearly impossible. She could only lift herself halfway before collapsing back down. Mo Tsaihuan hurriedly extended her hand to support her. You are Han Li? Yan Jue gasped, her breath labored, mirroring Mo Tsaihuan's astonishment. However, amidst her shock, a glimmer of hopeful joy emerged. Han Li understood the thoughts swirling in her mind, but after a brief hesitation, he approached her, offering a slight bow as he spoke. "Greetings, fourth aunt. Do you truly still acknowledge me as your aunt? Have you forgotten the events of the past?" Yan Jue's face lit up with joy, yet her disbelief lingered. "As for the matters of the past between me and Master Imo, let us set those aside for now. However, the bond of master and disciple between Master Imo and myself is genuine, hence I must address you as my aunt," Han Li replied with a calm demeanor. "As for the issue of the antidote, there is no need to dwell on it. Am I not standing here in good health?" Han Li remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, given his current status as a foundational stage cultivator, there is no need for him to harbor resentment towards a few mundane individuals or to concern himself with the entanglements involving the several matriarchs of the Yin family. Surely, he would no longer regard such matters with any significance. With your remarkable intellect, I presume you have fared quite well in the world of cultivation, unlike myself and your esteemed matriarchs who have become like lost dogs. As Yan Jue pondered these thoughts, a sudden flush of crimson spread across her face, followed by a fit of coughing. "Mother, are you all right?" Brother Immortality exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly patting Yan Jue's chest. His gaze towards Han Li filled with a plea for assistance. "Allow me to take a look." Han Li, unable to withstand the beseeching look in Immortality's eyes, sighed softly and extended his hand to grasp Yan Jue's wrist to check her pulse. After a brief moment, he released her and said, "It is nothing of great concern, merely a recurrence of old injuries, exacerbated by the lack of rest and excessive mental and physical strain over the years." "Is it treatable?" Immortality asked anxiously. "Rest assured, had this been 10 years ago, I might have found these old injuries challenging to address. However, they are now mere trifles," Han Li reassured her, then retrieved a needle box from his storage pouch and performed a series of acupuncture techniques on Yan Jue, which immediately alleviated her coughing. "From now on, take one of these daily, and in a matter of days, you shall be completely healed," Han Li declared confidently as he handed her a small vial. Yan Jue felt a remarkable transformation within her. The discomfort that had plagued her for years seemed to vanish completely, rejuvenating her spirit as if she had regained years of youth. Upon receiving the vial, her emotions surged, leaving her at a loss for words. However, before Yan Jue could express her gratitude, Han Li interjected, "Might you now reveal what transpired back then and how you arrived at Yanling Fortress?" His curiosity remained insatiable. Upon hearing this, a look of sorrow crossed Yan Jue's face as she began recounting the events of that fateful time. It turned out that after Han Li had eliminated Ouyang Feitian, the tyrant of Duhua Manor, it inadvertently allowed the already prepared Jingjiao society to seize a significant portion of territory and resources. The response from the other dominant faction in Lanzhou, the Wuz sect, was swift, as they consumed the remaining share of interests. Consequently, Lanzhou found itself in a precarious balance between two formidable powers. However, with the equilibrium among the three factions shattered, it was inevitable that one mountain could not accommodate two tigers. As the Jingjiao society, led by the Mo family, engaged with the Wuz sect, they soon realized their grievous error. Allowing Ouyang Feitian to perish was a grave mistake. The strength of the Wuz sect far exceeded what was apparent, and they decisively defeated the Jingjiao society in battle. Subsequently, the Jingjiao society was uprooted, and the Mo family faced fierce resistance from a multitude of experts from the opposing faction. Left with no option, the women had no choice but to fight their way out to survive. Tragically, Madame Li and Madame Wang lost their lives in the chaos, while the remaining members scattered in a desperate bid for escape. Yan Jue, accompanied by Immortality, found herself relentlessly pursued, and just as the threat of death loomed over them, a middle-aged man named Yan Jue intervened to save them. With their consent, he brought them to Yanling Fortress, where they became ordinary residents of the Yin family. Although Yan Jue was merely a low-ranking disciple in the Qi refinement stage and possessed limited abilities, he treated Yan Jue and her daughter with great kindness. To express her gratitude for his rescue, Yan Jue decided to remarry him a year later. Due to Immortality's increasingly enchanting beauty, Yan Jue announced to the outside world that she was a widow of ill omen who had previously been married and had lost her husband, thus entering the fortress. This declaration allowed Immortality to remain unencumbered by romantic entanglements, postponing any potential marriage until the right time. Thus, Yan Jue and her daughter enjoyed a tranquil 2-year stay within the fortress. Unfortunately, Yan Jue met with an untimely demise during a family mission, leaving the two women once again without support. Exiting the fortress was not an option, they had no choice but to continue relying on each other within Yinling Fortress. Utilizing the spiritual stones provided as compensation, they opened a small shop, which they operated with modest success. Despite the meager income, it sufficed to cover Yinshu's medical expenses and keep her injuries at bay. However, recently, their usual supplier of low-grade talismans abruptly ceased deliveries, plunging their shop into a crisis. Yinshu, astute as she was, quickly discerned the underlying issue. Upon analysis, she uncovered the schemer behind their troubles, a nearby cultivator who had taken an interest in Immortality. Despite the rumors surrounding her, he audaciously proposed to take her as a concubine, a proposition Yinshu vehemently rejected, which incited the cultivator's wrath. Consequently, the perpetrator behind the sabotage became all too apparent. On the day Han Li encountered Immortality on the street, she was engaged in a heated argument with a supplier. Yinshu recounted the events in detail, with Immortality occasionally interjecting. Han Li soon grasped the situation's intricacies. However, upon hearing that someone had attempted to coerce Immortality into becoming a concubine, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was surprising that the little enchantress of yesteryears still attracted unwanted attention. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that she had blossomed into a captivating beauty, utterly irresistible. Han Li, after all these years of cultivation, I presume your skills have advanced beyond the 9th tier? Yinshu remarked, regarding him with renewed curiosity. Despite her inability to cultivate during her years in Yinling Fortress, she had absorbed considerable knowledge about the world of cultivation. Not too shabby. I take it you wish for me to resolve that cultivator's harassment? He seems quite troublesome, Han Li replied with a slight smile, speaking candidly. Yinshu's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, mixed with a sense of relief. It appeared that Han Li was willing to assist her. Chapter 252. Separation. Do you have any knowledge regarding this cultivator's techniques? If not for being an important disciple of the Yin family and possessing limited cultivation, I would have approached him for a proper discussion, which should resolve the matter smoothly. Han Li rubbed his nose and spoke calmly. In truth, he was well aware of the profound abilities possessed by those who would resort to coercing mortal women. His inquiry was merely a cautious instinct. I had asked Saihuan to investigate this matter beforehand, and it appears that the cultivator in question has only reached the 5th level of basic cultivation techniques. Although he shares the surname Yan, he is undoubtedly a trivial character within the Yin family. Otherwise, how could he allow us mortals to reside together? Yinshu, the former leader of the Mo family, despite having fallen into such a state, still exhibits remarkable organization and clarity of thought in his dealings. This poses no significant issue. Soon, my junior sister will guide me, and I shall familiarize myself with the route. I will resolve this matter for you. Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded in agreement. Thank you, senior brother. I knew you would surely assist us. Immortality exclaimed with immense joy, her voice sweet as she expressed her delight. Han Li, you truly are a great help. Otherwise, faced with the coercion of a cultivator, my mother and I would have been at a loss as to how to cope. A look of gratitude appeared in Yinshu's eyes, but she soon sighed deeply, expressing her helplessness. Although this place ostensibly prohibits cultivators from harassing us mortals, in reality, the humiliation of mortals occurs far too frequently in secret. How could the Yin family genuinely punish those cultivators? It is all too common for a careless mortal to find themselves at odds with a cultivator, disappearing without a trace. Han Li discerned an undercurrent of powerless resentment in her words. After all, compared to the past, when she wielded power over life and death within the Mo family, enduring this current life of submission was undeniably humiliating for Yinshu. After a moment of silence, Han Li suddenly posed a question that had been troubling him. Martial aunt, your junior sister has long reached the age for marriage. Why not seek a suitable partner within the fortress? If she were to marry a cultivator, would she not gain a dependable ally? Marry? I would never wed one of those Yin family's cultivators. Immediately after Han Li's words, Yinshu smiled wryly. While Immortality vehemently opposed, her expression filled with discontent. What is the matter? Han Li asked, somewhat taken aback. Senior brother, the cultivators of the Yin family do not regard mortal women at all. To marry one of them is to be treated as lesser than a mere servant. Any minor displeasure often results in abuse. I shall remain single for life and will never marry here. Immortality's voice was quick and urgent, clearly indicating her strong aversion. You may not be aware, but your junior sister has a friend here who married a cultivator within the fortress. Ultimately, not only was she disregarded, but she also suffered maltreatment. After her beauty faded, She was sent back home with a flimsy excuse in a most tragic outcome. Meanwhile, that cultivator took a younger, more beautiful wife. Sigh. Cultivators with kind hearts like Caihuan's stepfather are far too rare here. I would never wish for Caihuan to endure such suffering. As for marrying an ordinary person, your junior sister has set her sights too high to find anyone suitable. Yan Jue explained, clarifying Caihuan's stance. I see. However, it is implausible for my junior sister to remain unmarried for a lifetime, Han Li remarked with a furrowed brow. Yet, as soon as these words escaped his lips, Yan's expression shifted, as if she wished to voice something but hesitated and ultimately refrained. Meanwhile, Caihuan seemed to be reminded of something. Lowering her head and falling into a contemplative silence, Han Li soon sensed that the atmosphere had become somewhat unsettling. He hastily interjected, Junior sister, please lead the way for your senior brother. Let us first resolve the entanglement with that cultivator. All right. Caihuan hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Yan showed no signs of dissent. Thus, Han Li and Caihuan temporarily departed from the shop, heading towards the residence of that cultivator, which appeared to be quite a distance away. Senior brother, just how many layers does your cultivation technique possess? That fellow, upon seeing you, acted as if he had encountered a cat, incessantly addressing you as senior and bowing in reverence. His demeanor was as respectful as if he were meeting his ancestors. Caihuan regained her cheerful demeanor, chattering away on the secluded path back, no longer resembling a woman in her 20s. Han Li smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing, merely that my realm surpasses his by a layer. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, he is indeed obliged to call me senior. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Caihuan's eyes, and she laughed heartily. Yet, I cannot help but chuckle at the comical expression he bore upon seeing me. This time, Han Li remained silent, merely gazing at her with a smile. Before long, Caihuan shyly turned her face away, falling silent. However, after a while, she unexpectedly voiced a question that took Han Li by surprise. Senior brother, is it truly impossible to become a cultivator without spiritual roots? I wish to be a practitioner like you. Caihuan turned back, her face adorned with a look of longing and sorrow. Seeing this, Han Li felt a pang of heartache, yet he could only respond with silence. Throughout history, it has been an unchanging truth in the cultivation world that those without spiritual roots cannot practice spells. How could he possess the power to alter such a fundamental principle? Observing Han Li's expression, Caihuan's once fervent heart instantly cooled, realizing that her illustrious senior brother seemed to have no solutions. She couldn't help but feel disheartened. Quietly falling a few paces behind Han Li, her demeanor becoming subdued. As the two neared the shop, Han Li suddenly halted, turning to Caihuan. I have matters to attend to, and shall not return to see your mother. Let us part ways here. Fortunately, I shall be staying in Yinling Fortress for some time, and perhaps we will have the chance to meet again. What? Senior brother is leaving already? Caihuan was initially taken aback, her face soon reflecting disappointment. Here are several spirit stones for your mother, to be kept for unforeseen needs. This is all I can offer at the moment. Han Li produced a small pouch from his storage bag and handed it to Caihuan. Thank you, senior brother. In a whisper, Caihuan expressed her profound reluctance, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Observing her demeanor, Han Li felt an inexplicable discomfort within himself. After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew a silver vial and poured forth a pink pill. Swallow this, he urged solemnly. While it may not elevate you to the ranks of cultivators, it will grant you the gift of eternal youth for the remainder of your days. Consider it a humble token from your senior brother. Upon hearing his words, Caihuan's eyes widened with delight, her emotions surging as she yearned to articulate her innermost thoughts. However, Han Li did not grant her the opportunity. Instead, with a flick of his finger, the pill soared directly into her mouth, compelling her to swallow it involuntarily. Junior sister, I must take my leave. Take care of yourself and our master, he stated. As soon as the words left his lips, he swayed gently, his form blurring before vanishing from sight. Senior brother, Caihuan exclaimed in astonishment, rushing forward in search of him. Yet, there was no trace of Han Li to be found. With a heavy heart, she turned slowly toward the shop, her spirit dimmed. A short while later, Han Li revealed himself in a nearby room, where he observed silently for a moment before turning away without hesitation. Though he could not be certain, he had a strong suspicion that his junior sister wished to express something to him. Alas, their fates were not intertwined in the way he had hoped. The disparity between their lifespans following his foundation establishment was simply too vast, contributing to his reluctance to engage in such sentiments. The thought of witnessing the gradual decay of a loved one, while feeling utterly powerless, was a burden he could not bear. The name of the tea house that lay before Han Li was Yan Jue, an impressive three-story establishment of ancient architecture. He cast a cursory glance before ascending the stairs. Having already sensed several fluctuations of spiritual energy within, comparable to or exceeding his own foundation establishment level. Upon entering the tea house, he merely glanced around the first floor before proceeding directly to the second, as the ground level was populated by ordinary mortals devoid of any spiritual power. Although the second floor housed some cultivators, most were merely at the chi refinement stage, hardly worthy of his attention. It was the increasingly potent energies emanating from the third floor that piqued his interest. As Han Li stepped onto the third floor, several probing consciousnesses immediately swept over him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. The individuals present appeared to possess mid-foundation stage power, far surpassing his own early foundation capabilities. During his 4-year seclusion in the cave, he had only managed to approach mid-foundation level, still hindered by an unbroken barrier. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed this achievement quite commendable, as his progress was already significantly swifter than that of the average cultivator. The final layer of window paper represented the first bottleneck after his foundation establishment, a hurdle that could not be surmounted merely through the consumption of medicinal substances. It likely required a certain fortuity as well. Otherwise, no matter how many elixirs he ingested, it would only deepen his magical prowess without allowing him to easily transcend this realm. As Han Li pondered, he surveyed the surroundings of the upper floor. The individuals on the third floor were all cultivators who had established their foundations. However, it was evident that these cultivators were divided into two factions, one comprised of disciples from the 7 major sects, whose attire Han Li recognized, and the other consisted of a chaotic mix of cultivators from foreign lands. Among the 7 major sects, there were only 5 individuals seated at a table, engaged in hushed discussions, appearing rather intimate. In contrast, the foreign cultivators, numbering around 7 or 8, were mostly scattered across different tables, sipping tea with aloof expressions, devoid of any conversation or camaraderie. This stark contrast between movement and stillness imparted a palpable atmosphere of confrontation to Han Li. His arrival naturally drew the attention of the other cultivators. Aside from a few who had initially scrutinized him, the rest turned their gazes towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li approached the table of the 7 major sects, as he too was one of their ranks. His past caused the other cultivators to divert their gazes, treating him as if he were invisible. The members of the 7 sects, however, greeted him with smiles and rose to welcome him. The attire of Huangfeng Valley he wore required no introduction, and these individuals were undoubtedly familiar with it. I am Han Li from Huangfeng Valley. It is a pleasure to meet my senior brothers and sisters. Han Li lowered his posture, noting that among the 5, 3 appeared to be mid-foundation cultivators, while the other 2 shared his early foundation level. Junior Brother Han. The elder among the 2 Taoists politely returned a bow, succinctly introducing the others present. Now that you have arrived, why not savor the renowned Shuling tea from the Yin family? This is a tea house that exclusively serves this exquisite brew to us foreign cultivators. The martial cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain, a jovial middle-aged man, immediately poured a cup of ethereal white mist tea for Han Li as soon as he took a seat. Han Li nodded in appreciation, taking a delicate sip. Regardless of the sincerity behind the gesture, it was essential to uphold appearances. This is indeed excellent tea. Han Li, not particularly discerning when it came to tea, could not help but express his admiration. The moment the tea touched his palate, a refreshing chill surged from his abdomen, followed by an exquisite fragrance that lingered on his lips, leaving an impression of endless aftertaste. The martial cultivator's smile broadened further upon hearing this. Junior Brother Han, your appearance is unfamiliar. Are you perhaps the newly accepted disciple of the esteemed elder from Huangfeng Valley? The straightforward Feng sister, appearing to be in her 20s and of ordinary looks, inquired openly. My master is Li Huayuan, and I have only recently been officially taken under his wing for a mere few years. I hope the senior brothers and sisters can offer guidance. Han Li replied, his expression earnest. How can I possibly provide guidance? We are all here to share and exchange ideas. Since Brother Han has been accepted under Master Li's tutelage at such a young age and entrusted with significant responsibilities, It is evident that you possess exceptional qualities and need not belittle yourself. The speaker was a middle-aged man from the Great Sword sect, who appeared honest and sincere, yet spoke with a shrewdness that took Han by surprise. Naturally, Han modestly deflected the praise. As a result, aside from the quiet and unassuming figure, Han quickly engaged in lively conversation with the other cultivators. What were you discussing earlier? After some pleasantries, Han casually steered the conversation toward the main topic. Nothing of great consequence. We were merely speculating on the unusual influx of foreign cultivators to Yinling Fortress. This occurrence is quite peculiar. While the treasures of the Qinkuan Tower are indeed precious, they hardly possess such overwhelming allure, replied a cultivator named Wu, his expression suddenly serious. His response resonated with Han's own doubts, prompting him to nod in agreement. We deliberated for a while, but could not grasp any clear understanding. The likelihood of a rare treasure emerging here to attract them seems slim. If that were the case, we would not merely see foundation-building cultivators. Golden core experts would have already flocked here, and the atmosphere would be far from tranquil. As for other explanations, they are even harder to articulate. Added a woman from Tianke Fortress, whose surname was Fong. Let us refrain from unfounded conjectures. I am certain that in a couple of days, when the treasure competition commences, everything will be revealed. However, I must admit to feeling uneasy regarding the appearance of those from the Ghost Spirit sect. There is something distinctly unsettling about them, especially considering they have caused the Yin clan disciples considerable distress, remarked the middle-aged man surnamed Wu, his previously jovial demeanor now replaced with concern. The inquiry from the cultivator Fong immediately led to a shared glance of confusion among the majority present, including Han. Most were hearing of this sect for the first time. The very name suggested a dubious nature, likely affiliated with the demonic path. It was unclear which neighboring nation's sect could instill such trepidation in the local Yin clan, especially after injuring so many of their disciples without immediate retaliation. Clearly, their menace was not to be underestimated. Yet, among the crowd, one individual stood apart, the reticent figure of the unassuming cultivator. His expression remained unchanged, as if he possessed knowledge of the Ghost Spirit sect, stirring curiosity among the others. Brother, do you know about the Ghost Spirit sect? Wu inquired, astonished. This younger brother, who typically shunned social interaction, often immersed himself in books and scrolls. Perhaps he indeed possessed some insights. The Ghost Spirit sect is one of the 6 demonic sects of Tianluo Nation, adept in the arts of ghost summoning and demon manipulation, as well as poison and shadow techniques. Although it ranks among the weakest of the 6 sects, it is still threefold stronger than our own nation's most formidable sect, the Hidden Moon sect. With a cold demeanor, Wu Yuzi lifted his head and uttered these few words before once again falling silent. Yet, those words were sufficient to cause a significant change in the expressions of the others. The demonic sect of Tianluo Kingdom? No wonder the Yin family has been so submissive. That is an immense power, far surpassing our 7 sects. In our region, apart from the righteous alliance of Fengdu Kingdom, the other cultivation forces cannot withstand their invasion alone. This was articulated with trepidation by a man from the Giant Sword sect. Could it be mistaken? How could such a formidable faction suddenly arrive in our kingdom to participate in such a trivial treasure-seeking event? The woman with the surname Fong expressed her disbelief, her words tinged with skepticism. The Southern Manuscript, Volume 2, Article 4, Wu Yuzi remarked coolly. Initially, the female cultivator did not comprehend, but after a moment, she grasped his meaning. This was a complete set of texts held by the major sects, dedicated to elucidating the customs and peculiarities of certain countries in this region. It seemingly touched upon matters related to the cultivation world, yet due to the abundance of texts, she had only hastily perused a few before losing interest. Could it be that the affairs of the ghostly spirit sect could be found within those pages? Perhaps recognizing that not only she but also several others bore expressions of confusion, Wu Yuzi reluctantly continued. In this section of Volume 2, not only is the ghostly spirit sect mentioned, but a brief overview of the other 5 sects is included as well. Upon witnessing Wu Yuzi's assured demeanor, the others finally began to accept his assertions. Overwhelmed with astonishment, they started to ponder the implications of the ghostly spirit sect's sudden appearance at the Yin family. Han Li instinctively rubbed his nose, lost in contemplation. Are the 6 sects of the demonic path planning a grand invasion of Yu Kingdom? No, there are 2 smaller nations, Jiang and Cheki, lying between Yu Kingdom and Tianluo Kingdom. Even if they were to invade, they would first need to subdue the sects of these two minor countries. Although these nations may be small, their cultivation powers are not to be underestimated, and they could rival the combined strength of Kingdom's 7 sects. Even the most formidable of the 6 sects would find it challenging to stealthily conquer 2 nations. Furthermore, they would have to contend with the ever-watchful righteous alliance of Fengdu Kingdom, which would surely not grant them the opportunity to expand their power. After considerable reflection, Han Li finally dismissed the worst-case scenario from his mind. Is the ghostly spirit sect acting independently, entirely unrelated to the 6 sects? If that were the case, the 7 sects need not fear anything. Indeed, the Yin clan could likely handle any visitors from the ghostly spirit sect, especially since they have a core formation cultivator among them. Having contemplated this, Han Li felt a sense of reassurance. After all, if the heavens were to fall, it would be the tall ones who would bear the burden. What clandestine dealings could the ghostly spirit sect be involved in? As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, what concern is it of mine? The Yin family will manage it. I just need to be cautious and ensure that the flames of the city do not spread to the innocent. Uncertain if others shared the same sentiment. After the initial shock, their expressions gradually returned to normal, and surprisingly, no one brought the matter up again. Instead, they engaged in a discussion about their cultivation insights, which captivated Han Li, prompting him to join the conversation without hesitation. Time passed swiftly as the sky darkened, and the group, feeling somewhat parched from their discourse, soon found it time to bid farewell after most of the other cultivators had departed. This exchange of insights proved immensely beneficial for them all, particularly the methods and opportunities shared by those in the mid-foundation stage regarding their breakthroughs in overcoming bottlenecks left Han Li and other early-stage cultivators with a profound sense of fulfillment from their visit. Thus, the middle-aged man surnamed Wu, clearly reluctant to part, proposed that they reconvene the following day in a secluded location to engage in further discussions and simultaneously hold a small-scale trading event for items. This suggestion received unanimous approval from the others, and Han Li naturally had no objections. Consequently, after finalizing their plans, they all departed. Han Li made his way towards an inn marked on the map, specifically catering to visiting cultivators. This inn, located in the southeastern corner of Yanling Fortress, was modest and rather unremarkable, evidently inferior to several others in the vicinity, which accounted for the sparse number of cultivators residing there. However, Han Li appreciated the tranquility and lack of crowds, as fewer people meant a reduced likelihood of trouble. Additionally, its proximity to the city walls provided him with convenient access in case of any unexpected incidents. The recent appearance of the ghost spirit sex cultivators had left Han Li with an underlying sense of unease. Thus, he deemed it prudent to make some preparations, a habit ingrained in his cautious nature. As expected, the Fengyuan hosted few cultivators, all of whom seemed to prefer solitude or were somewhat reclusive. They remained in their rooms, with no one wandering about the inn. This pleased Han Li greatly, leading him to select a relatively clean room for his stay. As for where Dong Xian'er was lodged, he could not be bothered to seek her out, knowing well that they would undoubtedly meet once the treasure-seeking event commenced. At that time, they could simply return to Huangfeng Valley together. With these thoughts, Han Li soon drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, as numerous cultivators entered their dreams or engaged in meditation, within the highest edifice of Yanling Fortress, the command center known as Feiyun Pavilion, a red-haired elder paced back and forth in a heavily guarded chamber, his hands clasped behind his back and his expression devoid of emotion. Not far in front of him stood 3 elderly men in gray robes, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Zijuan, did that brat from the ghost spirit sect truly say he would meet me tonight? The red-haired elder finally halted, casting a nonchalant gaze toward one of the elders. Indeed, Ancestor, the young master of the ghost spirit sect conveyed this to me privately after the martial competition concluded. The man replied with utmost respect. The red-haired elder nodded impassively, though a fleeting glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. At that moment, a middle-aged man in black entered the room, bowing as he announced, Ancestor, esteemed elders, the guest has arrived. He had been placed in the hall, yet the 2 guards by his side were adamant about not waiting outside. Several ironclad warriors attempted to forcibly remove them, only to find themselves subdued, seemingly by cultivators at the core formation stage. How to handle this? I beseech the ancestral wisdom. Core formation cultivators? This is hardly surprising. Surely, a prominent young master would not venture here without a bodyguard. How could the leader of the ghost spirit sect trust him otherwise? Let us go and meet him. I am quite curious about the visage of this young master hidden behind the mask, who seems so furtive. Upon hearing the report from the man in black, the red-haired elder's face darkened with a hint of anger, and he spoke with an unkind tone. He then led the way out of the room, with the others following closely behind. As they entered the hall, the red-haired elder beheld a tall youth adorned with a sinister silver mask, seated motionless upon the guest seat. Behind him stood two figures in green robes. One, an elderly man, bore a face lined with deep wrinkles and a head full of white hair, appearing as frail as age could render. The other was a youthful boy with bright teeth and red lips, sporting two small braids. In the center of the hall lay 7 or 8 black-robed cultivators, each shrouded in a dark haze, unconscious. Who might this be? The red-haired elder realized it was the renowned Li brothers, and it was no wonder they regarded the Yin family with disdain. Upon recognizing the two figures in green, his pupils slightly constricted, but he maintained a stoic expression as he approached the main seat, casually adjusting his robe before taking a seat. He then clapped his hands twice, prompting several more black-robed individuals to enter silently and drag the unconscious bodies out of the hall. Well, who would have thought our names had spread so far that even the Yin family's ancestors would recognize us? What an honor for us brothers, said the boy with a naive smile, though his voice was as grating as a broken gong, startling the vigilant members of the Yin family. The red-haired elder felt a chill at their words. If even these notorious fiends spoke so highly, this young master must indeed be a figure of significance. His gaze settled on the silver-masked youth, whom he scrutinized for a moment before inquiring coolly, "Are you the young master of the ghost spirit sect? Why do you wear a mask? Is there something you wish to conceal?" "You have misunderstood, esteemed elder. The mask I wear is for reasons beyond mere concealment. Should you wish to see my face, I would be honored to remove it," the young master of the ghost spirit sect replied with a light chuckle, maintaining an air of dignity. "Umph, what is there to admire in a man's visage? I have no interest in such matters. However, I am curious as to why you, members of the ghost spirit sect, have traveled so far to our Yin family and insisted on meeting with me. Now that I am here and you have seen me, let us dispense with the pleasantries and speak plainly. I have little patience for trifles." The venerable ancestor of the Yin family cast a cold glance at the young master of the ghost spirit sect and spoke with an air of unyielding authority, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Since you speak so, esteemed elder Yin, I shall not beat about the bush. My father has entrusted me with a letter to be delivered to you, along with 2 words that I must convey. The young master of the ghost spirit sect, despite the disdain shown by the Yin elder, maintained a composed demeanor, a testament to his remarkable poise. "What letter? I have never met your father. Nor does any bond exist between the Yin family and the ghost spirit sect. What could possibly warrant a letter for me? And why the mysterious mention of 2 words? Are you attempting to mock me?" The elder of the Yin family remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the Li brothers, keenly observing for any signs of reaction. It was evident that the elder harbored doubts about the young master being the true leader of the ghost spirit sect. The Li brothers, discerning the elder's skepticism, exchanged a knowing smile, but took no further action. At this moment, the young master of the ghost spirit sect produced a jade slip from his possession, rising to his feet and stepping forward to present it. Yet, the Yin elder remained seated, showing no inclination to receive it. Instead, he gave the jade slip a cold glance and replied indifferently, "The letter can wait. Let us first discuss those 2 words. After I hear them, I shall decide whether to read the letter." Unperturbed by the elder's response, the young master of the ghost spirit sect sighed softly through his mask, then whispered the 2 words into the ear of the red-haired elder. Though the others in the Yin family could not discern what was said, the elder's reaction was immediate. He abruptly stood up from his seat, his expression darkened to an extreme. "Give me the letter, then come with me to the secret chamber." The elder's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve before he decisively commanded. Thus, before the many disciples of the Yin family, the elder led the young master of the ghost spirit sect into a heavily warded secret chamber, leaving the others, including the 2 golden core stage cultivators from the Li family, outside. The 2 brothers displayed no concern, exuding an air of confidence in the safety of the young master. They waited there for an entire night. "Apologies, I was delayed by matters at home. After completing my tasks, I found some time to finish this." Volume 3. Chapter 255. The secret meeting. Han Li gazed at the alchemical formula presented by the eminent figure before him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. At a loss for words. It was now midday on the second day since Han Li had arrived at Yinling Fortress. Following a morning filled with eager discussions among the newly joined members, the assembly of cultivators from various sects began to exchange the items they required. Each participant took turns articulating their needs and what they could offer in return, assessing whether any present cultivators were willing to engage in trade. To his surprise, this small-scale trading event yielded several noteworthy items from the cultivators. For instance, a woman from Tianke Fortress presented a piece of Tianhua stone for exchange, a premier material for crafting top-tier Earth attribute artifacts, and even for lesser Earth attribute treasures. Another newly joined cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain produced an egg of a first-level advanced demon beast, the Wind-Howling Eagle. Once hatched, it would serve as an excellent assistant for the cultivator, proving invaluable for tasks such as sentry duty and locating items. The other treasures brought forth by the participants, while not as dazzling as those of the first two, were nonetheless rare materials that are seldom found in the market. Among them, Han Li unexpectedly discovered a herb needed for concocting the Gathering Spirit pill, which filled him with excitement, prompting him to exchange 7 or 8 initial-level talismans to acquire it. Naturally, the herb's age was insufficient, and he would need to nurture it further upon returning. However, this exchange brought joy to both him and the other party involved. When it was Han Li's turn to speak, he unabashedly proposed that he had several initial-level talismans available for trade, listing the 2 types of alchemical materials he still lacked. After a moment's hesitation, he even added that he was open to various alchemical formulas as well, given that these materials were required for ancient formulas, and that Han Li had yet to gather them in both Yellow Maple Valley and the market of the Celestial Star sect. They were certainly not commonplace items. Consequently, most of the other cultivators had never heard of the materials Han Li mentioned. Even those who had heard of 1 or 2 were unable to produce them. As for the alchemical formulas, these cultivators were even less inclined to exchange them for talismans, fully aware that Han Li was merely speaking offhandedly. After observing that no one was willing to trade despite his lengthy entreaty, Han Li felt disheartened and was about to return to his seat when, unexpectedly, someone spoke up. "Do you accept any alchemical formula? I possess one, albeit rather peculiar. How many talismans could I exchange for it?" Han Li's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this, and without a moment's thought, he replied, "Of course, as long as it is an alchemical formula, I am willing to trade." It was only after he spoke that he noticed the individual offering the formula was the somewhat reclusive Taoist, Wu Yuzi. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Wu Yuzi's face broke into a rare smile, and he tossed a piece of azure jade slip to Han Li. The other cultivators, witnessing someone actually offering an alchemical formula in exchange for talismans, began to whisper among themselves, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Meanwhile, Wu Yuzi's senior, Wu Fazi, remained indifferent, closing his eyes to meditate. After receiving the slip, Han Li took a brief glance and quickly grasped the reason behind Wu Yuzi's willingness to trade. It turned out to be an ancient formula specifically designed for producing spirit-feeding pills, which were highly favored by most demon beasts. Moreover, prolonged consumption of these pills could remarkably enhance the cultivation levels of spirit beasts, making them the finest elixirs for nurturing such creatures. Upon realizing the immense value of this formula, Han Li was taken aback. How could a Taoist so readily part with something so precious? Yet, upon examining the required materials for crafting the pills, he suddenly understood and self-deprecatingly chuckled, fully comprehending why Wu Yuzi held it in such disregard. The materials needed for the spirit-feeding pills were exceedingly rare and astonishingly precious, comparable to those required for Han Li's own qi refinement powder. Do not lament the difficulty of gathering materials. Even if one manages to procure these rare medicinal herbs, who would truly use them to concoct the spirit-nourishing pill? Surely, one would reserve them for personal use, as enhancing one's own magical prowess is far more advantageous than expending it on spirit beasts. Benefactor, have you not claimed that any pill formula is acceptable? I trust you shall not retract that promise. A sly glimmer suddenly danced across the gaunt Taoist's face, dispelling the previously dull and honest demeanor he had presented to Han Li, leaving Han Li with a wry smile. Thus began the unfolding of the scene. Although this pill formula may hold little value for others, its significance to Han Li was undeniably profound, and he would certainly not let such an opportunity slip away. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li lowered his gaze and retrieved 10 elementary upper-tier talismans from his storage pouch, offering them to the Taoist. These should suffice to satisfy his demands, as the formula was merely a useless one to most cultivators. Otherwise, the Taoist would have long since traded it with those from the Spirit Beast Mountain, rather than retaining it until now. Indeed, upon receiving the talismans, the Taoist ceased his chatter, appearing quite content. Once Han Li settled down, another cultivator promptly stood, brimming with eagerness, and proclaimed, "I possess several centuries-old ironwood." The exchange of items further intensified the atmosphere within the room. Meanwhile, in the meeting hall of the Yin family's Feiyun Pavilion, a highly confidential clan assembly was underway. All the powerful stewards and elders gathered, seated in 2 rows, attentively listening to the words of the Yin family's ancestral patriarch at the head of the table. Beside him stood an extraordinarily beautiful maiden, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, possessing a grace as enchanting as a celestial being. The conditions proposed by the Ghost Spirit sect for the Yin family's return were remarkably generous. They not only offered to lend us the supplementary volume of the 10,000 Spirits True Scripture for our perusal, but also proposed that a member of the Yin family be appointed as the deputy leader of the Ghost Spirit sect. Their sole condition was that we must marry Yin heir to their young master, allowing them to jointly cultivate the Blood Spirit Great Law, with the future head of the Yin family being determined solely by the offspring of their young master and Yin heir, a stipulation that would similarly apply to the position of the Ghost Spirit sect's leader. With a composed expression, the Yin patriarch spoke slowly, though his voice was not loud. Each word resonated clearly in the ears of those present, as if he were whispering directly to them. Let us all deliberate on the path our Yin family should take. It is worth noting that our ancestors were originally cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect, but due to past discord with the sect, they established their roots in this nation. As it stands, the current leader of the Ghost Spirit sect is still my disciple. Therefore, we need not harbor any emotional reservations. The only consideration at hand is the potential gains and losses for our Yin family. Additionally, the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect brought forth alarming news. The 6 demonic sects of Tianluo Kingdom would invade our nation in 5 days. The nations of Jiang and Cheqi had already fallen a fortnight prior. Most sects within those territories had been eradicated, with a small fraction capitulating and becoming subordinate sects to the 6 demonic sections. Thus, even if the Yin family does not acquiesce to the conditions set forth by the Ghost Spirit sect, it is imperative to contemplate how the Yin family will endure and thrive following the annihilation of the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom. This is indeed the foremost concern of our clan. Before the members of the Yin family could fully grasp the implications of the initial issue, the venerable ancestor of the Yin family presented another shocking revelation, inciting a flurry of discussions among those present. What? The cultivation realms of the Jiang Kingdom and the Charioteer Kingdom have been conquered? This is unfathomable. The strength of these 2 nations is by no means weak. Have they not stood in opposition to the 6 sects of the demonic path for so many years without incident? How could they so swiftly fall? Surely there must be some hidden circumstances at play? Clearly, the influential figures within the Yin family found it hard to believe this news. Very well, if anyone has questions, let them be posed one by one. Such a clamor is quite unbecoming, the venerable ancestor of the Yin family remarked coldly. Upon uttering these words, the previously noisy hall fell into an immediate hush. Yet, all eyes turned towards a middle-aged scholar seated in the 3rd position to the right of the red-haired elder. The venerable ancestor, having discerned the situation, furrowed his brow and addressed the scholar with a genial demeanor. "Xianyi, what is your perspective on this matter? You are our Yin family strategist. This concerns the very survival of the Yin clan, so please offer a thorough analysis." "Indeed, esteemed ancestor," the scholar replied without hesitation, rising promptly. "However, may I first pose a few questions before addressing other matters?" "Certainly. You may voice any inquiries you have without reservation. I shall speak candidly," the venerable ancestor assured with a serious expression. Having received such encouragement from the ancestor, the scholar nodded and solemnly inquired. "Firstly, how formidable is the Blood Spirit Great Technique? Given the celestial root aptitude of Lady Yin and her dual cultivation with the opposing young master, what impact would this have on the technique? Secondly, how did the opposing party locate our Yin family and become aware of our ancestral ties to the Ghost Spirit sect? Lastly, was the information regarding the Jiang Kingdom and the Charioteer Kingdom's conquest by the 6 sects of the demonic path entirely derived from their own accounts? If this is indeed true, what is the righteous alliance of the Fengdu Kingdom currently engaged in? The scholar posed 3 critical questions in a single breath. Hearing the scholar's inquiries, which struck at the heart of the matter. The venerable ancestor could not help but express his admiration, responding to each query. As for the blood spirit great technique, although our Yin family's ancestors did not bring this technique forth, they held it in the highest regard in their writings, referring to it as the foremost demonic art from the true scripture of all spirits. Once cultivated, it could indeed dominate the 6 sects of the demonic path, ranking among the most fearsome secrets in the world. However, this technique is exceedingly tyrannical. To avert backlash, its cultivation necessitates a male and female partner engaging in dual cultivation. The aptitude of the celestial root is crucial in determining how many levels one can cultivate. Should the aptitude be lacking, one may only reach 2 or 3 levels before encountering a dead end, rendering it a rather ineffective endeavor. Therefore, Lady Yan's celestial root is undoubtedly the most coveted dual cultivation partner for them, while the young master of the ghost spirit sect possesses an exceptionally rare dark spirit root, making him an ideal candidate for cultivating the blood spirit great technique. Given the exceptional talents of the two individuals, should they truly engage in the dual cultivation of the blood spirit technique, it is certain they would master this secret art to profound depths, rendering the conquest of the 6 sects an attainable prospect. Thus, the ghost spirit sect is willing to invest heavily in courting us, even taking the risk of revealing to us the impending invasion of the kingdom by the 6 sects. Their aim is to secure an opportunity for the ghost spirit sect to dominate the entire southern heavenly region. As for how they came to know of the Yin family's origins, this is more easily explicable. Before our ancestor passed away, he had sent envoys to establish contact with the ghost spirit sect, likely marking the moment our Yin family drew their attention. The matter concerning Ru Yin has undoubtedly been schemed for quite some time by them. Seizing this opportunity, they are employing both soft and hard tactics to persuade our Yin family to acquiesce. The elder of the Yin family, upon reaching this point, let out a bitter smile, clearly feeling helpless about the earlier rash communication made by our ancestors with the ghost spirit sect. Indeed, the news of the impending invasion by the 6 sects was conveyed to us by them, yet we, the Yin family, had already sensed something amiss several days prior regarding the situation in the Jiang and Cheki kingdoms. Under normal circumstances, the informants we had in those 2 nations should have sent word by now, yet not a whisper has reached us. It seems that what they have asserted holds true. As for how they managed to so easily conquer those 2 nations, according to their narrative, it is because several sects within those realms had already been bribed by the 6 sects beforehand. Thus, under the cover of a powerful surprise attack, coupled with betrayal from within, the 2 nations fell in a single stroke. Currently, the men of the 6 sects are likely engaged in eliminating the remaining rebellious cultivators in those countries and preparing for their invasion of the kingdom, as they have certainly sustained some losses. As for the righteous alliance in the Fengdu kingdom, you need not place any hopes there. Shortly before the meeting, I received news that the righteous alliance has already invaded a neighboring medium-sized nation and has nearly taken control of it. It appears that these 2 formidable factions have indeed struck some clandestine deal, prompting them to commence large-scale expansion simultaneously. The elder of the Yin family articulated these points with clarity, leaving the audience below in a state of astonishment and shock. The simultaneous expansion of both the demonic and righteous factions? How intriguing indeed. After hearing the elder's account, the scholar, with a smile, remarked something thought-provoking. "Xinyi, what do you mean by that?" inquired a white-faced elder seated opposite the scholar, unable to contain his agitation. "Uncle, it's merely a small speculation of mine. This conjecture bears no relevance to our Yin family at present. Let us first discuss our current circumstances." The scholar casually waved his hand, dismissively. "Humph." The elder, having encountered a soft rebuff, shot an irritated glare at the scholar, yet in the presence of the Yin family elder, he could only begrudgingly return to his seat. "Oh, may I hear this little speculation of yours afterward?" The Yin family elder expressed a keen interest. "If the ancestor wishes to hear it, Xian, ye shall certainly not withhold it." The scholar quickly bowed and replied respectfully. "Very well. However, let us first address the matters at hand. This time, our Yin family made a grave error in judgment. We either ended up crafting garments for others or were consumed by them, and we have offended our adversaries, who might leverage the power of the 6 sects to annihilate us completely." The voice of the red-haired elder carried a hint of helplessness. After all, the Yin family's strength remains rather feeble, even when considering our hidden resources, which do not inspire any thoughts of vigorous resistance. Indeed, the ancestors' words resonate. The current predicament of the Yin family leaves us in a state of dual trepidation. Agreeing to the opponent's terms could result in our absorption, while refusing them places us at a disadvantage, with endless repercussions looming ahead. A contemplative expression flickered in the scholar's eyes. Nevertheless, my inclination is to accept the opponent's conditions and join the ghostly spirit sect, the scholar resolutely declared in the end, without waiting for dissent from the Yin family members. He continued, "We have been preoccupied with contemplating the dire consequences of rejecting the opponent's terms. Yet, have we pondered whether we can extract sufficient benefits from the 7 sects if we refuse? To my knowledge, while the 7 sects publicly maintain cordial relations with us, they secretly fear the further development of the Yin family's power, which threatens their interests. Consequently, in recent years, they have subtly suppressed us in various aspects. Even if we decline the ghostly spirit sect's demands and disclose the news of the demonic invasion to the 7 sects, I fear we may still gain nothing. After all, the interests of the state of Yu have long been divided among the 7 sects, and they are unlikely to relinquish anything to our Yin family. Furthermore, with the 6 sects invading the state of Yu collectively, even if the 7 sects enlist cultivators from other nations to combat the demonic forces, I still believe their chances of victory are slim. Aligning ourselves with the victors is the path to survival for the Yin family. After all, those on the losing side, regardless of how favorable the prior agreements may be, cannot fulfill their promises. Similarly, while we should not solely focus on the disadvantages of acquiescing to the ghostly spirit sect's demands, we must also recognize the potential advantages. Joining the ghostly spirit sect not only offers the opportunity for the deputy sect leader position, but also allows Yinner to learn the blood spirit great method. The demonic forces are currently in a prime expansion phase. Consequently, the Yin family, once joined, could develop its power openly. Of course, we must remain cautious not to become mere pawns for the ghostly spirit sect, wasting our manpower. Once the Yin family grows strong enough to stand on equal footing with them, they will no longer be able to consume us, if we surpass them in strength. It may even be possible for the ghostly spirit sect to bear the Yin surname. The scholar eloquently articulated a vision of a promising future, invigorating many of the listeners. However, some of the older townsfolk remained deeply worried. After all, the ghostly spirit sect is unlikely to be so benevolent as to grant us time to gradually strengthen. Yet, the scholar's subsequent remarks assuaged their fears. Indeed, we cannot simply approach them unguarded, devoid of any means to constrain them, if they genuinely desire our Yin family's allegiance. Let the young sect leader, along with the 2 core formation cultivators, exchange life and death oaths with Yinner and our 2 uncles from the family. In this manner, at the very least, the adversaries will be unable to pose any threat to our Yin family for the next 200 to 300 years, which is precisely the time we require to strengthen ourselves. If the ghost spirit sect is unwilling to bear even this minimal cost, then we should utterly dismiss any thoughts of aligning ourselves with them. This indicates that all previous discussions were merely a trap set for our Yin family. The scholar ultimately proposed a method to verify the sincerity of the other party, prompting the venerable ancestor of the Yin family and those present to nod in agreement. Recognizing the reliability of such an approach, Yinner, Yinwen, Yinshi, you shall go and sign the life and death pact with the guests from the ghost spirit sect who remain in the hall. If they refuse, immediately activate the grand formation within the hall to confine them here, commanded the venerable ancestor of the Yin family after a moment of contemplation. Understood, ancestor, replied the enchanting young maiden Yinner with a smile, as she gracefully stepped forward to accept her mission, accompanied by 2 middle-aged men. Be cautious, Yinner. If things go awry, prioritize your escape. I will arrange for assistance outside. The venerable ancestor clearly held immense affection for the young maiden, his face displaying deep concern. Rest assured, ancestor, I have the protection of the purple cloud flag, so I am confident in my ability to flee, the young maiden reassured him, before departing the grand hall with the 2 middle-aged men. The elder with red hair watched his beloved great-granddaughter exit with a hint of worry in his heart. Without further hesitation, he issued a series of commands to lay a comprehensive trap around the hall, ensuring Yinner's safety and preventing the adversaries from breaking free. For a while thereafter, the assembly hall was enveloped in silence, with everyone anxiously awaiting Yinner and her companion's return. After a brief interval, a sound transmission talisman suddenly soared into the hall, landing directly in the venerable ancestor's hand. Gently squeezing the talisman, he heard Yinner's delicate voice. Ancestor, the matter is settled. Upon our request, the other party readily agreed. The life and death pact was executed smoothly, and I am currently accompanying them back to the hall. As they wish to speak with you, please prepare yourself, ancestor. Upon hearing that the life and death pact had been finalized, the venerable ancestor and the others from the Yin family all breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon learning that the other party intended to enter the assembly hall, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Everyone else may disperse. Only Xuanye shall remain with me. After a brief contemplation, the venerable ancestor decisively commanded. Immediately, the numerous elders and caretakers in the hall complied and hastily departed. Volume 3, Chapter 257, Blood Sacrifice and the Dazzling Young Man. The venerable ancestor of the Yu family and the scholar waited for a moment before the young master of the ghost spirit sect and Yinner entered the assembly hall. Since our Yin family has already agreed to submit to your esteemed sect, do you have any further instructions, young master? The venerable ancestor of the Yin family spoke in a noticeably gentler tone than before, clearly mindful of the fact that the Yin family would henceforth be a part of the ghost spirit sect. Why must you be so formal, Elder Yin? Since Miss Ru Yin and I have exchanged life and death pacts, it can be considered as a betrothal. You may simply refer to me as Wang Chan from now on, without the need for titles like young master, Wang Chan said, gracefully bowing and exuding an air of elegance. This is unacceptable. You and Miss Yin have yet to be wed, and it would be most disrespectful for me to act with such impropriety, especially considering that the Yin family is soon to become a part of the ghost spirit sect, the elder of the Yin family stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he stroked his short beard and shook his head in disapproval. Upon hearing the elder's words, the young master of the ghost spirit sect recognized that the elder's wariness towards him had not yet dissipated, prompting him to refrain from pressing further. Instead, he spoke anew. In truth, Wang Chan requested that Miss Ru Yin accompany me to meet with you, elder, to inquire about your intentions regarding the fulfillment of our agreement. After all, in just 5 days, our 6 sects will commence our formal assault on Yu country. Should the Yin family fail to evacuate in a timely manner, complications may arise. Rest assured, young master, although the Yin family appears to have a considerable number of members, many of them are distantly related and lack any magical prowess. We shall have to abandon those individuals, as relocating all our kin in one go would be quite unrealistic. We are well aware of this. A scholar from the Yin family interjected. Knowing the Yin family's determination to act decisively assuaged the young master's concerns. After all, if too many of the Yin family acted in concert, it would be impossible to evade the scrutiny of the 7 sects, and any leaks could lead to dire consequences. You must be the illustrious Mr. Xianyi of the Yin family. I have long admired your reputation, the young master of the ghost spirit sect remarked, casting a discerning gaze at the scholar behind his mask. The scholar, upon hearing his name and moniker called out, felt a shiver run down his spine, though he maintained a composed smile. My purpose in seeking the elder extends beyond this matter. I wish to understand how the Yin family intends to handle the over 200 foundational level cultivators currently within the fortress. Many among them are core disciples of the 7 sects. If they happen to encounter these individuals during the evacuation, it could lead to significant complications. The young master of the ghost spirit sect spoke with an impassive demeanor, yet his words caused the elder of the Yin family and the scholar to exchange glances, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. What do you imply, young master? The elder inquired darkly. Consider this. The cultivation of the blood spirit great method requires the souls of cultivators for blood sacrifices to proceed smoothly. Instead of merely relocating, we could employ my sect's firegrand formation to refine the physical bodies of these cultivators, leaving only their souls behind for Miss Ru Yin to utilize for her foundational cultivation. The abundance of condensed souls would undoubtedly facilitate her mastery of the first layer of the blood spirit great method, the young master suggested casually, though his proposal sent a chill through both the scholar and the elder. No, we can overlook the 7 sects. But the cultivators from other nations have gathered here because they accepted our invitation for Miss Yin to select a dual cultivation partner. The Yin family must not commit such an act that would incite widespread outrage, the scholar exclaimed, alarmed at the prospect of the elder acquiescing to the young master's sinister suggestion. Xianyi, there is no need for haste. I have not yet become so muddled in my old age. The elder of the Yin family retorted sharply to the scholar, then turned to the young master of the ghost spirit sect, his voice laced with chill. Your suggestion is indeed clever, young master. Should we proceed in such a manner? It is likely that, despite the vastness of the world, there would no longer be a place for the Yin family to call home. The Yin family would not actively strike against the invited cultivators within the fortress. However, I can gather the cultivators from the 7 sects in one place. As for how to deal with them, and whether we can capture so many, it entirely depends on your esteemed sect's capabilities. Upon hearing the words of the venerable ancestor of the Yin family, the scholar let out a sigh of relief, repeatedly affirming his agreement. Yet, the young master of the ghost spirit sect, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of displeasure in his eyes and slowly expressed his dissatisfaction. The souls of these cultivators are meant for the blood sacrifice for Miss Ru Yin, and the benefits will accrue to your Yin family, yet you are unwilling to exert any effort. This is rather unreasonable, is it not? The Yin family's patriarch was momentarily taken aback by this remark. However, being cunning and astute, he quickly masked his surprise and replied, "Yet Miss Yin shall soon marry the young master and become his wife. Since she will belong to you, it seems only natural for you to contribute. Of course, once our Yin family formally aligns with the ghost spirit sect, we shall certainly show no mercy toward the cultivators of the 7 sects. However, it must be noted that these disciples were indeed invited by us. If the Yin family were to act first, it would undoubtedly tarnish our reputation in the eyes of foreign cultivators. Naturally, simply letting them go would also be rather inappropriate. Thus, it would be best for the young master's people to take action, allowing us to justify our position to the foreign cultivators. Furthermore, I believe that with the 2 golden core cultivators by your side, it would be impossible for you not to capture several dozen foundation establishment disciples." Upon hearing this, the young master of the ghost spirit sect gazed deeply at the patriarch of the Yin family before lowering his head in contemplation. After a moment, he raised his gaze to Miss Ru Yin, who had remained silent, and calmly stated, "Since the venerable ancestor has said so, let us, the ghost spirit sect, take on the role of the villains this time. Let the souls of these cultivators serve as a betrothal gift from Wang Chan to Miss Ru Yin. Haha, I shall accept the young master's betrothal gift on behalf of Yin in the future. Yin please show your respects to the young master." Such a gift is indeed extraordinary. Seeing that the Yin family did not need to act against the cultivators within the fortress, a smile graced the patriarch's face. "Thank you for your kind intentions, young master. Ru Yin shall remember this." The stunning maiden gracefully stepped forward, performing a delicate bow, and spoke with eloquence. The bashful yet radiant expression on her face caused the young master of the ghost spirit sect to reveal a fleeting look of intrigue. It would indeed be beneficial for Miss Ru Yin to cultivate the blood spirit technique early. There is no need for such formality. Please inform this junior of the gathering place for the 7 sect cultivators once you have decided, and simply await favorable news. For now, I shall take my leave." The young master of the ghost spirit sect, with poise and courtesy, exchanged a few polite words, then bowed to the patriarch of the Yin family before departing. Within the hall, the patriarch of the Yin family and the scholar exchanged a meaningful glance. Hanli now felt a throbbing headache, and this discomfort stemmed from the confrontation before him involving 3 familiar faces and 1 stranger. The familiar ones were Yan Jue and Brother Feng, along with Dong Xian'er, who was nearly cradled in the arms of the unfamiliar man. This stranger was an exceedingly handsome individual. The moment Han Li clearly discerned the features of this man, the term exquisite immediately came to mind. The man possessed an exquisite beauty and an androgynous charm that undoubtedly wielded an equally potent allure over both genders. Were it not for his masculine attire, one might easily mistake him for an enchanting beauty, a notion that would hardly raise any eyebrows. What was even more astonishing was that, despite his extraordinary appearance, every gesture he made exuded an air of grace and propriety, leaving no room for discomfort. Under normal circumstances, Yan Jue and Brother Feng would likely harbor no ill feelings towards such a striking individual. Yet now, their eyes blazed with intensity as they fixated on the figure clad in purple robes. This was not solely due to Dong Xian'er being partially embraced by him, but primarily because she gazed upon the stranger's exquisite visage with an expression of sheer enchantment. Han Li surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed in frustration. While internally, he cursed vehemently. He had merely intended to take a shortcut back to the inn after the gathering. Who could have anticipated that he would stumble upon such a scene of jealousy in this secluded alleyway? Now, escape seemed impossible. After all, Master Hong Fu had advised him to keep a close watch on Dong Xian'er. If he had not encountered her, he could have easily dismissed her outrageous behavior as mere ignorance. However, now that he found himself face to face with the situation. It would be remiss of him to remain silent. Moreover, the two individuals who had completely succumbed to Dong Xian'er's charms were taken aback upon his arrival, only to rush over with palpable delight, urging him to extricate Dong Xian'er from the company of the male cultivator. To them, Han Li's threat appeared far less daunting than the flamboyant stranger. Clearly, they regarded Han Li as their last lifeline. As Han Li listened to the two, who were now thoroughly consumed by jealousy, he meticulously observed the striking man and Dong Xian'er's intoxicated expression. According to their account, they had accompanied Dong Xian'er that afternoon to several renowned shops to procure materials and talismans when they fortuitously encountered this individual in one of the stores. Upon laying eyes on him, Dong Xian'er had instantly become infatuated, actively pursuing him and escalating her flirtations, much to the chagrin of the two witnesses. What nearly caused them to choke with indignation was that the man had welcomed her advances without hesitation, even expressing a desire to take her away. Naturally, they could not allow this to transpire, and they attempted to block the man's path in the narrow alley, demanding that he relinquish Dong Xian'er. However, with a mocking smile, the man declared that he would not impede her wishes should she desire to accompany him, leaving the two in a pitiful predicament. Dong Xian'er's expression indicated her enthusiastic pursuit of the man, which was unmistakable. By the time Han Li had gathered the details of the situation, he noticed several peculiarities. Firstly, he found it impossible to ascertain the stranger's approximate age solely based on his stunning features. Judging by the smoothness of his delicate skin, he appeared to be in his 20s. However, the demeanor and gaze of the other party belied a maturity suggestive of one in their 30s or 40s. Yet, amidst this facade, there lingered an unmistakable air of frivolity, reminiscent of a flamboyant young master. Nevertheless, it was evident that he was merely at the mid-stage of foundational cultivation, a fact that was instantly recognizable. This was precisely why Han Li dared to remain in this place. Had the individual been at the late stage of foundation establishment, Han Li would have had to reconsider his involvement in such a melodramatic affair. Moreover, although he had already made his presence known, Dong Xian'er merely cast a cold glance in his direction before returning her gaze, enamored, towards the striking gentleman, as if he were a complete stranger. This was rather peculiar. Who are you? Are you also an admirer of this lady? I, Tian, must make it clear that unless this esteemed lady voluntarily departs, no one shall wrest her from my grasp. The dazzling gentleman, upon observing Han Li's unremarkable appearance and his status as an early-stage foundational cultivator, could not suppress a look of disdain. After lightly patting Dong Xian'er on the shoulder, he carelessly remarked. Han Li, undeterred by the contempt directed at him, displayed no sign of vexation. Instead, after surveying the space between Dong Xian'er and the handsome gentleman, he suddenly intoned in a deep voice, "Pray tell, who are you to employ enchanting methods against the cultivators of our seven sects? Such audacity is rather excessive." At the sound of Han Li's words, the handsome gentleman's expression shifted momentarily before returning to its previous calm, responding nonchalantly, "What nonsense are you spouting? This lady and I are genuinely enamored with one another. If you do not step aside, do not blame Tian for being ruthless." Meanwhile, Yan Jue and Brother Feng, who had overheard Han Li's remarks, suddenly grasped the situation and, with a fierce demeanor, advanced from either side to encircle the handsome gentleman, expressing their ire. "Sister Dong, why have you suddenly become oblivious to us? As if under a spell? It turns out this scoundrel has bewitched you. Quickly lift the enchantment, or I shall not hesitate to unleash my purple light upon you." Indeed, I too sense something amiss. How could Sister Dong so inexplicably choose to depart with a stranger? You are truly a nefarious individual. I, Yin, must teach you a lesson. As Brother Feng and Yin Yu spoke, they each produced a purple talisman-like artifact and a short weapon, clearly prepared to strike. In the face of the threats posed by an early stage and a mid-stage foundational cultivator, the handsome gentleman's demeanor turned icy, as he coldly declared, "You overestimate your abilities." At that moment, Han Li felt a disquieting sensation arise within him, instinctively recognizing the peril posed by the handsome gentleman. In a flash of insight, he urgently transmitted a thought to Dong Xian'er. "Dong Xian'er, do you not fear the repercussions of your actions? Will you not be confined by Master Hong Fu?" Han Li's mental communication went unnoticed by Yan Jue and Brother Feng, yet the handsome gentleman seemed to sense something amiss, casting a sharp glare at Han Li before hastily looking down at Dong Xian'er. In that instant, Dong Xian'er displayed an expression of horror, and with a sudden struggle, She broke free from the handsome gentleman's embrace, retreating a few steps. Subsequently, a look of confusion crossed her face, as though awakening from a profound slumber. Upon witnessing the scene, Yan Jue and Senior Brother Feng were filled with joy. However, upon noticing the dismal expression on the handsome man's face as he approached Dong Xianier, they instinctively stepped forward, separating her from him, unwilling to allow the newly awakened Dong Xianier to fall prey to his malevolent influence again. Dong Xianier's mind had completely cleared, yet it seemed she recalled something profoundly terrifying, as she dared not cast another glance at the handsome man and hurriedly ran towards Han Li. In just a few steps, she concealed herself behind him, effectively severing the piercing glare of the handsome man. At this moment, her body trembled incessantly, her face a portrait of fear, devoid of any previous defiance. The handsome man's complexion turned slightly ashen as he cast a venomous gaze over Yan Jue and Senior Brother Feng, who stood resolutely before him, before fixing a fierce stare on Han Li. Realizing that reclaiming Dong Xianier today was likely an impossible feat, he understood that her regained clarity of mind would allow these three to delay him long enough for her to escape. Furthermore, the likelihood of attracting the attention of other cultivators during a confrontation was significant, and he had no desire to be recognized in this locale. Yet, having never before experienced the sensation of a plump piece of meat being snatched from his grasp, his exquisite features contorted slightly as he ominously declared, "Today, as affairs are far from settled, I shall remember the faces of the three of you. Take care of yourselves." With that, a flash of multicolored light enveloped him, and he transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring into the distance, leaving Han Li and the others in stunned silence. At the Fengyue Inn, where Han Li was residing, he and Yan Jue, along with the others, listened intently as Dong Xianier recounted her experience of being ensnared by the handsome man. "I don't know why, but the moment our eyes met, my mind exploded with a deafening roar. I felt an overwhelming urge to please him, willing to do anything for him, as if he were my destined master. I felt no inclination to resist at all. Yet, how could this be? I had met him only for the first time. I refused to be anyone's slave." As she spoke, her pallor deepened, reflecting the sheer terror she had felt, a dread more profound than death itself. Han Li exchanged glances with the others, their faces etched with unease, momentarily rendered speechless. The enchantment wielded by this handsome man was indeed formidable. If such sorcery were cast upon the three of them, how could they possibly withstand it? "Do not worry. I believe that despite the potency of the opponent's charm, it should be ineffective against the three of us." Han Li mused thoughtfully before speaking. "What insights do you have, Junior Brother Han?" Senior Brother Feng inquired, his spirits lifted by Han Li's words. Clearly, if his charm could truly affect us, do you think he would have refrained from using it, given the resentful glances he cast as he departed? Perhaps he lacked the requisite magical energy to employ it further. However, observing the fearless demeanor of the adversary in front of the three of us, it hardly seemed indicative of a lack of magical prowess. Thus, I still consider the first possibility to be the most plausible, Han Li calmly elucidated. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Feng and Yan Jue simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Since it appeared that the opponent could only wield such formidable enchantments against women, they felt no fear. In a direct confrontation of magical strength and artifacts, they remained unperturbed. "Senior Brother Han, if our female cultivators were to encounter this individual, wouldn't they inevitably be subjected to a lifetime of control? I certainly do not wish for that." Dong Xuanyao's face turned as pale as death, and as she spoke, her voice trembled on the verge of tears, her utterance of Senior Brother Han dripping with despair. Han Li was at a loss for words. He was not a mere vassal to be sought for protection, nor should he be the one to whom she turned in such distress. Unbeknownst to Han Li, ever since he rescued Dong Xianyao from that terrifying predicament of mental subjugation, she had subconsciously developed a sense of reliance on him. Faced with peril, it was instinctual for her to appeal to him in such a woeful manner. Before Han Li could formulate a response, the other two, filled with a sense of jealousy, patted their chests and vowed to protect Dong Xianyao closely in the coming days, ensuring that the vile man would not have the opportunity to ensnare her again. Dong Xianyao felt a measure of comfort from their declarations. After all, with two foundational stage cultivators safeguarding her, it seemed that her safety was assured. The previous incident of being ensnared had occurred solely due to her lack of vigilance, and she resolved not to allow herself to be so easily captivated again, thus regaining some of her spirit. Dong Xianyao soon found herself laughing and joking with the two of them, showcasing her enchanting charm to its fullest extent, nearly bewildering them to the point of losing their bearings. Han Li, witnessing this spectacle, found himself both amused and exasperated. It was worth noting that Dong Xuanyao's cultivation technique bore a resemblance to the enchanting arts of that flamboyant man, albeit the former lacked the latter's overwhelming dominance. Nevertheless, her seductive abilities were undoubtedly a form of high-level enchantment. The capacity to ensnare a man so thoroughly without a sound, as Han Li observed, was not at all inferior to the mesmerizing techniques employed by that striking gentleman. The danger was equally profound. In the midst of his astonishment, Han Li also felt a twinge of confusion. Although not an expert in the art of soul enchantment, he possessed a modicum of understanding. The universally adept technique known as the heavenly eye could indeed be classified as a fundamental soul manipulation spell. If there existed a significant disparity in magical power between two cultivators, using the heavenly eye to gaze into the opponent's eyes could potentially leave the latter's mind vulnerable, rendering them passive during a confrontation. Other forms of soul manipulation primarily relied on substantial disparities in magical realms to forcibly control the opponent's psyche. Dong Xianyao was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while the flamboyant man was at the mid-stage. Thus, it was illogical for such a trivial difference to result in an immediate overpowering of one by the other merely through eye contact. Unless, of course, the opponent was a core formation cultivator specializing in soul manipulation, in which case the possibility would hold some merit. However, observing the expression of the flamboyant man and the venomous demeanor he exhibited upon departure, it seemed improbable that he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator masquerading as a nascent soul practitioner to toy with them. With this thought, Han Li felt a sense of relief, especially considering the intense malice reflected in the man's countenance as he left. When he raised his head from contemplation, he chanced upon the sight of Dong Xianyuan and the two flirtatious individuals, their earlier pitiful appearance now utterly vanished. Sighing inwardly at this scene, Han Li resolved to return to his quarters. Yet, just as he placed his hand upon the wooden door, ready to push it open, a resounding male voice echoed from outside the inn. The patrons within the inn listened attentively as the announcement proclaimed that the treasure-seizing competition scheduled for the following day would be divided into two groups. The cultivators of this nation would compete on the western peak of Yinling Fortress, while those from foreign lands would gather on the eastern peak. All were requested to attend punctually the next morning. Those who arrived late would be deemed to have voluntarily forfeited their participation. After the voice repeated this message thrice, it seemed to fade away. Han Li was momentarily taken aback by the announcement, but soon shrugged off the surprise and stepped outside, returning to his room. Although he found the separation of the cultivators somewhat unexpected, he discerned no significant issues with it. After all, a contest involving both the seven sects and foreign cultivators would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. Such exclusivity is universally understood. This was evident from the earlier confrontation in the tea house. As he pondered this, Han Li settled into a cross-legged position on his bed, preparing to meditate and refine his qi throughout the night in anticipation of the treasure-seizing competition. Meanwhile, within a residence in Yinling Fortress, the flamboyant and otherworldly man sat upon a wooden chair, surrounded by several men and women who respectfully reported to him. The man listened with an impassive expression, his eyes occasionally glinting with a mysterious light, and for reasons unknown, he began to chuckle coldly. Simultaneously, on the western peak of Yinling Fortress, a dozen members of the ghost spirit sect donned in green robes were busily burying various items in the ground. The young master of the ghost spirit sect, along with two nascent soul cultivators, hovered in the air, observing everything below with keen eyes. How is it, with the temporary fire formation weakened so much? Will it still be effective? The young master inquired suddenly. Rest assured, young master, there is no cause for concern. Although it is merely a temporary formation, with us brothers overseeing it, its ability to ensnare the enemy will still be partially effective. Of course, if there are late foundation establishment cultivators within the formation, or if anyone possesses particularly formidable magical artifacts, that could alter the situation. Nevertheless, the vast majority of cultivators will surely lack the means to escape, replied the elder of the Li brothers, his voice trembling slightly. Well then, I can rest easy. The 12 ghostly guards I brought along are not idly waiting. Their strength is more than sufficient to deal with a few stragglers, the young master of the ghost spirit sect confidently stated. Upon hearing this, The Li brothers felt reassured and ceased further discussion. If it were not for the necessity of preserving the complete souls and spirits of these cultivators, the two brothers would have swiftly dealt with a few foundation-level practitioners without a second thought, considering it a trivial matter. Why entangle themselves in such complications? The Li brothers pondered arrogantly. In a hidden chamber within the Huangfeng Valley of the Taiyue mountain range, 7 or 8 nascent soul cultivators gathered. Their expressions tense as they listened intently to an elderly man clad in yellow robes with white hair. The atmosphere shifted dramatically with each word he uttered, reflecting the fluctuating emotions of the group. Among them were Han Li's master, Li Huayuan, the Red Whisk Fairy, and the hefty Lei Wank, all equally filled with unease. Shortly thereafter, as the cultivators exited the chamber, the entire Huangfeng Valley erupted into chaos. Various transmission talismans soared through the sky, while swarms of cultivators hurriedly took to the air on their flying instruments. In the following hours, hastily organized groups of cultivators departed from Huangfeng Valley, each heading towards unknown destinations. This scene unfolded similarly among the other 6 sects, with messengers darting back and forth, creating an atmosphere charged with impending violence across the entire realm of cultivation in the Yu Kingdom overnight. In the days that followed, various families, large and small, received a joint summons from the leaders of the 7 major sects, calling for their outstanding disciples to be on standby, with dire consequences for those who defied the order, execution by an enforcement team composed of the 7 sections. Naturally, the summons to the Yan family arrived 3 days later, but no one was present to receive it, as the family had been vacated by then. Han Li and the 7 sect cultivators within the Yan fortress remained oblivious to these events due to their considerable distance from their respective sections. Thus, at dawn the following day, several cultivators arrived early at a small western peak, where a colossal formation had been established. Within this formation, 2 middle-aged individuals clad in Yan family attire sat in meditation. Behind the formation stood a modest earthen platform, where a dozen or so Yan family members, obscured by mist, engaged in hushed discussions, evidently waiting for the assembly of all cultivators before commencing the gathering. Han Li had also ascended the peak, choosing not to accompany Dong Zuner, as was his habit to venture ahead alone. There, he encountered the middle-aged man from the Giant Sword sect, with whom he exchanged idle banter. "Brother Ba, do you know the purpose of this formation?" Han Li inquired after scrutinizing the massive array several times, finding it rather bothersome. "Alas, I am not well versed in formations," the Ba clan cultivator replied, stroking his chin nonchalantly. "But I surmise it must be some kind of protective barrier or restriction. After all, if we foundation-level cultivators were to engage in a true contest, we would certainly need to be confined within certain limits. Otherwise, this small peak would not withstand our tumult." "Ah, indeed, that seems highly plausible," Han Li responded. Yet, despite his words, he could not shake an uneasy sensation emanating from the formation. A feeling entirely independent of the depth of their magical powers, rooted instead in his instinctual perception. Han Li furrowed his brow and glanced around. At this moment, over 30 cultivators had gathered, including the Taoists from Qingshu sect and the Fong family woman from Tiancai Fort, all of whom were converging in small groups, engaged in conversation. "Brother Han, let us go over and greet them. Look, Wu Fa and the others are all over there," suggested the cultivator with the surname Ba, smiling as he pointed towards the gathering. "Feel free to go ahead, Brother Ba. I have some matters to ponder and shall not disturb your company," Han Li replied, gently shaking his head, reluctant to join such a conspicuous assembly. The cultivator from Giant Sword sect shrugged, somewhat puzzled, yet he ventured forth alone. For opportunities to socialize with so many of his sect's peers were rare, and he would not easily forfeit such a chance. Observing Ba leave, Han Li also chose not to remain in place. Instead, he instinctively sought out a secluded corner, farthest from the formation, where he could quietly observe the movements of the other cultivators. After half an hour had passed, Dong Xianyuan and Senior Brother Feng finally arrived. Upon their arrival, they seamlessly integrated into a throng of Huangfeng Valley cultivators, quickly engaging in lively conversation with several male disciples. Strangely, Yan Jue, who had previously been inseparable from Dong, was conspicuously absent, which surprised Han Li. Meanwhile, a group of over 10 cultivators clad in Yan family's attire, yet members of Ghost Spirit sect, stood upon the platform. Counting the attendees, "Young master, 2 individuals are still missing, and time is running short. Should we wait a little longer?" inquired one of the ghost spirit sect cultivators after completing the count. No need to wait any longer. Immediately inform the two elders to activate the Great Formation. If we delay, some astute cultivators may sense something amiss, which would be disastrous. As for the two absent cultivators, let numbers 8 and 12 from the 12 guardians pursue them. Regardless of their reasons for not arriving, they cannot be allowed to leave Yinling Fort alive. The ghost spirit sect's young master ordered decisively, his intent to kill palpable. The cultivators beside the young master relayed his command through a transmission to the disguised Li brothers seated within the formation. However, moments later, one of them turned back to the young master with a startled expression, seeking further clarification. Young master. The two elders report that 3 cultivators are too far from the formation. Once activated, we cannot contain them within the array. We ask that you devise a way to draw them closer. The young master of ghost spirit sect, Wang Chan, raised his gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features as he frowned inwardly. This situation was somewhat unexpected. The temporary fire formation had been designed with a considerable range of restriction, yet there were still individuals beyond its reach, which was indeed peculiar. Contemplating this, he looked forward, and indeed, he spotted 3 individuals standing outside the control range of the formation. Among them were a man and a woman, both disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, who were whispering sweet nothings beneath a large tree in the northeastern corner of the formation, appearing to be deeply engrossed in their clandestine affair, oblivious to the world around them. To the west, some distance away from the control boundary, stood an unremarkable young man in a yellow robe, calmly observing everything on the mountain peak. This was Han Li, a follower of utmost caution. These 3 individuals, Wang Chan muttered thoughtfully to himself. After a brief moment of contemplation, he leaned in and whispered a few words to a nearby disciple of the ghost spirit sect, who nodded in agreement repeatedly. Subsequently, this disciple, clad in the attire of the Yin family, stepped out from the earthen platform and missed, positioning himself not far from the formation, where he began to call out loudly, "All guests here for the conference, please come forward to draw lots for registration. Once we have accounted for everyone, the treasure conference will commence." His proclamation immediately captured the attention of the other cultivators, who instinctively began to converge towards the vicinity of the formation. Even the couple from the Hidden Moon sect approached reluctantly, stepping into the confines of the array. Observing this scene, a faint smile crept onto Wang Chan's lips beneath his mask. However, when his gaze shifted to Han Li in the west, the smirk that had just begun to form froze instantly. For Han Li stood utterly still, showing no inclination to step forward and register. His arms crossed, and a keen interest in watching the gathering of cultivators. "Which sect does that man belong to?" Wang Chan inquired coldly after a prolonged silence. "By his attire, he appears to be a disciple of the Yellow Maple Valley," replied the cautious ghost spirit sect disciple, seemingly sensing the displeasure of the young lord. "Have the 2 elders take action. This Yellow Maple Valley disciple is rather intriguing. It would be beneficial for me to engage him," Wang Chan remarked nonchalantly, though a hint of crimson flickered in his eyes, exuding a faint aura of bloodlust. "Yes, young master." The several ghost spirit guards behind him shivered and responded in unison. From a distance, Han Li stood beside a boulder, seemingly smiling as he watched the other cultivators register. Yet, to anyone who drew closer and scrutinized his expression, it became evident that his smile was rigid and forced, with beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. That Yin family individual is a disciple of the ghost spirit sect. This revelation struck Han Li like a thunderbolt moments ago. Initially, when the ghost spirit sect disguised themselves as Yin family members, Han Li had harbored no suspicion and even intended to approach after hearing their invitation to register. However, upon witnessing the individual wave his hand to beckon the cultivators, Han Li was astonished to discover that this Yin family member sported half-inch long, dark green nails, identical to those of the peculiar yellow-haired man from the ghost spirit sect he had encountered previously. In the wake of his shock, a chill surged through Han Li, as if cold water had been poured over him. Such dark green nails were not commonly worn. Could it be that this person was? As Han Li grappled with this incredulous hypothesis, he instinctively refused to take another step forward. As he endeavored to maintain a smile upon his face, his eyes darted about, surveying his surroundings. Everything appeared quite normal, devoid of any signs of ambush. Could it be that the man's nails were merely a coincidence? The moment this notion of coincidence surfaced, Han Li promptly dismissed it. Such happenstances are rare in this world, and even if it were indeed a coincidence, He was not inclined to take such risks, especially given the unsettling nature of the formation before him. With this thought in mind, Han Li ceased his hesitation. He extended his hand, and the divine wind vessel materialized within his grasp. However, before he could launch it, a languid voice unexpectedly resonated from above. Surprising, isn't it? At such a young age, you possess a keen eye? You quickly discerned the flaw and sought to flee. Do you not wish to save your fellow disciples? A chill enveloped Han Li's heart as he instinctively propelled himself backward, covering a distance of over 10 zhang in a single leap before coming to a halt. He then struck his body with a hand, summoning a crimson shield that enveloped him, while simultaneously, a layer of azure light emerged closely around him. At that moment, a faint sound of astonishment echoed through the air, perhaps an admiration of Han Li's swift reflexes or his adeptness in conjuring 2 layers of shields simultaneously. Upon hearing this sound, Han Li, feeling a slight sense of calm, raised his gaze solemnly toward the sky. There, hovering several zhang above him, stood a figure clad in a green robe and a silver mask, poised atop a colossal green fork, which emanated an ominous black mist that sent chills down one's spine. Witnessing this scene, Han Li felt a wave of trepidation wash over him and involuntarily exclaimed, "The young master of the ghost spirit sect? Huh. It seems no introduction is necessary. You know me well. Now, will you voluntarily step into that formation to prolong your existence, or shall I extract your soul immediately?" The bloodlust in Wang Chan's eyes had intensified since he was last on the stone platform, his gaze now a deep crimson, hinting at a hint of primal ferocity. This sight stirred unease within Han Li, leaving him to ponder the terrifying secret techniques the other was employing. However, upon hearing the mention of the formation, Han Li couldn't help but glance aside. The scene that met his eyes darkened his expression ominously. Unbeknownst to him, a vast black light curtain had descended, enveloping an area of over 100 zhang centered around the enormous formation. Within this shroud, a thick, blackish-red fog obscured all vision, rendering the interior completely inscrutable, devoid of any sound, as though it contained no living souls. Surrounding the curtain stood 8 green-robed cultivators, intently focused on the obscured happenings within, completely ignoring their young master. It seemed that the young master's subordinates possessed unwavering confidence in him. After casting a quick glance, Han Li swiftly averted his gaze, unwilling to allow his focus to waver. Undoubtedly, although this young master of the ghost spirit sect appeared to be merely in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. A moment's carelessness could result in Han Li's eternal entrapment in this place. As he contemplated this, Han Li extended one hand outward, from which a surge of white light burst forth from his palm. The light swelled in the wind, swiftly transforming into a white-scaled shield that positioned itself protectively before him. With his other hand, he tossed the divine wind boat into the air, where it floated gently 7 or 8 zhang behind him. According to Han Li's plan, the next course of action was, of course, to set the divine wind boat in motion and make a hasty retreat. Only a fool would consider engaging in a direct confrontation with the young master of the ghost spirit sect in this situation. Not only did he doubt his ability to contend with such a prominent figure, but even if he managed to fend off this young master, a host of reinforcements lay in wait behind him. Han Li possessed neither the skill to overcome overwhelming odds nor the inclination to undertake such folly. Thus, it was imperative for him to return to Huangfeng Valley post-haste to report the collusion between the ghost spirit sect and the Yin family, as a means of fulfilling his duty. As for Dong Xinyuan and Brother Feng, he could only hope that their master would come to their aid personally. Wang Chan, witnessing Han Li's actions, burst into a raucous laugh, imbued with an unsettling madness that sent chills down Han Li's spine. Thinking of escaping? Where do you think you're going? Prepare to meet your demise. With that, the young master of the ghost spirit sect spun with astonishing speed, releasing a thick crimson mist that billowed forth from him, coalescing into towering blood clouds that surged menacingly toward Han Li. Realizing the imminent danger, Han Li dared not hesitate any longer. He leaped onto the divine wind boat, unleashing its full spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, both he and the boat transformed into a streak of white light, soaring rapidly into the sky. Haha, you have no idea, do you? The speed of my blood spirit art's escape technique is unparalleled. You cannot hope to flee. Wang Chan's maniacal laughter echoed relentlessly behind Han Li. Although he had yet to glance back, Han Li felt the voice drawing ever nearer. It appeared that this fellow's escape technique was indeed swifter than that of the divine wind boat, causing Han Li's face to pale. In an instant, the white light representing Han Li and the blood cloud behind him had raced over 100 miles. Yet the distance between them had begun to close to a mere 10 zhang. While Han Li silently lamented his predicament, he remained unaware that Wang Chan, piloting the blood cloud, was equally astonished. The blood spirit art's escape technique, while not claiming the title of the fastest among the 6 sects, certainly ranked among the top 5, far surpassing the speed of ordinary high-grade flying artifacts. Yet now, even with all his might, he found himself unable to catch up to Han Li, who was escaping in the small boat, deepening his murderous intent. Understanding that if he continued to run blindly, he would soon be overtaken within the span of a single cup of tea, Han Li knew he had to act decisively. He reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a basic fireball talisman, which he then hurled backward without hesitation as he continued his flight. The air soon resonated with the sound of thunderous explosions in the distance. Unable to resist, Han Li turned his head to glance back. Before the tumultuous, blood-red clouds, it appeared that much of the chaos had been dispersed, revealing the silhouette of the ghostly gate's young master. A flicker of joy surged within Han Li's heart. And just as he was about to unleash the remaining talismans, the figure of Wang Chan suddenly raised his hand. A beam of green light, expanding from small to large, hurtled toward Han Li. It was the flying fork that Wang Chan had previously wielded. With no other option, Han Li redirected the talisman in his hand to target the green fork instead. A barrage of fireballs erupted, striking the massive fork enveloped in black mist, causing it to tumble several times, momentarily incapacitating it. However, this brief delay allowed the blood clouds to regain their formidable form, once again swirling with fury. At that moment, Wang Chan emitted a series of piercing shrieks, and with each resonating cry, the blood clouds surged violently, quickly engulfing the sky and casting an ominous shadow over the land. The relentless tide of blood clouds accelerated, crashing forward with the ferocity of raging waves, swiftly encircling Han Li and his artifact in midair. Startled, Han Li abruptly halted the divine wind boat to avoid colliding with the approaching clouds, retrieving a pair of claw-like dark artifacts from his storage pouch. Just then, the peculiar green fork stealthily lunged from behind. Han Li, as if sensing the imminent danger, let out a low growl and hurled the claws backward. Upon release, the claws expanded to a considerable size, fiercely grasping at the approaching green fork. The fork retaliated, unleashing streams of black mist from its prongs, entangling the giant claws in layers, rendering them nearly immobile. Observing this, Han Li executed a swift hand gesture, causing the claws to swell with a surge of black radiance, which swiftly shattered the surrounding black mist, dissipating it into nothingness. Indeed, this was no ordinary top-tier artifact. It could effortlessly dismantle the spectral threads of the azure fork's malevolent essence. My decision to intervene was undoubtedly justified. Wang Chan's voice echoed eerily from beyond the blood clouds, and as the green fork emitted a mournful sound, it retreated, vanishing from sight. Han Li reclaimed the top-tier artifact, the dragon claw, crafted from the essence of a dragon, and surveyed his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Now, he found himself completely enveloped in the oppressive blood-red shroud, with no semblance of an escape route. The air was thick with the nauseating scent of blood, indicating that without a formidable effort to carve a path, escape was unattainable. As Han Li contemplated his next move, the blood clouds before him suddenly churned violently, and from within emerged 2 large, blood-red monstrosities, their claws bared and eyes glowing as fiercely as Wang Chan's. They charged toward Han Li with menacing intent. What are these creatures? For the first time, Han Li encountered such a monstrous entity, its appearance eerily reminiscent of the legendary little demons, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over him. In haste, he released the Wulong Dui, seizing one after another with ease, reducing the little demons to nothing but a sanguine mist that returned to its origin. A sense of relief washed over Han Li. They were not as formidable as he had feared. However, his fleeting sense of triumph was swiftly interrupted by the mocking voice of Wang Chan echoing from all directions. "Oh, my esteemed guest, do not let your guard down too soon. The blood spirits summoned by my blood spirit technique are not so easily dismissed. The true spectacle is only just beginning." Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart sank. Yet, his resolve remained as steadfast as granite, unfazed by the adversary's taunts. Without hesitation, He directed the magical artifact to assault the blood mist with fervor. As the Wulong Dui made contact with the sanguine cloud, it effortlessly penetrated within. Han Li felt a moment of elation, but it was short-lived. The Wulong Dui suddenly became sluggish, teetering on the brink of losing control. Alarmed, Han Li quickly retracted the artifact, managing to withdraw it from the blood mist just before it spiraled out of command. Your artifact seems rather resistant to my blood's corruption. I desire it even more. Wang Chan initially expressed mild astonishment, but soon his greed became evident. Concurrently, the blood mist began to churn violently, birthing a succession of blood demons that lunged towards Han Li in a frenzied rush. Han Li's expression turned stoic as he wielded the Wulong Dui like a tempest, ready to dismember any demon that dared to collide with it, instantly reducing them to mere sanguine vapor. After slaying over 100 blood demons, he sighed inwardly as more emerged incessantly from the mist. Indeed, the worst scenario had manifested. These creatures seemed inexhaustible. Each demon dispatched merely gave rise to another, maintaining a relentless swarm of over 30. It appeared that this young master of the ghost spirit sect intended to wear him down to nothing. Resolving not to succumb, Han Li swiftly tapped his storage pouch, retrieving a handful of lower-grade talismans, around 70 or 80 in total. He hurled them en masse toward the blood mist, unleashing fireballs and ice spikes that rained down upon the swirling mass, while he simultaneously conjured several fire serpents in swift succession. Having observed that the fireballs could slightly dissipate the blood fog, he had carefully noted this strategy in his mind, now hoping these spells would carve a path to safety. What a naive hope! Wang Chan hissed ominously, taken aback by the sheer number of talismans Han Li possessed. Such basic talismans, aside from the higher-tier ones, were generally of little use against foundation-building cultivators. Yet, despite Wang Chan's arrogance, he dared not allow his blood mist to confront these spells head-on. After all, his blood spirit technique had only reached the second level and could scarcely withstand such a barrage of magic. As for the assault from the magical artifacts, he was not particularly fearful due to the tainted properties of the blood mist. Several black skulls emerged from the blood cloud in response to Wang Chan's command, intercepting the spells before they could reach their target. After a flurry of attacks, aside from the skulls swaying slightly, the blood cloud remained undisturbed. Han Li's expression darkened as he cast his gaze towards other directions. However, before he could make a move, black skulls also materialized from the blood clouds in those areas. Wang Chan's cold laughter echoed. Do you think you still have a chance? Prepare to become a meal for the blood fiends. I truly wish to witness the spectacle of your gruesome demise at their hands. It must be a sight of exquisite horror, and I can hardly contain my anticipation. The mad laughter of the ghost spirit sect's young master reverberated, revealing his evident insanity. Madman! Han Li thought frantically of a strategy while fending off the newly transformed blood fiends, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, Han Li retrieved a mid-grade spirit stone, grasping it in his hand to replenish his dwindling magical energy. After all, the relentless slaughter of these blood fiends was proving to be quite taxing for him, a cultivator in the early foundation stage. Meanwhile, Wang Chan sat cross-legged atop the blood mist, continuously forming one blood fiend after another, thoroughly enjoying himself. Although his magical power was not particularly high, the artifacts he possessed were rather peculiar and appeared quite impressive. The thought of adding several exquisite artifacts to his collection after this battle filled him with a sense of pride, even easing his bloodthirsty madness somewhat. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from the blood cloud as a thick, crimson mist enveloped Han Li, swiftly expanding to envelop the blood fiends as well. Intertwining with the surrounding blood clouds, Wang Chan was initially taken aback but soon realized that upon contact, the crimson mist was being absorbed into his blood cloud, which eased his concerns. Although the mist was being continuously absorbed, it showed no signs of thinning. The dense crimson fog prevented Wang Chan from perceiving Han Li's actions, heightening his suspicions. After a brief moment, the blood cloud remained shrouded in fog, devoid of any sounds. The smaller fiends, upon nearing the densest part of the mist, were immediately crushed to pieces, yielding no discernible commotion. This prompted Wang Chan to lose his patience. With a swift gesture, the skulls floating on the surface of the blood cloud opened their mouths wide, unleashing dozens of thick black beams of light that shot toward Han Li's original position from all directions. A faint tremor followed. Amidst the haze, a faint white light flickered, And in the fierce clash of black and white luminescence, a translucent white curtain of light emerged in the mist. This momentarily startled the young master of the ghost spirit sect, yet he swiftly recalled the immaculate scaled shield that Han Li had summoned at the outset. Wang Chan furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before murmuring to himself, considering the abundance of exquisite magical artifacts at stake. I suppose I can afford to sacrifice a bit of my essence to prevent this lad from executing any cunning tricks to escape. Upon uttering these words, Wang Chan abruptly extended his right index finger to his mouth, lightly biting down, and from the wound, a drop of thick, crimson blood oozed forth, gently falling into the blood cloud beneath him. He then plunged both hands deep into the sanguine mist, concentrating intently on channeling his technique. As the incantation flowed from Wang Chan's lips, the vermilion blood cloud enveloping Han Li began to swirl, gradually accelerating and compressing towards the center, causing the blood specters to dissolve and vanish. The azure-red mist, in response to the blood cloud's swift rotation, was rapidly drawn in and integrated, revealing a vast white light shield at the center, shaped like an inverted bowl with a white scaled shield at its core. Beneath this luminous veil, Han Li held a peculiar, handle-equipped dagger radiating a brilliant golden glow in one hand, while the other gripped a stack of shimmering talismans, poised to launch an assault. Two orbs, one azure and the other crimson, floated nearby, exuding thick mist. Wang Chan observed this scene with keen clarity. The young master of the ghost spirit sect, upon witnessing the unfolding events, let out a cold chuckle and was about to deliver another mocking remark. However, just as he began to utter a word, Han Li suddenly raised his hand, causing the dagger to shimmer and transform into a dazzling beam of yellow light, hurtling towards Wang Chan simultaneously. The stack of talismans was cast forth, manifesting a dozen fiery dragons that surged forward. Fool! No magical artifact can breach my blood spirit great technique, unless, Wang Chan, initially nonchalant, summoned a skull to spew forth black mist. Yet as he uttered the word unless, a sudden realization struck him, and his expression changed dramatically as he soared away from the blood cloud. In that instant, the yellow light cleaved through the air, shattering several skulls that obstructed its path, and broke through the blood cloud alongside the fire dragons, surging forth from his original seated position. A beam of white light darted from the breach, rapidly fleeing, with the yellow light swiftly in pursuit. A talisman, Wang Chan exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. He had momentarily overlooked the fact that Han Li had been utilizing the mist merely to buy time for activating the talisman. Otherwise, even if his opponent possessed a talisman, he would never have allowed him the opportunity to invoke it. However, even if Han Li wielded a talisman, how could the young master of the ghost spirit sect possibly be intimidated? He himself carried two talismans, one of which possessed a particularly rare special attribute, ensuring that Han Li would not escape so easily. In a fit of furious rage, Wang Chan leapt into the blood-red clouds, swirling them into a tempest as he pursued with the swiftness of a meteor. Moments later, Han Li stood upon the Shenfeng boat, coldly observing the approaching blood clouds. Suddenly, he waved one hand, and the golden light that followed executed a swift counterattack, unexpectedly piercing towards the hidden young master of the ghost spirit sect, shrouded within the clouds. However, Wang Chan, already on guard, cast forth a prepared object, a resplendent golden skull that expanded against the wind, its gaping maw snapping shut and capturing the golden light, rendering it powerless to advance further. Taken aback, Han Li hastily attempted to retrieve the light, but it merely flailed helplessly within the golden skull's mouth. Wang Chan cackled menacingly as the blood clouds surged around him, sending a chill down Han Li's spine, reminiscent of the earlier entrapment. Yet, at that moment, the once boiling blood clouds suddenly subsided, causing a drastic change in Wang Chan's expression as he performed incantations. His speed diminished, and a shadowy hue enveloped his visage. Han Li, ever vigilant, was momentarily stunned by this turn of events. He then witnessed the horror etched on Wang Chan's face as he let out a long, terrified wail, abandoning even the golden skull as he retreated with the blood clouds at a lightning pace. Han Li stood there, bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Reluctantly, he transformed the golden skull and the golden light into two talismans, safely stowing them away. He gazed after the vanishing figure of the ghost spirit sect's young master, unsure of what to do next. Although the thought of pursuit crossed his mind, he lacked the courage to follow. However, As he listened to the diminishing shrieks of his opponent, realization dawned upon him, prompting him to swiftly redirect the Shinfeng boat and vanish into the horizon. Shortly thereafter, having narrowly escaped danger, Han Li found himself steeped in regret after careful contemplation. He finally understood the reason behind his adversary's retreat. Wang Quan had been poisoned, afflicted by the exceptionally vile ink serpent toxin. This predicament arose from his reckless inhalation of the toxic mist released from the Qinghua Zhuang. The mist had been refined with the remnants of the ink serpent's pill poison, and now, as the blood clouds, laden with toxins, rushed to chase Han Li, the young master must have inadvertently absorbed the toxins back into his body while attempting to harness his power. How could he not panic and flee under such circumstances? The more Han Li pondered, the greater his regret grew. Returning now would surely indicate a lapse in his judgment. He lamented the squandered opportunity to vanquish a formidable foe and seize an abundance of treasures. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why Wang Quan had not collected even the formidable golden skull before his hasty escape. Unbeknownst to Han Li, the cautious young master of the ghost spirit sect, having perceived the dire situation, was equally infuriated, his rage palpable, while beside him stood the Li brothers, two cultivators of the core formation stage, exchanging glances filled with concern. Originally, Wang Quan sprinted back a short distance, only to encounter the two elder masters of the ghost spirit sect, who had already captured the other 7 sect cultivators. Concerned for the safety of their young master, they had pursued him out of precaution. Upon seeing Wang Quan, who was afflicted by poison, they promptly utilized their profound magical abilities to expel the toxins from his body. The young master, now partially free from the venom, began to suspect the cause of his affliction. However, he mistakenly believed it to be a deliberate trap set by Han Li. This bitter realization ignited a deep-seated animosity within Wang Quan, who had never before suffered such a significant setback, and he began to regard Han Li as a formidable rival. Haunted by these thoughts, Wang Quan, despite his weakened state, stubbornly continued to chase after the two elders for several hundred miles, but returned empty-handed. The sense of frustration lodged in his heart like a thorn. As for the golden skull talisman he had to abandon due to being unable to reclaim it, he did not dwell on it. After all, it had been used multiple times and was likely a depleted relic. Even if Han Li were to take possession of it, it would serve little purpose. However, what enraged him further was the news he received upon returning to the ambush site. A group from the Demon Path 6 sects, specifically from the Harmony sect, had unexpectedly attacked them. Although there were no casualties, 2 female cultivators they had subdued were snatched away by the assailants. The leader of the attackers, strikingly beautiful, was none other than Tian Buke, the second son of the Harmony sect's master, a figure of considerable notoriety in the younger generation. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Wang Quan's demeanor darkened, masking a visceral urge to vomit blood. Both Han Li and Tian Buke had now found their way onto his death list. Go. Inform the elder of the Yin family to commence evacuation immediately. After a moment of deep breath, Wang Quan coldly commanded. Meanwhile, Han Li, not daring to linger, hastened towards Huangfeng Valley. However, en route, he encountered a mixed group of cultivators from the Blade Refining Workshop and the Concealing Moon sect, and under the declaration of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator among them, he found himself conscripted. I apologize for the recent inconsistency and updates. Family matters have kept me quite busy. However, I will strive to ensure the release of 2 chapters, considering this one a supplement for last night's delay. Volume 3. Chapter 263. Strength. Han Li glanced at the conscription order in his hand, endorsed by the leaders of various sects, and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The order was undoubtedly authentic, as it bore the spiritual insignia of the sect leaders, which could not be forged. Yet, he was reluctant to comply with such summons. From the words of his captors, Han Li had learned of the impending invasion by the Demon Path 6 sects. Realizing that a great calamity was inevitable for the cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom. Whether the 7 sects of Yu Kingdom could withstand this crisis remained uncertain, but the number of fallen cultivators would undoubtedly reach the thousands, and even among the core formation practitioners, many would likely meet their demise. Upon receiving such astonishing news, Han Li's foremost desire was to return to his cave abode immediately and enter seclusion for several decades. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely a fanciful wish. As a disciple of the 7 sects, extricating oneself from this fierce conflict was far from a simple endeavor. While lost in thought, The male cultivator from the Yan Jue sect, who had just announced his conscription, beamed and inquired, "Have you discerned your position, junior brother? Would you kindly disclose your name and cultivation level? We are bound to collaborate extensively in the future." Regaining his composure, Han Li scrutinized the man before casting a glance at the 30 or so cultivators behind him. Among them, only 3 had reached the foundation establishment stage, while the rest were merely Qi refinement disciples. This revelation alleviated Han Li's anxiety slightly, suggesting that he was not facing a task of great complexity. With this in mind, he clasped his hands in greeting and stated, "I am Han Li from Huangfeng Valley, at the initial stage of foundation establishment." Although both were foundation establishment cultivators, their respective levels were immediately apparent. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, Han Li dutifully introduced himself, recognizing that the other was at the later stage of foundation establishment. A significant advantage he did not wish to offend. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind as he asked, "How can you be so certain of my identity? Is it merely based on the attire of Huangfeng Valley that you have detained me and presented the conscription order?" Initially, Han Li had intended to sidestep the group of cultivators from the Blade Forge and the Yan Jue sect and make his escape. However, the astute individual had deftly maneuvered to intercept him and proclaim his conscription. During the last blood trial, I caught a glimpse of you, junior brother. It is indeed a joyous occasion to see you have successfully established your foundation after several years." The man from the Yan Jue sect, appearing to be in his 30s, smiled knowingly as he made this surprising declaration. "Excuse me?" Han Li mused, finally recognizing the man's familiar visage. Indeed, he had seen him during the blood trial. "I am Xianlu, one of the external affairs representatives of the Yan Jue sect. I witnessed firsthand your remarkable performance during the last trial when I accompanied senior uncle and I Chong," the man remarked with a knowing smile. At that moment, Han Li suddenly recalled that this individual was one of the 4 foundation establishment leaders from the Yan Jue sect. However, he was taken aback that someone he had only briefly encountered could recognize him from such a distance. It was quite astonishing. "I understand, junior brother, that you are in a hurry for some pressing matter. Yet, the manpower for my task is regrettably insufficient, and I hope you might lend your assistance," Xianlu said courteously. However, upon hearing this, Han Li's lips twitched slightly, and he could not help but smile wryly to himself. "You, a cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment, have already presented the conscription order. Even if I wished to refuse, how could I? I would undoubtedly be branded with the label of disobedience." With this thought in mind, he glanced at the 3 foundation establishment cultivators standing behind Xianlu and steeled himself to respond. "Since you have spoken so, senior brother Xian, I shall naturally comply. Nevertheless, I have another matter of great importance to report to the esteemed leader of our sect, and I hope senior brother Xian will dispatch someone to convey this message." Following this, Han Li recounted in detail everything that transpired at the Yinling fortress, though he only vaguely mentioned how he managed to escape. Nevertheless, this revelation left Xianlu and the others utterly astonished. They hastily sent 2 disciples in the Qi refinement stage to deliver messages to the various sects, and with somewhat grim expressions, they continued their journey alongside Han Li. Given their strength, even though they were aware of the Yin family's collusion with the demonic faction, they dared not confront them directly to rescue anyone. Thus, they had no choice but to pass this hot potato to others dispatched by the 7 sects. Naturally, the authenticity of Han Li's information would have to be verified by those who followed. During their journey, Han Li finally learned from other cultivators that their mission was to bolster the defenses of a sizable spirit stone mine, as the previous guards were utterly insufficient to withstand a surprise attack from the teams of demonic cultivators. Realizing that the task did not entail being cannon fodder in a head-on clash with the 6 sects of the demonic path, Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, even if he returned to Yellow Maple Valley, he would likely be dispatched immediately, and the assignment he would receive might not be any better than this one. Although this mission carried certain dangers, as long as they exercised caution, the likelihood of returning unscathed was quite high. After all, this spirit stone mine was merely one among a dozen larger ones. If the enemy aimed to raid the resources of the 7 sects, they would probably target the largest mines first. With this thought, Han Li's feelings of resistance dissipated, and over the following days, he became quite familiar with Xianlu and the other cultivators. Several days later, their group finally arrived at a vast wilderness within the borders of the Yu Kingdom. The Spirit Stone Mine lay within a deep canyon, over 100 fathoms deep, nestled in this wide expanse. Under Xian Li's guidance, they soared directly into the canyon, concealed by a protective formation. At the same time, several cultivators from the seven sects flew out to welcome them. The original leader of the mine's guards was an elderly man in the early stages of Foundation establishment, hailing from Tianke Fortress. The other 5 or 6 guards were merely at the Qi refinement level. Such a feeble defense explains why the higher-ups of the seven sects were so eager to send reinforcements. The elder, introducing himself as Yuxing, led them into a spacious cavern within the canyon, where Han Li and the others listened attentively as he detailed the situation of the Spirit Stone mine. Thereafter, Xian Lu promptly set about organizing the defensive measures. He produced several formation flags and discs, instructing the cultivators to establish a versatile 4-killing formation beneath the illusionary array, dividing Han Li and the others into teams to take turns patrolling the mine's vicinity, guarding against any enemy incursions. Those who were off-duty could sit in meditation to cultivate their spiritual power. Han Li was quite satisfied with Xian Li's arrangements. This way, he had the opportunity to diligently address the gaps in his own strength. After his encounter with the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect, Han Li had clearly realized that relying on swift movement and cunning strategies to overcome adversaries was no longer sufficient to contend with such a significant disparity in power. Encountering a formidable character such as the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect rendered all of his previous assertions utterly powerless. Even the cherished talisman he had placed his hopes upon was nearly seized by his opponent, failing to replicate its former astonishing efficacy. Had it not been for the unforeseen activation of the toxic miasma, he would have surely met his end beneath the earth, his very soul perhaps captured and subjected to endless torment. The mere thought of such a fate, one worse than death, sent a chill coursing through Han Li's heart. He had developed a profound fear of the blood spirit great method, a pinnacle of demonic sorcery. He understood that should he encounter the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect again, he would likely find himself helpless beneath the weight of that individual's arcane arts. Without cultivating the Qingyuan sword art to the core formation stage, his abilities would be insufficient to contend with such an adversary. In this tumultuous era, marked by the invasion of the 6 demonic sects into the state of Yu and the retaliatory efforts of the 7 sects, it seemed that conflicts among cultivators would become a commonplace occurrence. During such times, the pursuit of immortality appeared to diminish in priority, while the urgent need to enhance one's power in order to survive the chaos became paramount. Consequently, Han Li felt compelled to modify his original cultivation plan. He decided to temporarily set aside the Qingyuan sword art and focus on mastering the Deyin method, which promised a significant boost to his strength. Having witnessed the overwhelming prowess of mechanical puppets, Han Li was confident that even mastering the first layer of the Deyin method would afford him a considerable degree of self-protection, especially since he possessed numerous ready-made mechanical puppets. Naturally, he also intended to study the puppet scripture, hoping to swiftly craft some rudimentary mechanical beasts, puppets that could leap and bite, akin to toys. After contemplating this decision multiple times, Han Li felt assured of its correctness and began to cultivate the Deyin method during his spare time outside his shifts. Simultaneously, he utilized some simple materials at hand to attempt the creation of basic mechanical beasts. In the vast wilderness, a lizard several feet long cautiously emerged from beneath a weathered rock, ready to commence its day of hunting. However, just as it ventured a short distance from its lair, a yellow beast approximately 10 feet long lunged out from the sandy ground, using its powerful foreclaws and jaws to swiftly seize the lizard. Severing its neck with ease before hastily dashing off in a particular direction, the corpse clutched in its grip. This creature, resembling a gigantic lizard with foreclaws and a long tail, was remarkably rigid, producing a creaking sound as it ran. Indeed, it was akin to a mechanical puppet. After covering over a mile, the beast arrived beside a man clad in yellow, who was seated in meditation upon a flat stone. Without any hint of surprise, the yellow-clad figure remained impassive as the beast discarded the lizard's carcass at his side before scampering away once more. He leisurely waved his hand, and the lifeless body of the lizard glided effortlessly before him, suspended a few feet above the ground, motionless. Then, the man in the yellow robe extended a finger, lightly tapping the lizard's head while murmuring incantations. In a short while, the fingertip began to glow softly, emanating a faint white light. As the chanting continued, the radiance intensified, gradually becoming somewhat blinding. Perceiving the opportune moment, the man let out a low growl. A slender beam of white light shot forth from his finger, piercing deep into the lizard's skull. With great effort, he began to pull back slowly, his expression tense and cautious to the utmost degree. Finally, under the careful watch of the man, the white thread extracted a small green orb of light from the lifeless lizard, which floated lightly, no larger than a thumb. Seeing this, the man appeared overjoyed. With his other hand, a delicate yellow jade vial materialized in his palm. Then, with a soft puff, several beams of radiant light shot from the vial, enveloping the green orb and drawing it inside. At that moment, the man sighed in relief, wiping away the fine sweat that had appeared on his forehead, revealing that the preceding actions had indeed drained a considerable amount of his energy. The soul binding technique was not something that a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment could easily wield. The probability of success was exceedingly low, with only one successful attempt out of every 3 or 4. It seemed he would have to remain here for the entire day. Glancing at the jade vial in his hand, he muttered to himself, an expression of resignation crossing his face. This individual was none other than Han Li, who was diligently practicing the great transformation technique. The reason he found himself in this desolate expanse, nearly 100 miles from the Spirit Stone mine, was to collect the souls of various creatures, much like the actions he had just performed. Such endeavors were typically associated with practitioners of the demonic path. However, Han Li's involvement stemmed entirely from his study of the puppet true scripture. After initially delving into the art of puppet refinement, Han Li discovered that crafting puppets required not only the materials commonly used in the creation of magical artifacts, but also the souls of living beings to be fused with those materials for true success. Otherwise, the resulting puppets would lack any spiritual essence, rendering them no different from ordinary dolls. The higher the grade of the puppet, the more powerful the soul contained within, enabling the puppet to reach its full potential. To this end, the latter sections of the puppet true scripture included 3 spells commonly employed by practitioners of the demonic path: the soul binding technique, the soul gathering technique, and the soul refining technique. Among these, the soul binding technique was the very spell that Han Li had just utilized to extract the soul from the corpse. This technique, while possessing limited power and a low success rate, could only be applied to corpses that had recently perished. In comparison to the specialized secret arts that target souls within the demonic path, its efficacy was vastly inferior. However, the sole advantage of this technique was its minimal requirement for magical prowess, as it could be effectively used by those in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Naturally, Han Li, as a cultivator in the early stages, could barely manage its application, albeit with a significantly reduced success rate. The soul condensing technique is a method of gathering souls, as a potent soul is indeed not easily found. Typically, advanced puppets utilize a handful, a dozen, or even several dozen artificially powerful souls amalgamated together. Although these souls may not be as effective as naturally strong ones, they are certainly superior to lesser souls. Consequently, this technique is an essential component of puppet mastery. The final procedure, known as the soul refinement technique, is, as its name suggests, a method for refining and transforming souls. To merge with a puppet, a regular living soul is insufficient. It must undergo a specific process to be suitably crafted. As for the mechanical beast resembling a lizard, it was the first autonomous puppet that Han Li successfully crafted after cultivating the Great Evolution technique and manifesting his initial independent consciousness. The soul he infused into it was merely a few random weasels he had captured. However, prior to this success, Han Li had encountered failure 7 or 8 times, resulting in a rather dismal success rate. When Han Li commanded this puppet to move, the sensation was truly extraordinary. It was neither the erratic feeling of manipulating a magical artifact nor the tangible sensation of controlling limbs. In reality, his consciousness and the puppet seemed to share a hierarchical relationship. With a mere thought, the puppet would act according to his commands, though the specifics of its movements still depended on the puppet itself. Nevertheless, Han Li could perceive everything the puppet beast saw and heard, which filled him with elation. During his initial manipulation of the puppet beast, Han Li, in a childlike exuberance, indulged in playful antics. In addition to this primary puppet he had crafted, he also toyed with the slightly more advanced mechanical puppets he possessed, relishing the fulfillment of childhood dreams of puppet shows. As he maneuvered these puppets, Han Li gradually recognized certain limitations inherent to mechanical puppetry. Firstly, these puppets could only operate within a 3-mile radius of himself. Beyond this distance, they would become immobile, and his consciousness would return. Han Li surmised that this limitation was related to the maximum distance his consciousness could extend from his primary self. With further cultivation and enhancement of his primordial spirit, this limitation could be alleviated. However, the next shortcoming was an intrinsic flaw of the puppet technique itself, which could not be remedied. There was a delay between issuing commands and the puppet's actions, preventing them from moving with immediacy. In real combat, this could leave him vulnerable to exploitation by opponents. Despite these two drawbacks, the art of puppetry remains formidable. By dividing his consciousness further and mastering the first layer of the Great Evolution technique, he would be capable of contending with formidable adversaries of the Foundation establishment stage. After all, with a dozen or so helpers at his side, even if they were merely at the Qi refinement stage, he would possess ample means for self-preservation. At the very least, if he were ensnared again by the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect, he would not fear the relentless tide of bloodthirsty spirits, as the actions of lower-tier mechanical puppets only consumed low-grade spirit stones. Only the colossal tiger puppet under the command of Huang Long from the Thousand Bamboo sect consumed medium-grade spirit stones due to its overwhelming power. However, Han Li speculated that it must be a puppet beast of at least the third tier, one that even several Foundation establishment cultivators, when united, would hesitate to withstand its ferocious onslaught. This underscores the formidable power it possesses. Regrettably, this puppet was reduced to ashes by his master, the Thunder Master, wielding a magical artifact. Had he obtained it, it would undoubtedly have been an exceptionally sharp weapon. The mere thought of the benefits that such a giant tiger puppet could provide made Han Li's heart yearn intensely. Thus, he became increasingly devoted to the refinement of these mechanical puppets. After successfully crafting dozens of elementary mechanical puppets, Han Li resolved to attempt the creation of a second-tier puppet, the primary combat puppet utilized by the likes of the Thousand Bamboo sect. If he could master this level of puppet, he would no longer need to fear the consumption of puppets in future battles. However, crafting a second-tier puppet was not as simple as using scrap metal for materials. Nearly all the materials required were of comparable quality to high-tier magical artifacts, especially the hundreds of years-old ironwood, which served as the primary raw material and was quite costly. In truth, had Han Li been in his cave residence, nurturing a few aged ironwoods would not have posed a challenge. Yet, burdened with responsibilities, he reluctantly had to endure the pain of having others collect a substantial amount from the market. Now that the materials were procured, he still needed to gather suitable souls. After all, the yellow rat souls, which were the most common in the original gorge, were far too weak. Even when condensed together, they would not yield a significant enhancement. Therefore, Han Li set his sights on the yellow rat's natural enemy, the wasteland lizard. Having diligently practiced for 3 to 4 months, Han Li had successfully divided his consciousness into several fragments. He employed these fragments to control multiple low-level puppet beasts, scouring the wasteland for lizard nests, leading to the initial scene. After securing the small vial containing the lizard's souls, Han Li closed his eyes once more, continuing his cultivation of the Great Transformation technique. In order to gradually strengthen his primordial spirit, the Great Transformation technique is indeed the key to mastering puppet art, and Han Li dared not to be lax. It must be said that the Great Transformation technique truly merits its reputation as the cornerstone of the Thousand Bamboo sect's teachings. When compared to ordinary fragmentary consciousness techniques, it pales in significance. Typical fragmentary techniques merely involve the crude division of existing consciousness into smaller portions. The extent to which one can divide their consciousness depends solely on the strength of their primordial spirit and cannot be altered through external means. The Great Transformation technique, conversely, addresses this limitation. Through cultivation, it allows the original primordial spirit to gradually grow stronger, rivaling those cultivators endowed with exceptionally powerful primordial spirits. Moreover, the method it employs to divide consciousness is far more secure and refined than conventional methods, enabling a more intricate and abundant division without impairing the primordial spirit's integrity. In light of this comparison, it is no wonder that the disciples of the Thousand Bamboo sect regard the Great Transformation technique as the foundation of their sect, while Senior Brother Lin remains fixated on the incantations of the final 3 layers. Apologies for the delay. I was not in the right mindset this morning, and it has taken me until now to finish this. Thank you all for your patience. Volume 3, Chapter 265, The Battle Situation. According to the descriptions within the Great Transformation technique, upon mastering the first layer, it becomes feasible to divide the primordial spirit into over a dozen fragments of consciousness. Upon reaching the second tier, one could distinguish among hundreds, while the third tier, akin to Brother Lin, could potentially command hundreds more. The mere thought of simultaneously controlling such a multitude of mechanized puppets in combat left Han Li feeling somewhat unnerved by the sheer abnormality of it all. However, he surmised that this peculiar ability would only allow him to dominate within the foundation establishment stage, once he ascended to the core formation stage. Unless he could forge puppets of a third tier or higher, comparable to the prowess of foundation establishment practitioners, no matter how many he commanded, they would be unable to withstand a full-force assault from a core formation cultivator. The memory of that day, when the corpulent Lei swept away hundreds of second-tier puppets from the Qian Bamboo sect, remained vividly imprinted in his mind. Given that crafting second-tier puppets necessitated materials from high-grade artifacts, it followed that the creation of even higher-tier puppets would require at least top-tier artifact materials. Consequently, for a core formation practitioner specializing in puppet manipulation to maintain dominance over their peers, they would need an extensive supply of top-tier materials, which left Han Li astounded. Not to mention, the materials wasted through failed attempts at crafting, alongside the challenge of sourcing hundreds of powerful souls, posed significant obstacles. This might very well be one of the primary reasons why the puppet arts of the Qian Bamboo sect remained obscure. After all, the strength of a sect is typically evaluated by the number of core formation practitioners it possesses. The Qian Bamboo sect, unable to compete with other sects in confrontations among core formation cultivators, leaves its foundation establishment disciples to merely dominate a small region. Of course, these musings were merely Han Li's conjectures following his cultivation of the Great Evolution technique and puppet arts. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the puppet arts significantly augmented Han Li's capabilities as a foundation establishment practitioner, prompting him to disregard future consequences. After all, the upheaval that had stirred several nations within the realm of cultivation was only just beginning. Shortly after Han Li arrived to serve as a guard at this spiritual mine, a fierce battle of ambush and surprise erupted between the 6 demonic sects and the 7 sects of Yu, taking place on a remote, desolate mountain. Han Li gradually discerned the specifics of the situation. It turned out that the Spirit Beast Mountain among the 7 sects was originally a branch of the demonic sect's spirit manipulation sect, a covert establishment laid in Yu country by demonic practitioners thousands of years prior. The recent incursion by the 6 sects into the 7 sects was a long-anticipated move, hoping to replicate the success of their past conquests of the Jiang and Cheki kingdoms. Unbeknownst to them, the upper echelons of Spirit Beast Mountain, over the course of millennia, had grown reluctant to identify themselves as part of the spirit manipulation sect, even less so to accept the sudden emergence of a supreme overlord. Consequently, after communicating with the other 6 sects, they employed an unknown method to deceive the demonic practitioners into launching an ambush against a stronghold of the 7 sects. The thousands of ambushing practitioners were met with a decisive counterattack from the well-prepared 7 sects, resulting in a significant setback for the demonic sect, including the deaths of 2 core formation cultivators on the spot. This unexpected blow invigorated the spirits of the 7 sects, while the 6 demonic sects, incensed and humiliated, prepared for a large-scale offensive. The 7 sects, undeterred, set their formations to meet the oncoming assault. At the border between the states of Yu and Jiang, as well as the realm of Cheki, fierce battles raged on for over 10 encounters, resulting in the death and injury of countless cultivators, exceeding 10,000 souls. Even among the core formation cultivators, 7 or 8 perished, marking the conflict as exceedingly brutal. The expression of dread on the faces of the cultivators who had come to transport spirit stones as they recounted their experiences sent shivers down the spines of Han Li and the other witnesses, who silently rejoiced at their absence from such a catastrophic skirmish. The sheer number of fallen core formation cultivators alone painted a terrifying picture of the chaos. However, the 6 demon sects were undeniably one of the 2 major forces in the southern region, their power far surpassing that of Yu's cultivation community. After 7 or 8 rounds of combat, the 7 sects found themselves unable to withstand the relentless assaults from their adversaries. Had it not been for the defensive formations they had meticulously prepared in advance, they would have surely faced utter defeat long before. Yet, even with these measures, their endurance could not last indefinitely. Just as the situation for Yu appeared precarious, the neighboring mid-tier nations of Yuanwu and Zijin, responding to the 7 sects' call for aid, finally arrived to provide assistance. It turned out that prior to the outbreak of hostilities with the 6 demon sects, the 7 sects had astutely dispatched articulate envoys to seek reinforcements from these 2 nations. Upon receiving the message, the various sects in Yuanwu and Zijin, apprehensive of the potential annexation by the demons should you fall, readily agreed to render their support without the need for the envoys to elaborate further. United by a common enemy, they swiftly mobilized the majority of their cultivators, arriving under the cover of night. With the inclusion of the cultivators from these 2 nations, the power dynamics between Yu and the 6 demon sects no longer appeared so lopsided. The 7 sects, bolstered by the might of their defensive formations, successfully withstood the onslaught of the demons. Consequently, the ambition of the 6 demon sects to swiftly conquer Yu was thwarted, and the conflict devolved into a stalemate, evolving into a war of attrition. While large-scale battles diminished, smaller skirmishes began to proliferate in the rear territories of Yu and the 6 demon sects, particularly targeting the sites of raw materials and spirit stones, which became the primary objectives for both sides. Yet, Han Li's spirit stone mine, seemingly shielded by its distance from the front line, had thus far remained unscathed by enemy incursions, a remarkable feat, considering that other mines of similar scale had already endured 3 or 4 attacks. Despite this fortunate anomaly, the members of the 7 sects grew increasingly uneasy about the site and, a fortnight ago, dispatched a contingent of over 20 cultivators for reinforcement, led by a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain. This influx significantly bolstered the mine's defenses. Nevertheless, Han Li sensed an impending storm, prompting him to intensify his training in the Great Yin technique, with a breakthrough to the first level now seeming tantalizingly close. Amidst the second wave of reinforcements, Han Li unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, the unsightly man, Zhongwu, whom he had met during the blood-red trial. Zhongwu also recognized Han Li. However, in the face of Han Li's current foundation-building cultivation, the expression of this individual shifted through a myriad of emotions: surprise, jealousy, envy, each revealing itself in turn, leaving Han Li truly astonished. Finally, Zhongwu managed a wry smile, stepping forward to bow respectfully to Han Li, albeit somewhat begrudgingly addressing him as senior. Han Li, suppressing his amusement, responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. Reflecting on Zhongwu's vividly changing expressions, Han Li, while in meditation, could not help but smile knowingly, opening his eyes. At that moment, he realized that his state of mind was not conducive to further cultivation of the Great Transformation technique. He decided it would be best to wait until his mind had settled before proceeding. Time passed swiftly, and during this brief period, Han Li alternated between vigilance and dedicating the majority of his time to cultivating the Great Transformation technique and crafting puppet beasts, thus completing another month. He could now distinctly sense that he was on the verge of mastering the first layer of the Great Transformation technique, which filled him with both astonishment and joy. It is worth mentioning that in his practice of the 5 elements Dao and the Qingyuan sword technique, his aptitude had appeared somewhat lacking. Yet, when it came to the Great Transformation technique, his progress was remarkably smooth, devoid of any sense of difficulty. Indeed, it felt as if everything was falling into place, which both thrilled and perplexed Han Li. Moreover, after numerous failures, he successfully crafted his first second-level puppet beast just 2 days prior. Although it was somewhat rougher compared to the puppets created by disciples of the Qian Bamboo sect and possessed slightly lesser power, it nonetheless brought a wide smile to Han Li's face. He planned to gather more materials from other cultivators before embarking on mass production. However, today, as Han Li was meditating in the quiet chamber, an extremely sharp and piercing shriek suddenly echoed from outside, followed by a loud shout. Not good. The forces of the demonic sect are attacking. Everyone, come out and prepare for battle. A chill ran through Han Li's heart as he solemnly exited the quiet chamber. At that moment, the 7 sect cultivators, who had been resting in their respective earthen caves, emerged with the same gravity as Han Li. After exchanging glances, they all stepped out of their burrows. Xian Lu of the Moon Concealment Sect and Lu Tianming, a late-stage foundation-building cultivator from the Spirit Beast Mountain, floated expressionlessly beneath the 4 fiends array, gazing upward toward the canyon. Behind them, the dozen or so cultivators on duty wore anxious expressions. However, upon seeing Han Li and the others arrive for support, their demeanor noticeably calmed. Following the gaze of Xian Lu and the others, Han Li indeed spotted the enemy's presence above the canyon. Their numbers appeared limited, perhaps only 20 or 30. Yet, Han Li understood that those daring enough to venture so deep behind enemy lines for a surprise attack were likely all at the foundation building level, unlikely to bring along any burdensome chi refining stage cultivators. Therefore, they remained at a significant disadvantage in terms of strength. This battle would likely not be easily won. Volume 3, Chapter 266, Fierce Combat on Han Li's side. There were 9 foundation-building cultivators and over 60 chi refining disciples. Although they were somewhat weaker than their opponents, the presence of the Four Fiends array provided them with a fighting chance. Thus, at Xian Li's command, Han Li and the other cultivators soared upward, taking refuge beside the Four Fiends array while silently observing the enemy's movements. It was only now that Han Li could clearly discern the appearance of the demonic cultivators advancing upon them. The individuals before them were predominantly clad in garments of red and yellow, appearing to belong to 2 distinct sects of cultivators. At the forefront stood an unremarkable young girl in red and an elderly man in yellow, aged between 60 and 70. Their cultivation levels were unremarkable, one being at the early stage of foundation establishment and the other at the later stage, both exchanging smiles and murmuring to one another. Exercise caution. Those individuals are from the Demon Flame sect and the Heavenly Kill sect, warned Lu Tianming, the only one among them with prior experience of confrontation against the 6 sects, his tone laden with trepidation towards these 2 factions. Upon hearing this, Han Li and the other cultivators became increasingly vigilant, heightening their awareness. At that moment, the young girl in red ceased her conversation and turned to utter a few words. Due to their distance, Han Li and his companions could not discern her speech. However, all the red-clad individuals behind her soared forward, gradually making their way towards the Four Fiends formation below. Simultaneously, the elderly man in yellow silently waved his hand, causing the yellow-robed cultivators on his side to transform into a dozen streams of yellow light, rushing towards the Four Fiends formation with alarming speed. This prompted Han Li and the others within the formation to hold their breath, some impatiently brandishing their magical tools. Of course, the yellow-robed cultivators were not foolish enough to recklessly breach the formation. They halted a distance of over 10 zhang from the Four Fiends formation, revealing their figures. Subsequently, various magical tools soared from these cultivators, charging aggressively toward the grand array. The clash between the brilliant lights of the magical tools and the 4-colored restrictions of the Four Fiends formation, red, blue, yellow, and green, produced resounding explosions akin to thunder, causing the expressions of the 7 factions below to shift slightly. Half of the individuals sprang into action to counter the Heavenly Kill sect cultivators, ensuring that they did not breach the formation, while the other half remained vigilant against the Demon Flame sect. After a moment's contemplation, Yan Jue of the Hidden Moon sect decisively declared, leaping out of the formation to release a pristine small sword that transformed into a white rainbow, intercepting a flying knife and a pearl-shaped magical tool outside the Four Fiends formation. Following her lead, the cultivators accompanying Yan Jue unleashed their own magical tools, rushing out to absorb the majority of the incoming attacks, with Han Li among them. He released the golden insect mother blade, which he had mastered, and a net of golden light ensnared a long spear-shaped magical tool of azure hue. Since the owner of the magical tool Han Li targeted was also at the early stage of foundation establishment, the ensuing battle, though appearing intense with swirling golden and azure lights, was easily controlled by Han Li, allowing him to occasionally glance towards the other skirmishes. The situation seemed manageable. The cultivators on Han Li's side were mostly at the chi refinement stage, and their magical tools paled in comparison. It took approximately 5 or 6 of them working in concert to barely withstand the assault of a single foundation establishment cultivator. However, with the protection of the Grand Array, these cultivators could retreat into the formation at any moment during a crisis, thus preventing any casualties for the time being. As for the other foundation establishment cultivators, they naturally engaged one yellow-clad opponent each, creating a lively and dynamic exchange. This is the strength of the 6 demonic sects. Han Li found it somewhat perplexing. If the enemy's power was indeed so limited, then safeguarding the spiritual mind should pose no challenge. As he pondered this, the red-clad figures of the Mo Yin sect finally approached the 4 evil formation with deliberate slowness. This prompted the remaining cultivators, including Lu Tianming, who had yet to take action, to watch them with heightened vigilance, while some of the younger disciples from the 7 sects appeared eager to engage. The red-clad individuals did not immediately join the fray. Instead, They arranged themselves into a peculiar formation. At the command of one among them, everyone produced a large crimson banner emblazoned with a golden crow under a blazing sun, radiating a brilliant red light, unmistakably an extraordinary item. Alarm bells rang in Lu Tianming's mind as he realized the implications. These individuals were practitioners of the frenzied flame. They intended to unleash the azure sun demonic fire. We must thwart them. Observing the calm demeanor of the red-clad figures, Lu Tianming felt an ominous premonition as they formed their formation and brandished the banners. He was instantly reminded of a shocking scene from the Six Sects War, causing his complexion to pale as he shouted in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, the cultivator from the Spirit Beast Mountain dashed out of the formation, hastily tossing a leather pouch. Instantly, 2 flying centipedes, each several feet long, erupted from the bag. These centipedes bore grotesque black and yellow stripes and sported a pair of translucent green wings. At Lu Tianming's urgent whistle, they rushed menacingly towards the red-clad figures. The other cultivators from the 7 sects, although unfamiliar with the frenzied flame practitioners or the azure sun demonic fire, recognized the gravity of the situation when they saw their late-stage foundation establishment leaders' sudden pallor. Without hesitation, they followed suit. Particularly, several foundation establishment cultivators trailed closely behind Lu Tianming, their magical artifacts surging forward alongside the 2 venomous centipedes. Meanwhile, over a dozen individuals from the Mo Yin sect stood rooted in place, reciting incantations while gripping their banners, seemingly oblivious to the impending onslaught. This sight filled Lu Tianming and the others with elation. One of the centipedes reached above the Mo Yin sect practitioners, its maw agape, ready to unleash a torrent of toxic mist. However, an astonishing event transpired. Just as the centipede was about to release its venom, it shimmered with several slender silver beams. And then, in an instant, its body was cleaved into pieces, falling to the ground. Before the stunned cultivators from the 7 sects could fully comprehend the situation, a similar fate befell the other centipede. Lu Tianming's expression shifted drastically, and he abruptly halted, producing a small shield which he immediately conjured before him. The other cultivators behind him, equally alarmed, summoned various defensive artifacts and talismans, fearing they would share the same fate as the centipedes. Yet, an even more outrageous occurrence unfolded. As the magical artifacts, which had followed closely behind the centipedes, prepared to attack, a flurry of fine silver threads appeared out of thin air, ensnaring these artifacts and rendering them utterly immobile. In this manner, the 7 sect cultivators, who had just surged out of the grand formation, were left astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. Unsure of how to proceed, quickly employ the spirit light technique. There are others before those red-clad individuals. They have utilized some form of invisibility secret art, exclaimed a foundation-building cultivator who had similarly lost his magical artifact, his eyes flashing with blue light in alarm. His words enlightened the other cultivators. Yet only those in the foundation-building stage could wield the spirit light technique. The chi-refining cultivators were left merely staring in confusion. Han Li was also utilizing the spirit light technique, observing the scene before him. He had witnessed the earlier occurrence in its entirety and was equally astonished. Now, upon the reminder of others, he employed the spirit light technique to scrutinize closely, and indeed, several indistinct white figures emerged before the demon flame sect cultivators wielding large banners. These figures brandished slender weapons like long swords in one hand, while controlling the immobilized magical artifacts with silver threads in the other. At that moment, upon discovering the white shadows, Lu Tianming and the other cultivators unleashed a flurry of spells and artifacts, relentlessly attacking the white figures. However, the shadows seemed impervious to their assaults, resembling entities with an unyielding vitality. Fortunately, these white shadows were limited to swiftly striking with their weapons and releasing silver threads. As long as one remained cautious and avoided close proximity, they posed little threat. Otherwise, the aggressor might find themselves in a precarious situation. What manner of creatures are these? Han Li marveled. The apparitions were evidently not ordinary humans. Could they be some kind of refined specters? As he pondered this, he casually directed the golden blade before him. This indifferent demeanor, however, provoked the ire of the middle-aged cultivator from the Heavenly Kill sect. With a stern expression, he commanded the green spear to engage with Han Li's golden blade, while silently retrieving a spinning white orb from his storage pouch. As soon as the orb was summoned, it expanded to the size of a house and hurtled menacingly toward Han Li. Although slightly distracted, Han Li could not overlook such a commotion. Unfazed, he executed a swift motion with one hand, releasing a streak of azure sword light that struck the orb, momentarily halting its advance. Then, he retrieved a pair of black dragon claws from his storage pouch, replacing the dissipating sword light and effectively countering the orb, resulting in a stalemate that infuriated the Heavenly Kill Sect cultivator, yet he found himself at a loss. Not good. Lu Tianming's voice rang out in extreme anxiety, sending a tremor through Han Li's heart. He hastily glanced sideways. He saw the red-clad individuals had ceased their incantations and were now raising their banners towards the sky, the tips of which were faintly emanating azure flames. Han Li's eyes widened in alarm as he fixated on the azure flames, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Tianming, witnessing the imminent success of their adversaries' incantations, felt his spirit plummet. Yet, the white shadows before them were clearly not something to be easily overcome. Volume 3. Chapter 267. The Terror of Demon Fire Retreat. Everyone, retreat to the Great Formation. As Lu Tianming witnessed the azure flames on the great banners thickening ominously, he shouted in desperation and promptly withdrew, swiftly retreating towards the protective formation. The cultivators beside him instinctively followed their leader's lead. Xuanla, observing the unfolding scene, unhesitatingly issued the same command for retreat. However, among Han Li's group, aside from a few who maintained their advantage and could depart at will, the majority found themselves ensnared in a desperate struggle with their opponents, unable to extricate themselves. Han Li's adversaries, equally frenzied, launched an onslaught in an attempt to restrain him. Yet, with a cold smirk, Han Li retracted his other magical artifacts and summoned the white scale shield, deftly weathering the assault as he returned to the formation. The disciples of the Heavenly Evil Sect could only stop outside the formation, their faces etched with frustration. Xuanla, seeing that more than half of his team remained trapped outside, engaged in an even fiercer battle, sensed the dire situation. He contemplated rushing out to assist, but as he moved, he was abruptly seized by Lu Tianming. It's too late. The Qingyang demon fire has already been summoned, Lu Tianming declared, his face ashen. At that moment, Han Li finally noticed that the red-clad figures wielding the great banners had unleashed azure flames from the tips of their flags, each flame the size of a human arm. A dozen streams of azure fire surged skyward, converging into a massive azure fireball, several yards in diameter, that floated ominously in the air, swaying magnificently. What? Xuanla paused, about to voice his thoughts, but the actions of the red-clad figures immediately rendered his expression grim. They pointed the tips of their flags at the 7 sect cultivators still entangled outside the formation, and with a resounding pop, the enormous fireball fragmented into over a dozen smaller fireballs, each several feet long, hurtling toward the beleaguered cultivators. The azure fireballs, swift as the wind, thundered toward the 7 sect cultivators in an instant. Alarmed, the majority of them instinctively attempted to counter the azure fireballs with various magical artifacts, while a few resorted to talismans for their defensive techniques, striving to intercept the fiery projectiles. Alas, the so-called Qingyang demon fire was indeed terrifying. Regardless of whether it was a magical artifact or a spell, upon contact with the azure fireballs, they were effortlessly obliterated, like moths drawn to a flame, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the faces of the cultivators turned as pale as snow. Before they could contemplate their fate, the fireballs struck them in unison, their protective barriers extinguished upon impact. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators were reduced to nothingness beneath the demon fire, leaving no trace of their existence in this world. Those who had yet to be struck by the attack, confronted with this horrifying spectacle, hesitated not a moment longer. In a frantic bid to escape, they risked severe injury from the Heavenly Evil Sect cultivators or discarded their entangled magical artifacts, plunging directly towards the formation. However, in their panic, 2 or 3 perished beneath the onslaught of their opponents' magical artifacts. Thus, upon the initial encounter between the 7 sects defending the spiritual mine and their adversaries, they suffered grievous losses, including nearly a dozen disciples in the Qi refining stage and a foundation establishment cultivator. The repercussions were indeed severe. However, the might of the Qingyang demon fire was far from over. Under the manipulation of the figure in red, these azure fireballs coalesced once more into a singular entity, transforming into a surge of azure flames that surged towards the 4 demonic formation. The countenance of everyone hidden within the formation shifted dramatically, a palpable fear spreading among all the cultivators. Xianlu, observing this, furrowed his brow and directly inquired of Lu Tianming, "Brother Lu, what exactly is this azure flame? How could a foundation establishment cultivator possibly unleash such terrifying true fire? Surely the restrictions of this formation can withstand its onslaught?" Upon hearing this series of questions, Lu Tianming could not help but smile wryly. Yet, seeing the other cultivators' focused gazes upon him, he reluctantly explained, "To be candid, esteemed brothers, during my skirmish at the border, I merely caught a glimpse of the horror that is the Qingyang demon fire. As for its capability to breach the four demonic formation, I truly cannot speculate. However, I have heard from some elders that this demonic fire is not easily wielded. Not only must the practitioners cultivate the Qingyang demon fire technique, but each release also incurs a cost in terms of their own cultivation. Hence, it is exceptionally difficult to counter." Lu Tianming's words left Xianlu and the other cultivators exchanging glances, their expressions laden with frustration. At that moment, the azure inferno collided with the formation's four-colored restrictions, producing a deep explosive sound that immediately captured everyone's attention. Waves of azure surged relentlessly against the four-colored barrier, causing it to ripple incessantly. Nonetheless, it managed to hold back the terrifying demonic flames, allowing the seven sex cultivators within the formation to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Han Li and the others could not remain at ease for long, as their anxiety returned. With the passage of time, the four-colored barrier, continually assailed by the azure flames, began to dim, an unmistakable sign that the formation was on the verge of collapse. Although the figures in red were also drenched in sweat as they wielded their banners, it was evident they could sustain this for a while longer. Consequently, all the cultivators within the formation began to fervently brainstorm strategies for retreat or escape. Based on the circumstances of other spiritual minds under siege, it was clear that the seven sex cultivators, once captured by the demonic faction, would not be killed outright, but rather swiftly transported behind enemy lines. None could fathom how they might be treated as prisoners. Given the enmity that had developed between the seven sects and the six demonic sects, the likelihood of leniency towards captured foes was exceedingly slim. Particularly concerning was the enemy's notorious proficiency in soul extraction and spirit refinement, which heightened the unease among the seven sex cultivators. Thus, the notion of surrender was not broached unless absolutely necessary. "I know of an underground passage that leads directly several dozen miles away. It should suffice for our escape." Suddenly, the elder Yu Xing, who had guarded this location for over a decade, spoke with a calm demeanor. This proclamation was akin to a boulder stirring up 1,000 waves, initially startling Xianlu and the other cultivators, only for excitement to follow swiftly. "Brother Yu, is that truly the case? Excellent. This marks the moment of liberation. Hope has emerged." The previously anxious cultivators of the seven sects now bore expressions of renewed vigor, their spirits lifted with joy. Han Li too was filled with profound delight, for he had been utterly powerless against those azure demonic flames. Even a desperate struggle seemed futile. After calming the excitement of Xianlu and Lu Tianming, and confirming the authenticity of the underground passage from Yu Xing, he promptly issued the command to retreat without further hesitation. As for the Spirit Stone mine, there was no cause for concern. The adversaries would at most obliterate the entrance, rendering the mine's resources temporarily inaccessible. The spirit stones within could not be taken by the fiends, and even the mundane miners were typically spared from harm by both factions. Thus, their only task was to depart swiftly. Thus, over 50 cultivators guarding the mine, led by Yu Xing, entered a particular underground tunnel of the Spirit Stone mine. Yet, the moment they descended underground, a tremor coursed through the entire gorge. "The Four Fiends formation has been breached," Xianlu remarked expressionlessly. Instantly, the pace of the cultivators quickened significantly. The tunnel was illuminated brightly by the moonlight stones held by the cultivators. Observing the uneven walls of the tunnel, it became evident that this passage had been entirely excavated by human hands, which surprised the cultivators. According to Yu Xing, this tunnel was originally an extensive vein of spirit stones, and unbeknownst to the miners, it had been transformed into a lengthy underground passage that led directly to another exit. Fortunately, its considerable length allowed Yu Xing to recall it vividly. Otherwise, they would indeed have found themselves without an escape today. The other cultivators nodded in agreement to this statement. At that moment, however, the tunnel suddenly began to shake violently, and amidst the booming sounds, it began to collapse bit by bit. In the terrified gaze of the cultivators, countless tons of earth and stone buried them beneath. The entire underground realm was plunged into darkness once more. Several hours later, within a natural stone cavern underground, a large hole suddenly broke through the stone wall, and a lizard-like mechanical beast emerged, cautiously surveying its surroundings before retreating back into the hole. After Emil's time, the lizard automaton leapt out once more, this time followed closely by a person, none other than Han Li, who had narrowly escaped the collapse. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings, his face reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity. I have a pressing matter to attend to and will need to take half a day off. I can only provide an update later this evening, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Volume 3. Chapter 268. The White Spider. This is a sprawling stalactite cave. Though its true size remains uncertain, it certainly appears to be quite vast. After lifting a moonlight stone to examine the surroundings, Han Li arrived at this conclusion. In the instant when the tunnel collapsed and debris plummeted, Han Li swiftly activated his protective shield. Although he was ultimately buried deep underground amidst the violent tremors, he managed to find a moment to catch his breath. However, the terrain shifted so drastically that he could not ascertain his location or determine a direction. In desperation, he released several lizard puppets to excavate in multiple directions simultaneously, hoping to discover an escape route. At that moment, he deeply regretted not having learned the earth escape technique beforehand. Had he done so, he could have effortlessly traversed through the earth with a mere flick of his wrist. Now, he had no choice but to follow the paths carved out by the puppets. Crawling forward cautiously, the thought of using a magical artifact to clear a path fleetingly crossed his mind, but he dismissed it outright. In a situation where he was uncertain of his bearings, recklessly expending magical energy would be unwise, and using artifacts amidst the rubble was exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead him to be ensnared in another collapse. Thus, Han Li meticulously commanded a few puppets to explore a designated area first, then selected the most promising direction to advance. After several tedious hours of crawling, he finally emerged into an unknown limestone cave, allowing the tension in his heart to dissipate entirely. The feeling of having survived a calamity was indeed exhilarating. Han Li glanced back at the cave from which he had emerged, aware that others had likely also survived the tunnel collapse. However, whether they could extricate themselves from the debris remained uncertain. In a sealed environment, even foundation-building cultivators would struggle to endure for long, and disciples in the chi refining stage faced even graver odds. Nonetheless, amidst his relief, Han Li found himself puzzled. How could such a collapse and tremor occur so soon after they had entered the tunnel? Was it possible that the forces of darkness were at play? He surmised that this speculation was likely true. Above ground, the dark cultivators were ruthlessly ravaging the entrance of the spirit mine, shattering everything within with their magical artifacts. High above the mine, an elderly man in a yellow robe remarked to a young girl in red, "Sister Lian, have you perhaps overreacted? Must we employ an earth-shattering talisman for such trivial matters as a few stray dogs? That talisman is a rare mid-level artifact." "Humph. Do they think they can escape from me, Lian Feihua, so easily?" she retorted nonchalantly. Though the mission to pillage the spirit stone mine was merely a secondary objective, the thought of allowing them to flee smoothly left her feeling uneasy. The elderly man, upon hearing her words, could only chuckle in disbelief. To waste such a rare talisman for such a reason was absurd. But what could he say? She was the sole daughter of the sect master of the Demon Flame sect. Sighing, he decided it was best to refrain from meddling in her affairs. Not long after, the group of dark cultivators, having thoroughly obliterated the spirit mine, departed from the area, gradually vanishing from sight. A day later, the 7 sects concealed in a vast medicinal herb plantation, far from this location, fell victim to the same group in a surprise attack. All the medicinal herbs destined for alchemical concoction have been completely plundered, with even the tender seedlings reduced to ashes by the malevolent flames of Qingyang. This incident immediately gripped the hearts of the upper echelons of the 7 sects. In contrast, the spirit stone mine where Han Li resided, having been surreptitiously attacked, seemed trivial in comparison. After all, a destroyed spirit mine could be restored with time, but the stolen and incinerated spiritual herbs would take decades to regrow. Enraged, the higher-ups of the 7 sects dispatched formidable experts to pursue the assailants, only to be ambushed by reinforcements from the enemy along the way, suffering minor losses. Enduring such repeated setbacks, the 7 sects naturally refused to remain silent. Feeling they had regained some strength, they initiated a second wave of large-scale conflict with the 6 clans. Underground, Han Li furrowed his brow, finally identifying a cave entrance stirred by a flowing breeze, prompting him to send his 2 puppets ahead to scout the path, while he followed closely behind. After traversing through dozens of caverns, the space of the stalactite cave expanded significantly, large enough to accommodate over 100 people without difficulty. Concurrently, the breeze intensified, providing Han Li with a measure of reassurance, as the presence of wind indicated a passageway leading to the surface. As Han Li stepped into a new cavern, he unexpectedly encountered 6 or 7 individuals, including Xianlu, Lu Tianming, and even Zhongwu among them. Upon seeing Han Li and his accompanying puppets, they momentarily froze. However, just as Xianlu smiled and seemed about to speak, a piercing scream erupted from the opposite direction, causing everyone's expressions to shift to shock. Xianlu and Lu Tianming exchanged glances, disregarding any inquiries towards Han Li, and hastily made their way towards the source of the sound. Naturally, they activated various defensive spells and artifacts, remaining vigilant without a hint of carelessness. Observing this, Han Li hesitated briefly before retrieving his white phosphorus shield and slowly following suit. However, he refrained from casting defensive spells, instead applying both the lightness technique and wind control technique upon himself. He firmly believed that in confined spaces, speed outweighed defense in significance. After navigating through 3 or 4 substantial caverns, they arrived at an even larger stalactite cave, only to be startled by the scene before them. In the center of the cave, a crystalline white spider, several feet long, was voraciously gnawing at a bloodied corpse. The tattered white garments of the deceased indicated that this individual was a disciple of the Moon Concealment sect who had escaped from being buried alive. With 3 or 4 dilapidated artifacts strewn about nearby, what drew even more attention, however, was the presence of a remarkably ancient hexagonal teleportation array amidst piles of raw spirit stones behind the spider. At one side of the array, a 5-colored skeleton sat cross-legged, floating 3 feet above the ground, cradling a luminous blue token that emitted a faint glow. "What is this?" a chi refinement cultivator asked, swallowing hard. It was unclear whether he referred to the bizarre spider, the teleportation array, or the skeleton and token. Naturally, no one provided him with an answer. Perhaps his voice disturbed the spider, for the creature ceased its gnawing and raised its head, fixing its cold gaze upon the group that had just entered the cavern. This caused Han Li and the other cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts, prompting them to take immediate precautions. However, the monstrous spider only glanced at them for a moment before lowering its head to continue gnawing at the corpse, seemingly oblivious to their presence, leaving everyone exchanging glances in bewilderment. Dai, one disciple of the Tsunyua sect, perhaps moved by the sight of a fellow practitioner being devoured by the spider, was overtaken by a sense of shared despair and abruptly hurled a fiery, dart-shaped artifact towards the creature. This reckless act startled the seasoned practitioners, including Lu Tianming, who inwardly chastised the disciple for his impulsiveness. With a sharp sound, the dart struck the spider's head without it attempting to evade, only to bounce off, leaving no mark on the creature's exoskeleton, while the dart's tip became slightly bent. The eyes of the other cultivators nearly bulged out in disbelief at the spider's astonishingly tough exterior. How could it be so exaggeratedly resilient? "Let us attack together." Xianlu glared fiercely at the reckless disciple, but was compelled to call for a collective assault as the spider had ceased its feeding and was leisurely crawling towards them. At this command, over a dozen artifacts were summoned simultaneously, each manifesting various forms of power as they struck at the giant spider. Han Li also summoned his golden blade. In an instant, a myriad of colors erupted from the attacks, enveloping the white spider in a brilliant light, as if it were on the verge of being vanquished within moments. Yet, after a cacophony of sounds, the brilliance of all the attacking artifacts rapidly diminished, with 5 or 6 of the lower-tier artifacts losing all semblance of spirit and crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Han Li and the other cultivators were struck with horror and instinctively retracted their artifacts to observe the aftermath. It turned out that the top-tier artifacts remained unscathed, while the mid-tier ones sustained significant damage, and the artifacts that had fallen were undoubtedly of a lower grade. As the white spider re-emerged unscathed, it continued its slow approach towards them. "Retreat." Lu Tianming and Xianlu exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Though they had entertained thoughts of the teleportation array and the token, confronting such a beast head-on would come at an exorbitant cost. Returning to the surface was of paramount importance. At that moment, the white spider opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of white liquid that sprayed towards the group. Having witnessed the creature's might, none dared to foolishly receive this unknown liquid and quickly scattered to the sides. Oh no! Hanli suddenly recalled something, exclaiming involuntarily. This caught the attention of the other cultivators, leaving them momentarily perplexed. The liquid then transformed mid-air into a massive web, hurtling towards the cave entrance and sealing it off, effectively blocking the only entry point they had used to enter. The expressions of the other cultivators changed dramatically as they realized that this cavern seemed to have only this single entrance. Is this creature attempting to ensnare us all at once? Zhongwu remarked, his face paling slightly. Humph. Xianlu did not respond verbally, but raised her hand, sending 7 or 8 fireballs soaring towards the densely woven spider web. With several explosive sounds, the web remained entirely intact, not even a trace of scorch marking its surface. This time, the others did not display any surprise. Clearly, they anticipated that this web would not be easily broken. In an instant, several legs of the white spider curled slightly, and then with a sudden burst of strength, its entire body surged forward, heading directly towards Xuanla. Xuanla's expression darkened, and he swiftly produced a yellow talisman, pressing it onto the ground. Instantly, the talisman silently merged with the earth. Shortly thereafter, a massive stone spire, several feet in height, erupted from the ground not far ahead, accurately piercing the spider's abdomen, pinning it firmly to the cave's ceiling and rendering it temporarily immobile. Excellent! Lu Tianming exclaimed, his face alight with joy upon witnessing this. He then threw forth a dark green pouch, its opening precisely aimed at the spider on the cave's ceiling, and a faint glow emanated from it. At that moment, the spider, trapped against the ceiling, let out a series of hissing shrieks. It drew its legs inward to grasp the top of the stone spire and exerted a tremendous force. With a cacophony of noise, the apex of the stone spire was easily shattered, sending countless fragments cascading down. Finally liberated, the beast landed, crouching atop the broken spire, its small eyes glimmering with a menacing green light, seemingly enraged. It crouched low and then lunged once more towards the assembled cultivators. However, at that precise moment, a burst of radiant light erupted from the summoned pouch, accurately enveloping the spider midair. Swift as lightning, it drew back, diminishing the beast in size and capturing it within the pouch. The onlookers, including Han Li and others, were taken aback. The spider, which appeared so formidable, had been so effortlessly subdued, which was simply unimaginable. Lu Tianming himself bore an expression of mixed surprise and delight. Although his sun and moon pouch wielded immense power and had captured numerous beasts, he was genuinely astonished by how smoothly he had ensnared this spider. Yet, a wave of euphoria washed over him. If he could tame such a creature, his strength would surely surge to unprecedented heights. With this thought, even Lu Tianming, typically composed, could not hide his elation. He eagerly beckoned the green pouch, which began to glide toward him under the gaze of onlookers. The other cultivators, fully aware of what a living beast meant for the people of Ling Beast Mountain, could not help but display their envy. However, just as this emotion surfaced, the flying pouch suddenly halted in midair, ceasing its movement. Lu Tianming's heart raced with alarm as he hastily attempted to forcibly retrieve it, but after a few erratic shakes, the pouch remained suspended in the air. Realizing that something was amiss, the surrounding observers grew cautious. The surface of the pouch began to warp and deform, as if the beast within was causing a ruckus. This phenomenon lasted but a fleeting moment before the pouch swelled abruptly. Then, with a tremendous bang, the pouch exploded into fragments as the white spider audaciously burst forth, reclaiming its true form. Once again, the beast, having escaped from captivity, was unmistakably engulfed in madness. Its crystalline white form gradually morphed into a deep crimson, emitting a terrifying, blood-red luminescence. Its maw, filled with razor-sharp fangs, ground incessantly, producing a chilling crunching sound. Observing this, Lu Tianming and his companions retreated several paces, seeking to establish a safer distance before unleashing their magical artifacts. However, the blood-red spider swiftly slashed its claws, propelling itself like a bolt of lightning between the two furthest retreating cultivators. In a flash, two beams of white light erupted, with a sickening sound. The protective barriers of the two cultivators shattered under the spider's onslaught, and their bodies were cleaved in two, resulting in instant death. One of them was the grotesque man, Yan Jue, who had foolishly believed that retreating further would afford him greater safety. Witnessing the horrific demise of their comrades and the spider's lightning-fast assault, the remaining cultivators, including Han Li, were struck with terror and hastily scattered, desperate to avoid sharing the same fate. Yet it was too late. The spider's body quivered and transformed into a streak of blood-red light, hurtling towards another cultivator from the blade transformation sect. This cultivator, pale with fear, gritted his teeth and released two black flying daggers, simultaneously propelling himself backward. However, the spider opened its maw, unleashing a spray of viscous white liquid that rendered the daggers useless, causing them to plummet to the ground. In the next instant, the massive creature lunged forward, its jaws snapping shut and severing the head of the blade transformation cultivator, blood gushing from the neck in a gruesome fountain, leaving onlookers aghast. With the situation growing increasingly dire, the remaining individuals, including Han Li, dared not hesitate any longer and unleash their talismans and magical artifacts in a frantic barrage. Yet, the now crimson spider moved with the swiftness of the wind, its agility outpacing the spells and artifacts in the confines of the narrow cavern. In that fleeting moment, two more cultivators fell victim to its fangs. One had managed to conjure a colorful cloth to shield himself, but it shattered instantly, and he too was claimed by the beast, its claws and fangs far exceeding the hardness of top-tier artifacts. At this juncture, only Lu Tianming, Xian Lu, and Han Li remained in the cavern, their faces ashen and filled with rage. Had they been in an open space, the cultivators might have fared better, as the ability to fly would have afforded them some reprieve. With a resounding thud, the spider lunged at Lu Tianming, its claw shattering his protective barrier before attempting to cleave him in half. Yet, an unexpectedly materialized dark object intervened, blocking the attack. This object, flat and rounded, resembled a small shield, but upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be an enormous tortoise shell, its surface marred by numerous fissures. The spider's claw left only a shallow scratch upon it, astonishingly unharmed otherwise. Realizing its attack had failed, the colossal spider wasted no time abandoning Lu Tianming and, in a flash of blood, reappeared beside Han Li, jaws poised to strike. However, Han Li remained unperturbed, his expression cold as he swayed slightly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, only to materialize several yards away, leaving the beast momentarily stunned, rooted in place. However, just as there was a slight delay, the small yellow bell produced by Xuanla finally caught up. With a flash of yellow light, it expanded and trapped the demon beast beneath it once more. Meanwhile, Han Li's Wulong Duan and a massive black peak cautiously circled outside the bell, wary of the beast escaping again. You need not worry. Xuanla reassured Han Li and Lu Tianming, his expression relaxing. This sky-covering bell is infused with refined copper essence. It cannot possibly escape. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression eased, and he retracted the Wulong Duan, seemingly reassured. Lu Tianming approached the copper bell, gazed at it for a moment, and then shook his head anxiously. No, I still do not feel at ease. Use the bell to keep this beast contained while I prepare a talisman to completely eliminate it. Xuanla frowned slightly at these words, but said nothing, adopting an expression of acquiescence. Han Li glanced at the teleportation array and the token atop the bones, lost in thought, before settling down on a vacant patch of ground, appearing to leave the matter to the two of them. At that moment, Lu Tianming produced a shimmering blue talisman, clasping it in his palms as he slowly channeled his spiritual energy into it. Clearly, for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, utilizing talismans was considerably more efficient. In just a short while, he spread his hands apart, and a small, exquisitely crafted blue ruler shot forth, swirling above Lu Tianming's head. Is it ready? I am about to release the demon beast, Xuanla inquired, controlling the small bell while feigning concern. Ready? You can rest assured that your demise is imminent. This grand teleportation order will be accepted by me. Lu Tianming suddenly glared, his face contorting into a sinister expression. He then bellowed, and the small ruler above his head erupted with countless rays of light, rapidly multiplying from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and from 4 to 8, until hundreds of identical small rulers manifested, each emitting a resonant hum. Under Lu Tianming's command, the majority of the rulers densely bombarded Xuanla, while a small fraction shot towards the seated Han Li. Seeing this, Han Li's expression shifted slightly as he tightened his grip on the object in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the incoming talisman. In contrast, Xuanle remained unfazed, regarding the imminent threat with an air of indifference. Observing their expressions, Lu Tianming's triumphant demeanor faltered as he sensed impending doom and hastily attempted to summon his turtle shell. However, from the ground behind him came a thunderous sound of earth-shattering, followed by a surge of crimson light that zipped past him. In an instant, Lu Tianming's body was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground, while the red light, having traveled a certain distance, came to a halt. It was the blood spider that had somehow escaped its confinement. Later tonight, there will be another chapter, but it may take a while to type out. You can check back tomorrow morning. Alas, I did not expect to be delayed in my writing today, so I must burn the midnight oil. Volume 3. Chapter 270. Slaying with Lu Tianming's demise. The hundreds of small rulers lost their source of spiritual energy and shattered into countless specks of blue light. They then coalesced together, revealing the talisman's original form as it gently floated to the ground, landing precisely between Han Li, Xuanle, and the blood-colored spider. Xian Lu gazed impassively at Han Li, exhibiting no discernible reaction. Han Li cast a glance at the blood spider, then turned his attention back to Xian Lu, silently raising a hand to summon forth the white-scaled shield. Simultaneously, 8 beams of white light illuminated around him, and 8 puppet beasts materialized at his side. Xian Li's expression finally shifted, and he raised a hand to summon back a small yellow bell, remarking nonchalantly, "I never anticipated that Junior Brother Han would possess a talent for puppetry. Yet, it appears your cultivation is still lacking. Do you truly believe these mere puppets could rival me?" Han Li, unfazed by the taunt, coldly inquired, "Was the spider intentionally released by you?" "Indeed," Xian Lu replied without hesitation, producing a red veil resembling a cloak in his hand. "Are you not concerned that your cleverness might backfire, leading to your demise at the hands of this beast?" Han Li licked his parched lips and scoffed. "Huh, kill me? With this 4th-tier beast, which boasts only brute strength?" Xian Lu retorted derisively, his face reflecting utter disdain. "However, do take your time to play with this crystal spider. I hope you can preserve your life." With that, he draped the veil over himself, and although his figure remained visible, the various auras emanating from him abruptly dissipated. Han Li, taken aback, scrutinized the veil with keen interest. Meanwhile, Xian Lu, smiling, slowly retreated to a corner of the cave, adopting an air of detachment. As thoughts raced through Han Li's mind, he suddenly discerned the purpose of the veil, causing his expression to shift in alarm as he hurriedly glanced at the spider. The blood spider now glared menacingly at him, its fangs clicking ominously, having marked him as its prey. After a brief contemplation, Han Li's figure flickered, swiftly darting toward the corner where Xian Lu stood. However, upon noticing Han Li's movement, the blood spider surged forward, its crimson aura intensifying. Yet, the prepared puppet beasts unleashed a barrage of swift beams from their mouths, striking the blood spider and sending it tumbling multiple times, momentarily thwarting its pursuit of Han Li. Seeing Han Li charge toward him, Xian Li's heart raced. He was acutely aware of Han Li's lightning-fast agility and dared not let him approach freely. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the small bell toward Han Li, and radiant light enveloped him as a fiery red leather armor materialized on his form. Naturally, the veil had lost its efficacy and was promptly retracted. As Han Li raised his hand to intercept the massive bell descending upon him, a small mirror appeared in his grasp. A surge of azure light emanated forth, instantly reverting the bell to its original size and suspending it in midair. "The Qingming mirror," Xian Lu exclaimed in shock. He was well aware of the renowned high-tier artifact within their sect. Panic set in as he realized that he had expected the bell to at least buy him some time, yet Han Li was charging forward without pause. How could he not become flustered? Fortunately, the adversary was still a considerable distance away, so Zhuanil swiftly tossed a talisman of ice rain he had just retrieved, which immediately transformed into a barrage of icy spikes that shot towards his opponent. He believed that if Han Li were to block with that white shield, his speed would surely diminish, providing Zhuanil the opportunity to unleash a formidable weapon he had recently acquired. As Han Li observed the multitude of ice spikes approaching, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he waved his small shield and stored it in his pouch, simultaneously accelerating his form to an astonishing degree. His body underwent an extraordinary distortion, allowing him to surge through the storm of ice without a scratch. Zhuanil, witnessing this spectacle, felt his composed demeanor evaporate, and his face turned ashen with fear. With Han Li suddenly upon him, Zhueniel, in desperation, disregarded the activation of any artifacts and poured all his spiritual energy into his crimson armor, hoping to withstand the impending peril through the prowess of this superior defensive talisman. As Han Li saw the armor emanate a radiant glow, a surge of murderous intent welled within him. He opened his mouth, and a dark, pointed object, prepared in advance, was unexpectedly expelled, piercing through the armor with a piercing shriek and resulting in a thunderous explosion. In the next moment, a colossal azure sword aura materialized, and with a swift motion, Han Li found himself standing behind Zhueniel. Zhueniel stood frozen, his fiery armor now marred by a fist-sized hole at the chest. Its protective energies dissipated, rendering it useless. Without warning, his head tumbled from his shoulders, severed by Han Li's azure sword light. The storage pouch at his waist was effortlessly seized by Han Li. Gazing at the pouch in his hand, Han Li felt an indescribable sensation. A cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage had been so easily slain. He could only imagine the disbelief that had gripped Zhueniel in his final moments. However, Han Li understood that the reason for Zhueniel's demise was twofold: the element of surprise and the constraints of the narrow terrain. In a typical aerial battle, the opponent would never have afforded him the opportunity to close the distance. With a separation of several dozen yards, and utilizing artifacts for flight, Zhueniel's speed would not have been inferior to Han Li's ultimate agility. Moreover, in order to breach the opponent's armor, Han Li had resorted to a disposable explosive artifact crafted from the horn of a black flood dragon, resulting in a mutual destruction with the armor. The shopkeeper who had fashioned the artifact lamented that had the dragon's horn matured for another 20 to 30 years, it could have been refined into a highly powerful talisman, rather than being relegated to a consumable due to its initial fragility. Nevertheless, in retrospect, utilizing such a resource to eliminate a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator proved to be exceedingly worthwhile. Just as Han Li stored the chinging mirror and the small bell from his opponent, a series of explosions erupted behind him, causing him to pause momentarily. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached into his storage pouch and summoned several second-tier puppet beasts. The original 8 had been overwhelmed by the blood spider, which had drawn them closer, resulting in their dismemberment amidst savage bites and cuts. At present, the blood spider turned back and charged towards Han Li once again. Han Li raised a hand, and a pair of black dragons suddenly enlarged, intercepting the massive spider midair. Following this, the column of light from the puppet beast struck relentlessly against the crimson body of the demonic creature, ultimately pinning it down to a specific location, halting its advance. In a moment of desperation, the blood spider spewed forth several strands of webbing. However, upon witnessing this tactic, Han Li nimbly evaded the assault. As for the puppet beast, one was ensnared by the webbing, yet Han Li promptly stored it into his spatial pouch and summoned another without delay, ensuring the continuous onslaught against the spider. Nevertheless, Han Li soon reconsidered his intention to summon a talisman for an immediate kill, recognizing that engaging the spider's webs with shields and magical artifacts would be unwise. With a resigned sigh, Han Li maintained his relentless assault against the spider, remaining vigilant without a moment's respite. After a quarter of an hour, as Han Li had anticipated, the sanguine hue of the spider began to fade, revealing pockmarks and scars on its exoskeleton, an evident sign that the creature's true essence was dwindling. Unable to sustain its defenses with spiritual power, a smile crept across Han Li's face, yet the spider seemed to sense impending doom. Attempting to escape Han Li's encompassing offensive by darting towards the cave entrance. However, it was swiftly repelled back by the urgent beams from the puppets, ultimately succumbing to Han Li's relentless pursuit. As the last vestiges of the spider's true essence evaporated, it curled into a ball, devoid of any strength to retaliate. Han Li then brandished his impeccably sharp silver sword, advancing a few steps before delivering a decisive strike that severed the spider's head. Indeed, while its exoskeleton was formidable, without the protection of magical power, the silver blade easily breached its defenses. Subsequently, Han Li sank onto the ground nearby, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. After some time, he surveyed the many fallen cultivators around him, feeling for the first time the fragility of a cultivator's life, which filled him with a tinge of sorrow. Perhaps one day, he too would meet his end at the hands of another cultivator or perish within the belly of a beast. Once he had rested sufficiently, Han Li first retrieved the small talisman, then proceeded to search through the spatial pouches of each corpse. Finally, he cautiously approached the teleportation array, his gaze flickering uncertainly over the 5-colored skeletal remains and the token they held. The Great Teleportation Order. This was how Lu Tianming referred to the token. Han Li fell into contemplation. Chapter 271. The Great Teleportation Order and the Ancient Teleportation Array. Han Li had never encountered the term Great Teleportation Order before. However, witnessing Lu Tianming and Xian Lu unhesitatingly eliminate others for it underscored the item's value. Yet, faced with the bizarre form of the 5-colored skeleton, Han Li dared not act recklessly. He withdrew a golden blade, cautiously touching the skeleton, and upon observing no reaction, he approached with confidence to closely examine the token. The token gleamed in a brilliant blue, emanating a faint luminous glow from its ancient patterns and the archaic script inscribed upon it. It was evidently an artifact from antiquity. In other respects, Han Li did not sense anything unusual. The spiritual energy contained within was rather low. After pondering for a moment, he extended the golden blade in his hand and deftly flicked it, easily retrieving the token. Upon pinching it with his fingers, he found it was not the metallic texture he had imagined. Rather, it possessed a peculiar softness intertwined with firmness, as if crafted from some type of wood. After toying with it for a while, he attempted to infuse it with a modicum of spiritual energy. However, an immense suction emanated from the token, causing a significant amount of his internal spiritual energy to surge outward, startling Han Li into hastily severing the energy flow, which then quelled the suction. Having learned his lesson the hard way, Han Li dared not experiment recklessly again and carefully stowed the token in his storage bag. He then circled the unknown teleportation array several times, filled with curiosity about where it might lead. Naturally, Han Li would not recklessly attempt to use it. Moreover, even if he harbored such an inclination, it would be impossible, as one corner of the teleportation array had suffered damage. Although the destruction was minimal, it was sufficient to render the array inoperable. Blinking in contemplation, Han Li suddenly produced a jade slip and began to meticulously replicate the design and patterns of the teleportation array, intending to consult others about its potential for repair. He was filled with anticipation. After completing this task, Han Li scoured the vast cavern for any overlooked items. Behind a stout stone pillar, he discovered 2 crystal-clear, spherical eggs, each the size of a fist. Upon sighting them, Han Li was filled with elation, knowing immediately that they were the eggs of the spider demon beast. Having experienced the formidable nature of this creature firsthand, he could not let this opportunity slip away. He promptly retrieved a specially designed pouch from a fellow cultivator's storage bag to house the spider eggs, carefully stowing them away at his waist. With this newfound treasure, Han Li diligently searched the remaining areas but found nothing more of significance. Nonetheless, content with his gains, he returned to the corpse of the white spider and, without hesitation, dismembered it, placing the parts into his storage bag. He then incinerated the bodies of Xian Lu, Lu Tianming, and the others with fireballs, reducing them to ashes before burying them on the spot. When he beheld the multicolored bones, Han Li casually cast a few small fireballs upon them, intending to incinerate them as well. Surprisingly, after the flames subsided, 7 or 8 small orbs of vibrant hues coalesced from the ashes, which astonished Han Li and naturally piqued his curiosity, leading him to collect them. Prepared to depart, Han Li aimed to prevent the teleportation array from being discovered by others. Thus, as he exited the cavern, he unleashed the azure sword light to utterly obliterate the entrance, sealing it completely. Of course, he left some subtle markers in the vicinity for his later return. Following the direction of the airflow in the stalactite cave, he eventually found an exceptionally concealed exit after several hours, finally stepping onto the surface. Fearing that the group of demonic cultivators might still be lurking nearby, Han Li wasted no time in boarding his divine wind vessel and swiftly headed towards Mount Taiyue. With the journey proceeding without incident, he returned to Huangfeng Valley after 7 or 8 days. After recounting his edited experiences to the duty officer inside the door, he returned to his cave residence to await further instructions. At this moment, he was aware that the second round of the great battle had commenced. In the initial phase, with robust support from 2 other nations, the 7 factions seemed to hold the upper hand against the 6 sects, which alleviated the atmosphere within Huangfeng Valley considerably, dispelling the earlier sense of despair that had accompanied the onset of war. Upon returning, as he surveyed the unchanged surroundings of his cave, Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. Although returning to the sect at this juncture was not the wisest decision, as he would likely be conscripted, he understood that the 7 factions were imposing severe penalties on disciples who hesitated to engage, citing excuses to evade mission assignments. The consequences were harsh, ranging from fines and spirit stones to the crippling of one's spiritual powers, a merciless fate indeed. Rumors suggested that nearly 100 individuals within the 7 factions had already faced varying degrees of punishment. Moreover, those who had no active missions or had completed their tasks were mandated to report back to their respective sects within a specified time frame. Failure to provide a valid reason for tardiness would result in penalties. Of course, outright evasion or fleeing to another country would yield even graver repercussions, including lifelong pursuit by the enforcement teams of the 7 factions. As long as the 7 factions endured, the hunt would never cease. Han Li, unwilling to abandon Huangfeng Valley and flee from Yu country, resolved to comply with the directives. In truth, he surmised that with both demonic and righteous paths expanding simultaneously, tranquility would be a rare commodity throughout the entire southern region of Tian. The various realms of cultivation would inevitably be embroiled in conflict. It was merely a question of timing. Given this reality, he deemed it preferable to remain in Yu country, for home is hard to leave behind. The first order of business upon returning to his cave was to submerge the pair of spider eggs in the spirit eye spring, allowing spiritual energy to nurture their hatching. Subsequently, he promptly entered seclusion for 2 days, ultimately mastering the first layer of the Great Transformation technique. Curiously, after a prolonged stagnation, the Qingyuan sword technique also unexpectedly broke through to the 5th layer, elevating Han Li to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Elated by this advancement, he recognized that with each increment in cultivation, his chances of survival amid the turmoil increased. However, he found it peculiar that after several days of his return, the sect had yet to assign him any tasks, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Based on his experience, the more anomalous the situation, the greater the potential for trouble and danger. Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that in the current strife against the 6 paths, no task could be deemed secure. Even guarding a spirit stone mine could nearly cost one their life, rendering any assignment inconsequential. With this reasoning, Han Li regained his tranquil mindset and seized the brief respite to investigate the true nature of the Great Teleportation Token. As for his master, Li Huayuan and Hong Fu, there was no need to involve Dong Zuner, for as core formation cultivators, they were already engaged in their own missions outside the sect. Within the Tianji Pavilion of Huangfeng Valley, after 2 days of diligent searching, Han Li finally discovered a concise introduction to the Great Teleportation Token in a book titled Dongxian Explanation. According to the text, this resplendent blue token was an essential artifact for ancient cultivators engaging in long-distance teleportation. Without it, the safety of the transfer could not be assured. Only with the Great Teleportation Token can ancient cultivators avoid being crushed to death by the spatial pressure generated during long-distance teleportation. In contrast, short-range teleportation renders spatial pressure negligible. For instance, when using the small teleportation array within and outside the Yulu Hall, Han Li felt no discomfort whatsoever. However, the text does not elucidate how the Great Teleportation Token ensures the safety of its bearer. Moreover, the method of crafting the Great Teleportation Token has long been lost amidst the chaos of the ancient cultivation world. The existing tokens have gradually faded into obscurity, becoming mere legends, with no accounts of anyone currently possessing such an artifact. Nonetheless, this holds little significance for the modern cultivation realm. The ancient teleportation arrays have long since become legendary themselves. While it is uncertain if any remain hidden in remote areas or within the secret domains of certain sects or families, it is clear that the farthest teleportation arrays capable of being constructed today can only reach a distance of a little over 100 miles. A far cry from the ancient arrays that could span millions of miles. Even so, the exorbitant cost of constructing a teleportation array means that a single sect can typically manage only 3 or 4, as exceeding this number would cause considerable financial strain. Upon grasping the purpose of the Great Teleportation Token, Han Li's first thought was whether the underground teleportation array could be an ancient teleportation array. This conjecture made his heart race with excitement, for the likelihood seemed exceedingly high. If this were indeed the case, possessing the Great Teleportation Token and subsequently repairing that array would allow him to traverse at least millions of miles away. He would no longer need to wade through the murky waters of the conflict among the 7 sects and 6 clans, but could instead relocate to a new environment to continue his cultivation. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Han Li could no longer contain his enthusiasm. He began searching for books related to ancient teleportation arrays, hoping to uncover methods for restoring the underground teleportation array. Han Li spent several more days in the Tianji Pavilion, which housed a multitude of tomes. Despite his efforts poring over countless texts on formations, he found not a trace of information pertaining to ancient teleportation arrays, leaving him utterly disheartened. At this moment, Han Li recalled an individual who might assist him in repairing the array. As the holiday approached, the hospital attendant he had previously engaged was returning home for a family reunion, compelling him to extend his time in the hospital with his loved one. Therefore, during these few days of the holiday, he could only assure continuous updates, though the quantity he could manage remained uncertain. After all, returning home would entail dealing with a plethora of relatives and friends. Fortunately, it would only be a matter of 2 or 3 days before this period passed, and he asked for everyone's understanding. Chapter 272. A year the individual Han Li had in mind was, of course, Qi Yunxiao, with whom he had made a pact several years prior. Given that Qi Yunxiao's friend was proficient in the inverted 5 elements formation, it stood to reason that he would possess considerable knowledge of other formations as well. As the ancient teleportation array could also be classified as a type of formation, it was conceivable that his friend might be capable of repairing it. With this thought, Han Li felt a surge of hope, calculating that the time for their anticipated reunion was drawing near. However, at this moment, tasks were constantly descending, making it impossible for him to seek out the other person immediately. It seemed he would have to devise another plan later. Han Li reflected for a moment, feeling somewhat disheartened and lost interest in perusing the formation books. He exited the Tianji Pavilion and returned to his cave abode. Upon his return, he noticed that the spider eggs appeared to have grown noticeably larger, indicating that the Spirit Eye Spring was indeed effective in accelerating their incubation. Observing this, Han Li promptly drew a simple spirit control formation, a fundamental technique for cultivators to manage beast eggs. He then dripped several drops of his essence blood into the formation before placing the spider eggs within it. Once the formation activated, the 2 white eggs absorbed all the essence blood, after which he returned the eggs to the spirit spring. Just as Han Li completed this task, he received a flying talisman summoning him to the discussion hall for an urgent assembly. A shiver ran down his spine. He knew that a mission had finally arrived. In the chaotic battlefield between the 7 sects and the 6 clans, at the juncture of the state of Yu and the state of Cheki, Han Li commanded 2 dark lights transformed from the black dragons, alongside several golden blades, relentlessly assaulting a disciple from the Ghost Spirit sect in the early stage of Foundation establishment, trapping him within a confined space. Despite the dark aura emanating from the opponent, accompanied by the eerie sounds of several skulls, Han Li quickly discerned a flaw amidst the storm of attacks from his magical artifacts and decisively cleaved the adversary into several pieces. With practiced ease, he seized the storage bag from the fallen opponent and vanished into the vast wilderness. Having already secured a bounty, and with nightfall approaching, it was customary for the demonic cultivators and the golden core cultivators of the 7 sects to engage in combat. The thought of being inadvertently caught up in such strife sent a chill through him. After all, witnessing the fierce clashes among golden core cultivators had instilled a profound sense of dread within him. He recalled the chaos that ensued during the battle with the Yuling sect, which had nearly swept him into its tumult from miles away. Since that fateful day, he had made it a point to return early whenever darkness fell, even if it meant returning empty-handed. A year prior, he had been tasked with escorting a shipment of spirit stones to this location and subsequently left behind, becoming a high-ranking pawn of the 7 sects. He had participated in numerous large-scale battles involving thousands of participants, and encounters like the earlier skirmish in the Gold Drum Plain had become commonplace. Curiously, ever since the second wave of the conflict between the demonic path and the 7 sects had ended in a stalemate, both sides had gradually settled into a pattern of major confrontations once a month, interspersed with daily skirmishes of varying intensity. The so-called major confrontations involved both factions dispatching teams comprising thousands of cultivators to engage in combat, while the minor skirmishes consisted of both sides sending a certain number of cultivators, either in small groups or as solitary fighters, to hunt one another in the heart of the Gold Drum Plain. As for the major confrontations, while they were indeed lively, the casualties were remarkably few, unless one was truly intent on fighting to the death. Neither side could easily harm the other once their protective barriers were activated. In the minor skirmishes, the disparity in strength between Golden Core and Foundation Establishment cultivators led to an unspoken agreement. The hours from dawn to dusk were reserved for the Foundation Establishment cultivators to engage in their deadly contests. As night fell, the adept cultivators of the Golden Core stage would finally engage in fierce battles. In one-on-one duels, it was relatively easy for a cultivator at the Golden Core level to defeat an opponent or even inflict serious injuries. However, taking a life was a different matter altogether. After all, when a Golden Core cultivator exerted their full speed to escape, they were astonishingly swift. Consequently, after a year had passed, both sides had suffered hundreds of casualties among their Foundation Establishment practitioners, yet not a single Golden Core cultivator had been lost, leaving the leaders of both factions feeling a deep sense of anguish and frustration. As for the Qi refining stage cultivators, due to their limited abilities, they served merely as reserve forces and remained largely intact. Nevertheless, the ongoing battles on the main front and relentless ambushes had left both the 6 sects and the 7 factions feeling utterly drained. While both sides were desperately attempting to weaken each other's strength, they were simultaneously gathering their own power. They were acutely aware that the moment of decisive confrontation was drawing near. Han Li piloted his divine wind boat, arriving in his faction's encampment after an hour. The various sized wooden and stone houses, concealed within the protective formation, appeared haphazardly arranged without any discernible order. These were the temporary abodes constructed by the arriving cultivators using wood or earth-based techniques, delineated by sections. Han Li first made his way to his own modest stone house. After securely closing the door, he employed a set of minor ceiling flags to temporarily enclose the dwelling. Subsequently, he emptied the contents of his recently acquired storage bag onto the floor and began to sift through them. Once again, there were numerous skulls and small banners. These ghostly items were only useful to those from the Ghost Spirit sect. They would have to be exchanged for materials instead. Ah, this sword is quite nice. I shall keep it as a reserve. Han Li muttered to himself as he quickly set aside the useful magical tools and items, placing the worthless and unusable ones into another storage bag. With that bag in hand, he removed the ceiling flags and stepped outside. After navigating a few turns, he headed toward the most conspicuous house among the cluster. This wooden structure covered an expanse of 50 to 60 zhang and was painted a radiant golden hue, gleaming like pure gold in the light of the setting sun. Han Li unceremoniously pushed the door open and entered, finding the interior bustling with activity, filled with dozens of cultivators engaged in trade, while many others were haggling with vendors or selecting items from the stalls. Han Li, well acquainted with the layout, swiftly made his way to several stalls, transforming the contents of his storage bag into a plethora of spirit stones. After dispersing his items, he found himself in possession of nearly 100 spirit stones. Ignoring the commotion around him, he made his way to the largest stall within the house. This stall measured 7 or 8 zhang in length, nearly 3 to 4 times the size of the others, and was presided over by a plump cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Without exchanging pleasantries, Han Li tossed the storage bag filled with spirit stones to the stout vendor, stating without hesitation, "Brother Chun, I have gathered 500 spirit stones to exchange for that dragon chant herb." "Ah, so it's Brother Han. Quite impressive. You've acquired spirit stones so swiftly. Let me take a look." Upon recognizing Han Li, the rotund man immediately broke into a beaming smile. With his plump hands, he eagerly grasped a storage bag, delving into its contents to sense the quantity of spirit stones within. Indeed, a commendable sum of 500 spirit stones. "This is Dragon S Whispergrass. I shall store it carefully." Chun, the portly fellow, grinned widely as he produced a jade box from his person and presented it to Han Li. Han Li accepted the small box, opened its lid for a brief glance, nodded in approval, and then, with a hint of anticipation, inquired, "Is there still no news regarding the elixir formula I requested last time? I am willing to offer an additional discount for it." "My dear brother, that formula is an exceptionally rare item. Although some foundation-building cultivators may possess it, they hold it in the highest regard. Who would be willing to part with it? Moreover, you seek a formula that is beneficial for foundation-building cultivators, which makes it even more challenging. I have done my utmost, but I fear I cannot procure it." Chen S' expression turned sour as he lamented to Han Li. Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment but maintained a calm demeanor, responding with a gentle smile. "It's all right. If it cannot be obtained, then so be it. I must still thank you, Brother Chun, for helping me acquire those 2 formulas. Upon hearing this, Chen chuckled. Those 2 are nearly useless formulas that have been gathering dust in my possession for many years. I was quite astonished that you would want them. However, for you to take them back for experimentation and refinement is indeed no small feat. The time and effort involved may span generations. Chen mused. Reflecting on the enormity of the task, Han Li responded with a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. Since settling in this area and discovering the temporary trading post within the camp, he had been astonished to find a plethora of rare items not available in the market, ranging from herbal materials to magical artifacts and techniques. The ingredients necessary for the gathering spirit pill were readily available at the trading post, and with a little effort, he could significantly enhance his magical prowess. Furthermore, he had spent nearly 1,000 spirit stones here to acquire 2 ancient formulas he had long coveted, filling him with exhilaration. After thoroughly depleting his pockets of spirit stones, Han Li had managed to gather most of the raw materials for the new ancient formula. For the remaining components, he steeled himself and, after reluctantly selling 2 400-year-old herbs, resolved to participate in several more missions to hunt demonic cultivators. This approach would not only yield a substantial reward in spirit stones, but also provide an opportunity to acquire even more treasures from the opponent's storage bags. Armed with several talismans and the formidable Great Evolution technique, Han Li could easily escape unscathed even when encountering late-stage foundation-building cultivators. Conversely, if early or mid-stage demonic cultivators crossed paths with Han Li, they would find themselves swiftly defeated. Of course, a prodigious figure like the heir of the Ghost Spirit sect would never deign to partake in such endeavors. Thus, over the course of the year, Han Li had gained a modicum of fame among the foundation-building cultivators of the 7 sects. It is well known that a formidable figure has recently emerged in Huangfeng Valley. Despite possessing only mid-foundation establishment cultivation, this individual has astonishingly managed to eliminate over 10 demonic cultivators while remaining unscathed. Han Li, having gathered the remaining materials from the ancient method with the spirit stones he acquired, learned that similar trading posts had been established in the camps of several other sections. He entrusted a certain Chen Fati to keep an eye out for any alchemical formulas, but it seemed that hope was dwindling. Just as Han Li was about to take his leave, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him. Turning in surprise, he beheld an enchanting female cultivator approaching. Upon recognizing her captivating visage and voluptuous form, Han Li maintained a composed exterior, though unease stirred within him. It was none other than his acquaintance, Sister Chun, with whom he had shared a night of intimacy. The mere recollection of that passionate encounter sent a peculiar sensation coursing through him. It had been quite some time since their last meeting in the forbidden area, and he was unaware of her arrival in this locale. Uncle Wu, here is what you requested, Sister Chen remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Han Li, her eyes betraying a hint of surprise before she stepped forward to present a storage bag to Chen Fati. Hee, clever niece, your timing is impeccable. We have been eagerly awaiting this shipment. Chen Fati exclaimed with delight, his jolly demeanor causing his flesh to jiggle. Uncle Wu? Han Li was taken aback by this unexpected title, astonished to discover that this rotund acquaintance of his for over half a year was actually a relative of Sister Chun. Given his mid-foundation establishment cultivation, it was evident that he held a significant position within the Chen clan. After a brief glance at Han Li, Sister Chen chose to disregard him, her demeanor becoming cold and indifferent. This left Han Li feeling somewhat disheartened. Brother Chun, I shall take my leave now and will return in the future, Han Li expressed politely before turning to exit the trading post. At that moment, Sister Chun cast a cold gaze at Han Li's retreating figure, her delicate brows furrowing as she inquired of Chen Fati, Uncle Wu, did this coward come seeking to purchase something from you? Coward? Chen Fati was momentarily taken aback by Sister Chun's words. Yes, the fellow who was just standing here. She clarified. You mean Han Li? Chen Fati blinked in disbelief, his expression reflecting incredulity. Indeed, is there something amiss? Sister Chen asked, puzzled. During their previous expedition to the forbidden area, Han Li had failed to leave a favorable impression on Sister Chun, who regarded him as merely a lucky opportunist evading confrontation. After a moment of silence, Chen Fati sighed, his tone growing peculiar. Xiao Qian, you are new to this place and may not be fully aware of certain matters. Though I am uncertain why you perceive him as a coward, your fellow disciple has quite a reputation here. He has eliminated over 10 foundation establishment cultivators. Certainly not an ordinary individual. I even contemplate recommending him to the clan leader after this battle. Should we manage to win him over, he would be an invaluable ally. He has vanquished over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators." Upon hearing the words, Chen Shimi's indifferent countenance betrayed an expression of astonishment, as she found it difficult to believe what her ears had just registered. She involuntarily gazed vacantly towards the entrance of the trading house, but at that moment, Han Li had already exited the building. After leaving the trading house, Han Li pondered briefly before making his way to the residence of his master, Li Huayuan, intending to pay his customary respects and fulfill the obligations of a disciple. As a cultivator at the core formation stage, Li Huayuan's dwelling was certainly not comparable to that of ordinary practitioners. He resided in an exceedingly comfortable abode situated at the heart of a formidable array, accompanied by his young wife, the mistress of the house. It is worth mentioning that among Han Li's 7 senior brothers, apart from the eldest who remained at the Green Wave Cave, the others were occupied with various tasks and were not present. Only Han Li and his 4th senior brother, Song Ming, remained in this location. However, on the very first day of Han Li's arrival, when he visited Li Huayuan, his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation astonished his master, leaving him greatly surprised. After all, it had only been a few years since Han Li had successfully established his foundation. Typically, even exceptionally gifted cultivators require over a decade to progress from the early to the mid-stage. Han Li's meteoric rise naturally piqued Li Huayuan's curiosity. After examining Han Li's physique without uncovering any anomalies, Li Huayuan inquired about the reasons behind his rapid advancement. Han Li, of course, refrained from revealing the truth, instead feigning ignorance, which left Li Huayuan perplexed for quite some time before he ultimately decided to let the matter slide. In the face of imminent danger, he had little desire to invest excessive time in such inquiries. Regarding the Yin family's betrayal and Dong Xin'er being ensnared by the enemy, both Li Huayuan and Hong Fu were already aware. Despite their extreme anger, they did not place undue blame on Han Li, for the adversary's strength was overwhelming, and it was indeed no small feat for Han Li to have escaped with his life. As Han Li pondered these matters, he arrived at the threshold of Li Huayuan's residence. To his astonishment, he found his 4th senior brother, Song Ming, standing outside with arms crossed and a spirited demeanor, resembling a sentry on watch. Upon spotting Han Li, Song Ming's face broke into a slight smile as he spoke in a deep voice. "Junior brother Han, have you come to pay respects to master again?" Han Li chuckled lightly in response. It is worth noting that since Han Li gained prominence, Song Ming had insisted on testing his skills against Han Li in private. Although Han Li had managed to secure a narrow victory by leveraging his magical artifact, their relationship gradually warmed, leading to shared laughter and camaraderie between the brothers. "Junior brother Han, master is currently in discussions with several guests. Please wait outside for a moment," Song Ming explained with a smile, before adding an invitation that caused Han Li considerable distress. Ever since his defeat at Han Li's hands, Song Ming had persistently requested to spar again. However, Han Li was unwilling to disclose his capabilities, so readily and steadfastly declined. Had they been in Huangfeng Valley, Song Ming would not have been so easily deterred. Fortunately, in this place, numerous formidable cultivators existed, providing ample competition. After several unsuccessful attempts to engage Han Li, Song Ming, unable to contain his impatience, sought out others for a challenge. At last, Han Li let out a breath of relief. Thus, upon hearing the final words of the other party, he managed a wry smile, wary of casually engaging in conversation. However, he felt a spark of curiosity towards the guests accompanying Li Huayuan. After all, the fact that Song Ming had used the term deliberation suggested that those within the room were most likely cultivators at the core formation stage. Just as he was contemplating extracting some information from Song Ming, the tightly shut door suddenly swung open, revealing several male and female cultivators stepping out. Li Huayuan and his wife followed closely behind, bowing their hands in farewell. Indeed, they were all core formation cultivators. Han Li observed keenly. The 4 men and 3 women all possessed unfathomable depths of cultivation. He and Song Ming dared not obstruct their path, hastily stepping aside to stand at attention. Li Huayuan caught sight of Han Li at a glance, offering only a faint smile before turning his attention elsewhere. The other cultivators noticed Han Li as well, but most merely glanced over him, for a mid-foundation establishment cultivator held little significance to them. However, one female cultivator, tall and exquisitely formed, with a veil obscuring her face, paused mid-step after casting a glance at Han Li, her bright autumn eyes flashing with an inexplicable expression. Had the fairy Nangong encountered an inferior disciple? The other cultivators, noting the unusual reaction from the female cultivator, couldn't help but gaze at her with a hint of surprise, while Li Huayuan, filled with curiosity, inquired about it. The mention of the fairy Nangong sent a jolt through Han Li's heart, akin to a tumult of emotions. Although he barely managed to maintain a calm facade, he couldn't resist casting another glance at the female cultivator. Volume 3, Chapter 274, The Appointment No. She merely remarked that my disciple bears a striking resemblance to an old friend I have not seen in a long time. The unusual expression in the fairy Nangong's eyes vanished, replaced by her usual cool demeanor. This statement left Han Li's heart feeling a pang, a bittersweet sensation. Oh, how fortuitous indeed. Li Huayuan smiled, taking a renewed look at Han Li. Yet Han Li's face remained as placid as still water, betraying no sign of unease. The other cultivators exchanged glances. While they all wore expressions of understanding, how many truly believed her words remained a mystery. The fairy Nangong herself recognized the difficulty in convincing others of her statement, yet she offered no further explanation as she gracefully departed. The remaining guests cast meaningful looks at Han Li before bidding farewell to Li Huayuan and his wife. As the smiles faded from Li Huayuan's face after the last guest had left, he furrowed his brow and turned to Han Li, speaking in a flat tone. Come inside. I have something to ask you. Han Li inwardly groaned at this turn of events, but could only respond in agreement. Meanwhile, the young matron offered some gentle words of comfort to Han Li before following suit into the room. Upon entering the parlor, Han Li found Li Huayuan seated in contemplation, while the matron nestled beside him. Do you know that Nangong Wan of the Hidden Moon sect? Li Huayuan inquired directly, halting his musings as Han Li approached. Han Li fell silent for a moment, weighing the implications of his response within. Observing the peculiar demeanor of Nangong Wan, it became apparent to the individual present that evasion was no longer an option. Thus, with a nod, he conceded, indeed, I have had the pleasure of making Nangong Shu's acquaintance. Li Huayuan, surprised by Han Li's candid admission, felt his expression soften considerably. What transpired? Would you be so kind as to elaborate? The young woman, intrigued by Han Li's statement, inquired further. Just moments ago, Nangong Wan had vehemently denied knowing Han Li. Yet now this disciple claimed familiarity. Surely, there was a tale to unfold. Upon hearing his wife's words, Li Huayuan nodded, his gaze turning to Han Li, clearly eager to uncover the truth behind this matter. Master, I beg your forgiveness, but this situation pertains to the private affairs of Nangong Shu. I have previously vowed to keep this matter confidential, and I kindly ask for your understanding, master and mistress. Han Li had prepared a reasonable excuse, delicately declining to divulge further. The couple exchanged surprised glances at his response, and after a moment of contemplation, Li Huayuan, weighing his words, replied slowly, Since you have made a promise, I cannot allow you to break your word. However, I must caution you to maintain a distance from this Nangong fairy. The disciples of the Hidden Moon sect possess formidable charms, and I fear you may unknowingly fall under their influence. Yet, seeing you so clear-headed and articulate now, I find myself somewhat reassured. Upon hearing these words, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly expressed his agreement. Observing Han Li's respectful demeanor, Li Huayuan's remaining discontent dissipated, and he began to offer guidance on Han Li's cultivation. Han Li, naturally, listened intently, eager to absorb every word from his master. After some time, Li Huayuan casually inquired about Han Li's experiences in cultivation and expressed satisfaction with his answers. Suddenly, he uttered an unexpected proposition. Han Li, I have a personal task to entrust to you. Would you be willing to accept it? A personal task? Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with enthusiasm. Master, please feel free to assign me whatever you need. I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Li Huayuan, pleased with Han Li's unwavering resolve, rose and paced the room before speaking solemnly. It is not a particularly perilous undertaking. I require you to serve as a temporary bodyguard, ensuring the safety of a certain family. A bodyguard? Protecting someone? Han Li was somewhat astonished, yet he remained composed, ready to listen to Li Huayuan's further explanation. Initially, I intended to send your senior brother Song Meng, but recently I have heard whispers of your prowess in vanquishing numerous demonic practitioners. This revelation truly astonished both me and your mistress. Who would have thought that among my disciples, a formidable figure would emerge? It seems this matter has even become a topic of discussion among the other 6 sects. Given this, I feel far more at ease in trusting this task to you, Li Huayuan remarked with a smile, clearly in good spirits. The young woman beside him added with a grin, moreover, Song Ming has spent his life in the Green Wave Cave and has seldom ventured into the mundane world. His understanding of human affairs is rather limited, making you the only suitable candidate for this task. After all, the individuals in need of protection are mere mortals from the secular world. Upon hearing the praises from the couple, Han Li smiled shyly, a hint of bashfulness gracing his countenance. However, while he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor regarding the task of safeguarding these ordinary beings, internally, he was somewhat perplexed. Logically speaking, what danger could a mere mortal present? A disciple in the Qi refinement stage would suffice as a bodyguard, so why assign a foundation establishment disciple like himself? Perhaps sensing Han Li's confusion, Li Huayuan offered a partial explanation. The individual I have requested you to protect is a descendant of a former senior brother of mine, to whom I owe a great debt of gratitude for saving my life. However, his sole heir possesses no spiritual root and is unable to cultivate, thus condemned to remain within the secular realm. Therefore, after his passing, I vowed that as long as I draw breath, I would ensure the safety and prosperity of his lineage. Consequently, for over a century, this family has flourished under my discreet support, and I have preemptively eliminated any threats to their well-being. Li Huayuan paused, seemingly lost in reminiscence, before his expression turned serious as he continued. Recently, I received alarming news that the 6 sects of the demonic path may dispatch low-ranking disciples to infiltrate our secular domain, targeting certain mortals whom our 7 sects have covertly supported for a cleansing. This family, due to its connection with me, would likely fall into their sights, thus necessitating someone capable of navigating this turmoil to protect their safety. Of course, if the demonic sects do not cause them any trouble, that would be even better. After absorbing this information, Han Li nodded solemnly, indicating his understanding. Very well, I will compose a letter to the current head of this family, elucidating your identity and circumstances. He is the sole individual aware of my ties to his ancestor. Additionally, I have arranged for your current endeavor to be recorded as an official mission, so you need not worry about any repercussions. This jade slip contains detailed information about the family. Take it and prepare your belongings. We shall depart at dawn to avoid any delays, Li Huayuan instructed thoughtfully. Understood, Han Li replied softly, bowing respectfully. Seated upon the divine wind vessel, Han Li soared through the skies at full speed, dozens of feet above the ground. His destination was not the capital of the Yu Kingdom, where the mortals he was to protect resided, but rather directly towards the Yuanwu Kingdom. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to fulfill a prior appointment with Qi Yunxiao, while also assessing whether the array master could repair the damaged formation suspected to be an ancient teleportation array. This would serve as his last resort should the 7 sects face a catastrophic defeat in battle. If the demonic sects were to gain the upper hand, he would find himself ensnared in their relentless pursuit, with no time left for cultivation. Estimating the timeline, Han Li calculated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this round trip would only take a little over 20 days, thus not impeding Li Huayuan's mission. With this in mind, he felt at ease as he embarked on his journey. The meeting place with Qi Yunxiao was a tea house located in a small town within the Yuanwu Kingdom. According to his account, the tea house was opened by one of his servants, which naturally led Han Li to this place, enabling him to connect with Qi Yunxiao. Han Li traveled at a swift pace, even brushing past several cultivators without a trace of desire to engage in conversation. After an uninterrupted journey of 7 or 8 days, he finally arrived at a quaint locale known as Jima City. To avoid causing a stir, Han Li concealed his magical artifacts several miles from the city and descended, leisurely making his way toward the city gates. Although Jima City was not large, the entrance bustled with a steady stream of people coming and going, exuding an air of prosperity. Han Li, possessing an ordinary appearance and clad in a somewhat worn scholar's robe, blended effortlessly into the throng of entrants, seamlessly entering the city. This tea house boasted a respectable reputation. Han Li casually approached a child, inquiring about the location of the Qingchuan tea house, and effortlessly received the information he sought before proceeding there. Upon standing before the so-called Qingchuan tea house, he took a keen interest in observing the establishment. This tea house was modest in size, consisting merely of 3 connected single-story rooms. Yet, even before entering, a delightful aroma of tea wafted toward him. Han Li was somewhat astonished. Although his knowledge of the tea culture was limited, he could discern a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from the fragrance. Intrigued, he stepped inside without further hesitation. The 3 rooms, aligned in a row, 1 large and 2 small, were filled to capacity with groups of tea patrons. In fact, due to the lack of available seats, several individuals dressed in a variety of styles stood quietly to the side, patiently awaiting their turn. Despite the multitude of customers, the atmosphere was remarkably tranquil. Most patrons had their eyes gently closed, savoring the tea before them, with only a handful engaged in hushed conversations. On the wall of the large central room hung a sizable piece of yellow paper inscribed with several flamboyant characters stating, "Each person is limited to 1 pot per day," making it highly conspicuous. Upon seeing these words, Han Li found it somewhat amusing. It was the first time he had heard of an establishment in the food and beverage industry imposing restrictions on patrons. Nevertheless, he merely chuckled to himself and did not dwell on it further. Instead, after surveying the interior, he promptly approached a man in the corner who appeared to be the shopkeeper. This individual, likely in his 40s with a small mustache and an exceptionally shrewd demeanor, was currently seated behind a counter, focused on an abacus while occasionally glancing at a ledger beside him. Han Li walked over, standing before the counter, and remained silent. This unexpected demeanor startled the shopkeeper, who looked up in surprise. Upon recognizing Han Li, the shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily pushed aside the abacus and ledger. Emerging from behind the counter, with a tone of respect and trepidation, he inquired, "Esteemed senior, how may I assist you?" "I shall do my utmost." The shopkeeper turned out to be a cultivator as well, albeit with a pitifully low level of cultivation, appearing to be merely at the 4th stage of qi refinement. Faced with the profound presence of the enigmatic Han Li, he naturally felt a surge of anxiety. Without uttering a word, Han Li gently swept his robe sleeve across the counter, revealing a lustrous azure jade pendant that appeared on the table. Upon seeing the pendant, the shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly display a look of delight, exclaiming, "So it is the esteemed Han Senior. I beg your pardon for my previous rudeness. Young Master Qi has already instructed me that you would arrive soon. I have been waiting for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Han Li calmly retrieved the pendant in the same manner and replied, "I wish to meet your young master now. Please lead the way." "As you command, esteemed senior." The shopkeeper responded obediently. He then summoned a young attendant, giving him a few instructions before guiding Han Li out through the back door, leading him away from the small town towards the west. To the west of Jinma City lay a vast expanse of yellow-green hills, innumerable in size and number. However, the shopkeeper, familiar with the terrain, skillfully navigated through the hills with Han Li, turning several corners until they arrived at a concave area spanning over 100 acres. In the center of this hollow lay 7 or 8 white stone houses, surrounded by a few scattered green bamboos, unremarkable and sparse. Upon reaching the vicinity of this location, the shopkeeper bowed slightly to Han Li, stating, "Esteemed senior, my young master is within the house. However, there are certain formations set up outside, ordinarily. I should have informed my young master before bringing in an outsider. Yet, your matter has already been instructed by him, so please follow closely behind me. Otherwise, triggering the restrictions could lead to complications." Han Li thoughtfully surveyed the surroundings of the hollow and the seemingly erratic bamboo, nonchalantly responding, "Understood. You may proceed ahead." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper exhaled and cautiously led Han Li towards the house. His path was remarkably peculiar, taking 3 steps forward, then 2 steps back, 5 steps to the east, and then 6 steps in reverse. His movements appeared chaotic, devoid of any discernible pattern. Gradually, they approached the house in the hollow. "Young master, esteemed Han has arrived. Come out to greet him." The shopkeeper finally relaxed as they drew within 10 paces of the house, calling out to the largest dwelling. "Has esteemed Han arrived? Splendid. Please wait a moment. I shall be out shortly," came the excited voice of Qi Yunxiao from within, followed by a muffled thud and Qi Yunxiao's lamenting exclamations. Cough, failed again. As the stone door swung open, Qi Yunxiao emerged, his expression a mix of disappointment and an aura of warmth. However, upon seeing Han Li, his countenance brightened instantly, and with palpable excitement, he hurriedly approached, saying, "It truly is the esteemed senior. This is wonderful. Please, allow me to extend my hospitality. While we may lack other offerings, we do have some excellent fragrant tea to share." With great enthusiasm, Qi Yunxiao eagerly invited Han Li into a neighboring room. his demeanor having matured significantly compared to several years prior. "I appreciate your kindness, fellow Taoist." Han Li responded courteously, aware that he needed Qi Yunxiao's assistance. He then entered the room, taking a seat at a long rectangular table. "Senior," while Qi Yunxiao instructed the shopkeeper to prepare a pot of tea, he turned back, appearing somewhat hesitant as if he wished to say something. Han Li, smiling silently, flicked his wrist, and the tome titled Yunxiao Insights materialized upon the table, its silver sheen indicating it remained under a seal. Upon seeing the book, Qi Yunxiao's spirit lifted. However, just as he reached for it, he suddenly recalled something. "Please wait a moment, Senior," he exclaimed, hurrying out of the room. Han Li chuckled softly, seemingly discerning the other's intentions. Shortly thereafter, Qi Yunxiao returned, brimming with excitement, holding a wooden box approximately a foot long. "Senior, inside this box is a set of improved array formation tools for the reversed 5-elements array. Although their power does not reach the originally anticipated level, it now achieves half the potency of the original array, which is a considerable improvement." Qi Yunxiao spoke with a hint of regret, clearly unsettled by his inability to elevate the tools to their promised strength. 1/3. Han Li's expression shifted, astonishment flooding his mind. He had not genuinely expected to improve the original array flags. Even a fraction of their power had already pleased him immensely. It was known that cultivators at the core formation stage, like Lei Wanhai, found this array quite troublesome. If the power were to increase by 2 or 3 times, it would indeed keep core formation cultivators at bay from the formation. With this thought, Han Li accepted the wooden box, eager to examine its contents, while Qi Yunxiao scrutinized the silver tome. Upon opening the box, a set of vibrant array flags and a disc emerged within. Han Li meticulously inspected each item, noting that the quantity of flags and discs in this set exceeded that of the previous one, and the patterns and runes etched upon them appeared significantly more intricate. It seemed that Qi Yunxiao's claims were indeed true, and their power should surpass that of the original set. Delighted, Han Li stored the array flags away and glanced at Qi Yunxiao, who was now beaming with joy, gently caressing the Yunxiao Insights, evidently having confirmed the seal's integrity. "I am thoroughly satisfied with this improved array formation tool. I truly appreciate your efforts, fellow Taoist," Han Li remarked with a smile. "Senior is too kind. I must express my utmost gratitude for your safe return of this book. It is I who should be thanking you," Qi Yunxiao replied, shaking his head earnestly, his sincerity evident. Han Li chuckled, exchanged a few humble words, and then engaged in conversation with Qi Yunxiao. After a brief interlude, the shopkeeper returned, serving 2 cups of vibrant green tea. The fragrance of this tea surpassed that of the renowned Qingchuan tea house, revealing it to be of a superior grade, its spiritual essence distinctly richer. Invited warmly by Qi Yunxiao, Han Li took a couple of sips. In an instant, a refreshing sensation filled his mouth, and his mind became clear, prompting him to exclaim, "What exquisite tea! I never anticipated that such leaves could possess such ethereal essence. It is truly ineffable. This must be your handiwork, my esteemed friend, and I am profoundly impressed." Han Li spoke these words with genuine sincerity. The ability to imbue ordinary tea leaves with spiritual energy was indeed a remarkable feat he had never encountered before. Moreover, the tea exuded an unparalleled fragrance, rivaling even the finest teas in existence. Upon hearing Han Li's praise, Qi Yunxiao's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hastily clarified, "Senior, you are mistaken. This tea was not crafted by me, but rather gifted by a dear friend. The leaves were cultivated by my friend over nearly a decade." Finally, having completed his thoughts, he felt exhausted and longed for rest. "Friend, could it be that this is the person you seek to rescue with the spirit herb?" Han Li inquired casually, though inwardly he rejoiced. He had been struggling to steer the conversation toward the topic of the array master, and this opportunity was not to be squandered. Qi Yunxiao paused, momentarily taken aback by Han Li's question, hesitating for a moment. However, recalling something, he resolutely nodded and replied, "Indeed, the spirit tea was crafted by my esteemed friend. It is thanks to your 1,000-year spirit herb that their life was preserved. Yet, although their life is no longer in peril, their injuries remain unhealed. Therefore, I humbly ask if you might possess any aged spirit herbs. Even those aged 700 or 800 years could offer my friend a substantial chance of recovery. I would be willing to exchange various array flags for the spirit herbs." Upon hearing this, Qi Yunxiao's face radiated hope as he gazed intently at Han Li. To Han Li's surprise, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, since Qi Yunxiao was still seeking his assistance. It seemed likely that persuading him to repair the teleportation array would be a smooth endeavor. However, he naturally needed to feign some reluctance, as it was essential for Qi Yunxiao to acknowledge his favor. With this in mind, Han Li adopted a contemplative demeanor, and after a considerable pause, he reluctantly stated, "I do indeed possess a small quantity of spirit herbs. However, I had intended to use them for refining a batch of elixirs, and it is quite." Though Han Li's sentence trailed off, the hesitation on his face conveyed the difficulty of the situation to Qi Yunxiao. After all, a high-quality batch of elixirs held significant value for a cultivator, and Qi Yunxiao surely understood this well. Upon hearing that Han Li indeed had spirit herbs, Qi Yunxiao's expression transformed into one of sheer ecstasy. Yet, his demeanor shifted to one of extreme anxiety upon hearing the latter part of Han Li's statement. Without waiting for Han Li to finish, he immediately implored, "I know it may be unreasonable to ask you to part with the spirit herbs, but witnessing my dear friends suffering day in and day out is truly heart-wrenching. If you would be so kind as to relinquish the spirit herbs, I would offer you any array instruments of your choosing. I would not harbor any resentment, even if you were to take them all." Han Li was deeply moved by Qi Yunxiao's heartfelt plea. The various array formation artifacts of Qi Yunxiao, while perhaps not as extraordinary as the inverted 5 elements formation, are undoubtedly rare treasures. If one could acquire several sets, it would significantly enhance one's defenses. Moreover, some formations possess formidable offensive capabilities. Should one ensnare a powerful adversary within, it would serve as a lethal means of elimination. However, Han Li's primary objective on this occasion was to persuade the other party to repair the damaged teleportation array. If he were to seize the array formation artifacts, it would likely complicate matters, leaving an impression of insatiable greed. Han Li was not inclined to foster animosity with these two individuals. After weighing his options, he resolved to decline their offer of exchange and broach the subject of the teleportation array. Just then, an urgent cry from a young woman outside shattered the air. "Young Master Qi, something terrible has happened. My lady is in trouble. Please, come and save her." The moment her voice reached the room, Qi Yunxiao's expression altered drastically. He hastily rose and dashed outside, neglecting even to acknowledge his guest, Han Li. The innkeeper, equally alarmed, followed suit in a frantic rush. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, yet his countenance remained unchanged. Nonetheless, curiosity stirred within him as he leisurely stepped outside, hands clasped behind his back. In the open space outside, Qi Yunxiao and the innkeeper listened intently, their expressions taut, as an 18 or 19-year-old woman recounted her tale. With fair skin and striking features, she spoke with evident anxiety. But upon noticing the unfamiliar Han Li emerge from the building, she abruptly fell silent, a flicker of wariness flashing in her eyes. Unperturbed, Han Li offered a faint smile and remained where he stood, refraining from advancing further. However, upon catching sight of Han Li, Qi Yunxiao bolted towards him as if he had found a lifeline, his expression frantic with urgency. "Senior, my friend is trapped by a group of malevolent cultivators. You are the only one who can save her. If you are willing to intervene, I shall express my profound gratitude." "Could you elaborate, Qi Daoyu? Is the lady in question the esteemed friend skilled in formations that you mentioned?" Han Li inquired slowly, his brow knitted in surprise. "Indeed, the array formation artifacts used to create the inverted 5 elements formation were crafted by myself and Miss Xing," Qi Yunxiao exclaimed, his eyes fixed on Han Li with desperation. Meanwhile, the young woman, having realized her own cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement rendered her unable to gauge Han Li's true prowess, regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. Turning his attention to her, Han Li spoke in a deep tone, "My lady, could you recount the events once more, so I may grasp the full context of this matter?" Although he recognized that this was an opportune moment to extend his aid, he was keen to ascertain the number and strength of the adversaries involved, unwilling to jeopardize himself in the process of rescue. "Oh, the situation is as follows. Today, my lady and I were near this charming young woman," she began, her voice trembling as she recounted the details once more at Han Li's prompting. It appears that the exquisite tea leaves, which the young lady had previously mentioned, had run out just a few days prior when she intended to brew some spiritual tea. Following her usual practice, she set out to collect more from the nearby Biyun Mountain. However, upon her arrival, she unexpectedly encountered a group of male cultivators, all at the Qi refining stage. Sensing the presence of so many practitioners, She and her maid felt a sense of unease and decided to retreat immediately. To their dismay, one of these cultivators recognized her as an array master, having seen her set up formations for a minor clan. He promptly informed his companions, inciting their malicious intent to capture her and compel her to impart her knowledge of formations. Yet, the young lady proved to be remarkably clever before they could act. She swiftly fled the mountain with her maid, retracing her steps. However, halfway through their escape, she realized that their pursuers were relentless and closing in on them. Faced with no other option, she hastily set up a simple array in a thicket using a set of array flags she carried, establishing a protective barrier around herself. She then instructed her maid to leave at once and seek help from Kyungxio before the enemy arrived. As Han Li listened intently to her account, he pondered in silence. The adversaries comprised merely 7 or 8 chi refining stage cultivators. There seemed to be little cause for concern. Resolute in his decision to assist, he nodded and said, "Please guide me to the path. We shall depart at once." With that, Han Li, amidst Kyungxio's grateful gaze, flicked his sleeve, summoning a small white boat that expanded from its diminutive size before their eyes. Everyone aboard. Time is of the essence. Although the vessel was modest in size, it flew with remarkable speed and could accommodate 4 or 5 individuals comfortably. Han Li steadied himself at the front of the boat and turned to address the others. Both Kyungxio and the young woman, now enlightened, leapt onto the small vessel. However, when the shopkeeper attempted to join them, Kyungxio intervened, saying, "Uncle Lin, your cultivation is too weak. It would be perilous for you to accompany us. Stay here, and we shall return promptly after rescuing her." The shopkeeper hesitated, understanding that Kyungxio had his best interests at heart, and reluctantly agreed to remain behind. Thus, Han Li and the others steered the small boat, transforming into a streak of white light that vanished into the horizon. The divine wind boat sped southward, its velocity astonishing the 2 passengers under Han Li's adept control. In no time, they soared above the thicket where the array had been set up. Below, the 7 or 8 cultivators had not yet dispersed, relentlessly attacking with various magical artifacts, their relentless assault threatening to dismantle the thin layer of azure light guarding the woods. Seeing this, Kyungxio's eyes reddened with urgency, ready to leap down, but Han Li grasped his arm firmly, calmly advising, "Do not be hasty. The magical artifacts they wield are quite formidable. It appears they are likely members of a certain cultivating family." Upon discovering that the young lady was a formation master, they likely realized that even if they were repelled this time, future entanglements were inevitable. Thus, I might as well assist you in putting an end to this matter once and for all. Qi Yunxiao, upon hearing that these individuals would persist in their pursuits, felt a surge of anger and involuntarily nodded. Han Li, noticing this, smiled faintly, then glanced at the bewildered cultivators below, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He suddenly raised both hands, and in an instant, 2 beams of black light and 6 beams of golden light shot forth, reaching the cultivators before them in the blink of an eye. Then, to their horror, the lights encircled them gently, and without even activating their protective shields, they collapsed to the ground, simultaneously struck down by Han Li in an instant. Qi Yunxiao and the maid stared in astonishment at this scene. Although they understood that an Qi refining stage cultivator was certainly no match for those at the foundation establishment stage, they were utterly unprepared for the ease with which Han Li dispatched several of them. It was noteworthy that among these individuals, the one with the highest cultivation had reached the 11th or 12th level of foundational techniques, while Qi Yunxiao himself had barely reached the 9th level. Han Li paid no heed to the awe reflected in their expressions as he descended gracefully. Before the divine wind boat had fully landed, Qi Yunxiao could no longer contain himself, leaping out eagerly and rushing into the woodland, anxiously calling out, "Iner, are you all right? The enemies have all been vanquished. You can come out now. After a brief rest tonight, regular updates will resume tomorrow. My father was finally discharged this afternoon, so from tomorrow onward, I will return to my usual update schedule. I had been exceedingly fatigued recently, hence taking a moment to recuperate today, and will not be staying up late to update this evening. I hope everyone can understand." Chapter 277. Xian Ri and Han Li watched as Qi Yunxiao dashed into the forest, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Observing his flustered demeanor, Han Li, despite his limited experience with romantic affairs, could discern that Qi Yunxiao's feelings for the adept formation master were far from ordinary friendship, most likely entwined with the complexities of romantic affection, as evidenced by his anxiousness. The maid, equally impatient, followed closely behind. After waiting leisurely for a while outside the forest, Qi Yunxiao and the lovely maid emerged alongside a jubilant woman clad in blue, making their way toward Han Li. Without hesitation, Han Li scrutinized the blue-clad woman as she approached. Of average height, with a delicate nose and eyes as clear as water, she exchanged a brief glance with Han Li, revealing a faint smile. It was evident that Qi Yunxiao had disclosed his identity to her. To be frank, the woman's features were not particularly striking, and even when compared to the charming maid, she was somewhat less impressive. However, her graceful demeanor and the elegance with which she carried herself, combined with her expressive dark eyes, more than compensated for any perceived shortcomings in her appearance. Anyone who beheld her would not find her beauty ordinary. Rather, they would experience a sense of enchantment, distinguishing her unmistakably from the maid beside her. Yet, upon encountering this exceptional presence, Han Li found himself beset by a headache. Without needing to guess, he could ascertain that she was undoubtedly the kind of astute and perceptive woman, her intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Engaging with her would likely be extraordinarily challenging. Certainly not as effortless as negotiating with Qi Yunxiao, where he felt he had everything under control. Thank you for coming to my rescue, esteemed senior. I am Rian, eternally grateful. The woman in blue gracefully approached Han Li, her movements elegant as she performed a courteous bow, speaking with a voice that was melodious and delightful. There is no need for such formalities, Miss Exine. It was merely a trifling effort on my part. However, it would be prudent to leave swiftly, Han Li replied, waving his hand dismissively, subtly urging them to depart, for these individuals likely had some background, and should their elders be nearby, it could lead to complications. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Qi Yunxiao, who stood nearby, nodded in agreement with evident concern. Indeed, Inin, we should hasten our departure. This place is indeed perilous. Since Qi Yunxiao laid eyes on Rian, he had been captivated by her porcelain-like beauty, now addressing her in an endearing manner that made Han Li feel somewhat uncomfortable. Rian's cheeks flushed slightly, a rosy hue blossoming upon her face. She cast a shy glance at Qi Yunxiao, hesitated momentarily, then parted her lips to respond, very well. Let us depart at once. However, she glanced at the corpses, seemingly wanting to say something further. That is easily resolved. We can simply incinerate them here. Han Li remarked nonchalantly, then extended his right hand, fingers splayed, as several fireballs, each the size of a bowl, shot forth, instantly reducing the bodies to ashes, leaving only the storage bags behind. Han Li's adeptness at this method of corpse disposal caused a subtle change in the woman's expression, a chill running through her. However, she was not an ordinary fragile maiden. She quickly regained her composure and engaged Qi Yunxiao in light conversation. The contents of these storage bags hold little value for me. If you do not mind, dear lady, please feel free to take them, lest they leave a trace. Han Li turned to the lovely maid standing beside Rian, speaking gently. Senior, are you truly offering them to me? The maid's face lit up with surprise upon hearing Han Li's words, and she could hardly believe it, prompting her to inquire again. When she saw Han Li smile and nod affirmatively, she immediately expressed her gratitude and dashed over to gather the storage bags one by one. For her, it was indeed a stroke of fortune, for the bags contained treasures. Rian watched this scene with a momentary pause, yet soon returned to her usual demeanor, politely thanking Han Li before boarding the small vessel that hovered in midair alongside Qi Yunxiao. Once the excited maid, her arms filled with a multitude of storage bags, also boarded the magical craft, Han Li made a swift movement and was the last to ascend the small boat. Subsequently, his spiritual energy flowed from beneath his feet, propelling the vessel into the sky. On their journey back, the woman in blue extended an invitation to Han Li and Qi Yunxiao, requesting them to visit her abode, so she could formally express her gratitude for their life-saving assistance. The opportunity for Qi Yunxiao to be close to the beloved one, whom she has diligently pursued for so long, left no room for hesitation. She eagerly accepted without a moment's delay. Han Li, too, perceived this as a splendid opportunity to propose the repair of the teleportation array, and after a brief contemplation, he refrained from opposing the idea. Thus, under Han Li's guidance, the small boat slightly veered and soared towards the northwest. Several hours later, with the assistance of Rian, Han Li alighted upon an unassuming little hill. Apart from the faint mist that enveloped the surroundings, Han Li discerned no extraordinary features. Like many unnamed hills in the world, it appeared rather ordinary. However, Han Li was acutely aware that as the residence of an array master, the vicinity would undoubtedly be fortified with protective measures, most likely concealing formidable arrays. His limited knowledge of formations rendered him unable to perceive the intricacies nearby, yet he dared not underestimate the place in the slightest. Under the guidance of the woman in blue, Han Li and his companions halted before a cluster of bamboo houses situated halfway up the hill, which was indeed Excian abode. Excian ushered Han Li and Qi Yunxiao into a spacious bamboo house to rest while she and her maid retreated to other quarters to freshen up and change their attire. After all the exertion and pursuit, both women bore a layer of dust upon their garments, a fact intolerable to those with an inherent affinity for cleanliness. Seated upon a bamboo chair, Han Li observed with great amusement Qi Yunxiao's restless demeanor. She frequently approached the door, casting fleeting glances outside, as if the brief interval felt like an eternity, embodying a portrait of infatuation. Han Li found the spectacle quite entertaining, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle smile, which Qi Yunxiao inadvertently caught sight of upon turning around. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered a few half-hearted defenses before sheepishly returning to her seat. Charming ladies, noble gentlemen, this is a perfectly honorable matter. What cause for concern could there be for Taoist Qi? Han Li mused, savoring a sip of exquisite spirit tea before responding with an air of nonchalance. Senior, Qi Yunxiao stammered, increasingly flustered. Just then, the lively maid entered, providing a timely reprieve for Qi Yunxiao. Shortly thereafter, Excian reappeared, adorned in a fresh white garment, exuding an enchanting grace akin to a blooming snow lotus, captivating all who beheld her. Grateful am I for the assistance rendered by Senior Han and Brother Qi. This kindness shall forever remain etched in my heart. Allow me to express my gratitude with a cup of tea in lieu of wine, as a humble token of my appreciation. Upon entering, Excian accepted 2 cups of tea from the charming maid and gracefully presented one to each of the gentlemen. As Han Li took the cup, he couldn't help but chuckle internally, reflecting, "This woman is truly remarkable. Her words are artfully crafted, leaving no room for criticism, though she makes no explicit promises." Meanwhile, Qi Yunxiao, witnessing her beloved offer her a cup of tea, was elated beyond measure, blissfully lost in her joy. As I sipped the tea, I found myself unable to discern any flavor, only succumbing to a fit of foolish laughter. Observing Qi Yunxiao's peculiar demeanor, Excian felt a throbbing headache and could only turn her attention to conversing with Han Li, attempting to subtly probe his identity to ascertain whether he hailed from a prominent sect or esteemed family. After all, a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage must possess a certain background. Han Li, however, was not naive enough to divulge his secrets easily. Instead, he engaged in a game of evasion, glancing around while sparring with Excian's inquiries, ultimately leaving her with no useful information. After a brief period of futile probing, Excian found herself increasingly frustrated, yet her wariness towards Han Li only deepened. For her, despite Han Li's significant assistance, it did not necessarily imply that he harbored intentions different from those of others. To safeguard against any potential threat, she resolved to remain vigilant and cautious. Senior, I promised you that if you could save Ruoyin, you may freely choose from the array flags and formations I previously crafted. I happen to have several sets with me. Perhaps you could take a look and see if they meet your satisfaction? At this moment, Qi Yunxiao finally snapped out of his stupor and spoke, surprising Han Li and filling him with joy, as he could finally address the matter that concerned him most. Upon hearing this, Excian was initially taken aback, but quickly smiled in gratitude at Qi Yunxiao, causing him to indulge in another round of blissful, silly laughter. Let us set aside the matter of the array flags and formations for now. In truth, I have another request for you, Taoist Excian. If you could assist me in resolving this issue, we need not discuss any form of remuneration. I would instead bestow upon you a precious medicinal herb, an 800-year-old spirit grass, to aid in your healing. Han Li suddenly uttered words that left both individuals astounded. Senior is willing to part with the spirit grass? Qi Yunxiao exclaimed, rising abruptly, overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of his beloved finding a remedy for her ailment. As for Excian, she too felt a surge of excitement at the prospect, as it concerned her long-standing affliction. Yet, her expression shifted, reflecting a mix of emotions before she bit her lip and hesitantly replied, Senior, what is it that you require my assistance with? Please speak plainly. As long as it does not contravene ethics or conscience, I shall certainly agree. As she spoke, her bright, clear eyes locked onto Han Li's, fearful that he might propose something beyond her capacity to fulfill. Noticing her caution, Han Li couldn't help but smile knowingly. Reminiscent of his own early days on the cultivation path, where he too had tread carefully, fearing that a single misstep could cost him his life. There is no need for such apprehension, Taoist Xian. I merely wish for you to help me restore an item related to formations. Should you succeed in revitalizing it, the spirit grass shall be yours without hesitation. Han Li subsequently spoke with a calm demeanor, meeting the gaze of his counterpart without flinching, exuding an air of openness. Upon hearing this, Xian Ruyan felt a mixture of skepticism and relief. Yet, she breathed a sigh of ease and, with a radiant smile, declared, "If it is merely a matter of restoration, then there is certainly no problem. I shall exert every effort to restore it. So please rest assured, Senior." This woman, who had previously maintained a neutral expression, suddenly blossomed into a vibrant smile, her enchanting beauty momentarily causing Han Li to lose his focus and appear somewhat dazed. Not to mention Qi Yunxiao, who had long harbored feelings for her, fell into a state of infatuation once more, unable to extricate himself from the spell of her smile. Noticing the unusual glimmer in Han Li's eyes, Xian Ruyan felt a blush rise to her cheeks, adding a touch more allure to her charm. It was only then that Han Li realized he had momentarily lost his composure, quickly regaining his focus as he continued, "To be honest, although I am aware that you, Taoist Xian, possess profound knowledge of formations, I am still uncertain whether you will be able to restore this item. Moreover, since the original object cannot be moved and is located quite far from here, I have taken the liberty of creating a blueprint in the hopes that you might discern some insights from it and restore this object." As he spoke, Han Li retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it over to her. Upon receiving the item, Xian Ruyan immediately delved into it with curiosity. The contents of the jade slip elicited a gasp of astonishment from her lips. An ancient teleportation array? Hearing her exclamation, Han Li felt the last remnants of his worry dissipate. Indeed, the array was an ancient teleportation array. Now, it would depend on whether this woman could restore it. Han Li observed Xian Ruyan's expression closely, anxious that she might reveal any signs of difficulty. Qi Yunxiao, upon hearing the words ancient teleportation array, also wore a look of astonishment, his eyes wide with surprise. After a prolonged moment, during which the incense burned, Xian Ruyan finally exhaled deeply, withdrawing her focus from the jade slip. After a brief period of contemplation, she raised her delicate head and earnestly said to Han Li, "This is indeed a genuine ancient teleportation array. Given my current capabilities, I would not be able to restore a thoroughly destroyed array, but fortunately, this one is only slightly damaged, affecting merely a small corner. Coincidentally, this particular section corresponds to one of the few ancient formations I have studied. Therefore, it appears that there is significant hope for the restoration of this ancient teleportation array." As she spoke, a look of relief graced her face. Han Li, upon hearing her words, felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. However, her subsequent remarks somewhat dampened his spirits. Nevertheless, this ancient formation is not commonly used, and my understanding of it is not particularly profound. Therefore, Senior, I will require some time to fully restore the blueprint of the ancient teleportation array within the jade slip. Xian Ruyan continued, a hint of embarrassment appearing on her face. "Of course, but how long do you estimate it will take, Taoist Xian?" "I shall return then," Han Li inquired after a moment's thought, readily agreeing. "About half a year should suffice," she replied. "After all, I had indeed devoted some time to research in the past," Xian Ruyan declared without hesitation, seemingly having already assessed the situation herself. "Very well, I shall return in 6 months to collect the restored blueprints. I hope that Miss Xian will not disappoint me," Han Li remarked with a smile and a nod. Thus, Han Li officially entrusted the task of restoring the ancient teleportation array to the female array master, Xian Ruyan. After conversing with Qi Yunxiao and others for an entire afternoon, he took his leave. Before departing, Han Li advised the two to exercise caution, suggesting that it would be prudent for them to change their place of residence, as the individuals they had slain would undoubtedly send someone to investigate the murderer, and their proximity made them particularly vulnerable to exposure. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Qi Yunxiao and Xian Ruyan exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of concern. Ultimately, they maintained a non-committal stance regarding Han Li's suggestion to relocate. Though Hanli found their reactions somewhat perplexing and worrisome, he deemed it inappropriate to press further, and thus he took flight on his magical artifact, heading towards the Kingdom of Yu. The capital of the Kingdom of Yu is the renowned Yuejing. Not only is it the largest city in Yu, but it is also conveniently situated at the very heart of the kingdom, with thoroughfares extending in all directions, serving as the epicenter for the nation's economic and cultural exchanges. Within such a city, land is exceedingly valuable. Not only are property prices several times higher than those in ordinary cities, but even when individuals are willing to pay exorbitant sums, there are few who would part with their homes. After all, residing in Yuejing is itself a symbol of status. The entirety of Yuejing has been artificially divided into 4 distinct regions: north, south, east, and west. The northern district houses the imperial palace, and naturally, no one outside the royal family is permitted to reside there. In contrast, the southern district is home to officials and nobles, with all residents holding some form of official position. Only those with a title may dwell within its confines. Should any household find itself without a member in office, they are required to vacate the district forthwith. In stark contrast to the southern district, the western district is characterized by its uneven, modest dwellings, inhabited primarily by those engaged in the lowest tiers of labor, such as menial workers and small vendors. There are also a number of idle ruffians and impoverished families who have relocated from other districts. Conversely, the eastern district is populated by affluent merchants and wealthy families. Although they lack official positions that would allow them to reside in the southern district, their grand estates are more opulent than the last. Each family sparing no expense to ensure their residence stands out among their peers. Among these illustrious households, the Qin residence, located in a corner of the eastern district, epitomizes a family of considerable wealth and influence. The estate spans several dozen acres, leaving those familiar with the capital's real estate prices utterly speechless for the better part of the day. The Qin family not only possesses wealth rivaling that of nations, monopolizing a quarter of the copper mining trade in the Yu Kingdom, but it is also rumored that the family head wields considerable influence, with high-ranking officials in the court advocating on their behalf. Consequently, the servants of such a prominent family exude an undeniable confidence, speaking with a volume that far exceeds that of servants from lesser households. This was precisely the mindset of Qin Jue, the doorman of the Qin residence. Each time someone sought an audience with the family head, regardless of their status or whether they held an official position, they treated him, a mere servant of the Qin family, with utmost courtesy, wary of offending him in the slightest. Over time, this fostered within Qin Jue a sense of self-importance, almost as if he too were a person of great consequence. Thus, whenever someone presented a visiting card to request an audience with a member of the Qin family, it was only natural that a token of respect accompanied the request. Otherwise, Qin Jue would undoubtedly respond with disdain, perhaps even delaying their request for several days. Of course, when individuals of genuine stature arrived, Qin Jue would revert to his role as a dutiful servant, displaying unwavering loyalty and diligence. Particularly for the young masters and mistresses who frequented the estate, his attentiveness was unparalleled. It is said that his admirable service has garnered significant satisfaction from his superiors, with whispers circulating about a potential promotion to oversee external affairs, allowing him to manage business interests elsewhere. Upon learning this, Qin Jue felt increasingly elated, his steps buoyant with joy. Presently, he reclined on a long bench in the cool shade at the entrance, seeking respite from the summer heat. Earlier that day, the family head had departed to conduct business, and the young masters and mistresses had ventured to nearby Chongshan Temple for leisure, leaving the estate relatively quiet save for a few ladies and a widowed cousin. This allowed him a moment to breathe easy, indulging in a rare opportunity for leisure. Just as Qin Jue began to drift into a state of drowsiness, a timid voice interrupted his reverie, inquiring, "Is this the Qin residence?" The sudden interruption jolted him awake, and his irritation flared as he snapped, "What are you shouting for? Are you mourning? Can't you see your esteemed master just lay down?" With that, he reluctantly opened his eyes, his expression rife with annoyance. His assumption, based on the speaker's timid tone, led him to presume the individual was insignificant, emboldening his audacity in addressing the newcomer. Upon finally discerning the speaker, he saw a young man of roughly 24 or 25, clad in coarse fabric, whose unremarkable appearance exuded an unmistakable aura of rusticity, unmistakably a bumpkin freshly arrived from the countryside. This realization further emboldened Qin Jue. He sat up, launching into a tirade as if the intrusion had been an unforgivable offense against his esteemed repose. The reprimand delivered by Yan Jue was so fervent that spittle flew from his lips, persisting for a considerable duration, akin to the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. The rustic youth, seemingly bewildered by the onslaught of his words, stood there with a gaping mouth and a flustered demeanor, absorbing the tirade with a dazed expression. After a protracted moment, once Yan Jue had thoroughly exhausted his ire, he finally ceased his scolding, albeit with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Subsequently, he cast a sidelong glance at the young man, as if recalling the initial question posed by him, and casually inquired, "What brings you to our Qin residence? We are not in need of any additional servants or laborers, so it would be wise for you to depart swiftly. The servants here are not easily managed, and we do not accept just anyone. It would be prudent for you to secure a benefactor before returning." Drawing upon his past experiences, Yan Jue promptly concluded that this earthy youth, still shrouded in the aroma of the countryside, must be foolishly aspiring to secure a position within the Qin household. Such individuals were not unfamiliar to him. "I am not seeking employment. I am here to deliver a letter to my uncle, Qin Yan, on behalf of my family." The youth seemed to awaken from the tempest of reprimands, hastily producing a crumpled letter from within his garments and stammering an explanation to Yan Jue. "What? Your uncle is the master?" Yan Jue, feeling parched and reaching for a nearby teapot to sip, was startled into spilling the tea at the youth's revelation, his expression one of astonishment. "I cannot say for certain, but that is how my family instructed me to address him." The youth scratched his head, an awkward expression crossing his face. Yet, at that moment, Yan Jue dared not mock him any longer, for if this young man indeed had ties to his master, he would not enjoy the consequences. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "Might I have a glance at that letter?" "Rest assured, I shall merely inspect the envelope and would not dream of opening it." To Yan Jue's surprise, the young man nodded in agreement, handing over the letter while muttering, "I intended to deliver it to you so that you might assist in passing it on to Uncle Qin." Taking the crumpled missive, Yan Jue scrutinized it closely. While most servants could scarcely read, he had attended a private school for a brief period in his youth and could decipher characters. This was likely why he had secured the coveted position of doorkeeper, envied by countless other servants. "To my esteemed nephew, Qin Yan." The bold characters on the envelope sent a jolt of excitement through Yan Jue's heart, as it seemed to imply a connection to his master's elder relative. Realizing this, his expression shifted dramatically, and he forced a smile as he addressed the youth. "Good sir, my master is not in residence, but several madams are within the house. Would you like me to deliver this letter to them?" Yan Jue's demeanor transformed completely, his address elevated in respect. "That will not do. This letter must be opened by Uncle Qin himself." The youth hesitated, shaking his head resolutely. "Very well. Perhaps I should first inform the madams and ascertain how they wish to respond to you." Yan Jue dared not allow the young man to depart so easily. If there were indeed pressing matters at hand that he inadvertently delayed, the repercussions would be dire. However, if entrusted to the lady's discretion, it would no longer be his concern. Having served as a subordinate for so long, Yan Jue possessed a modicum of cunning. To his surprise, the young man readily acquiesced. Sighing in relief, Yan Jue hastily beckoned a passing family member to keep an eye on the young man while he rushed back to the residence. The other servants, witnessing his urgency, were taken aback. Yan Jue made his way directly to the rear courtyard and exchanged a few words with a stout maid overseeing the grounds before returning to the front entrance to await further news. Upon his return, just as he was exchanging polite smiles with the young man, a rather attractive little maid scampered over. Upon reaching them, she cast a few curious glances at the dirt-covered youth before relaying a message from a certain lady, instructing the young man to rest in a guest room until the master returned to ascertain his true identity. After all, the Qin family was quite large, and it was possible that this was indeed a relative from a side branch seeking them out. With the matter having been addressed from above, Yan Jue felt reassured and continued to guard the entrance. Meanwhile, the little maid led the young man towards the designated guest room. Along the way, many onlookers, taken aback by the young man's rustic appearance, cast him curious glances, which seemed to unsettle him. He lowered his head, focusing solely on the ground as he followed the maid in silence. This peculiar sight elicited laughter from the maid, who could not help but find him amusing. After settling the young man in the guest room, the maid playfully advised him not to wander off before returning to report back. Once she had departed, the young man, who had previously appeared clumsy and awkward, suddenly straightened up, and the foolishness in his eyes vanished, replaced by an air of nonchalance that dispelled any trace of his earlier rustic demeanor. It was indeed surprising how renowned the Qin family was. It seemed that those of the demonic path would not overlook such an obvious target. The young man glanced towards the outside, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself. He was none other than Han Li, who had hastened his journey for over 10 days, finally arriving in the capital of Yuejing. And the Qin residence was the very entity that Li Huayuan had tasked him with protecting. However, upon recalling the identity Li Huayuan had arranged for him, Han Li felt a wave of frustration. In the letter, he had instructed the head of the Qin family to assign him the identity of a distant relative from the Qin's side branch, compelling Han Li to masquerade as a poor country cousin to remain inconspicuous within the Qin household. Although the identity of a rural pauper displeased him somewhat, he found the disguise easy to adopt. After all, Han Li had genuinely emerged from a remote village during his childhood, and his upbringing made it effortless for him to embody such a persona in both manner and speech. After Han Li securely closed the door, he sat cross-legged on the bed to practice his breathing techniques, hoping to make even the slightest progress in his cultivation while overseeing the Qin residence. Unbeknownst to him, as he completed a full cycle of meditation, evening had fallen. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Han Li's spirit surged momentarily, only to be swiftly replaced by a dull, unremarkable demeanor, reverting to the guise of a simpleton. Upon opening the door, he was met by a servant dressed in the garb of a menial. "My lord has returned home. The madam requests your presence. Please follow me," the servant said bluntly, turning away without waiting for a response, clearly dismissive of Han Li's significance. This was understandable. Unlike the gatekeeper Qin Jue, this individual, a trusted aide of a certain madam, encountered many impoverished relatives of the Qin family seeking favors each year, rendering him indifferent to Han Li's presence. In his estimation, the master would likely offer a brief audience to this unsophisticated fellow, perhaps bestowing a few coins to send him on his way without allowing him to linger within the household. Han Li complied obediently and followed the servant from the guest room directly to the drawing room of the Qin residence. Within the drawing room, a woman in her 40s, resplendent and dignified, was discussing Han Li with Qin Yan, the head of the Qin family, who occupied the main seat. Since he dares to present himself with a letter of introduction, it is unlikely to be a pretense. It seems a senior member of the family has sent for him. Let us see what their requests entail. If they are reasonable, we shall do our utmost to accommodate them. We must not allow our branch to acquire a reputation for disdain towards the less fortunate. We cannot afford such disgrace, Qin Yan remarked. Appearing to be in excellent health and vitality, despite being around 50 years of age. After sipping some bird's nest tea to clear his throat, he spoke slowly. Indeed, we are not lacking in silver, but we must preserve our reputation. The woman across from him smiled graciously, embodying the image of a devoted wife. Qin Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. This third wife had been by his side for many years, and her thoughtful, delicate nature had never waned, instilling in him a deep sense of trust. He often entrusted the affairs of the Qin residence to her when he was away, and she managed everything with great competence. "My husband, I have already sent for the gentleman," she continued gently. "Once you have met with him, allow me to handle such trivial matters." Hearing this, Qin Yan smiled slightly, about to respond when an announcement from outside interrupted. "My lord, Qin Ping has brought the guest. Shall we summon him now?" "Have Qin Ping bring him in," Qin Yan instructed casually, then fell silent, offering an apologetic smile to his third wife. "As you command," the servant replied and ceased further conversation. Moments later, Qin Ping entered, leading behind him a rather simple-minded young man. As the young man ambled in, he looked around the drawing room, his curiosity evident in his gaze as he took in every detail of the surroundings. As the two individuals entered the hall, Qin Ping respectfully reported and withdrew from the room, leaving the young man alone, feeling somewhat anxious in the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Qin Yan. Upon noticing the young man's awkward demeanor, Qin Yan and the third lady exchanged knowing smiles. Qin Yan then cleared his throat and, with a benevolent expression, addressed the young man. "I have heard that you possess a letter from an elder of mine. Might I inquire if this is indeed true? Could you kindly present the letter for my perusal?" The young man, known as Han Li, cast a hesitant glance at the head of the Qin family, his uncertainty evident as he replied, "Are you truly Uncle Qin? My grandfather explicitly stated that the letter should only be entrusted to Uncle Qin himself." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the third lady was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. Who would dare impersonate the renowned head of the Qin family in such a manner? How amusingly absurd was the young man's inquiry. Qin Yan, too, was momentarily stunned. Revealing a wry smile on his face, he resignedly responded, I assure you, I am indeed the genuine head of the Qin residence. However, whether I am your Uncle Qin remains to be confirmed upon reviewing the letter. Qin Yan's discomfited expression was quite entertaining to the third lady, who found it astonishing that the illustrious head of the Qin family, well known throughout the capital, was doubted by a rather rustic young man. After contemplating for a moment, Han Li's face displayed an expression of tentative belief, and he reluctantly handed over the crumpled letter, which appeared on the verge of disintegration. Qin Yan, suppressing the impulse to snatch it away, maintained his composure and accepted the letter. However, he refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Han Li before placing the letter on the table and lightly clapping his hands twice. In response, an elderly man with a head of white hair entered silently from outside the hall. Without a word, Qin Yan pointed at the letter, and the old man respectfully approached, taking the letter to examine it under the sunlight streaming into the hall. After scrutinizing it, he returned it to the table with both hands. Is there no issue? He inquired before bowing slightly and retreating, moving with an ethereal grace as if he were a phantom. With a sigh of relief, Qin Yan cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, who appeared utterly bewildered, prompting a smile to grace his face. Without further explanation, he skillfully opened the letter and began to read the contents. Meanwhile, the third lady, observing this, smiled kindly at Han Li and lifted her teacup, preparing to savor a sip. Yet, before she could take a drink, Qin Yan abruptly stood up, a look of utter astonishment etched across his features. My dear, what has happened? Is it possible that the letter is a forgery? The startled third lady inquired hastily, concern lacing her voice. No, the letter is indeed authentic. Moreover, it is from a benefactor of mine. Qin Yan's expression instantly returned to normal, and he spoke in a calm tone. After casting a nonchalant glance at his beloved wife, he turned his attention back to Han Li. You are called Han Li, are you not? Master Qin inquired tentatively, although his tone remained unchanged. The third madam subtly sensed an underlying tension. Just as she was engulfed in suspicion, Han Li vigorously nodded and responded, Indeed, I am Han Li. Is it true, as my grandfather mentioned, that I may remain here? Haha, certainly, you may, Qin Yan exclaimed joyfully. I once met Uncle Hua Yuan in my childhood, and I never anticipated that today I would encounter his descendant. I shall regard you as my own nephew. Qin Yan erupted into hearty laughter, his voice resonating loudly enough to leave the nearby servants exchanging puzzled glances, unaware of their master's exuberance in the parlor. Come, accompany me to the side hall, where we can discuss Uncle Hua Yuan's recent circumstances. No one else is permitted to follow. I wish to converse with my esteemed nephew Han, Qin Yan declared, grasping Han Li's arm with fervor and leading him toward the side door, effectively preventing the third madam from pursuing them. This left her, already bewildered, in a state of further confusion as she could only watch Qin Yan and Han Li exit through the side door, unable to disobey his instructions. At this moment, she was enveloped in a cloud of uncertainty. Following Qin Yan, Han Li entered a secluded side hall. Without hesitation, he rotated an ornamental ancient vase within the room, revealing a hidden chamber within the wall. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yan stepped inside without a moment's delay, and after smiling, Han Li followed suit. The secret chamber was modest in size but well-appointed, featuring a table, chairs, and an exquisitely crafted sandalwood bookshelf that added an air of refinement to the space. Since you were sent by Master Li, you must be a cultivator, Qin Yan remarked respectfully, closing the door of the secret chamber. I apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier in the parlor. I hope you, Master Han, will not take it to heart. It is of no consequence. Ignorance is excusable. Moreover, this performance must continue, Han Li replied casually as he took a seat at the table, his demeanor shifting to one of ease and nonchalance. Thank you for your generosity, Master, Qin Yan responded, growing even more respectful, remaining standing without a hint of dissatisfaction. He was acutely aware of the nature of cultivators, beings akin to living deities. Furthermore, it was only due to Master Li's unwavering support that the Qin family enjoyed their current prominence. Out of both sentiment and reason, Qin Yan dared not display any disrespect. Please, Master of the Qin family, do take a seat, There is no need for excessive formality. The Master Li you speak of is, in fact, my mentor, thus I am not entirely an outsider to the Qin family, Han Li replied with a smile. I dare not. I am but a mere mortal and would not presume to act inappropriately toward a master. I shall stand by and heed your instructions, Master Han. Qin Yin insisted, shaking his head repeatedly, unwilling to take a seat. This prompted Han Li to ponder for a moment before he decided not to press the matter further. May I inquire about the purpose of Master Han's visit? Master Li's letter merely indicated your esteemed identity without providing any specifics. Might I be enlightened? Qin Yin cautiously articulated the question that weighed heavily on his mind. According to his father's dying instructions, Master Li, who had bestowed great kindness upon the Qin family, would only personally intervene or send assistance when an insurmountable danger threatened the family. Was it possible that the Qin family was facing a significant crisis again? Han Li observed the anxious expression of the head of the Qin family, and, after some contemplation, replied thoughtfully, the matter at hand concerns foreign cultivators. We have received news that the 6 demonic sects may target the Qin family. He recounted the situation to Qin Yin in terms most comprehensible to mortals, rendering the elder of the Qin family utterly astonished. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yin stammered, So, are there cultivators from other nations intending to harm us mortals? What shall we do? The head of the Qin family appeared completely at a loss. With a calm smile, Han Li reassured him, there is no need for concern. Master Qin, the infiltrators from the neighboring country possess relatively low cultivation levels. With my presence at the Qin residence, I shall not allow them to succeed easily. Volume 3, Chapter 281. The Qin residence and the young lady. After more than an hour, Han Li emerged from the secret chamber alongside Qin Yin, reverting to his rustic appearance. Upon returning to the living room of the Qin family, the head of the family immediately instructed, in the presence of the third madam, to prepare a clean living space in the rear residence, allowing this esteemed nephew, Han, to stay long-term at the Qin estate. Ostensibly, he claimed it was to cultivate this younger generation in gratitude for the kindness shown by Han's ancestors. The third madam opened her mouth as if to protest, but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Possessing sharp insight, she discerned that Qin Yin had made up his mind, leaving no room for dissent. Moreover, she sensed that there was an underlying connection between her husband and this Han nephew. However, since Qin Yin had not disclosed the details to her, she wisely chose not to engage in any actions that might provoke displeasure and jeopardize her standing. Yet, she could not help but speculate whimsically that perhaps her husband's unusual regard for this Han nephew stemmed from a past indiscretion, possibly a love child from his youth. Otherwise, how could he appear so distressed upon reading the letter and subsequently exhibit such warmth? The third madam, with her keen mind, grew increasingly convinced of this notion. Feeling somewhat vexed, nevertheless, she maintained an air of nonchalance and became increasingly cordial towards Han Li. Thus, under the repeated assurances of the head of the Qin family, Han Li followed Qin Ping once more out of the hall to see if he was satisfied with the living arrangements. This time, Qin Ping's demeanor was no longer the stoic expression he had worn earlier. Instead, he beamed with joy, repeatedly addressing Han Li as young Master Han, completely choosing to forget his previous aloofness. Although Han Li wore a facade of surprise on his face, inwardly he marveled at the extraordinary skill of these mundane servants in adjusting their demeanor according to the winds of favor. Such a blatant display of obsequiousness, devoid of any hint of embarrassment, left one to ponder whether to commend their audacity or to recognize their accustomed nature to such behavior. Soon after, Qin Ping led Han Li along the winding paths of the back courtyard, eventually arriving at a serene sauna courtyard. The environment here was exquisitely elegant and remarkably tranquil, prompting Han Li to nod in approval, feeling quite pleased with the choice of residence. It appeared that Qin Yin had indeed put considerable thought into selecting a suitable abode for him. Young Master Han, this is your residence. It is the finest courtyard within the Qin estate. Typically, only esteemed guests of the master are granted the privilege of staying here. Qin Ping explained to Han Li with a touch of sycophancy as he ushered him into the courtyard. Han Li scratched his head, breaking into a simple-minded grin, seemingly at a loss for words. Recognizing the awkwardness of the moment, Qin Ping tactfully shifted the conversation, saying, Young Master Han, I presume you have yet to dine? Allow me to fetch a meal from the kitchen for you. Please wait a moment. With that, Qin Ping respectfully withdrew from the courtyard, turning to leave. Once Han Li observed that Qin Ping had distanced himself, he smiled faintly, and turned to push open the door. The arrangement of the rooms was indeed on par with the surrounding environment, equally exquisite and refined. After a brief exploration, Han Li felt increasingly satisfied, pondering who might have orchestrated such a delightful setting. Qin Ping was remarkably swift. Before long, a maid arrived, carrying a large bamboo box to deliver the meal. The enticing aroma of the food was enough to whet the appetite of Han Li, who had abstained from eating for several years. Without hesitation, he devoured several plates of delicate dishes and a bowl of rice with great relish. When Qin Ping returned to find the remnants of the meal, he could not help but chuckle, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor, inviting Han Li to the hall once more. The master of the Qin family wished to introduce Han Li to the members of the Qin household. Upon entering the living room for the second time, Han Li found that it was no longer just Qin Yan and the third madam present. Instead, there were now 2 to 3 dozen men and women standing and seated throughout the room. When Qin Yan warmly beckoned Han Li to sit beside him, the older guests displayed mild astonishment, but no overtly excessive reactions. However, the younger scions of the Qin family could hardly contain their curiosity. A somewhat favored young master stepped forward, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Grandfather, who is this brother? We have never seen him before. Is this gathering truly solely for him?" Qin Yan, discerning the discontent in his grandson's tone, did not respond kindly. With a sharp glare, he admonished him, "Be silent. What right have you to speak here? This is Han Li, the nephew of the Han family, whose ancestors bestowed great life-saving grace upon our Qin family. You are not to show him any disrespect." Qin Yan's words immediately stirred a flurry of murmurs among the guests in the hall, excluding the third madam, as curious glances and speculations were directed towards Han Li. Han Li exhibited an exquisite display of unease, shifting restlessly as if pricked by unseen thorns beneath him. Meanwhile, the young master of the Qin family, his countenance alternating between hues of red and white, retreated in silence. This young man had never anticipated that Qin Yan, who typically lavished affection upon him, would speak so mercilessly today. Before such a multitude of siblings, he had suffered a significant loss of face. Following this incident, it was clear that he would harbor no fondness for Han Li. Yet, he was not so naive as to act unfavorably towards Han Li after Qin Yan had already issued his directive. After all, it appeared that this unsophisticated fellow held considerable importance in his grandfather's esteem, and he was unwilling to jeopardize Qin Yan's affection. With this example set before them, the others refrained from exhibiting any hostility. Instead, most exchanged amicable glances with Han Li. At that moment, Qin Yan smiled and gestured toward the individuals in the room, introducing them to Han Li. "This is my eldest son, Qin Ji, who currently oversees all our business dealings in Yuejing. He possesses a keen intellect. And this is my second son." As Han Li nodded absently, he committed to memory each member of the Qin family that Qin Yan introduced, for they were all individuals he intended to protect. It was truly remarkable how prolific the elder Qin had been, with 5 sons and 3 daughters, along with several grandchildren. The eldest and second sons were both in their 30s and had families of their own. The individual who had just inquired was the eldest's second son. Amusingly, the youngest son, merely 5 or 6 years of age, was a mere child who could only suck his thumb. Han Li found it amusing to think that a youth of 16 or 17 would have to address this teething child as fifth uncle. As for Qin Yan's wife, besides the third lady he had met earlier that morning, there was also a second wife in her 40s, along with 7 or 8 younger concubines. The primary wife, however, was not present in the hall. It was said she was currently engaged in religious observance and seldom appeared before others. Additionally, there were 2 men in their 40s, who were Qin Yan's second and third brothers, each managing segments of the Qin family's business and holding significant positions within the household. Naturally, they had several children present in the hall as well, but Han Li merely noted their names without further interest. After all, his limited energy could only be devoted to safeguarding those within the main branch of Qin Yan's family. "Where's the cousin?" After Qin Yan had introduced everyone in the living room, he suddenly realized that one individual was notably absent and turned to the third lady beside him to inquire. "My lord, the cousin feels it inappropriate to meet outsiders as a widow and has chosen not to attend. Should I summon her?" The third lady replied softly, her expression tinged with hesitation. "That is of no concern. Han Xianshi is not an outsider. It would be best for her to make an appearance." Qin Yan considered for a moment and responded, "Understood, my lord. Shao Yan, go quickly and fetch the cousin," stating that it is the master who requests her presence. The third lady instructed the young maidservant standing behind her, her tone composed. Yes, ma'am. The young maid who once guided Han Li swiftly darted out through the side door. At that moment, Qin Yin turned back and quietly explained to Han Li, there is another guest yet to arrive, a young woman whom my late wife rescued from the river during a visit to her family 8 years ago. This unfortunate girl lost her memory due to a head injury and bore numerous scars. My wife, possessing a kind heart, nursed her back to health and, seeing her homeless, had one of her brothers adopt her as a foster daughter, thereby providing her with a semblance of shelter. However, misfortune continued to follow her. Although she managed to secure a marriage through her foster father's efforts, her fiancé tragically fell into the river and drowned just 3 days after their wedding. Logically, a young woman in her position could easily remarry, yet she chose to remain unmarried, resolutely mourning her husband for whom she had shared but a brief 3 days. This tale became a celebrated story in the locality, bringing much honor to my wife's family. Later, when her foster father passed away, my wife, moved by the sight of her alone in an empty house, brought her here to keep her company and to help ease her sorrow. As Qin Yan spoke, he could not help but express his admiration. Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Han Li feigned surprise, though inwardly he felt quite skeptical, suspecting that this was yet another story of a woman deeply influenced by tales of chastity and virtue. The young gentleman in the hall, upon hearing that the cousin was arriving, immediately brightened, whispering amongst themselves with expressions of anticipation. This caused Han Li to pause momentarily, before he suddenly realized that this cousin must possess extraordinary beauty. As he pondered, a young maid and a modestly dressed young woman entered from the outer hall. Though the woman bore delicate features and an aura of quiet grace, she exuded an inexplicable, fervent charm. Her enchanting demeanor stirred a palpable desire among the men in the hall, many of whom were overtaken by the impulse to embrace her tenderly. The younger lads, still in their formative years, gazed at her with wide eyes, clearly captivated. It seemed that the young gentleman of the Qin family had long been enamored with this cousin. However, when Han Li finally discerned the woman's face, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, as the look of foolishness that had previously clouded her features suddenly vanished. Fortunately, he quickly reined in his emotions, restoring his composure almost instantaneously. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye, and all eyes in the hall were fixed on the newly arrived woman, nearly betraying his reaction. Yet, within Han Li's heart, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. This cousin, though her appearance had undeniably transformed, now possessing the allure of a mature woman, was unmistakably recognized by Han Li. Her soulful eyes and elegantly oval face revealed her identity as none other than the second daughter of the Mo family, Mo Fengwu, the delicate girl who had exhibited a keen interest in the study of medicine during their fleeting encounters years ago. As Mo Fengwu entered the room, she felt the heat of numerous gazes upon her, causing her cheeks to flush. Automatically, she lowered her head, inadvertently missing the presence of Han Li seated beside Qin Yan. Observing the lack of decorum exhibited by the younger generation, Qin Yan felt a profound sense of disappointment. Clearing his throat, he adopted a stern expression, and after a few deliberate coughs, the young men, who had been entranced by Mo Fengwu's beauty, seemed to awaken from their reverie and quickly returned to their dignified postures. Fearful of inciting the ire of the family patriarch, Pinger, come sit by aunt, the third madam, with her keen perception, swiftly invited Mo Fengwu to join her. Thank you, third aunt, Mo Fengwu replied softly, gracefully making her way to the third madam and taking her seat. Pinger, do not confine yourself indoors too often. Such confinement can stifle one's spirit. It is far better to venture outside. Clearly, Qin Yan held great sympathy for Mo Fengwu, his tone gentle. Thank you, uncle. Pinger understands. Mo Fengwu replied, still with her gaze lowered, embodying a picture of modesty. Sighing softly, Qin Yan felt a sense of helplessness. Despite her consistent compliance, Mo Fengwu's demeanor rarely changed. However, he soon remembered the matter at hand and gestured towards Han Li, introducing him to Mo Fengwu. Pinger, allow me to introduce you. This is Han Li, a descendant of a revered elder who has greatly benefited your uncle. You should meet him and address him as Elder Brother Han from now on. Han Li's full attention was drawn to Mo Fengwu's movements. Noticing her slight tremor upon hearing his name, he felt a flicker of understanding. After a moment, Mo Fengwu slowly lifted her head, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage. At that moment, her exquisite features bore an air of tranquility. As her lips parted gently, A soft voice emerged. "Greetings, Elder Brother Han." It seemed as though Mo Fengwu truly did not recall Han Li. In response to her greeting, Han Li appeared momentarily stunned by her proximity and beauty, stammering for a while before managing to utter a few words in reply. The young men and women observing this exchange could hardly suppress their amusement. After casting a cold glance over the room, Qin Yan restored silence. Meanwhile, Han Li, scratching his head in confusion, displayed a rather helpless demeanor. The proceedings became straightforward thereafter. Qin Yan coldly announced before the assembled family members that Han Li would reside in the Qin residence for a period, during which he would be considered one of the young masters of the house, and that no one was permitted to neglect him. Failure to comply would result in severe consequences. As these words left his lips, the eyes of everyone in the Qin residence turned to Han Li with a mix of curiosity and intrigue, not solely the third madam. As they began to speculate about the true nature of Han Li's relationship with Qin Yan. That night, Han Li lay awake in his bedroom, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. A gentle knock sounded from outside the door, and a faint smile of intrigue crossed his lips. Calmly, he rose and opened the door, revealing a woman cloaked in a cape and hood standing outside. As the woman saw Han Li open the door, she promptly lifted the curtain in front of her, revealing her delicate visage. It was none other than Mo Fengwu, who had not acknowledged Han Li during the daylight hours. Upon this sight, Han Li silently stepped aside, and without hesitation, Mo Fengwu entered. Standing at the threshold, Han Li extended his spiritual sense but detected no presence nearby, indicating that Mo Fengwu had been quite cautious in her approach. Gently closing the door, Han Li turned to find Mo Fengwu silently unfastening her cloak, unveiling her voluptuous and alluring figure. Without a hint of reservation, she seated herself at the table, her expression void of emotion as she fixed her gaze upon Han Li. Han Li sighed softly. Apart from her enchanting appearance, it was challenging for him to reconcile this indifferent and captivating woman with the gentle girl he remembered, who had a fondness for the healing arts. It seemed that Mo Fengwu had endured much over the years. Otherwise, she would not have transformed into someone so unfamiliar to him. "Should I address you as Junior Brother Han or as Senior Brother Han?" Mo Fengwu inquired, her eyes momentarily flickering with an indecipherable emotion before she spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. "Please, call me Han Li, Miss Fengwu," Han Li replied, once he had gathered his thoughts. Upon hearing Han Li's response, a barely perceptible look of disappointment crossed Mo Fengwu's face, but she quickly composed herself and continued. "I am unaware of why you, as a cultivator, find yourself at the Qin residence, nor do I wish to pry into its secrets. I have come solely to seek your assistance in avenging an enemy on behalf of my late father, who once shared a mentor-student bond with you. Would you be so kind?" After uttering these words, Mo Fengwu's mask of indifference faltered, revealing a hint of anxiety as she gazed at Han Li, fearful of an outright refusal. Han Li maintained his composed demeanor, neither hastily declining nor readily agreeing. Instead, he poured a cup of fragrant tea from the pot that had just been brewed and, after serving Mo Fengwu, slowly uttered a statement that startled her. "Are you suggesting that I eliminate the leader of the five-color gate?" Seated across from Mo Fengwu, Han Li spoke leisurely, observing her astonished countenance unhurriedly. The surprise in her eyes quickly waned. She regarded Han Li with a somewhat peculiar expression and, after a prolonged silence, spoke with a tinge of bitterness. "It appears that Junior Brother Han is already aware of the situation regarding the Mo residence. It seems nothing can remain concealed from the ears and eyes of cultivators." Although Mo Fengwu's words were softly spoken, Han Li detected a hint of concealed resentment directed at him. After a moment's contemplation, he understood the root of her feelings. With a gentle chuckle, he sought to clarify. "It seems you have misunderstood, Miss Fengwu. Regardless of the circumstances, I still hold some ties to the Mo residence. If I were to learn of its great peril, I may not be able to do much. But ensuring the safety and comfort of your esteemed aunts for the remainder of their days is something I could certainly achieve." As he spoke these words, Han Li's expression turned exceedingly sincere. He was not afraid of Mo Fengwu harboring ill will towards him. Rather, he was unwilling to bear the brunt of an unjust blame. Mo Fengwu, upon hearing Han Li's response, merely acknowledged with a soft her face reverting to its previous mask of indifference. It remains uncertain whether this young woman truly believes his previous justifications. Observing this, Han Li furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before deciding to divulge the truth. Initially, he had refrained from revealing anything due to the involvement of the immortal cultivation realm. In fact, the details regarding the incident at the MO residence were conveyed to him by the spirited girl, Kai Huan, who was accompanied by the fourth matriarch. What? You mean Kai Huan and the fourth sister are still alive? Mo Fengwu exclaimed, her disbelief igniting an electrifying excitement, as a rosy flush blossomed upon her pale cheeks. Indeed, they are alive. They currently reside in a remarkably secluded location, Han Li replied softly. After fleeing from Yinling Fortress, he had sought information regarding the ordinary populace once the Yin family had abandoned the castle. To his astonishment, he discovered that the entire fortress had been deserted, with the commoners taking advantage of the chaos to flee. Thus, the whereabouts of Mo Kai Huan and her mother became a mystery. As the month drew to a close, Han Li pondered that revealing the continued disappearance of Mo Kai Huan and her mother would be superfluous. For Mo Fengwu, the mere knowledge that her kin still existed in this world sufficed. It was likely that she would refrain from broaching the subject of reuniting with them. Given that so much had changed, Han Li then succinctly recounted his encounter with Mo Kai Huan, nearly moving Mo Fengwu to tears of joy. Mo Fengwu understood that, given Han Li's status as a cultivator, he had no need to fabricate lies to deceive a vulnerable woman like her. His courteous demeanor was likely rooted in their previous acquaintance. Thus, with her hands clasped together in silent prayer, she returned to her composure. Though she was no longer as aloof in the face of Han Li, she must have realized that, had it not been for Han Li's timely assistance at Yinling Fortress, the Yin matriarch and her daughter would still be in dire straits. Thank you, young Master Han, for informing me of Kai Huan and the fourth sister's whereabouts. This is the first piece of good news I have received in 7 or 8 years. Mo Fengwu spoke gently after regaining her calm. However, before Han Li could respond, she continued, although my sister and her mother are safe, my eldest sister and several aunts remain unaccounted for, likely having fallen victim to foul play. This vendetta is one I cannot ignore. But I am powerless. Surely, Brother Han will assist me, will you not? As she spoke, a fragile expression overtook her features, and her luminous eyes grew misty, as though she were on the verge of tears. Observing this, Han Li rubbed his nose, feeling a surge of frustration and helplessness. He had hoped that with the revelation of Mo Kai Huan and her mother's fate, she would be less eager for vengeance. Yet, to his surprise, the years had only intensified Mo Fengwu's resolve regarding this matter. Truth be told, if tasked with eliminating a qi-refining cultivator, it would be far less daunting than senselessly slaying a person of status among the common folk. Since entering the Yellow Maple Valley, Han Li had already realized that the entire realm of Yuegua, comprising over a dozen provinces, had long been thoroughly divided among the 7 great sects and several prominent families. Within each province, any enduring secular force would invariably have cultivators discreetly observing them, often supported by these very sections. The Mo mansion of Lanzhou, having monopolized the mountain villa, had not yet attracted the attention of the cultivators of the immortal world due to its relatively recent emergence. Had it not been for this, Han Li's assassination of Ouyang Feitian, the tyrant of the mountain villa, would not have transpired so easily without repercussions. However, the 5-colored gate was an entirely different matter. Established over a century ago, it had become a long-standing entity. Moreover, Lanzhou was tacitly recognized as the territory of the Spirit Beast Mountain by the 7 great sects, suggesting that it likely had the backing of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Thus, the Mo mansion suffered a devastating defeat upon their first encounter. As a disciple of the Yellow Maple Valley, Han Li could not recklessly annihilate a secular leader supported by another sect without facing significant repercussions. Nonetheless, with the recent infiltration of demonic cultivators into Yuegua to wreak havoc upon the secular world, he saw a prime opportunity to navigate the murky waters. If he acted cautiously during this period, he should avoid attracting trouble. Contemplating this, Han Li maintained a calm exterior while pacing the room. After weighing his options, he fixed his gaze upon the delicate countenance of Mo Fengwu and spoke with composed resolve. Miss Fengwu, under ordinary circumstances, I cannot acquiesce to such a request, as it would bring considerable trouble upon me. However, given the peculiar circumstances within the immortal realm, it would be remiss to claim there are no opportunities whatsoever. Therefore, should the occasion arise, I may endeavor to eliminate the leader of the 5-colored gate. Yet, if the situation proves untenable, I implore you to relinquish thoughts of vengeance. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mo Fengwu was overcome with joy, tears of elation brimming in her eyes. Her radiant beauty captivated Han Li, momentarily leaving him spellbound. The first time he encountered Mo Fengwu, he had indeed felt a stir of emotion for the demure and enchanting second miss of the Mo mansion. The warmth and charm she exuded remained vividly etched in his memory, evoking a sense of nostalgia. It could be said that this was his first experience of romantic feelings. This modest promise served as an emotional concession to Mo Fengwu. With this thought in mind, Han Li maintained an unperturbed demeanor, intending to bury these sentiments deep within his heart and refrain from divulging them to others. Meanwhile, Mo Fengwu, having regained her composure from the delight of Han Li's agreement, approached him with an expression brimming with gratitude. Without uttering a word, she stepped closer and softly brushed her fragrant lips against his cheek, before shyly and somewhat dazedly articulating, "With your promise, even if I cannot slay that man, I am profoundly grateful." After speaking, she quietly draped her cloak around herself and hurriedly departed from Han Li's quarters. Han Li touched the spot on his face where she had kissed him, his expression somewhat peculiar. Before long, he propped his chin on one hand, lost in deep contemplation. After what seemed like an eternity, the following morning, Han Li awoke from his meditative practice, reflecting on the events of the previous night, and could not help but sigh. If Mo Fengwu possessed spiritual roots, he would undoubtedly guide her under the auspices of Huangfeng Valley, forming a partnership to cultivate the Tao together. With this thought in mind, he completed his morning ablutions and stepped outside. He intended to familiarize himself with the layout of the Qin residence before contemplating other matters. However, to his surprise, he found Qin Ping standing outside the courtyard, grinning widely. Without waiting for Han Li to express his astonishment, Qin Ping adeptly explained, "I have been tasked by the master to serve as your personal attendant for the time being. Should you require assistance, young Master Han, simply call upon me." As Qin Ping spoke, his demeanor was imbued with respect and a hint of excitement. His reasoning was quite straightforward. Though young Master Han hailed from a humble background and appeared somewhat naive, he held considerable weight in the master's eyes, which was more than sufficient for Qin Ping to curry favor. Moreover, should he serve Han Li well, he might also earn the master's goodwill. As Qin Ping pondered this, he mentally derided those fools who, upon hearing they were to serve this unsophisticated young master, hastily sought to distance themselves. He had long heard from the maids close to the mistress that this individual was likely the master's illegitimate son. As long as the master was alive, would this young master ever be treated poorly? Serving as Han Li's attendant would surely elevate his own status, far surpassing the role of a mere errand runner for the third madam. Unbeknownst to Han Li, who remained oblivious to Qin Ping's true intentions, he appreciated that Qin Yan had sent someone to guide him, recognizing his unfamiliarity with the Qin residence and Yuejing. Truly a timely blessing. With a smile gracing his face, Han Li spoke directly to Qin Ping. "I have never seen such an expanse of dwellings. I was just thinking of exploring. Would you accompany me?" "Of course, young master." Qin Ping responded eagerly, invigorated by the prospect of his first task. Thus, under Qin Ping's guidance, Han Li began to meander around the vast Qin estate. While certain areas were inhabited by female relatives, making it inappropriate for Han Li to approach closely, he could still observe from a distance without anyone daring to comment. Especially since Qin Yan's words from the previous day had spread throughout the entire Qin household. This is the auspicious courtyard of the second master's family, where, besides the second master, the two youngest sons also reside, Qin Ping informed him. He proved to be an adept guide, not only sharing the names of each courtyard, but also identifying the residents therein, allowing Han Li to commit them to memory. However, when he mentioned the residence of the cousin Mo Fengwu, Han Li's expression shifted slightly as he regarded it for a moment longer before departing with his composure intact. In a short span of time, Han Li had surveyed the entirety of the Qin estate, yet he still appeared somewhat unfulfilled. At last, Qin Ping led him out of the Qin residence, accompanying him on a leisurely stroll through bustling locales in Yujing, while continuously providing commentary. They traversed the renowned landmarks and vibrant districts of the city for an entire morning. The once exuberant expression on Qin Ping's face had long since vanished, replaced now by a grimace as he limped behind Han Li, his countenance reflecting his discomfort. Anyone who had walked for several hours without respite, all the while engaging in incessant explanation, would undoubtedly wear a similar expression. This made Qin Ping question for the first time whether he had indeed chosen the right master. Although Qin Ping served as a subordinate within the Qin residence, he usually traveled by carriage for long distances. It had been quite some time since he had walked such a lengthy stretch on foot. He felt thoroughly exhausted. His heels throbbed, akin to the sharp sting of needles, and his throat was hoarse from incessant talking, causing him considerable discomfort. However, upon seeing his new master still animatedly peering into a small porcelain shop, Qin Ping could only grit his teeth and muster the strength to follow along. After all, his master had not yet complained of fatigue. How could he, a mere servant, dare to voice his grievances? "I'm a bit hungry. Shall we find a place for lunch?" As Qin Ping approached Han Li, he heard this straightforward suggestion, which instantly thrilled him and prompted enthusiastic agreement. He eagerly recommended a nearby small tavern, extolling its signature dishes with extravagant praise, amused yet maintaining an air of acquiescence. Han Li followed Qin Ping into the modest two-story establishment. The first floor was populated by ordinary patrons enjoying simple fare, while the second floor catered to those of higher status. Naturally, Qin Ping would not permit Han Li to dine on the first floor, despite the latter's apparent interest. The second floor was only lightly occupied, with merely 3 or 4 tables. One table, surprisingly, was occupied by 3 men and 2 women, engaged in a rather unconventional drinking affair. As Han Li entered the tavern, he cast a glance at that table, and his heart skipped a beat. All 5 individuals were cultivators of the qi refining stage, each possessing foundational skills above the 10th level. An unusual sight, indeed. Could they possibly belong to the 6 demonic sects? Han Li's mind raced. Instantly, he retracted his aura, employing the qi gathering technique, a skill reserved for foundation-building cultivators, drawing his spiritual energy back within. Thus, to the lower-level cultivators, he appeared no different than an ordinary mortal. "Young master, please have a seat here." Qin Ping, suppressing his foot pain, guided Han Li to a window-side table, diligently wiping down the wooden chair with his sleeve before beamingly inviting Han Li to sit. Han Li, feeling somewhat bashful, quickly urged Qin Ping to join him. On this occasion, Qin Ping refrained from excessive politeness. After a few brief refusals, he settled down without further ado. His feet were indeed in considerable pain, leaving no room for concerns about social hierarchy. Fortunately, the young Master Han, who had just arrived in the capital, was not one to adhere to such formalities. As soon as the two were seated, the innkeeper promptly approached them with great humility, inquiring, "What would you gentlemen like to order? Our establishment boasts several renowned signature dishes. Bring forth a splendid assortment of fine wines and delicacies, along with 1 portion of each of your signature dishes, made with the finest ingredients." My young master happens to be a scion of the Qin residence. Knowing that Han Li might not be adept at ordering, Qin Ping took the initiative to speak for him. Upon mentioning the Qin residence, he instantly radiated an air of confidence. Indeed, the reputation of the Qin family was quite advantageous. Upon hearing it, the innkeeper nodded vigorously, bowing deeply in flattery, and hurried off to summon the food and drink. Han Li, however, was not preoccupied with his companion's display of authority. Instead, his full attention was fixated on a table of cultivators not far from them. To his surprise, he felt a peculiar familiarity with one of the men in blue, who appeared to be in his 30s, as if he had encountered him before. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he could not recall any specific details, certainly not someone he knew well. The men at that table, including the blue-clad individual that Han Li found reminiscent, all wore furrowed brows, sipping their drinks in silence. Meanwhile, 2 somewhat attractive women sat staring blankly at the lavish spread before them, seemingly devoid of any appetite. Their demeanor suggested they were entangled in significant troubles, far from the typical appearance of demonic cultivators infiltrating the kingdom of Yu. Among them, the blue-clad man was relatively younger, second only to a 20-something woman. "My young master, the food has arrived. Please indulge." At that moment, Qin Ping's respectful voice reached Han Li's ears. The innkeeper had efficiently laid out a sumptuous feast before them, filling the table to the brim. "Ha ha, let us partake together." Han Li replied with a modest smile, revealing a set of pristine teeth. He then unceremoniously took a bite of a dish and began to chew vigorously. However, unbeknownst to others, his spiritual sense quietly extended, closely monitoring the movements of the cultivators. Just as Qin Ping began to eat upon seeing Han Li's actions, the eldest among the cultivators, a black-faced elder, stopped drinking and suddenly conjured an invisible soundproof barrier to envelop their group. He then spoke, "Let us eat something, for our fates have already fallen into the hands of others. The 5 friends of Mount Ming can only take it step by step from here. Regardless of how it unfolds, avoiding a fate worse than death is certainly preferable to what others may face." Although the soundproof barrier was in effect and the elder's voice was low, Han Li heard every word distinctly. For a Qi refining stage cultivator, the soundproofing spell was nearly ineffectual against Han Li's extraordinary spiritual awareness. However, the elder's words revealed to Han Li that there was indeed something of interest, allowing him to clandestinely overhear some secrets. Perhaps the counsel of the dark-faced elder had some effect, for the two women finally fell silent and took a few bites of their meal. Yet, judging by their distracted demeanor, it was highly likely that the food held no flavor for them. Brother, must we truly allow them to manipulate us from now on? If necessary, we could secretly inform the 7 sects. Surely they would be able to eliminate these individuals, exclaimed the man in blue, his countenance hardening after a couple of hearty swigs of strong liquor. Alas, fourth brother, this matter is not so simple. The dark-faced elder replied with a gentle shake of his head, his expression filled with helplessness. Upon hearing this, the youngest of the white-clad women could not restrain herself from asking, Brother, why not? Do not the people of the 7 sects wish to eradicate these villains? It is known that countless individuals from the kingdom of Yu have fallen into their clutches. Her face was marked by palpable resentment as she spoke. In contrast to the impassioned words of the younger pair, the two individuals in their 40s exchanged a silent, bitter smile, clearly understanding the elder's concerns. Han Li, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of realization, as if he had grasped something of great significance. However, his expression remained calm as he continued to eat several more bites, prompting Qin Ping beside him to commend Han Li's hearty appetite. Han Li, his cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment, smiled softly, seemingly aware of the impropriety of his actions, and thus slowed his pace in serving himself. Meanwhile, the dark-faced elder sighed and began to elucidate to the man in blue and the woman in white. In truth, seeking aid from the 7 sects would be utterly futile. Firstly, we are well aware of the current state of the 7 sects. They have already committed all their resources. Whether they can withstand the onslaught of the demonic forces remains uncertain. It is implausible that they could spare any personnel to assist us scattered cultivators. Consider this. Among these villains are cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. The arrival of ordinary practitioners would be of no consequence. Otherwise, how could we 5 have been subdued so swiftly? Moreover, even if someone from the 7 sects truly valued our shared path and was willing to dispatch individuals to eliminate them, we must not forget that these people always wear masks, revealing not a trace of their true forms. The location where we were coerced was merely a dilapidated temple they randomly chose. There is no way to take action. Not to mention, we are ensnared by their peculiar restrictions. If we do not comply with their spells in due time, we may very well perish. Can you be certain that the members of the 7 sects can lift our restrictions? Given that they are so confident in allowing us to depart, these restrictions surely possess unique characteristics that are not easily unraveled. The more the dark-faced elder spoke, the deeper his frown grew, and soon he appeared somewhat despondent. Must we truly assist the wicked in their nefarious deeds? To help them ensnare other cultivators? The white-clad woman's face turned pale as she spoke, clearly reluctant to take such a course of action. Fifth sister, as our elder brother has said, we can only take it one step at a time, consoled a lean, tall man in his 40s. Fortunately, we have ample time to consider our next move. Let us hope that, in time, the 5 friends of Mengshan can devise a plan that allows us to extricate ourselves with grace. Yet, it was evident to all present that such words were merely a feeble attempt to quench their thirst for hope, a form of self-deception. For the past few days, they had been unable to devise a viable solution, and it was hardly likely that a remedy would miraculously present itself in the months to come. After uttering this sentiment, the group fell once more into a profound silence, their brows furrowed with worry. In the 3rd volume, Chapter 285, titled Indifference and Rumors, Han Li had gleaned sufficient understanding by this point. The individuals spoke of a troubling trend in the realm of cultivation within the state of Yu, where cultivators had frequently gone missing in recent years. It appeared that these individuals had been ensnared by shadowy figures before, only to be released after being subjected to threats. Their tone suggested they were now under duress, compelled to engage in nefarious deeds. Han Li's mind raced with various thoughts, and within moments, he concluded that it was best to steer clear of this troubling matter. After all, the unseen orchestrators behind the mysterious disappearances of so many cultivators had managed to elude exposure until now, which spoke volumes of their cunning and formidable nature. Moreover, if they could manipulate foundation-building cultivators, it stood to reason that there might be core formation cultivators lurking in the shadows as well. As a mere foundation-building cultivator himself, Han Li deemed it prudent to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble during such tumultuous times. With his resolve firmly established, Han Li promptly withdrew his spiritual sense and ceased to engage with the group of cultivators. Although they were somewhat unfortunate and pitiable, they were strangers to him, and he would not risk significant peril for their sake. They would have to fend for themselves. Additionally, the current situation of the 7 factions, as the black-faced elder had analyzed, was one of intense conflict against demonic forces, leaving them no time for distractions. Even if Han Li were to report the matter, it was unlikely they would take any interest in it. Thus, Han Li contemplated with a detached demeanor, free from the burden of eavesdropping on others' private conversations. He allowed himself to relish his meal, occasionally feigning curiosity by pointing out intriguing sights beyond the window and posing questions to Qin Ping. Naturally, Qin Ping was more than eager to provide detailed explanations. Consequently, by the end of the meal, a considerable portion of the dishes had found their way into Han Li's stomach, leaving Qin Ping astonished, secretly pondering the vigorous appetite of his young master. At that moment, the group of cultivators rose and departed, their dejected expressions unmistakable. It seemed they were at a loss for a solution for the time being. Observing this scene, Han Li took a few more bites before signaling Qin Ping to settle the bill and leave. However, Qin Ping merely chuckled and produced a waste token from the Qin residence, boldly making his way downstairs. Before long, he returned to inform Han Li, "Master, I have placed the token with the innkeeper, instructing him to settle the bill at our estate at the end of the month. There is no need for us to produce any silver for this meal. The young master of the Qin residence has a monthly allowance of several hundred taels for expenses that can be reported back home. I have already accounted for the meal under your name." Han Li was taken aback by this revelation, reflecting upon the extravagance of the Qin residence. Yet, he feigned a semblance of confusion, nodding absently as he followed Qin Ping downstairs. In the afternoon, Han Li chose not to continue his journey on foot. Under the counsel of Qin Ping, who had learned from past experiences, a 2-wheeled horse cart was summoned. Seated in the cart, Han Li traversed several significant locations in the capital. Although many areas remained unvisited, he garnered a preliminary understanding of the terrain and neighborhoods, thus avoiding the disorientation that would have ensued upon exiting the Qin residence. As evening descended, a contented Han Li returned to the Qin estate. Qin Jue, who was on duty at the door, hastened out of the entrance before Han Li could alight, eager to demonstrate his utmost courtesy. He was anxious that the newly emerged young Master Han might still harbor resentment for his previous oversight. Qin Jue aimed to improve the impression he had left on Han Li. However, Han Li had long since cast aside the trivialities of the past day, his mind now solely occupied with thoughts of how to ensure the safety of the Qin estate. Above all, he was determined to safeguard the life of Qin Yan, for failing to do so would render any explanation to Li Huayuan quite difficult. With this resolve, Han Li entered the Qin residence with a clear purpose. That night, Han Li did not shy away from anyone. He directly sought out his uncle Qin. After a detailed discussion in a private chamber, he returned in high spirits. From the following day onward, acquaintances of Qin Yan began to notice a peculiar young man, unfamiliar and rustic, accompanying him. Qin Yan enthusiastically introduced this newcomer to every familiar face, claiming him to be a descendant of a family elder, urging his friends to extend their support to him. The individuals mingling with Qin Yan were either high-ranking officials or affluent merchants. Though they found it somewhat odd that this young man remained closely tethered to Qin Yan, their attempts to unearth Han Li's background yielded no results. Thus, the cunning and experienced individuals adopted a demeanor of benevolent elderliness toward him. At last, Han Li had made his initial foray into the upper echelons of the capital society. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months slipped by. Han Li seemed to have truly assumed the role of a young master within the Qin estate. He enjoyed the same privileges as Qin Yan's children. Moreover, the patriarch of the Qin family consistently included Han Li in both business engagements and social gatherings, displaying an unmistakable intention to cultivate him. Consequently, rumors regarding Han Li being the illegitimate son of the Qin patriarch swiftly circulated beyond the estate, giving rise to a flurry of speculation among those acquainted with the Qin family. Yet, Qin Yan paid no heed to these whispers, adopting an attitude of indifference that only served to lend credence to the conjectures. As a result, some impatient members of the Qin family, whether acting on the behest of their elders or out of misplaced confidence, attempted to subtly probe the veracity of the rumors surrounding Han Li. However, confronted with Han Li's feigned ignorance, their efforts were in vain. Over time, the residents of the Qin estate tacitly acknowledged Han Li's identity as the young master, believing that Qin Yan's favoritism was merely an attempt to assuage his own guilt. This development, however, incited considerable discontent among those Qin family members who had previously enjoyed Qin Yan's favor. Under the oppressive gaze of the esteemed elder, they naturally dared not engage in any overt acts against Han Li, enduring their discontent with great restraint. However, they often resorted to derogatory remarks about Han Li behind his back, branding him as a bumpkin or an illegitimate child. Unbeknownst to them, while Han Li practiced his cultivation within the confines of his quarters at night, he would regularly envelop the entire Qin residence with his spiritual sense. Although he could not maintain this for extended periods, it was sufficient to uncover many secrets. He was well aware of their disdainful whispers. Han Li had no intention of stooping to the level of these immature youths. Yet, some of their elders were secretly devising underhanded schemes to diminish his standing, which left Han Li somewhat speechless. While he would not concern himself with these mundane matters, if individuals from the demonic path were to launch a sudden assault, he would undoubtedly place the protection of these individuals at the very end of his priorities. Consider it a small act of retribution on his part. On one particular day, Qin Yin was once again summoned to a banquet, this time by a figure of considerable stature, a prince of the realm. It was said that a favored concubine of this leisurely prince had recently recovered from a severe illness, prompting him to host a grand feast to celebrate and invite notable individuals to partake in the festivities. Although the Qin family was not the wealthiest merchant house in the capital, in terms of overall strength and influence, they certainly ranked among the top 3, and thus received an invitation. Moreover, it was not only Qin Yin who was invited. He was specifically requested to bring along several young gentlemen of the Qin family, known for their extensive social connections, along with a few reputed young women. This was purportedly at the special behest of a young prince with whom they were acquainted. Reluctantly, Qin Yin acquiesced and allowed these younger relatives to accompany him. Upon receiving the news, the young scions of the Qin family were elated. It was well understood that ever since the Qin family found themselves in a precarious situation, Qin Yin had been unwilling to let the younger generation roam freely during this critical period. The threat posed by the demonic figures that Han Li had spoken of loomed large, and thus, the elder had contrived various excuses to confine these young ones for the past 2 months. This had undoubtedly led to their growing discontent, as they were accustomed to a life of leisure. Adding to their frustration was the fact that Han Li, despite being only slightly older than they, seemed to enjoy daily excursions with Qin Yin, appearing completely unconcerned. This further fueled their sense of injustice. Now, with this opportunity presented to them, the young members of the Qin family were filled with excitement as they prepared to attend. The prince who issued the invitation was known as Prince Xian, a brother of the current ruler of the Yu Kingdom. According to Qin Yin, despite being of royal lineage, he was known for his genial nature and wide circle of friends. Not only did he associate with high-ranking officials and affluent merchants, but he also mingled with common folk and eccentric figures from the martial world. However, for the sake of propriety, he refrained from forming close ties with military officials wielding power. Nevertheless, the prince enjoyed a significant reputation among the populace of Yuejing, and his standing was quite favorable. Upon hearing this, Han Li formed a preliminary impression of the prince. The specifics of his character, however, would require a first-hand encounter to ascertain. After all, although they possess a seemingly respectable reputation, the world is replete with influential figures who are, in truth, no more than thieves and courtesans. As the climax approaches, I kindly urge those with monthly tickets to lend their support. In the 3rd volume, Chapter 286, The Wangfu. The residence of the Xian Wang is not situated within the imperial city, but rather constructed in the southern district. After a journey of an hour in a carriage, Han Li and his companions arrived at the entrance of this southern area. The architectural style of the southern district distinctly diverges from that of the Qin residence and other eastern districts, predominantly characterized by standardized, orderly structures. The size and design of the residences here unambiguously indicate the rank and status of their occupants. These homes, built by the government, are allocated to officials strictly according to their titles and ranks. No one dares to casually expand or modify their dwellings, for doing so would constitute a serious breach of regulations. As a royal relative and a nobleman, The Xian Wang's residence is undoubtedly among the most prominent in the southern district. Its land area surpasses that of the Qin residence by a modest margin, qualifying it as a veritable mansion. Upon the carriage halting before the Xian Wang's estate, Han Li immediately felt the lavish aura of affluence that only the secular world could bestow. The grand entrance stands approximately 5 to 6 zhang high and 3 to 4 zhang wide, enveloped in thick brass plating, embellished with numerous massive door nails that lend it an air of opulence and gravitas. Flanking the nearly 1 zhang high steps are 2 fierce bronze lion statues, polished to a brilliant shine, capturing the eye with their striking presence. Yet, the most imposing aspect of the Xian Wangfu is the 16 well-equipped guards stationed at the entrance, specifically borrowed from the Imperial Guard to prevent any unforeseen incidents amid the gathering crowd. The steward of the Xian Wangfu, a slender elderly man, greets each newly arrived guest with a beaming smile, dutifully representing his master and ensuring no visitor is overlooked. At this moment, dozens of carriages of varying sizes are lined up before the entrance, nearly occupying the entirety of the courtyard. On the immense bluestone steps, 5 or 6 guests linger, engaging in cordial exchanges, all adorned in exquisite attire and exhibiting graceful mannerisms, suggesting their esteemed status. Observing this scene, Qin Yin adjusted his garments and descended from the carriage with poise. Han Li, vigilant, scanned the surroundings and, upon noticing the presence of cultivators, felt reassured enough to follow suit. The young masters and mistresses of the Qin family had already alighted as soon as the carriage came to a halt, animatedly discussing matters at the entrance. Han Li glanced at the guests still on the steps and noted that, apart from the younger members of the Qin family, most of the other guests were accompanied by their own children or relatives. Were they all invited by the so-called young prince? Or was the Xian Wangfu deliberately gathering these young individuals under the guise of this occasion? Pondering this, Han Li felt a lack of clarity and turned his gaze towards Qin Yin, who wore a similarly furrowed brow, clearly taken aback by the situation. "Grandfather, let us enter the estate. The young prince is awaiting our arrival." A young gentleman from the Qin family, aged around 16 or 17, observed that his elder was standing motionless near the carriage. Spurred on by his siblings, he mustered the courage to approach and spoke, fearing a reprimand from Qin Yin. "All right, I understand. Everyone, let us proceed inside." To his astonishment, Qin Yin merely nodded in acknowledgement and responded kindly, leaving the young man quite taken aback. His excitement propelled him back to his peers. However, before Qin Yin could join them, the steward of the Wang residence, having just finished attending to a guest, immediately spotted the Qin entourage. With a beaming smile, he approached them eagerly and exclaimed, "Master Qin, you have finally arrived. The master has been expressing his longing for your visit for several days now. Please, do come in. The master will be immensely pleased to see you." Indeed, this steward possessed a remarkable gift of gab. His few words filled the listeners with warmth and cheer. Qin Yin couldn't help but chuckle and engage the steward in a brief conversation. Yet, as more guests began to arrive at the Wang residence, the steward had to usher Qin Yin and his companions inside, bowing politely before hastily departing. Though Han Li had remained silently by Qin Yin's side, he cast a glance at the steward's retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. For reasons unknown, Han Li sensed no fluctuation of spiritual energy from this man. Yet when the steward approached, an unsettling chill coursed through him, akin to the presence of a fearsome beast. This discomfort unsettled Han Li greatly. Despite his confusion, his unwavering confidence in his instincts prompted him to place the steward on a list of individuals to treat with caution and suspicion. "Han Xianzi, let us proceed. Allow me to introduce you to several esteemed relatives you have yet to meet," Qin Yin said with a smile. The steward's departure creating an opportunity for Han Li to remain close to him. The other Qin family members standing beside Qin Yin felt a pang of jealousy, perceiving their head of the family as somewhat biased. However, Han Li merely smiled, recognizing this as Qin Yin's subtle attempt to facilitate their companionship, and he readily accepted. Thus, Qin Yin led him into the grand hall of the Wang residence, where approximately 100 guests were gathered. Although the number appeared substantial, most were small groups of 2 or 3. Only a few families, like the Qin family, had arrived in larger numbers. At this moment, the Prince of Xian had yet to make his appearance, seemingly waiting for all guests to arrive before revealing himself. As soon as Qin Yin entered the hall, several familiar families greeted him warmly. Qin Yin reciprocated their gestures with respectful nods, and after surveying the room, he excused himself and approached an elderly gentleman with a frail countenance, accompanied by a young man and woman seated beside him. The man possessed prominent brows and large, expressive eyes, exuding an air of composure. The woman, though of ordinary beauty, had a pair of strikingly fiery eyes that boldly swept over the younger individuals behind Qin Yan, including Han Li, who was naturally within her gaze. Brother Hua, I never anticipated that such a renowned physician would also grace this gathering. I assumed, given your temperament, you would decline to attend such an event, Qin Yan remarked as he approached the elder, taking a seat without hesitation and teasingly adding, ahem. I truly did not wish to come. However, the peculiar ailment of the prince's favored concubine being cured piqued my curiosity. I simply had to witness the remarkable talents of the person responsible. The elder, addressed by Qin Yan as Brother Hua, showed no signs of formality, smiling gently as he responded, So, the tale of Prince Xian seeking my assistance for his concubine's ailment is not mere gossip. It is rare for someone of my modest skills to treat such a condition, is it not? Observing Qin Yan's astonishment, Han Li deduced that the elder's medical prowess must indeed be well regarded in the capital. In this world, ailments are as varied as they come. That I, Hua, have managed to attain a reputation with my limited skills is sheer fortune. There exist countless perplexing maladies that remain beyond my capabilities, the elder chuckled nonchalantly, his demeanor reflecting a generous spirit. But I remain unconvinced. Is there truly a physician in the capital whose skills surpass yours? Qin Yan shook his head, evidently placing great trust in the elder's abilities. However, the elder merely smiled faintly and gestured towards a pair of individuals nearby. Hua Nan, Hua Fong. You have met them before. Come forth and pay your respects to Grandfather Qin. Clearly, the elder commanded a profound respect from the duo, who approached without hesitation to greet Qin Yan. I cannot believe how much my two grandchildren have grown in the years since we last met. I possess nothing of great value, but please accept this pair of jade pendants, inlaid with emeralds, as a token of our reunion, Qin Yan said amiably, producing a pair of exquisite white jade pendants that radiated value. The young man briefly displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which quickly vanished, while the young woman gazed at the pendants with unrestrained enthusiasm. How ungrateful. If you desire them, simply accept. Brother Hua and I are no strangers, the elder chided with a laugh. Upon hearing this, the pair dared to accept the pendants from Qin Yan, with the young woman's expression brimming with excitement. Aside from them, I have encountered the other younger members of your family you mentioned. Could this be your newly arrived nephew from the capital? The elder finally turned his attention to Han Li, observing him with keen interest. Indeed, this is Han Li, a descendant of an esteemed elder, Qin Yan introduced. Han Xianshi, this is your uncle Hua, one of the two great physicians in the capital, on par with the royal physician, Dr. Yi, who treats the emperor. It dawned on Qin Yan that he had yet to introduce Han Li to this venerable elder. Greetings, Uncle Hua. Han Li respectfully addressed him. Quite good, quite good. The elder offered a perfunctory compliment, having failed to discern any extraordinary qualities in Han Li. However, as he contemplated the recent rumors circulating about the young man, he hesitated momentarily before extending his frail, thin hand to retrieve a small white vial from within his robes, presenting it to Han Li. This is a meticulously concocted heart protector pill. While I cannot claim it to be a universal remedy, it is certainly effective for minor ailments and injuries. I bestow it upon you, dear Han, for your protection. As soon as the old man uttered these words, Han Li immediately sensed the envy and jealousy emanating from several members of the Qin family behind him, while Hua Nan and Hua Fong exhibited expressions of surprise, clearly acknowledging the significant reputation of the heart protector pill. I didn't expect that while I was working late into the night, I would become so fatigued that I would fall into a deep slumber. Volume 3, Chapter 287, The Celestial Master as a Foundation Establishment Practitioner. Han Li naturally regarded ordinary mortals' pills with indifference. However, at this moment, it was certainly impolite to decline the old man's goodwill, so he accepted the vial with a somewhat embarrassed demeanor, albeit hesitantly. Dear Han, this heart protector pill is a secret concoction of Brother Hua, not easily given away. Today, to present it as a greeting gift is indeed quite generous. Qin Yan, aware that Han Li would not value such a potion, still took the opportunity to speak highly of it, hoping that the elderly Hua would leave a favorable impression on Han Li. The old man cast a puzzled glance at Qin Yan, unsure of the intent behind his words in front of Han Li. He had offered this immensely precious pill to the young man solely out of respect for Qin Yan. Otherwise, such a remedy, worth its weight in gold, would never be given to a stranger on their first meeting. Just as the old man was about to inquire further, a sharp voice rang out. The Prince of Xian has arrived. This announcement silenced the chatter in the hall, and everyone turned their attention toward the side door with solemnity. First, four maidservants emerged from the door, taking positions on either side of the main seat, followed by a composed man and woman. The man, a middle-aged figure in his 40s with a short beard, possessed a square face and piercing tiger-like eyes, exuding an air of authority even without anger. The woman, a striking beauty in her early 20s, donned a floor-length palace gown. Upon witnessing this scene, the seated guests rose in unison to greet the couple, exclaiming, "Your Highness, Madam." As the lady was not the official wife of the Prince of Xian, but rather a recently favored concubine, the guests could only address her as Madam. "All of you are my friends. There is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat," the Prince of Xian said, his demeanor remarkably straightforward and amicable, leaving a positive impression on all present. The favored concubine merely smiled alluringly without uttering a word. Upon hearing the prince's invitation, the guests exchanged knowing glances and seated themselves accordingly. "I am a man of directness. Let us speak candidly," the Prince of Xian, having settled comfortably in his seat, remarked with a smile. This statement immediately prompted a flurry of responses from those opposite him. "Your Highness, please feel free to speak. Indeed, we have known you for many years, Your Highness, and are well aware of your temperament. It is evident that within this assembly, there are both sincere confessions and flattery directed towards the esteemed Wang. The purpose of gathering you all here today stems from two reasons. First, the peculiar ailment afflicting the beloved Ji Qing'er has been cured, and in accordance with my nature, I must celebrate this joyous occasion. Secondly, I possess a remarkable boon I wish to bestow upon each of you. Whether you are fortunate enough to receive it depends on your own fate." The words of Wang Xian took everyone by surprise, leading them to exchange bewildered glances. The notion that this noble lord had summoned them merely to grant them favors seemed utterly unfathomable. "Ha ha, Qing'er, do you see? Everyone appears to be as astonished as I had anticipated," Wang Xian remarked, turning to his stunning concubine with a smile. The enchanting woman, known as Qing'er, chuckled lightly in response. "My lord, anyone who hears such news would surely be astonished. Their reaction is only natural." Upon hearing her words, Wang Xian chuckled, stroking his short beard in contemplation. He then turned back to the somewhat awkward assembly, reassuring them, "There is no need for confusion. The truth is, Qing'er's strange illness was miraculously cured by a remarkable individual who recently arrived at our estate. This extraordinary being commands the elements and possesses the ability to conjure fire and ice, truly a celestial figure. Moreover, after healing Qing'er's affliction, this immortal intuitively discerned that my young son harbors celestial roots and is capable of comprehending immortal arts. He has taken my son under his wing, and soon he shall embark on a journey to cultivate his spiritual path." At this juncture, Wang Xian could no longer conceal the joy on his countenance, his expression radiating pride. Upon hearing this, a portly gentleman in the hall could not contain himself and exclaimed, "An immortal cultivator? Could it be that this person is indeed the legendary practitioner of immortality?" This utterance instantly stirred a wave of excitement among the guests. While the concept of an immortal cultivator remained shrouded in mystery for common folk, those present were far from ordinary citizens and had heard tales of such beings, with some even claiming ancestral connections to wandering practitioners. Furthermore, rumors persist that within the imperial palace, protectors of the realm are said to be immortal cultivators, which only heighten their reverence for these celestial beings. As the guests processed the revelation that such an immortal had graced the residence of Wang Xian, expressions of exhilaration spread across many faces. Qin Yan, upon hearing these words, felt a jolt of surprise and instinctively turned to glance at Han Li. However, Han Li's demeanor remained unchanged. He displayed no outward reaction. Not daring to inquire further, Qin Yan redirected his attention to Wang Xian's continued discourse. At this moment, witnessing the astonishment of his audience, Wang Xian chuckled and proceeded, "I have indeed inquired of this esteemed individual, and he has confirmed his identity as an immortal cultivator. Furthermore, he has graciously agreed to extend his stay in my abode for several months to impart wisdom on health and longevity. During our conversations, I learned that this celestial being has come to the mortal realm specifically to seek out disciples endowed with celestial potential. Upon learning of this matter, the prince immediately thought of his esteemed friends. He promptly summoned all his nephews and nieces, for this immortal master was known to accept both male and female disciples. Shortly, I shall invite Master Wu to present himself before everyone. As for whether they possess the fortune to become his students, that shall depend on their celestial fate. If the previous remarks merely stirred envy among those present, the subsequent words of the queen struck them like a tremendous pie falling from the sky, leaving them all in a state of joyous astonishment. A chorus of gratitude erupted, for cultivators of immortality are akin to living deities on this earth. Rumor has it that should they succeed in their cultivation, they could live for several centuries and wield profound magical arts. If any of their children or nieces were fortunate enough to become a disciple, what an immense source of support that would be. Though Han Li maintained a dazed expression, his heart was filled with intrigue. Initially, upon hearing the queen speak of living immortals, he believed he had uncovered the trail of a dark cultivator. However, he was perplexed to learn that this individual intended to recruit disciples so openly. What kind of infiltrator would recklessly expose themselves in such a manner? Would this not make them an easy target? Unless this cultivator was. As Han Li pondered, the living immortal made a grand entrance into the hall amidst the excitement of the crowd. Clad in a gray robe, with hair and beard as white as snow and a complexion as rosy as that of an infant, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary enlightened beings. Such an appearance led many present to believe in his authenticity even before he performed any magic. Yet, upon closer inspection, Han Li found himself at a loss for words. This individual appeared to be no more than a small cultivator of merely the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement. With just a finger, Han Li could likely extinguish him with ease. Yet, this so-called immortal was surrounded by individuals of considerable status among mortals, all of whom were vying for his favor, eager for him to accept their children and nieces as disciples. Observing this scene, Qin Yin felt a twinge of desire to join the throng, while the younger generation behind him wore anxious expressions, fearing that they might miss their chance and let their celestial fates slip away. Just as Qin Yin hesitated, Han Li's voice suddenly reached his ears. Rest assured, this person is not a dark cultivator. Whether your grandchildren should take him as their master is entirely up to you. My duty is merely to ensure the safety of the Qin family. However, regarding this immortal-esque cultivation, with a few scoffs, Han Li's voice abruptly fell silent. Startled, Qin Yin glanced around, realizing that aside from himself, no one else seemed to have heard those words. The elder from the Hua family, still bewildered, inquired why he did not approach the immortal with his younger generation to test their luck. Simultaneously, the elder expressed a sudden enlightenment, exclaiming that no wonder he could not cure his ailment. This was indeed an immortal cultivator. Having said this, the elder paid no further heed to Qin Yin and his companions, hastily making his way towards the white-haired elder, with his grandchildren eagerly following in tow. Heed my words, everyone. The restrictions on voting for monthly tickets have now been lifted. There is no longer a cap of 3 votes per book. One may cast as many votes as desired. Furthermore, after noon on the 28th, all monthly votes will be doubled. If you intend to support this book, I encourage you to do so after the 28th to maximize your contributions. Additionally, this chapter marks the end for tonight. I shall resume writing tomorrow morning, as I must also attend to my health. After all, earning a modest living should not come at the cost of one's well-being. I wish for all fellow readers to remain in good health as well. Chapter 288. The Clash of Enchantment. Seeing the usually composed elder from the Hua family displaying such eagerness, Qin Yin felt his resolve begin to waver. Although he had sensed a hint of disdain in Han Li's tone regarding this immortal master, the fact remained that the elder was indeed a cultivator willing to accept disciples. As for the elder's level of cultivation, he could no longer afford to be overly concerned with such matters. Initially, he had considered having his descendants study under Han Li. However, through their recent interactions, he realized that Han Li showed no inclination towards taking on disciples, making any such aspirations futile. It was worth noting that during his father's lifetime, when the Qin family had just begun to prosper, the immortal master Li Huayuan had visited their home in search of promising disciples with potential for cultivation. Unfortunately, none had been found worthy, and he departed in disappointment. From that point onward, Master Li ceased to mention the prospect of accepting disciples from the Qin family, stating that their fates were intertwined for only one generation. and that future descendants would not share the same destiny. Now, faced with another opportunity for cultivation, Qin Yan felt compelled to seize the moment. Resolutely, he called to a few younger family members and approached the immortal master. Han Li observed the scene with a detached gaze, choosing to remain silent. Having already cautioned Qin Yan, he felt no obligation to intervene further. As for whether the young masters and mistresses of the Qin family possessed true spiritual roots, Han Li had not given it much thought. In the mortal realm, individuals with spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, akin to a miracle. While lost in contemplation, he suddenly noticed one or two of the Qin family members who had accompanied Qin Yan towards Master Wu casting mocking glances in his direction, their expressions replete with smugness. As if deriding him. Taken aback, Han Li momentarily paused before a smile of incredulity crossed his face. Clearly, these individuals believed that since Qin Yan had not called for Han Li to join him, the elders still favored them above all else, hence their self-satisfied demeanor. With a quiet shake of his head, Han Li chose to disregard them, instead surveying the surroundings of the hall. At this point, very few remained seated. Only 6 or 7 individuals, most of whom were solitary figures with no heirs, now displayed expressions of profound regret. The only ones to catch Han Li's attention were a pair seated in a corner of the hall, consisting of both an elder and a youth. The elder, a gray-haired man clad in a blue robe, appeared to savor his cup of tea with an air of indifference toward the celestial encounters unfolding before him. In stark contrast, the youth beside him, with delicate features and fair skin, occasionally displayed a hint of disdain while casting glances at Master Wu. Although the two seemed to be enjoying a leisurely moment, Han Li could not help but smile upon observing them. It was surprising to discover that both were practitioners of the mystical arts, and their cultivation levels were quite commendable. The elder appeared to be at the 9th level of his technique, while the youth reached a respectable 5th tier, not inferior to Master Wu. What astonished Han Li even more was the subtlety with which they had concealed their spiritual energy. Had it not been for Han Li's significantly higher cultivation, he might have struggled to discern their true identities as cultivators. As for Master Wu, he certainly lacked the acuity to notice the peculiarities of the elder and the youth. The ability to mask one's spiritual aura to such an extent, evading detection by peers, piqued Han Li's interest. If he could master such a technique, it would undoubtedly provide him with a substantial advantage in battles against fellow cultivators. Upon further scrutiny, Han Li noticed an anomaly. The fair-skinned youth bore 2 delicate piercings in her earlobes, revealing her to be a girl disguised as a boy. Just as Han Li registered this revelation, the youth caught his gaze and blushed, shooting him a fierce glare. This reaction drew the elder's attention, prompting him to furrow his brow and regard Han Li with an impassive expression. In response, Han Li offered the elder a polite smile, much to the elder's surprise. He had initially assumed that this unremarkable young man was merely a frivolous scion who had seen through his young charge's disguise and was attempting to tease her. To his astonishment, the youth appeared entirely unfazed by his presence. A flicker of irritation stirred within the elder, who, after a moment of contemplation, gently closed his eyes. This gesture momentarily puzzled Han Li, leading him to speculate whether the elder intended to. Before he could finish his thought, the elder's subsequent actions confirmed his suspicions. When the elder reopened his eyes, a violet hue flickered within them, and he unleashed a bewitching spell aimed at Han Li, seemingly intending to humiliate him as a minor lesson. Han Li found the scene somewhat amusing. The elder, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, attempting to cast an enchantment on a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, seemed rather reckless. A mere flicker of his own power would surely rebound upon the elder. However, given his desire to uncover the elder's concealed technique, Han Li refrained from fostering animosity. Instead, he maintained a serene smile, locking eyes with the elder without displaying any sign of alarm. This composure transformed the elder's initial smirk into astonishment, which soon morphed into sheer horror. As the elder silently exclaimed his distress, attempting to avert his gaze, it was already too late. In Han Li's eyes, a faint yellow gleam began to emerge, akin to a magnet, rendering his sight immovable. The elder, filled with both astonishment and dread, was consumed by regret. He never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable youth possessed any spiritual power. In fact, he appeared to be far more adept than himself. Had he known, he would never have resorted to the nightmarish technique. Now, his mind was entirely ensnared by Han Li, leaving him unable to escape the counteraction. The elder's anxiety intensified, and beads of sweat, resembling yellow beans, trickled down his forehead, while his complexion turned ashen. Yet, his eyes remained fixated on Han Li. Meanwhile, the girl in male attire finally discerned her elder's distress and, in a moment of urgency, tugged at the elder's sleeve. To her astonishment, this simple action effortlessly freed the elder from Han Li's captivating gaze, rescuing him from the backlash of the nightmarish technique. Suddenly revived, the elder felt as if he had been reborn, yet the dramatic shift in his mental state left him momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he awoke from his stupor, only to find his back drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he hastily whispered a few words to the anxious girl, thereafter avoiding any further glance towards Han Li. The elder understood all too well that the girl's timely intervention was a mere display of leniency on Han Li's part. Otherwise, he would have suffered significant mental damage. Although he could not fathom the reason behind such forbearance, it was clear that he and his granddaughter should distance themselves from this individual. This seemingly ordinary youth wielded a terrifying level of power, far beyond their capacity to provoke. What perplexed him further was that, despite having employed the heavenly eye technique to scrutinize Han Li, he had detected no trace of spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly utilized the nightmarish technique. As the elder contemplated his suspicions, his complexion began to pale. If his conjectures were accurate, he had unwittingly antagonized a formidable figure whom even his entire clan could not afford to offend. With this thought, the elder's previously regained composure was once again shattered. Meanwhile, the girl gazed in astonishment at her grandfather's fluctuating expression, utterly bewildered. In her eyes, her grandfather had always been unflappable and steady as a mountain. Yet now, he displayed such disconcerting emotions. Could it be that this seemingly mundane youth was truly so fearsome? As this realization struck her, she felt an impulse to cast a glance back at Han Li. However, before she could act, the elder seemed to read her thoughts and urgently whispered, "Do not provoke that young man again. If I am not mistaken, he is likely a Foundation establishment cultivator. We must not anger him further." What? A Foundation establishment cultivator? Impossible. How old could he possibly be? The girl gasped, covering her mouth with a delicate hand, her face drained of color, yet she dared not raise her voice. Volume 3, Chapter 289, Celestial Arts. Although the young girl wore an expression of disbelief upon her delicate face, she was acutely aware that her grandfather would not engage in frivolous talk. A profound sense of dread enveloped her heart, compelling her to suppress the urge to glance again in Han Li's direction. Han Li, having imparted a minor lesson without inflicting any real harm, felt quite satisfied. At that moment, his lips shifted slightly as he transmitted a message. Instantly, the voice of Han Li echoed in the ears of the elderly figure clad in blue robes. "Once you exit the residence of the prince, do not rush to depart. Instead, await me at the back gate. I have matters to discuss with you." The tone of Han Li's voice carried an undeniable authority, causing the elder to momentarily freeze, internally lamenting their fate. Was it not enough that this esteemed figure had not yet released the pair of them? Did he harbor ulterior motives? Nevertheless, the elder consoled himself with the thought that the man before him did not seem overly ruthless, suggesting that danger was likely minimal. Furthermore, establishing a connection with a foundational stage cultivator might present a rare opportunity for their family's rejuvenation. With this in mind, the blue-robed elder attempted to comfort himself amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, feeling a tumult of emotions. Han Li, observing this, offered a slight smile before redirecting his attention back to the white-haired elder. At that moment, Master Wu had examined the majority of the gathered crowd, but had yet to identify a single individual with celestial affinity. Those unfortunate youths, deemed devoid of destiny, returned to their seats dejectedly, their elders mirroring their disappointment. What celestial affinity? It was evidently a search for those possessing spiritual roots. However, the old man did not appear to be merely going through the motions. It seemed he genuinely sought to accept disciples from among these individuals. Otherwise, he could have simply pointed out a few at random. Han Li observed the elder's earnestness as he meticulously assessed each young person's spiritual roots, remaining impassive in his thoughts. Yet, Han Li surmised that the elder's chances of recruiting disciples in this place were rather slim. Among the 50 or 60 individuals present, the likelihood of finding someone with spiritual roots seemed exceedingly low. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the white-haired elder suddenly proclaimed, "This individual possesses celestial affinity. I shall take him under my wing." Han Li was taken aback by this declaration, instinctively turning his gaze toward the fortunate youth. He beheld a plump young man standing before Master Wu, utterly bewildered and at a loss. Beside him stood a rotund, middle-aged man clad in a purple silk robe, his face a portrait of disbelief as he inquired, "Master, does my son truly possess celestial affinity? Surely there is no mistake." The man, having been struck by this unexpected stroke of fortune, found it hard to believe that amidst so many talented youths, his indolent son had caught the eye of the master, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. "Fear not, esteemed patron. I have conducted several examinations, and your son indeed possesses spiritual roots." Allowing him to study celestial arts alongside the young prince, Master Wu assured him, stroking his snow-white beard with a smile. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. While I may not be immensely wealthy, my family possesses a modest estate, and I shall prepare a substantial gift of gratitude for you by tomorrow. Son, quickly bow and pay your respects to the master." The middle-aged man, now convinced of the veracity of the matter, danced with joy, his words tumbling forth in a flurry of excitement. The unsuccessful young candidates, witnessing this scene, were left utterly dumbfounded. The individual favored by Master Wu was none other than the chubby boy they often dismissed as a mere glutton. The notion that such a seemingly inept person possessed celestial roots was simply too astounding to accept. It was not only these youngsters who harbored such thoughts. Their elders exchanged glances, equally incredulous. After all, this young man, Tong Jing, was renowned within their circle for his lack of usefulness. Han Li, however, displayed no sign of surprise. The possession of spiritual roots was not determined by one's physical appearance or charisma, nor did it correlate with one's intelligence. It was a matter devoid of any discernible pattern. Otherwise, before the advent of immortal families, practitioners of the mystical arts would not have struggled to find worthy disciples. Nonetheless, Han Li was somewhat astonished that amidst such a small crowd, a true possessor of spiritual roots could indeed be found. It seemed the Taoist was fortunate after all. While Han Li and the duo of grandfather and grandson understood this principle, the others in the hall remained oblivious. They began to murmur among themselves, with some astute individuals even questioning the authenticity of Master Wu. This caused hesitation among those yet to be tested, resulting in an awkward silence in front of the old Taoist. Seeing this, King Xian's expression soured. However, as the attendees were longtime friends, he refrained from speaking harshly and instead subtly suggested to the old Taoist, "Master Wu, we are but mere mortals. Few of us have witnessed true celestial arts. Might you showcase a skill to broaden our horizons?" Upon hearing King Xian's request, the crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the Taoist in anticipation. The elderly, white-haired practitioner pondered for a moment before readily agreeing. He then beckoned everyone to follow him to the open space in front of the hall. With the old Taoist's words, the assembly surged out of the hall. Han Li followed suit, indifferent, while the grandfather and grandson remained rooted in place, evidently still anxious about their impending meeting with Han Li. Once outside, the old Taoist stood within a large circle formed by the onlookers and began to perform his incantations. With hands forming intricate gestures, feet firmly planted, he murmured softly, his barely audible chants adding an air of mystery to the scene. The spectators held their breath, fixated on every movement of the Taoist. However, upon hearing the incantations, Han Li could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. At that moment, the old Taoist brought his hands together, then separated them, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist that hovered between his palms. The temperature in the vicinity suddenly surged, a wave of heat enveloping the area. This was the fundamental fireball technique, a skill that every practitioner with a fire spiritual root was required to master. What was a common spectacle among cultivators elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, who could hardly believe their eyes. Yet, the subsequent scene not only left these mortals in utter shock, but also startled Han Li, who had initially been taken aback. As the seasoned practitioner deftly manipulated his hand gestures, the searing fireball before the onlookers began to take on a new form. Gradually, it sprouted wings, elongated into a sharp beak, and soon transformed into a delicate little firebird, complete with slender claws and a tail. Could it be the firebird technique? At this sight, Han Li's nerves tensed, nearly doubting the evidence of his own eyes. The firebird technique was a genuine intermediate-level spell, one that Han Li himself had yet to master. The fact that this mere chi refining stage cultivator was able to conjure it before him was utterly astonishing. It was no wonder Han Li questioned his own perception. However, his astonishment was fleeting. He soon discerned the stark differences between this firebird and the authentic manifestation of the firebird technique. Although the fiery little creature bore a resemblance to the spell's typical form, the size disparity was glaring. The true firebird, summoned by the technique, spread its wings to nearly 10 feet in size, whereas the one before him maintained a size akin to that of a fist, rendering any comparison moot. What further convinced Han Li of the illusionary nature of this so-called firebird was the disparity in their magical fluctuations. The firebird born of the technique harbored destructive force that even Foundation establishment cultivators would hesitate to confront. In contrast, this diminutive bird, akin to a sparrow, exhibited no increase in magical energy. It remained identical to that of the original fireball. It appeared to be merely a superficial transformation. Realizing this, Han Li felt a mix of amusement and irritation. He had nearly been deceived by such a trivial trick, a slight embarrassment indeed. Nevertheless, the practitioner's mastery over the manipulation of flames was truly remarkable. Han Li reflected that he could never achieve such intricate control, leaving him curious about how a chi refining stage cultivator could reach such a level of finesse. This old man was indeed intriguing. The subsequent display by the practitioner completely affirmed Han Li's thoughts. The vibrant little firebird suddenly descended to the ground, morphing into a red puppy that joyfully scampered around the old man. Moments later, the puppy transformed into a fire snake, which then evolved into a small humanoid figure. This astonishing sequence left the onlookers, who had never witnessed such magical transformations, utterly spellbound and speechless. It was only when the practitioner pointed his finger that the final transformation, a fiery little horse, charged towards a nearby cherry tree, igniting it instantly and reducing it to ashes. With that, the performance concluded. The spectators, awakening from their stupor, fervently called the old man their master. Their earlier doubts had vanished, replaced by unwavering belief. Volume 3, Chapter 290. The young Prince Excian gazed with satisfaction at the scene of the crowd's adulation, feeling a sense of pride. It was worth noting that cultivators had previously frequented the homes of the affluent and noble families, yet for reasons unknown, they had gradually disappeared from the realm of mortals, becoming increasingly distant. In these times, figures akin to immortal masters have nearly become the stuff of legend. Even he, a member of the royal family, encountered a genuine cultivator for the first time. The old Taoist's display of his magical prowess astonished all present, undoubtedly elevating the status of Prince Excian. Unbeknownst to him, there was a time when cultivators frequently emerged in the mortal realm, a period preceding the inception of the Ascension Conference. During that era, some wandering cultivators and low-tier practitioners from esteemed families, who felt hopeless in their foundational cultivation, resigned themselves to indulge in the ephemeral riches of the mundane world. However, once the Ascension Conference was established, it ignited a fervent hope among cultivators to strive for foundational mastery, prompting them to retreat into secluded mountains to diligently hone their skills, thus vanishing from the secular world. Naturally, exceptions existed, such as Yu Zitong, who, unable to maintain his resolve, fell from grace while refining himself in the mundane realm. Yet, such cases were rare. Even those who became esteemed guests of affluent families meticulously concealed their identities, unwilling for others to discover their status. After all, to be a cultivator serving as a mere retainer to mortals was considered an utter disgrace in the cultivation community. Consequently, while numerous practitioners inhabited the secular realm, only a scant few were willing to associate with the powerful. Even those few who accepted the role of esteemed guests were adept at hiding their affiliations to avoid ridicule from fellow cultivators. The onlookers, having never encountered other cultivators, marveled at the old Taoist's exquisite manipulation of flames, perceiving it as nothing short of divine. Thus, amidst the awe of the crowd, the white-haired Taoist returned to the hall with an air of pride. Those yet to be tested eagerly called out to the immortal master, clustering around him in hopes that Master Wu might assess their spiritual roots. The elderly Taoist, vibrant and welcoming, graciously examined each remaining individual. Alas, among those left, including the elderly Hua and the younger members of the Qin family, none exhibited spiritual roots. They were merely ordinary mortals. This revelation disheartened those newly assessed, prompting them to depart the Taoist's presence with a sense of dejection. Clearly, the chance for spiritual affinity was not easily attained. This only served to highlight the rarity of Tong Jing's spiritual root, drawing envious glances from others, while the father and son standing beside the old Taoist wore broad, Incredulous smiles. Han Li, maintaining a composed demeanor, observed as Qin Yan returned with the disheartened young master and young lady of the Qin family, their faces smeared with dust. A sight that brought him some amusement. A petite young lady from the Qin family, still unwilling to concede, muttered incessantly, "Why does that useless fellow have a spiritual root while we do not? Each of us is 100 times stronger than he is. Enough with your nonsense. If you lack the fate for it, what is there to complain about?" Qin Yan scolded the young girl, his expression darkening as he took a seat. This remark caused the spirited young lady of the Qin family to pout, her face still displaying a look of indignation. At this moment, the elderly gentleman of the Hua family approached with a pair of young men and women, silently taking a seat beside Qin Yan. The two exchanged a glance and suddenly broke into a wry smile, reminiscent of kindred spirits in misfortune. Qin Xiandi. It appears that the young lad is about to make quite a spectacle. The Hua elder jested. "Ah, that is quite ordinary. After all, he has been blessed with a fine son, soon to have a celestial master as a support." Qin Yan sighed, seemingly resigned. Nevertheless, the Hua elder and Qin Yan engaged in conversation, their words flowing freely while their attention remained divided, keenly observing Master Wu and the actions of the Exine Wang. At this moment, Exine Wang, seeing that all the younger guests had tested their celestial roots, turned to a nearby maid and quietly instructed her. The maid promptly exited through a side door, her purpose unknown. Once Exine Wang returned his focus to the assembly, he cleared his throat several times and, with a smile, slowly announced, "To celebrate the recovery of my beloved Ji and the initiation of my son and this young nephew under Master Wu, let us all partake in a joyous celebration." Upon concluding his words, Exine Wang unhesitatingly clapped his hands twice. With the sound of applause, a procession of well-dressed servants and maids entered the hall, bearing ebony trays filled with exquisite delicacies and bottles of fine wine, artfully arranging them upon each table, filling every glass with a rosy elixir reminiscent of dew, allowing the fragrant aroma of the dishes and wine to permeate the hall. "Come, allow this king to toast to everyone," Exine Wang proclaimed, raising a wine glass presented by an attendant high above his head. "Your Highness, please." The atmosphere in the hall surged as everyone joined Exine Wang in the toast. In no time, guests began to clink glasses and exchange drinks, marking the commencement of the feast. Exine Wang and his concubine, Qing'er, mingled among the guests, sharing laughter and conversation with close friends, displaying none of the aloofness one might expect from royalty. It is no wonder that the reputation of this prince was held in such high regard by Qin Yan and others. Meanwhile, Master Wu did not partake in the feast. Instead, he quietly departed as Exine Wang raised his glass, leaving many who had hoped to forge connections with the celestial master disappointed. Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural. How could a living deity indulge in earthly pleasures like feasting and revelry? Coming to this realization, the guests gradually relaxed and immersed themselves in the festivities. As the banquet progressed to its zenith, Exine Wang even summoned a troupe of court dancers, whose graceful movements ignited the atmosphere, elevating the celebration to new heights. At that moment, a young man in white, appearing to be in his 20s, emerged from the hall. He was refined and elegant, with a tall stature and courteous demeanor, embodying the ideal image of a dream suitor for many a young maiden. "Ming'er, come and meet your esteemed uncles," Exine Wang called out joyfully upon spotting the young man. By a stroke of coincidence, Prince Exine arrived precisely at the table of Qin Yan and his companions. The elegant young man approached with a smile, greeting the two elder gentlemen with utmost courtesy. "I have the honor to meet you, esteemed elders," he said graciously. "Not at all. The young prince is overly polite." Qin Yan and the elderly gentleman from the Hua family replied, hastily rising to return the gesture. "Ah, you are both his seniors. It is only appropriate for Ming'er to pay his respects. There is no need for such formality," Prince Exine remarked, somewhat displeased. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan and the Hua elder exchanged a glance, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. While his words held truth, how could they genuinely regard a royal family member as their junior? However, being shrewd individuals, they deftly shifted the conversation, introducing their younger relatives to this exceptionally affable prince, seizing a rare opportunity for their protégés to make an impression. Naturally, Han Li was included in Qin Yan's introductions. As Han Li was presented, Prince Exine's eyes sparkled with interest, and he scrutinized Han Li intently, wearing a smile that hinted at deeper knowledge of the rumors surrounding him. This caused the brief awkwardness on Qin Yan's face to resurface. "Ming'er, come over and greet this esteemed brother Han." For reasons unknown, Prince Xian cheerfully urged the young prince to meet Han Li. The young prince approached, extending a courteous greeting, addressing Han Li as Brother Han, and bowing lightly while maintaining a gentle demeanor. The charming young prince's every movement captivated the nearby young ladies, leaving them utterly entranced. Han Li, outwardly appearing flustered and awkward, masked the turmoil within, struggling to maintain his composure. When the young prince drew near to pay his respects, he felt an ominous sensation akin to that he had experienced with the royal steward. Although the pressure was not as formidable, the danger was unmistakable. What was happening? Han Li pondered, bewildered. Unbeknownst to the handsome young prince, he engaged in pleasant conversation with several familiar members of the Qin family, causing two of the young ladies to blush, clearly enamored. Observing this, Han Li couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This young prince posed significant concerns. Should the Qin maidens truly be infatuated, they would find no favorable outcome. If this prince were to consume them, both flesh and bone, Han Li would hardly be surprised. After a brief while, Prince Xian politely excused himself from Qin Yan and his companion, taking the young prince to another table to mingle. This departure left the Qin youths who had been enjoying their conversation with the young prince, as well as the grandchildren of the Hua elder, feeling somewhat disheartened. Seizing the moment when attention waned, Han Li cast a contemplative glance at the young prince's retreating figure, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. The banquet finally concluded after more than an hour. The satisfied guests began to bid farewell to Prince Xian and his father. Qin Yan, accompanied by Han Li and others, bid farewell and stepped out of the Xian Wangfu gate. Just as Qin's elder was about to approach the carriage that Han Li had arrived in, Han Li unexpectedly inquired, leaving Qin Yan taken aback. "Uncle Qin, who are those two individuals? Could you tell me about them?" Although Han Li spoke politely, Qin's elder did not dare to be dismissive. He quickly turned to look and replied, "Which two individuals are you referring to, my dear nephew?" "Oh, isn't that the elder from the Shao family? He is quite renowned in Jing City as the owner of the Idle Cloud Tavern, known for his low profile. I am not particularly acquainted with him. As for the young man beside him, he seems unfamiliar. He must be one of his grandsons." Upon seeing the old and young pair that Han Li was observing, Qin Yan displayed a look of surprise, puzzled by Han Li's interest in them. "Oh, I see. Uncle Qin, you may go ahead. I will take a little longer and return to the residence later," Han Li said thoughtfully, nodding slightly. Without waiting for Qin Yan's response, he slowly made his way toward a small path by the side of the estate's wall. Qin Yan stood momentarily, gazing at Han Li's departing figure, then glanced at the old man from the Shao family, who was furtively observing from a distance, feeling a sense of confusion. After a brief contemplation, he decisively boarded the carriage and instructed his trusted driver to depart. Thus, several carriages from the Qin family left the front of Xian Wangfu, heading toward the eastern district of the Qin residence. The young masters and mistresses of the Qin family were completely oblivious to Han Li's absence, engrossed in discussing their experiences at Xian Wangfu, filled with excitement. They felt that although they had not formed any celestial connections, it was indeed a noteworthy tale to boast about upon returning to their companions. Meanwhile, after walking for about the duration of a tea break, Han Li finally arrived at the back entrance of the grand Xian Wangfu, following its towering walls. At that moment, the imposing back door was tightly shut. Not a soul in sight. Han Li smiled, finding it fortuitous, as it spared him the need to employ any concealment spells. He stood boldly at the back entrance, idly gazing up at the sky. Before long, Han Li became somewhat lost in thought, as if pondering something. Suddenly, he sensed someone timidly approaching from a distance, prompting him to lower his head and cast a cold glance. He saw the elder from the Shao family, accompanied by a girl dressed in male attire, rounding from the other side of the estate. Upon noticing Han Li, the elder momentarily froze, revealing a hesitant expression, while the girl appeared curious, displaying no fear whatsoever. Perhaps having come to a realization, the elder quickly composed himself and strode forward, with the girl following closely behind. Younger generation Xiaozhan, thank you for your mercy within the Wangfu, esteemed predecessor. If there has been any offense, I am willing to apologize, he stated as they approached Han Li. Although the elder could not discern the depth of Han Li's cultivation, he felt a surge of astonishment and respect, prompting him to bow first and express his contrition respectfully. Han Li maintained his composure as he accepted the old man's bow, then spoke in a measured tone. Why have you appeared in the bustling city of Yuejing instead of secluding yourself in a place rich with spiritual energy? Are you so enamored with the worldly pleasures that you have forsaken your cultivation? Without hesitation, Han Li cast a significant accusation upon the elder, intending to assert his dominance and facilitate the ensuing conversation. The elder, taken aback by the implication, responded with a hint of relief. You misunderstand, esteemed senior. I have reached an age where foundation establishment is beyond my grasp. I am but a steward appointed by my family to manage our worldly affairs, not a rogue lingering in the secular realm. What clan do you hail from? Han Li pressed, unwilling to divulge too much too soon. He needed to ascertain the background of these two individuals. If they belonged to a prominent cultivation family, he would prefer to tread carefully. Yet, it seemed the Shao family was not particularly renowned in the world of cultivation. Hesitating briefly, the elder glanced at the young woman beside him before replying honestly. I am from the Shao family of Fenghe Gorge in Yunzhou. The Shao family of Fenghe Gorge? Han Li furrowed his brow, pondering, and realized he had never heard of such a name. There is no need to think too deeply, esteemed senior. My family is merely a small clan, and it is quite normal for you not to have heard of us, the elder admitted with a touch of self-deprecation. Han Li was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. After scrutinizing the old man anew, he asked with an unchanging expression, Are you not afraid that my lack of reservations might compel me to turn on you both? The elder remained unfazed by this remark, yet the young woman reacted like a startled cat, her expression tightening as she hastily reached for her waist, where a bulging pouch undoubtedly concealed a storage bag. However, upon noticing that neither her grandfather nor Han Li seemed inclined to escalate the situation, she flushed and awkwardly withdrew her hand, not knowing where to place it, appearing utterly endearing. The elder, observing this, cast a fond glance at his granddaughter before turning back to Han Li with a wry smile. Though I cannot discern the depths of your cultivation, it is evident that you have surpassed the foundation establishment stage. I am acutely aware that you would not covet any artifacts or elixirs that a practitioner of your caliber might desire. If you truly were such a person, I would have nothing further to say. With my limited cultivation and power, I would be utterly powerless to flee or resist. It would be wiser to submit willingly to your wishes, sparing my entire family from your wrath. I merely implore you to show mercy and spare my granddaughter. She is my only descendant. The elder's final words were laden with despair, evoking an intense reaction from the young woman, who, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Grandfather, do not be afraid. If he truly intends to harm us, we shall fight back. I will not cower before him. Initially taken aback by the exchange, Han Li soon found himself both amused and exasperated as he regarded the pair. Do not be deceived by the elder's mournful demeanor, so seemingly self-sacrificial. Han Li detected not a trace of resignation to death in his eyes. The palpable aura of his unleashed magical energy suggested a readiness to strike, revealing no hint of surrender. Clearly, should the situation escalate to a deadly confrontation over treasure, he would resolutely fight to the bitter end. The young girl was even more intriguing. Despite her impassioned words, her dark, gem-like eyes spun with mischief whenever Han Li's attention wavered, revealing fleeting glimmers of cunning. Unbeknownst to her, however, Han Li, having mastered the first stage of the Daiyin technique, possessed a consciousness far superior to that of the average foundation establishment practitioner. Her subtle gestures did not escape his keen observation. Han Li mused that the mention of the Shao family of Fenghe Gorge was likely mere banter, raising his doubts about the existence of such a clan. A bemused smile graced his lips as he silently regarded the duo, neither dismissing them nor exhibiting any inclination to engage. Thus, the elder and the girl found themselves momentarily at a standstill. Initially, both maintained their tragic expressions, but as time trickled away under Han Li's languid gaze, their resolve began to falter, leading them to exchange anxious glances. What are your intentions, esteemed senior? The girl finally could contain herself no longer. Ignoring the elder's warning glance, she leaped before Han Li, hands on her hips, and with a voice full of grievance, demanded answers. As the clock struck midnight, a surge of formidable energy emanated from Han Li, his expression unyielding, revealing no trace of anger. The elder, however, felt a chilling presence that sent shivers down his spine. Before he could pull the girl back out of harm's way, a tremendous force erupted from Han Li, causing the girl to stagger back several paces, utterly powerless to resist. Fortunately, the elder reacted swiftly, darting to her side and steadying her shoulders to halt her retreat. The girl, pale as a ghost, finally grasped the terrifying extent of Han Li's power and looked back at her grandfather in panic. The elder's face mirrored her shock. Whereas he had once harbored a sliver of confidence that together they could escape Han Li's grasp, witnessing the slightest glimpse of Han Li's true might shattered that illusion completely. The dread of a Foundation establishment practitioner far surpassed his expectations, proving to be an adversary beyond the reach of mere fledgling cultivators. Reflecting on the petty tricks he and his granddaughter had just attempted, the elder was drenched in cold sweat. This formidable figure was unlike any cultivator he had encountered before, those who merely toiled in solitary cultivation. Han Li's intellect and reflexes were astoundingly superior to the norm. Could it be that this individual is, in fact, an ancient being who has lived for over a century, possessing a secret method to preserve his youthful appearance? The elder, contemplating this notion, felt an increasing sense of dread. Upon sensing the escalating spiritual pressure emanating from Han Li, he instinctively swallowed hard and, trembling, began to plead, "Esteemed senior, please show mercy. My granddaughter is merely young and naive, unaware of the vastness of the world. I implore you to temper your wrath." After casting a cold glance at the elder, Han Li seemed to discern the sincerity in his words. His overwhelming aura suddenly diminished, transforming into a subtle yet profound presence. The elder, trembling with trepidation, withdrew his hand from the girl's shoulder. At that moment, the young lady, having regained her composure, stole a glance at Han Li before hastily averting her gaze, appearing too fearful to meet his eyes directly. The stark contrast between her previous fearless demeanor and her current disposition was striking. Now, with her petite and delicate form complemented by her pale, frightened visage, she resembled a startled little bird, evoking an overwhelming sense of tenderness. Han Li, captivated by this newfound fragility, was struck by the enchanting beauty of femininity, prompting him to gaze upon her several times. Upon closer examination of her features, he recognized that although she appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age, she was indeed a rare beauty, likely destined to blossom into an extraordinary enchantress that could captivate the hearts of many. Perhaps Han Li's gaze lingered on the girl for too long, for the elder's heart sank at the sight. Could it be that this formidable individual harbored an ulterior motive, captivated by his granddaughter's beauty? The elder's mind raced with concern. Given the depth of this person's magical prowess, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Since neither of you is inclined to disclose your lineage, or perhaps you have none and are merely wandering cultivators, I shall not press you further. My purpose in seeking you was merely to propose a transaction. Once it is concluded, you may depart. Han Li finally spoke after a prolonged silence. A transaction? The elder was momentarily taken aback, sensing he might have misinterpreted the situation. Indeed, I have taken an interest in a certain item of yours and wish to negotiate an exchange, Han Li replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the elder could not help but glance at the girl, his thoughts racing. Could it be that he wishes to exchange for his granddaughter? Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea, as Han Li had only briefly regarded her. Relieved, the elder responded respectfully, "Might I inquire what item has captured your esteemed attention? Whatever it may be that I possess, I shall present it to you with utmost sincerity. However, I confess I am at a loss as to what could possibly merit your interest." The elder's final words revealed his underlying uncertainty. Observing the elder's perceptiveness, Han Li's expression softened, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. "What cultivation method did you both employ in the hall?" The ability to conceal spiritual energy so effectively that even a fellow practitioner of the Qi refinement stage remained oblivious to your true identities is quite remarkable. Han Li did not respond directly to the elder. Instead, he softened his tone and inquired further. After revealing a formidable aspect of himself, it was only natural to employ a blend of gentleness and firmness. This was the most effective approach. Upon hearing Han Li's question, the elder exchanged a dubious glance with the young girl beside him before hesitantly replying, "Senior, I am also unaware of the specific technique I employed." Rather than express anger, Han Li maintained a steady demeanor, continuing to scrutinize the elder. He understood that the elder would eventually provide a reasonable explanation. Indeed, the elder cautiously continued, "The technique I utilize actually stems from a fragmented, nameless Taoist text. It does not specify the name of the method for gathering spiritual energy. My granddaughter and I have merely practiced it haphazardly." "Nameless text? Where did you acquire it? Please do not tell me it is a family heirloom," Han Li remarked, his expression revealing intrigue. If such a technique were known within the cultivation families, various sects would have long since sought to acquire it by any means necessary. However, Han Li had never encountered any similar methods. Senior, please discern that this text was discovered by my granddaughter while she was exploring an uninhabited mountain. Apart from the gathering technique, we have been unable to comprehend any of the other content. If you desire it, I can return to my residence and present it to you, the elder offered with a smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li expressed satisfaction, saying, "Rest assured, I will not take your possessions without recompense. You too may return to your residence and await my arrival. In the meantime, consider what you might wish to exchange for, so that you feel the transaction is worthwhile." Han Li's voice was calm. However, after stating this, he suddenly raised a hand, extending 2 fingers. Instantly, 2 pea-sized green lights shot forth from his fingertips, vanishing into the bodies of the elder and the young girl. "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" the elder exclaimed, both shocked and enraged. He had not anticipated that, despite their amicable conversation, Han Li would suddenly turn against them. Although he did not know what the lights were, he was certain they boded ill. The young girl shared his alarm. "Do not worry. These are merely tracking markers. With them, I will be able to locate you accurately, and I shall remove them when the time comes," Han Li replied, unfazed. Upon hearing this, the elder breathed a sigh of relief, though inwardly he found himself bitterly amused. This senior was indeed meticulous, leaving no room for error. With these markers on them, should they attempt to slip away, it was unlikely they would escape far. However, the elder also understood that had the other party not had this contingency, he might have indeed taken his granddaughter and fled at the first opportunity. After all, negotiating with someone capable of effortlessly annihilating them was a source of considerable anxiety, especially given the unpredictable nature of the individual before him. Even with immense benefits, one must contemplate whether they possess the fortune to enjoy them. However, in the current transaction, it seems that participation is inevitable. His only hope now is that the other party will refrain from silencing him after acquiring the Taoist scripture. In the brief time spent in contact with Han Li, he has yet to discern the true nature of this individual. It is evident that Han possesses unfathomable magical prowess and is exceedingly difficult to deal with. Underhanded tactics will likely prove futile. Very well. The 2 juniors shall await the arrival of the esteemed elder in their abode. The old man had no choice but to feign nonchalance, ultimately expressing with deference, "Very well, I shall come for the items tonight. You two take care." As he spoke, Han Li's figure gradually became indistinct. When the final syllable left his lips, he vanished before their eyes, leaving the space eerily empty. Witnessing Han Li's enigmatic and elusive technique as he departed, the elder's face turned pale, and his hopes were utterly dashed. Weary, he beckoned to the young girl and slowly retraced his steps. However, the elder was oblivious to the fact that his astute granddaughter, having observed the impressive vanishing act, was filled with profound admiration, only snapping out of her reverie when he called her name. As she walked behind him, she frequently glanced back at the place where Han Li had disappeared, clearly reluctant to part. Truly, she was small yet possessed a remarkable spirit, concealed in a nearby tree. Han Li watched the pair depart, shaking his head slightly in contemplation. Now, casting a vote counts double. Everyone, please cast more votes. Chapter 293. Infiltration. The infatuation displayed by the young girl as she departed was all too familiar to Han Li. He recalled the first time he witnessed Li Huayuan commanding that massive serpent, his eyes reflecting a similar envious gaze. With this thought, Han Li found the charming young lady rather intriguing. After a slight smile, he silently vanished from the tree, reappearing within the high walls of the royal residence. At this moment, Han Li employed not only an invisibility technique, effective against ordinary mortals, but also the Qi gathering method, a skill accessible only to foundation-building cultivators. This allowed him to swiftly navigate among the servants of the royal estate like a specter, without raising the slightest suspicion. Moments later, Han Li infiltrated the inner quarters of the royal residence, stealthily concealing himself behind a column in a secluded corridor, observing everything nearby with a cold gaze. Shortly thereafter, when an attractive maid passed by, Han Li suddenly flicked his finger, sending a fist-sized orb of yellow light soaring from his hand, striking the maid's head. Instantly, she swayed as if to fall. Yet before her body could truly hit the ground, Han Li had already leaped out to catch her, swiftly retreating back to the corner behind the column. With practiced ease, he positioned the unconscious maid upright, facing him. then opened his mouth to expel a stream of azure spiritual energy, directing it toward her tightly shut eyelids. Suddenly, the eyelids of the young maid fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. As she gradually regained consciousness, her gaze fell upon a pair of golden eyes that were coldly fixed upon her. Startled, she instinctively attempted to struggle and scream. But those eerily intense eyes abruptly emitted a blinding golden light, piercing directly into her own. Instantly, the young maid felt the world spinning, as if everything had transformed into a golden haze, and then her head tilted, plunging her into unconsciousness. Han Li glanced at the maid, now once again fainted, and let out a soft sigh, withdrawing one hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Although casting this mind-controlling technique took but a fleeting moment, it drained him considerably, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. It was no wonder that this spell ranked among the 10 most impractical techniques of the Foundation establishment stage. While successful execution of the spell could render the target obedient to the caster for a time, much like a slave, its limitations were exceedingly numerous. Firstly, this spell could only be cast upon mortals, proving ineffective against cultivators. Even with a vast disparity in cultivation levels, a mere flicker of spiritual energy within the mind could easily neutralize its hypnotic effects. Secondly, the practitioner must not only be a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, but must also possess a consciousness far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Consequently, very few cultivators at this stage were qualified to practice this technique. Given these two constraints, there were pitifully few cultivators interested in mastering this spell. However, none of this posed a challenge for Han Li. He had originally been troubled by his limited repertoire of Foundation establishment spells, and upon discovering the incantation for this technique at the Tianji Pavilion, he had curiously memorized it. To his surprise, upon returning to his cave dwelling and practicing briefly, he found it remarkably easy to master, much to his astonishment. Now, using this spell on the young maid had indeed yielded immediate success. After cautiously surveying his surroundings, Han Li extended a finger and gently waved it, causing a small orb of milky white light to emerge from his fingertip. He then tapped this orb onto the maid's forehead, where it merged and vanished. The young maid awakened, sitting upright, her eyes wide and fixed on Han Li in silence. "What is your master's background? When did you enter the royal residence? Where do you usually go, and with whom do you often associate outside the palace?" Han Li queried in rapid succession. His gaze locked on the maid. He had chosen this particular maid, as she was the one dispatched by the Xian Wang to locate the young prince at the banquet, indicating her relatively high status among the servants, which would provide more reliable information. "Which steward do you refer to?" The maid replied expressionlessly. "Are there many stewards in the residence?" Han Li asked, momentarily taken aback by her response, feeling puzzled. "There is Steward Wang, who oversees all affairs, Steward Li, responsible for procurement, and Steward Jai, who manages the inner court," the maid continued, her expression unchanging. "Which steward greeted the guests at the gate today?" Han Li inquired, furrowing his brow. "That would be Steward Wang, who holds the greatest authority." "That is precisely who I am inquiring about," Han Li asked, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. He was utterly unaware of the duration for which this spell could dominate the mind of the other party, and thus felt compelled to hasten his inquiries on pressing matters. Otherwise, once the young maid regained consciousness, he would have to expend considerable effort. According to the elders of the manor, Chief Steward Wang had been a companion to the prince since childhood, having served him for nearly 60 years. Aside from the monthly ritual of accompanying the prince to the palace, he rarely ventured beyond the confines of the manor, nor did he engage with individuals outside its walls, save for a few of the prince's close acquaintances. The relationship with the young prince was rather peculiar. According to the young prince's former nurse, he had been tempestuous and ill-tempered before the age of 10, often clashing with Chief Steward Wang, even striking him publicly on one occasion. Yet, after turning 10, he underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming courteous and respectful, treating the steward with utmost deference, even honoring him as a senior. This change brought great joy to the prince, who attributed it to divine intervention. The maid spoke in a rather mundane manner. Han Li, upon hearing this, maintained a composed expression, though a cold smile flickered within. Despite the steward appearing unremarkable at first glance, the young prince's unusual behavior led Han Li to suspect an unspeakable bond between the two. Moreover, the perilous nature of their relationship could hardly be attributed to ordinary mortals. As for the mysterious background they possessed, Han Li had no desire to delve deeper. As long as they were not practitioners of dark arts, He cared little if their intentions were righteous or nefarious. Preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to tread lightly. Through his recent inquiries, Han Li felt a strong conviction that the two were not affiliated with the 6 sects of demonic arts. After all, the young prince's strange behavior had not arisen recently. Should practitioners of dark arts have orchestrated such a scheme over a decade ago, Han Li would indeed be at a loss for words. With this thought in mind, Han Li instructed, "Where does Master Wu reside?" "Let me there." "As you command, Master." The young maid obediently rose to her feet, and Han Li continued to conceal his presence, stealthily trailing behind her. Under her guidance, Han Li traversed several courtyards until they arrived at a more tranquil garden, where the maid finally halted. Suddenly, Han Li struck her back with his glowing hand twice, then swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby tree. "Oh, is this not the residence of the old sage? How did I end up here?" The young maid blinked rapidly, her bewilderment evaporating as she exclaimed, "Who dares disturb my cultivation?" Came the irritable voice of the old Taoist from within the courtyard. Upon hearing this, the young maid's face drained of color, and without a second thought about her unexpected presence, she fled in a panic. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, revealing the white-haired old Taoist, who emerged with an air of ethereal wisdom. However, upon noticing the absence of any figures in the courtyard outside, a look of perplexity crossed his face. What could be the matter? He distinctly heard voices and had assumed that the prince had come to seek him again, causing him to hastily cease his cultivation. Yet, where had everyone gone? The old priest stood in the courtyard, glancing around before reluctantly returning indoors. However, as he closed the door behind him and turned back to face the room, he was instantly taken aback. There, beside the 8 immortals table, Han Li was smiling benignly at the old priest, gazing at him with evident interest. "Who are you?" The old priest's expression changed drastically as he urgently inquired. Almost reflexively, he raised a hand, conjuring a fiery red fireball that hovered above his palm. "If I were you, I would refrain from acting rashly," Han Li remarked, seemingly indifferent to the fireball, his smile betraying no hint of hostility. "Humph, you have stealthily infiltrated my abode, either a thief or a schemer, and yet you dare to play tricks." The old priest, perhaps too accustomed to the flattery of those in the prince's court, uttered sharply without a second thought. However, when he habitually employed his celestial eye technique to scrutinize Han Li, his previously furious demeanor froze, and his complexion turned pale. "Why, you are a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage?" The old priest stammered, disbelief evident in his eyes. "Did you not assess my abilities through your techniques?" Han Li's smile faded as he spoke calmly. "Please do not take offense. I have never encountered a senior cultivator of the foundation establishment stage before. The most powerful individual I have met was merely at the 11th or 12th level of the Qi refinement stage. Thus I am utterly incapable of gauging your profound cultivation." The old priest, coming to his senses, quickly extinguished the fireball in his hand, approached with a bow, and repeatedly offered explanations, his face adorned with a fawning expression. Seeing that the old priest did not exhibit the same fear as the elder surnamed Xiao, but rather a hint of excitement, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the old man's underlying intentions. This white-haired priest, despite his advanced age, lingering at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, was likely a loose cultivator with poor aptitude, hence he had never interacted with highly skilled practitioners. After all, even loose cultivators typically only associated with those of similar cultivation levels. Now, encountering a high-ranking practitioner of the foundation establishment stage like Han Li, the old priest would naturally view this as a rare opportunity, likely hoping to gain some benefit from him. Realizing this, Han Li couldn't help but smile. Should the old priest prove agreeable, he would not mind offering him a small boon. Turning to the old priest, Han Li spoke slowly. "You are correct in your assumption. I am indeed a practitioner of the foundation establishment stage." Upon hearing this, the old priest's demeanor shifted to one of even greater respect, while the joy in his eyes intensified. "May I inquire if the esteemed senior has any instructions for me?" the priest asked with utmost reverence. This individual certainly understood that to extract benefits from Han Li, it was essential to offer something in return. Upon hearing these words, Han Li displayed a look of satisfaction and chuckled lightly, saying, "Pray, enlighten me about your origins. I was quite impressed by your fire manipulation technique during your performance in the royal manor today." Han Li's compliment was genuine. The old Taoist, taken aback by Han Li's acknowledgement, quickly responded with modesty, "I am unworthy of such praise from a senior." My skills in fire manipulation are my only redeeming quality. My other abilities are rather dismal. As for my origins, there is little of note. In my youth, I inadvertently acquired a tome titled Fiery Sun Scripture from a dying cultivator, which allowed me entry into the realm of cultivation. Unfortunately, my innate talent is lacking, and without guidance, I have barely managed to reach the 6th level. Is your fire manipulation technique derived from that book? Han Li inquired, his curiosity piqued. Not quite, the old Taoist replied. This technique was born out of necessity when I found myself at an impasse in my cultivation. After decades of refinement, it has become my pride and joy. You devised it yourself? Han Li was taken aback, regarding the white-haired Taoist with newfound admiration. Indeed, Senior. I even compiled my insights into a book titled Flame Manipulation Technique. If you would be so gracious, I would be honored to receive your guidance on it. Sensing Han Li's interest, the old Taoist swiftly retrieved a thin volume from his robes and respectfully offered it to Han Li. Han Li was momentarily stunned. While he found the fire manipulation technique intriguing, he had no intention of demanding the old man's insights. He doubted that such minor tricks would hold any significant value for him at this stage. However, the old Taoist's sudden offer caught him off guard, and he accepted the book, perusing its contents. Initially, Han Li approached the text with indifference. Yet, as he continued to read, his expression remained calm, while his heart began to stir with astonishment. The initial sections detailing various tricks for altering the form of flames held little significance for Han Li, appearing rather superficial. Yet, in the latter pages, the old Taoist presented a nebulous concept of practical spell application alongside several viable training methods, which illuminated Han Li's understanding, leaving him feeling profoundly enlightened. After a moment, Han Li gently closed the book. This was not the time for in-depth study. He would set aside time to contemplate its contents later. He believed that this tome would elevate his comprehension and application of spells to new heights. I shall accept this book. I understand that while you requested my guidance, your true intention was to gift it to me. As a senior, I would not wish to take from you without offering something in return. Here are some treatises on the Tao, various magical artifacts, and several elixirs that would be greatly beneficial for those in the Qi refinement stage. You may select one category as a token of appreciation for this book. Now, you have the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to contemplate your choice. Han Li cast a deep glance at the old Taoist before uttering words that stirred immense excitement within him. Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you for your kindness. The old Taoist's face flushed with a rosy hue, trembling with exhilaration. After a faint smile from Han Li, he fell silent, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state upon his chair. Meanwhile, the old Taoist fidgeted restlessly, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot stove, visibly torn and indecisive. Have you made your decision? After a while, sensing that sufficient time had passed, Han Li opened his eyes and inquired calmly. I have made my choice. I desire an elixir that can aid a Qi refinement practitioner in breaking through their bottleneck. The old Taoist finally declared with determination after Han Li's inquiry. Han Li displayed no surprise at this response, as he had anticipated that the old man would lean towards selecting an elixir. After all, artifacts and Taoist texts could be acquired later after significant progress in cultivation. With a subtle nod, Han Li swept his robe sleeve across the table, revealing 2 identical celadone vials upon the mahogany surface. These are 2 vials of Huanglong elixir, which have significant efficacy for practitioners below the 10th level of Qi refinement. Take them, he stated unceremoniously. Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you. The old Taoist's gaze burned with fervor as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly before eagerly stepping forward to retrieve the 2 vials. He could hardly contain his excitement as he promptly opened one, inhaling the aroma with satisfaction etched upon his face. I actually have another matter for you to attend to during your time here. Upon completion, I will reward you handsomely once more. Han Li remarked leisurely after noticing the old man carefully stow the elixir in his robe. Under the allure of a generous reward, Han Li was confident that the old Taoist would be compelled to comply. Indeed, the old Taoist appeared momentarily taken aback before his face brightened with a smile. What task do you require of me, esteemed senior? I shall not hesitate to fulfill it. Han Li, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and replied, It is not a significant matter. I merely wish for you to keep a watchful eye on your disciple, the young prince, and the steward Wang within the estate over the next few months. Should anything unusual occur, simply inform me. Although Han Li spoke with a casual demeanor, the old Taoist felt somewhat stunned. He had not anticipated that this venerable figure would request him to monitor two mortals, one of whom was soon to become his beloved disciple. In a state of confusion, the old Taoist cautiously glanced at Han Li and, with a tone of trepidation, asked, "May I inquire about the reason behind this? Is there something amiss with these two individuals?" The old Taoist questioned with utmost caution, fearing that an inadvertent remark could offend this esteemed character. Han Li's expression bore no trace of displeasure, yet he did not immediately respond to the Taoist's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low voice. "I am, in fact, a practitioner from the Huangfeng Valley among the 7 sects. The demonic path is currently invading our Yu kingdom, and you should be aware of this. I harbor suspicions regarding the two individuals. They may have connections to the demonic path. Thus, I require someone to keep a vigilant watch on their movements, just in case." Although Han Li believed that the steward Wang and the young prince were unlikely to be affiliated with the demonic path, it was prudent to exercise caution. His apprehension regarding the two enigmatic figures compelled him to seek out the old Taoist for surveillance. However, he could not divulge the entirety of his concerns to the old man, so he shifted the focus onto the demonic path, thereby simplifying the explanation. After all, these two posed a significant threat, and the conclusions Han Li had drawn from his instincts were not something he could publicly articulate. In the 3rd volume, Chapter 295, An Appointment Related to the Demonic Path, upon hearing that Han Li was a practitioner from Huangfeng Valley, the old Taoist displayed little surprise. He had already suspected as much, given the rarity of foundation-building practitioners outside the 7 sects. However, when he learned that his prospective disciple and steward Wang might be connected to the demonic path, his countenance turned pale. The demonic path was synonymous with bloodshed and cruelty in the cultivation world of Yu Kingdom, and as a mere chi-refining practitioner, he could only seek to evade its influence. "Are you certain, Senior? I have indeed examined the young prince, and there is no trace of spiritual power within him," the old Taoist exclaimed, his heart racing as he pondered the implications. After spending considerable time in the young prince's company, he found it hard to reconcile the rumors of demonic affiliation with the individual he had observed. Han Li, upon hearing the old man's words, refrained from engaging in superfluous dialogue and simply stated with a calm demeanor whether or not these two are affiliated with the demonic path. "You will discern their peculiarities if you observe them closely. There is no need for me to elaborate further. I do not wish for you to take any hostile actions against them, merely monitor their activities. Additionally, refrain from any probing actions, for should they become aware of your knowledge regarding their identities, your life may be at stake." Han Li concluded with a warning for the old Taoist. The skeptical glint in the old man's eyes vanished upon hearing Han Li's admonition, replaced instead by a look of fear. After a brief hesitation, he opened his mouth and timidly said, "What if these two discover my surveillance? I am but a lowly practitioner and fear that I may jeopardize your important matters, Senior." Taking note of the old man's wavering resolve, Han Li frowned. It seemed the Taoist was beginning to have second thoughts, which was unacceptable. He realized he must offer a further incentive. With that in mind, Han Li reached into his storage pouch and retrieved an item, placing it gently on the table. "Monitoring these two does indeed carry some risk. Here, I present you with a suitable upper-tier magical artifact for your protection. Once this matter is resolved, it shall rightfully belong to you." Han Li pointed to the purple orb on the table, which emitted a faint glow, and spoke to the old Taoist in a calm tone. "This is a superior-grade magical artifact." Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's spirits were instantly lifted. It was a pity that he was often financially constrained, unable to afford even a mid-grade artifact, let alone a superior one. This purple orb, known as the Violet Light Pearl, could immediately deploy a protective barrier around its bearer upon the infusion of spiritual energy, and it was unlikely that an ordinary practitioner in the chi refinement stage could breach such a defense. This should suffice to handle the majority of dangers. Han Li stated slowly, his expression unchanged. "Is this a defensive artifact?" The old Taoist's eyes gleamed with fervor after hearing the detailed description. Among all types of artifacts, defensive ones were the rarest and most precious. If the old Taoist were to gather spirit stones to purchase this superior-grade defensive artifact, he would likely find no opportunity to do so even if he lived for an eternity. "Very well, I shall do my utmost in this matter," he finally agreed after a prolonged moment of contemplation, his face reflecting a tumult of emotions. Indeed, the adage that birds perish for food and men perish for wealth holds true even in the realm of cultivation. Seeing the old Taoist's acceptance of this considerable risk, Han Li smiled externally, though internally he felt a tinge of regret. I will temporarily place this spirit mark within you, so that in the event of any mishap, I can locate you swiftly and perhaps even save your life. Furthermore, upon the completion of this task, I shall bestow upon you a vial of Huanglong Dan as remuneration. With the same technique, Han Li infused a sphere of spiritual energy into the old Taoist's body and spoke with a blend of firmness and softness. The old Taoist, taken aback by Han Li's action, feigned ignorance of his true intent and expressed his gratitude profusely. Amused by the old Taoist's perceptiveness, Han Li chuckled and took his leave, departing the Wang residence under the old man's courteous escort. He had no intention of returning to the Qin residence immediately. Instead, he casually sought out a tea house, entered, and began to savor the tea while reflecting on the recent events, contemplating if there were any missteps or oversights on his part. Regularly engaging in self-reflection and scrutiny of his past actions had become a habit for Han Li. Only by continually addressing his weaknesses and rectifying his shortcomings could he navigate the perilous world of cultivation unscathed. Thus, Han Li remained seated in the tea house for the better part of the day until the sky gradually darkened. He left the establishment under the curious gaze of the shopkeeper, who had never before witnessed a patron consume tea for such an extended period. This incident became a tale the shopkeeper would boast about, inadvertently turning Han Li into a source of amusement among the common folk, an embarrassment he had not anticipated. Though the appointed time with the elderly gentleman surnamed Xiao had yet to arrive, Han Li did not plan to wait until the dead of night. He preferred to arrive early to prevent any potential tricks. After walking for a while, Han Li suddenly furrowed his brow. The markers he sensed from the Xiao grandfather and grandson were not located in the expected eastern district, but had instead appeared in the opposite western district, which filled him with irritation. With a cold snort, Han Li, seizing the opportunity of solitude, cast the divine wind boat into the sky, transforming himself into a streak of white light as he sped towards the direction he sensed. It is worth noting that this technique of tracking individuals through spiritual energy is commonly employed among foundation establishment cultivators. However, most can only sense within a radius of a few dozen miles at best. In contrast, Han Li, having cultivated the Great Yin technique, could faintly trace a range exceeding 100 miles, a truly astonishing feat. This remarkable ability heightened his anticipation for mastering the second layer of the Great Yin technique. After a brief moment, Han Li stood upon the divine wind boat, gazing coldly at an unassuming courtyard several dozen feet below, which housed merely 3 modest, somewhat dilapidated buildings. Perched on the pristine, jade-like vessel, Han Li refrained from descending recklessly. Instead, he remained silent, seemingly pondering a matter of significance. Finally, he lightly pressed his foot down, and the boat plummeted like a meteor from the heavens. Yet, when it was still 5 or 6 zhang above the ground, the artifact abruptly halted, and Han Li gracefully leaped off, landing in the courtyard. At the same time, with a flick of his right hand, the boat shrank dramatically and flew into his grasp. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluidity akin to flowing clouds, devoid of any sound. Subsequently, Han Li, like a specter, positioned himself before the central building, calmly extending his consciousness to probe the interior for any signs of activity. He could distinctly sense 2 clusters of spiritual energy resonating with him within the house. Indeed, as Han Li's consciousness penetrated into the building, he clearly heard a girl's voice. "Grandfather, do you think our actions might provoke them? If that person truly comes, will our prepared excuses suffice?" Her voice was laced with concern, revealing the profound impression Han Li had left on her. "Humph, you foolish girl. Do you really believe that someone can locate us just based on a trace of spiritual energy? Your grandfather has consumed more salt than you have rice." Such alarmist rhetoric and deliberate intimidation are familiar to me. I am quite skeptical of what that person claims. Besides, even if there exists a tracking technique, a foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to perceive us from such a distance. If we remained in the Eastern District, we would undoubtedly be found by that person. The elder snorted, admonishing the girl. "Then why not leave Yuejing tonight, and merely move to the Western District?" The girl retorted, still unconvinced. "What do you understand? Those words are merely your grandfather's speculation. Whether they hold any truth is still ambiguous. If I am correct, we, as a grandfather-granddaughter duo, could avoid facing that person's threats and live freely elsewhere. However, the other party is a foundation establishment cultivator, and they may very well possess such far-reaching tracking techniques. If we venture beyond Yuejing and are confronted by them, it would be impossible to justify our actions. In the Western District, however, we could easily concoct an excuse to navigate the situation. The elder seemed to indulge the girl, elaborating meticulously. Hee, grandfather, you are truly cunning. However, I perceive that this individual does not seem to be the type to engage in vile acts. Is it truly necessary for us to hide from him? In my opinion, we might as well utilize that tome to negotiate with him. Perhaps we could even reap considerable benefits. After all, that book is rather esoteric and holds little value for us. The maiden chuckled lightly and nonchalantly remarked, Humph, the world is fraught with peril. It is not as simple as you imagine. Indeed, by conventional logic, one would expect open and honest transactions, with no need to evade one another. Yet have you ever considered that equitable trade can only exist when both parties hold comparable power and status? When one party is strong and the other weak? Where lies the fairness? Moreover, while that tome may seem a mere trinket to us, it could very well be a treasure in the hands of this individual. I have witnessed more than one instance in my lifetime where a treasure was seized and its owner silenced without hesitation. How can I trust this person? After all, the disparity in cultivation between our family and him is vast. Extinguishing us would require hardly any effort on his part. The elder's voice grew somber as he spoke, clearly burdened by the grim reality of their fate resting in the hands of another. Grandfather, there is no need to be so despondent. Did you not say that although he appears youthful, he might be an ancient wretch who has lived for countless years? The maiden quickly offered her consolation. Just then, an icy voice, the very voice they feared, sounded from outside. What? Do I truly resemble an old demon? As the expressions of the grandfather and granddaughter shifted drastically, the previously shut door creaked open soundlessly, and Hanli strode in unhurriedly. Upon entering, Hanli unceremoniously took a seat at the head of the table, his expression utterly calm as he regarded the two in silence. Chapter 296. Seeking a master, what old demon? No one has uttered such words. The maiden, her face pale, forced a smile and hastily lowered her gaze, afraid to meet his eyes. Hanli chuckled softly, choosing not to reprimand the young girl. Instead, his gaze turned icy as it fell upon the elder. The elder's countenance mirrored his panic. He was uncertain how much of their previous conversation Hanli had overheard, and he silently lamented, feeling utterly confounded, his prepared words now trapped in his throat. I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. I thought I would have to wait at least a couple of hours. The elder, feeling cornered, feigned enthusiasm as he mentioned the tome, hoping to quell Hanli's ire. Very well, go fetch it. Hanli's piercing gaze lingered on the elder for a moment before he coldly commanded. This allowed the elder a moment of reprieve, believing at least that his anger would not be unleashed immediately. He quickly acquiesced and made his way to the adjacent room. The maiden, witnessing this, also moved to follow the elder, but he halted her with a stern look. What nonsense! If both of us were to venture into the next room with him, would we not be deliberately provoking him? The elder, having discarded any unrealistic notions, was eager to avoid any misunderstandings with Hanli. Consequently, the young girl remained silent, pouting as she stood beside him. The elder's movements were swift, and in no time, he entered the room carrying a weathered wooden box, which presumably contained the treasured text. Esteemed senior, the breath-concealing technique practiced by my grandson and me was learned from this tome. Please peruse it and see if it may be of any use to you. The elder said with utmost respect, taking a few steps closer to Hanli. He gently opened the box, revealing a somewhat darkened yellowed book, which was unmistakably an ancient artifact. Hanli narrowed his eyes, glancing at the book in the elder's hands before nodding and accepting it. Although the book had faded over time, the moment his fingers brushed against the cover, he felt a smooth, delicate texture that suggested remarkable durability. It appeared that this tome was crafted from the hide of some extraordinary beast, as it had withstood the ravages of time. After caressing the book for a moment, Hanli took a moment to ponder before slowly flipping through its pages. However, upon a cursory glance, he furrowed his brow. The moment he opened the book, he was confronted with an unfamiliar ancient script. Hanli was certain he did not recognize these characters, nor had he encountered anything resembling them in the various texts of Huangfeng Valley. Not wishing to waste time on what he could not comprehend, Hanli swiftly turned to the last 2 pages, where he finally discovered what appeared to be a set of unnamed incantations inscribed in a more familiar ancient script commonly used in the cultivation realm. This enabled him to easily understand the text. Realizing that he had found the breath-concealing technique, Han Li began to contemplate it earnestly. After a meal's duration, he gently closed the book, a contemplative expression adorning his face. Meanwhile, the elder, who had been holding his breath in trepidation, felt his heart racing as he understood that the fate of both him and his grandson hung precariously in the balance, waiting on Han Li's decision. Han Li, unfazed by the elder's anxious demeanor, calmly retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch and securely placed the book inside. Turning to the elder, he spoke in a measured tone, "I shall accept this book. Now, if your grandfather and grandson wish to exchange something in return, please feel free to express your desires. I will make every effort to accommodate your requests, if feasible." Although Han Li's voice was soft, to the elder and the young girl, it resonated like a celestial melody. They realized that not only had they preserved their lives, but there was also the prospect of gaining something beneficial. Their faces illuminated with surprise and joy. "Esteemed senior, may we have a moment to confer?" Once the immediate crisis had passed, the elder, eager to maximize the benefits of this exchange, hurriedly smiled and addressed Han Li. Before Han Li's arrival, the elderly man and his granddaughter were consumed by mutual fear of each other's intentions, never once contemplating an exchange of items. Thus, when Han Li posed his inquiry, they were caught somewhat off guard. However, upon realizing that Han Li was not the sort to act with cruelty, the elder mustered his courage to ask. "As long as it doesn't take too long," Han Li said, his mood buoyed by the acquisition of a remarkably useful secret and a mysterious ancient tome, dismissively waving his hand. "Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. We shall need but a brief moment," the elder replied, his face alight with joy. He promptly took the young girl outside, where they began to converse in hushed tones. Han Li observed this scene with a faint smile. Although he could have effortlessly extinguished the lives of the two, he prided himself on not being a malevolent figure. He would not engage in such treachery without just cause. After a short while, the elder and the girl returned, wearing peculiar expressions that hinted at unease. Han Li found their demeanor curious, but inquired nonetheless, "Have you both come to a decision?" "Esteemed elder, my granddaughter and I have conferred. She desires no material possessions. Yet there is one humble request we hope you might grant," the elder said after a brief hesitation, surprising Han Li with his words. "What is this request?" Han Li asked, furrowing his brow, a sense of impending trouble stirring within him. The elder hesitated again, but upon noticing Han Li's growing impatience, he spoke in a somewhat ambiguous manner. "My granddaughter greatly admires your profound cultivation and exceptional techniques. She wishes to become your disciple and serve you faithfully henceforth. I implore you to consider her sincere intentions and accept her as your student." As soon as the elder finished his stammering plea, the young girl, quick-witted and eager, fell to her knees before Han Li and bowed deeply, her head striking the ground with a resounding thud. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Han Li found himself in a mix of astonishment and bemusement. Accepting a disciple was no trivial matter. He remained cautious in the realm of cultivation, constantly striving for self-preservation, let alone the burden of another. He was certain he could not acquiesce to this request. However, upon reflection, although he had not thoroughly assessed the girl's aptitude, she must possess considerable talent. Otherwise, she could not have reached the 6th level of chi refinement at such a young age. His own ascent to that realm had relied heavily on consuming numerous elixirs. It would indeed be a pity to let such a promising girl languish among lesser practitioners. While he could not take her on as a disciple, he could certainly recommend her to a suitable master. He recalled that his old acquaintance, Master Ma, had yet to accept a disciple and had previously lamented about the burden of managing the herb garden alone after Han Li vacated the premises, wishing he had taken on a diligent apprentice. The young girl before him radiated an extraordinary intelligence. If her innate talent proved to be exceptional, it would not be amiss to recommend her to Master Ma as a potential disciple. As for whether Master Ma would be pleased or willing to accept the girl, that was beyond his concern. Contemplating this, Han Li's expression grew pensive, leading both the elder and the girl to believe he was genuinely considering the matter of apprenticeship. Much to their excitement, "Come here and let me examine your spiritual roots," Han Li said, snapping back to reality and beckoning the girl with a calm demeanor. "Yes, esteemed senior," she replied, displaying utmost obedience. She gracefully approached Han Li, extending her delicate, porcelain wrist with a hint of shyness. Han Li gently grasped her wrist, allowing his spiritual energy to flow slowly within her body. However, he soon released her wrist. Double spiritual roots. Indeed, A commendable aptitude, he murmured, gazing intently at the girl's face. Upon hearing Han Li's words, joy illuminated the faces of both the girl and the elder, as they believed he was on the verge of agreeing to the apprenticeship. Yet, Han Li shifted his tone abruptly, declaring, "Regrettably, I do not take disciples. Otherwise, with your talent, you would certainly be worthy of being my student." This statement doused the hopes of the duo like a bucket of cold water, leaving them momentarily stunned. Han Li observed the girl's expression of disappointment and suddenly broke into a smile. "Though I cannot take you as my disciple, do not despair. I can introduce you to another senior brother of the same foundational level who may serve as your master. However, whether you succeed in becoming his disciple will depend on his impression of you." "Really?" The girl, who had been crestfallen, instantly perked up at these words. Without further ado, Han Li produced a communication talisman from his belongings, whispering a few instructions before handing the talisman and a jade token to the girl. "With this talisman and jade token, you can seek out a senior surnamed Ma at the 100 Herbs Garden in Huangfeng Valley. Whether you can become his disciple will hinge on your fortune," Han Li stated with a nonchalant expression. The girl, surprised that Han Li, despite his unwillingness to accept her as a disciple, still offered her another opportunity, felt a flicker of hope rekindle within her. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. The elder, too, was invigorated by this turn of events. "Since the introduction to a potential master may not lead to success, I shall gift you both with 2 upper-tier magical artifacts as a token of my appreciation for your family's dedication to the Tao," Han Li said, retrieving a piece of emerald silk and a small blue sword from his storage bag, casually handing them to the elder. The elder's face lit up with delight. He had initially thought that the introduction to a master was a significant benefit, but he was astonished that Han Li would bestow additional gifts upon them. Gratefully, he repeatedly expressed his thanks as he respectfully accepted the magical artifacts, his admiration for the items evident. The higher-grade artifact, after years of cultivation, had yielded but a single piece for him, yet now he had acquired 2 more, leaving no room for dissatisfaction. Subsequently, Han Li did not linger. He deftly retrieved the 2 strands of spiritual energy that had been concealed within the opponent's body and, amid the respectful gazes of the grandfather and granddaughter, gracefully departed. Once Han Li had truly distanced himself, the elder joyfully handed the silken cloth to the young girl, retaining the small sword for himself. He began to prepare for a future visit to Huangfeng Valley to seek out the esteemed Ma, pondering whether his granddaughter might have the fortune to study under the 7 sects. Nevertheless, the elder was somewhat perplexed as to why Han Li had become entangled with the Qin family, as they were undeniably mere mortals. Without dwelling on the elder's idle thoughts, Han Li returned to the Qin residence with great enthusiasm. His arrival went unnoticed, as he descended directly into his quarters, appearing stealthily within his bedroom. The newly acquired, unnamed technique for concealing one's aura proved to be exceedingly practical, prompting Han Li to delve into ancient texts for study throughout the night. The technique comprised merely a few minor skills in the manipulation of spiritual power, and with Han Li's profound magical prowess, mastering it posed no challenge. By dawn, he had grasped the essential elements. However, as Han Li commenced his morning meditative practice, feeling fortunate of late, a sudden thud emanated from the storage pouch at his side, akin to something shattering. His countenance darkened instantly, shadows clouding his face. After a brief moment, he reached into the pouch and extracted a purple orb, identical to the artifact he had gifted to the white-haired elder. Yet this orb's smooth surface bore several cracks of varying depths. After a moment of silent contemplation, Han Li abruptly exited the room. Once in the courtyard and assuring he was alone, he summoned the spirit wind boat, which floated before him. In an instant, he boarded the small vessel and vanished quietly from the Qin estate. 15 minutes later, Han Li appeared above a small village on the outskirts of Yuejing City, his expression unchanged as he scanned the area, seemingly in search of something. At last, he descended upon a secluded hill several miles from the village. Alighting near a grand willow tree, his gaze fixated upon it. After a while, Han Li formed a hand gesture and softly uttered a gathering incantation. Instantly, from the tree's deeply buried roots, a green light emerged, enveloping a round orb of a vivid purple hue, which also bore several cracks resembling those on the orb he held. With a sigh, Han Li beckoned towards the luminous sphere, and the fractured orb swiftly flew into his hand, enveloped by the light. The moment the orb touched his palm, the surrounding glow melded into his body, leaving only the bare orb for him to examine and manipulate. Han Li pondered for a moment before suddenly flicking his finger, causing a fireball the size of a fist to erupt from his fingertip. It struck the base of a large tree, creating a substantial crater, and reduced the willow tree to ashes in an instant. Han Li stepped closer to examine the scene, yet found no clues. It seemed likely that foul play was involved. He murmured to himself while shaking his head. The artifact he had initially chosen as a gift for the old Taoist was actually named the Purple Light Induction Pearl. Once crafted, it manifested in pairs. Not only could they emit a protective barrier, but if one pearl were to be destroyed due to a breach in its shield, the other would also shatter simultaneously as long as it was within 1,000 miles. Truly remarkable. This type of artifact was commonly utilized by disciples of the Joyous Union sect among the 6 demonic factions. Han Li had acquired several during skirmishes at the borders and, finding them intriguing, chose to keep them rather than sell them. His intent in gifting this artifact to the old Taoist was fueled by the thought that should the Taoist encounter danger, he would be instantly aware of it. However, to Han Li's astonishment, the old Taoist had employed this artifact within just a single night, and it appeared that the situation was dire. This unexpected turn of events left Han Li taken aback. He stood motionless at the edge of the crater, seemingly deep in contemplation. After a brief interval, his expression shifted, and he expressionlessly summoned the divine wind vessel, leaping aboard as it transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly departing into the distance. The desolate little hill returned to silence, save for the occasional chirping of small birds, once more enveloped in a somber stillness. Half an hour later, a deep sigh resonated nearby. Shortly thereafter, from beneath a small tree a few dozen feet away from the crater, a figure slowly emerged. The individual was cloaked entirely in black fabric, with only a pair of piercing, luminous eyes visible, topped by a yellow protective barrier. However, as the figure fully emerged from the earth, the yellow barrier promptly faded, vanishing without a trace. Once outside, the person cautiously surveyed the surroundings and the sky before speaking in a low voice. "Come out, he has truly departed." As the words fell, several spots on the ground simultaneously shifted, revealing 3 more similarly clad individuals, adorned with the same yellow barriers and black coverings. Among them was one who appeared slender, suggesting she was a woman. "Brother, what shall we do? They instructed us to either capture or kill the intruder. Yet now, we have allowed him to walk away. Will there be consequences?" inquired one of the newly emerged figures, their tall stature betraying a hint of anxiety. Judging by their tone, they seemed rather young. The first to emerge trembled at the words, as they struck at the heart of his concerns. They were acutely aware of the ruthlessness of those who had given them their orders. It should be fine. They did not specify that the intruder was a Foundation establishment cultivator. This is far beyond our capabilities, even if we attempted to engage. It would merely be a path to our own demise, he replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Humph. The elder brother's words resonated with a certain truth. What grounds did they have to retain a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage? I cannot believe that these individuals would truly abandon all reason. The only woman among the trio spoke with a hint of indignation. Upon hearing her remarks, the other 3 exchanged wry smiles, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Their young sister remained blissfully naive, unaware that their lives hung precariously in the balance, and that their adversaries would hardly indulge in rational discourse. Nonetheless, her assertion did possess a modicum of validity. They likely never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Had they foreseen this, they would not have entrusted this matter solely to their hands, but would have at least dispatched a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage to assist them. The slender man among them chimed in. Indeed, if we explain the situation clearly, we should not face severe repercussions. The tall figure seemed momentarily invigorated, hastily echoing his sentiment. Yet, the tone of his words bore an air of self-reassurance. However, a curious thought nagged at him. He felt an uncanny familiarity with this young cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, as if he had encountered him before. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he muttered softly to himself. This pronouncement left the others momentarily stunned, their surprise palpable. The woman, in particular, exhibited a flash of curiosity, her lips parting as if to inquire further. Yet, the one referred to as the elder brother abruptly gestured for silence. Enough. We must leave this place swiftly. Any matters can be addressed at a later time. Seeing this, the woman reluctantly swallowed her words, nodding in agreement. Volume 3. Chapter 298. Captured Alive, Where Are You 4 Headed? Shall I escort you a bit further? Before they could even retrieve their flying artifacts to depart, a chilling voice resonated from above. The sound was icy and bone-chilling, causing the four masked figures to be taken aback, prompting them to conjure protective spells and scatter in haste before daring to look up. High in the sky, Han Li stood on the spirit wind boat, his expression impassive as he regarded them, a frosty glint in his eyes. A wave of dread washed over the four of them, each pondering in unison. When did this man return, and how had they failed to notice? Scatter, the elder brother commanded without hesitation, leading the charge in retreat. A circular artifact shot forth from his garment, upon which he ascended into the air. The other three quickly chose their own paths, dispersing in different directions. They all understood that, given their meager capabilities, they stood no chance against a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage. Fleeing was their only hope for survival. The young woman, being the weakest among them, found herself unable to resist glancing back at Han Li even as she soared through the air on her artifact. To her astonishment, she beheld Han Li standing motionless on the small boat, showing no inclination to pursue them. This realization brought her a surge of relief, filling her with hope of an escape. Yet, just then, a piercing shriek reverberated before her, cutting through the air like a blade. Startled, the woman swiftly turned her head, only to witness a blinding arrow of red light piercing through the air towards her with ferocious intent. In her moment of shock, she raised her hand, hastily throwing out an ice spear talisman she clutched. Upon contact with the radiant red light, the crystalline spear erupted into a cloud of white mist, failing to impede the advancing crimson beam, which ultimately struck her protective water attribute shield. Instantly, red and blue lights danced before her eyes. She was violently jolted back several paces, though the shield remained intact, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. It was then that her astonishment turned to fury as she peered ahead, her heart racing with apprehension. Was it possible that the Foundation establishing cultivator had allies lying in wait nearby? As her gaze fell upon the assailants, disbelief washed over her features concealed beneath the veil. Before her stood two soldier-like puppets, clad in iron armor and floating midair. One wielded a large bow, drawing back an identical arrow of red light, while the other brandished a thick, yellow-glowing long blade that glided menacingly toward her. Though stunned that these lifeless entities could attack with such ferocity, she recognized the urgency. If she did not destroy these two puppets immediately, her chance of escape would dwindle. Resolutely, she bit her jade-like teeth and retrieved a shimmering blue flying dagger from her storage pouch. This weapon was a high-grade artifact she had acquired with her life savings, one she rarely dared to use. However, the necessity of her escape outweighed her reservations. Go, she whispered, and the flying dagger transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring toward the approaching puppet. In an instant, the blue dagger was before the puppet, striking fiercely at its head. Yet, to her dismay, with remarkable swiftness, the puppet raised its long blade, effortlessly deflecting the blue dagger, which was sent careening away as it continued its relentless advance toward her. The woman's expression shifted dramatically. She pointed at the flying artifact, commanding it to loop around and strike from behind the puppet. But to her astonishment, the puppet, as if possessing eyes on its back, once again wielded its blade and sent her artifact flying off course. Panic enveloped her. Just as she contemplated another approach, the shrill sound of the bowstring echoed anew, and the arrow from the bow-wielding puppet was launched towards her. With no other option, the masked woman hastily darted to the side to evade the arrow. Yet, to her horror, the red light seemed to be guided by an unseen hand, following her movements with uncanny precision. Caught off guard, she braced herself to endure the impact, which once again sent her reeling backward. At that moment, the puppet with the long blade finally reached her side, raising its weapon without mercy to strike her shield. The masked woman, refusing to let it succeed, swiftly dodged backward. Thus, under the relentless assault of two puppets, one near and one far, the masked woman, despite her formidable skills, was compelled to retreat repeatedly, rendering any hope of escape futile. As she commanded her flying daggers to fend off the puppet's attacks, her brow drenched in sweat from the exertion, the puppet engaged in close combat suddenly leaped back, distancing itself from her. Simultaneously, the archer lowered his great bow, ceasing his assault. The woman was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn. Suddenly, a sigh echoed from behind her. Ahem. Fifth sister, you two have been driven back. Upon hearing these words, the masked woman froze for a moment before slowly turning around. To her dismay, she found her three masked brothers standing dejectedly behind her, each accompanied by 3 to 4 puppets akin to those before her. Among them were even several beastly puppets resembling tigers and leopards. A look of despair flickered in her eyes as she scanned her surroundings. Indeed, she had unwittingly been forced back to her original position. Her 3 brothers appeared vacant-eyed, seemingly under some form of restraint. The masked woman gazed upward at Han Li, who hovered above, and despondently cast her flying dagger to the ground, ceasing any further resistance. Han Li, witnessing this scene, unceremoniously raised his hand, and several beams of green light surged into the masked woman's body, causing her to feel an alien presence within. As her true essence became constricted, rendering her unable to operate freely. Having completed this, Han Li did not rush to interrogate the 4 individuals, but instead beckoned them, drawing them into the divine wind vessel beneath him. This was not a place to linger. Further delay could lead to complications should any formidable opponents arrive. Choosing a direction away from the city of Yuejing, Han Li transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly departing the area. Shortly after his departure, 2 figures, similarly attired to the 4 Han Li had taken, appeared on the small hill. However, their garments were a deep, blood-red hue, evoking a sense of discomfort. The 2 scanned their surroundings before standing before the large pit created by Han Li's strike. After a moment of silent contemplation, one of them sighed and spoke. "It seems the 5 friends of the Meng clan have failed." This individual's voice bore an aged timbre, suggesting considerable years. "Humph. What worthless fools. Not only did they fail, but they may have also been captured by someone else. There is not a trace of bloodshed here," indicating that the individual subdued all 4 of them with ease. The other remarked disdainfully, appearing to be in his 20s. "This is somewhat troublesome. The 5 friends of the Meng clan are not merely incompetent fools. Otherwise, they would have been blood sacrificed long ago, without leaving them a sliver of life. It is likely they encountered either an overwhelming number of Qi refinement cultivators or had a foundation establishment practitioner intervening," the first one replied, a hint of concern lacing his voice. "What? Are you afraid those few will leak any secrets? They are merely newly inducted outer disciples of our sect, entirely unacquainted with any of our secrets. Moreover, prior to assigning them tasks, I had already subtly ensnared them. At most, they have but half a day left to live." The young man chuckled lightly, expressing indifference as he spoke. "Ah, that is reassuring. I trust that with only half a day's time, they shall not divulge a single detail. After all, they must still consider the blood curse that binds them. By the time they realize something amiss, I believe they shall be unable to utter a word." The elder exhaled a sigh of relief and spoke slowly. However, the elder's tone shifted, growing somewhat ominous as he inquired, "What exactly transpired? Was it not agreed that the old Taoist Wu would serve as your puppet master, allowing you to gradually make your entrance into the cultivation world? This way, our sect could execute the golden cicada shedding its shell plan, providing our core disciples with alternate identities in the cultivation realm. Yet, how did you suddenly invade the old Taoist's chamber and drain his essence? Surely, you do not require his meager magical power for your own replenishment." Upon hearing the elder's words, the younger masked individual let out a bitter laugh, responding helplessly, "Do you think I desired to act in such a manner? I was left with no choice." The elder's expression shifted, shock dawning upon him as he whispered, "Is that so? Indeed, I suffered a backlash of magical energy and urgently required the essence of a cultivator to suppress the true energy within me. Aside from you, the only nearby cultivator was the old Taoist Wu. I could hardly approach you. The situation was perilously dire. The backlash occurred 2 days earlier than anticipated, and I nearly lost control," the young man lamented, evidently still shaken by the ordeal. "I see. In that case, it is understandable. However, you must provide a thorough explanation to the higher-ups regarding this matter. From what I gather, your recent eagerness in practicing the Black Shara technique has likely precipitated the backlash. For the time being, refrain from training in the blood prison. Instead, focus on solidifying your foundation," the elder advised after a moment of contemplation. "Rest assured, after consuming the old Taoist's essence, the backlash has completely subsided. As long as I remain vigilant, such an incident should not recur. I have recently felt my cultivation progress too swiftly and was already contemplating ceasing my visits to that place," the young man stated calmly. "Very well, as long as you are aware. However, although the old Taoist has been eliminated, the individual who implanted the spiritual mark within him remains a significant concern. We cannot simply disregard him. We must devise a strategy to eliminate any potential threats. Indeed, you speak truthfully. Yet, I had assumed that the friends of the old Taoist were likely low-level loose cultivators. Hence, after setting the trap, I only summoned the 5 friends of the Meng family to lie in ambush. Yet who would have thought it would attract a formidable adversary? Do you believe this was the work of a group of low-tier cultivators, or that of a foundation-building practitioner? The young man could not help but inquire of the elder. I surmise it is most likely a foundation-building practitioner. After all, no matter how numerous the chi refining stage cultivators, if those 4 are determined to flee, capturing them all together would not be an easy feat. The elder, still masked, replied without hesitation. Given the circumstances, should we not temporarily retreat from the spotlight? We can resume our plans once the master emerges from his seclusion. After all, practitioners in the foundation establishment stage are not to be trifled with. The young man hesitated slightly upon hearing the certainty with which the identity of the abductor of the 5 friends of Mengshan was stated. Temporarily retreat? Why should we do that? You may not be aware, but news has just arrived from the master. Due to the need for cultivation, he is currently seeking some foundation establishment practitioners for a blood sacrifice. Since this individual has inadvertently crossed our path, we certainly cannot let him slip away easily. After all, chi refinement practitioners are plentiful, but solitary foundation establishment ones are exceedingly rare. The older man sneered, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The young masked man, momentarily taken aback by this, soon expressed his concerns. However, within the capital, under the master's watchful eye, aside from the 4 blood servants by his side, our sect lacks any foundation establishment experts here. They are all stationed at various locations overseeing branch affairs. We cannot possibly summon them back to the capital for this. There is no need for such trouble. The master urgently requires foundation establishment practitioners for his cultivation. If I report this, the master should assign 1 or 2 blood servants to our command. With our assistance, dealing with a single foundation establishment practitioner would be a mere formality. In doing so, we would achieve great merit, and perhaps we too could gain an opportunity to enter the foundation establishment stage, akin to the 4 blood servants. A glimmer of greed shone in the older masked man's eyes. The young man, invigorated by these words, seemed thoroughly convinced. Very well, I shall return to make preparations. We will capture this individual without fail, he declared fiercely. Subsequently, the 2 engaged in hushed whispers for some time before quietly departing the hills, their destination unknown. Curiously, throughout their discourse, they never broached the topic of how to accurately locate Han Li within such a vast capital, as if this were not a concern for them at all. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away in a desolate wilderness, Han Li descended with the divine wind vessel, allowing the 4 individuals to disembark from the magical artifact. Although the 4 were aware that forthcoming events would likely not bode well for them, they felt no inclination to resist and obediently stepped off the small boat. Han Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing the group before finally speaking. Remove your masks. There is no longer any need to conceal your faces. His voice was devoid of emotion, causing the 4 to tremble slightly and exchange glances. Ahem. Take them off. The eldest among them sighed heavily, resigned. The other 3, seeing this, could only lower their heads and reluctantly remove their black masks, revealing their true identities. Han Li examined each face in turn, maintaining a neutral expression while inwardly sighing. Indeed, it was the 5 friends of Mengshan. When he had eavesdropped on their conversation from above, their voices had struck a familiar chord, and coupled with their cultivation levels, he had naturally recalled the 5 friends of Mengshan, whom he had encountered merely 2 months prior. Aside from the woman in her 40s who did not arrive, everyone else was present. However, despite the fact that their identities aligned with his suspicions, Han Li found himself in an immense state of distress. It was evident to him that the young prince of the Xian Wang mansion and the chief steward were likely the orchestrators behind the numerous disappearances of cultivators. Now that they were aware of his probing into their secrets, it was highly probable that they would seek his demise. His original intention had been to avoid such troubles at all costs, yet unexpectedly, this significant predicament had befallen him. Had he foreseen this, he would have never allowed the old Taoist to surveil these 2. It was entirely unrelated to the demonic path and merely a manifestation of his own excessive caution. Conversely, he could not fathom that old Taoist Wu would prove so inept, being discovered merely after 1 night of surveillance, which had nearly cost him his life. This only compounded Han Li's frustration. Were old Taoist Wu to possess any awareness in the afterlife, he would surely feel more aggrieved, as he had not even begun to monitor the young prince and his companions before they intruded upon his quarters and drained his essence, rendering his death exceedingly unjust. Although Han Li had misjudged the cause of Wu's demise, he remained oblivious to the fact that the young prince and the chief steward were entirely unaware of Wu's impending surveillance. Nor did they realize that their identities had been prematurely exposed to Han Li. Nonetheless, this did not impede both parties from sounding the alarm of impending danger, plunging into an irrevocable state of enmity. Han Li's thoughts grew heavy. After all, the recent disappearances included several foundation-building cultivators, making the adversaries he was entangled with exceedingly formidable. A moment's lapse could lead to his fate mirroring that of the other missing individuals. Ordinarily, Han Li would have deemed this place too perilous and would have sought to flee far from it. Adhering to the adage that a gentleman does not place himself in peril, there was no necessity to engage in a life-and-death struggle with this group. It would be prudent to distance himself as far as possible. However, he was burdened with the responsibility of protecting the Qin family, should misfortune befall them during his absence. He would have no explanation to offer to Li Huayuan. He could not simply declare that he deemed the capital suddenly fraught with danger, and thus chose to flee. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness, causing great unease among the 4 captives before him. They had anticipated that, upon arriving in this desolate place, he would surely subject them to intense interrogation. However, to their astonishment, this young foundation-building cultivator, after scrutinizing their faces, fell into deep contemplation, his demeanor gradually becoming peculiar. Was he contemplating some nefarious means of coercion? With such wild conjectures swirling in their minds, the captives felt an increasing chill creeping up their spines, their unease intensifying. "What do you intend to do with us?" a young woman in her 20s suddenly blurted out, unable to contain her anxiety. Upon hearing her words, Han Li snapped back to reality, glanced at her, and coldly replied, "Do I even need to be the one to deal with you? Simply hand you over to the families of those missing cultivators and claim that you are among the shadowy figures behind their disappearance. I am certain they will treat you with utmost hospitality," Han Li stated with an impassive expression, instilling a palpable fear in the 4 individuals who could not help but change their countenance dramatically. "We have never kidnapped those cultivators, not even once. We have merely done a few things." "Silence, 5th sister. He is trying to lead you into a trap," the dark-faced elder suddenly interjected sternly, abruptly cutting off the woman's words. This startled the 5th sister, who shot a fierce glare at Han Li. "Lead you into a trap? You overestimate yourselves," Han Li remarked with a faint smile, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Volume 3, Chapter 300, Blood Curse. "Humph. As a senior, there is no need for such humiliation. If you possess any means, feel free to unleash them," the tall, slender individual among the 5 friends of Mengshan boldly declared, showing no regard for their perilous situation at Han Li's hands. This left the other 3 utterly astonished, for in their minds, this second brother was always one to strategize before acting, not one to act impulsively. The 30-something youth who found Han Li somewhat familiar suddenly recalled something, and, in a fit of rage and astonishment, shouted at the tall man, "Second brother, what do you mean by this? Are you intentionally trying to provoke this senior so that in his fury, he will annihilate us all?" Upon hearing this, not only did the dark-faced elder and the young woman pause in surprise, but even Han Li was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the youth's words. The second brother turned pale, unable to utter a word in defense. "Fourth brother, have you lost your mind? Why would second brother want us all dead?" the young woman retorted angrily on behalf of the slender man. She then turned back, seemingly about to say something to the dark-faced elder, but was met with an extremely grim expression. Her heart sank, leaving her momentarily at a loss. "Second brother, is it because third sister remains in their grasp that you wish for us all to perish while allowing her to survive?" the dark-faced elder asked coldly. "Forgive me, elder brother. You must understand their methods. If any information slips, third sister, still in their possession, will undoubtedly suffer torment beyond imagination, living a fate worse than death. It would be more merciful for her to vanish entirely," the slender second brother finally confessed, shame evident on his face. The young woman, upon hearing this, turned pale, her lips moving as if to speak, but no words emerged. "Humph. Even if third sister is your companion, can you truly bear to exchange our 3 lives for hers?" the irate 30-something youth shouted at the second brother. Though fourth brother's words are somewhat rash, they hold a kernel of truth. We five swore an oath of brotherhood, pledging to live and die together. Now, for the sake of your own selfish thoughts, you would willfully endanger us all. How can that be justified? The dark-faced elder's voice brimmed with disappointment. Indeed, I desire to endanger everyone. But what choice do I have? Within the confines of Sanmei's womb, my own flesh and blood have just begun to take form. I cannot allow the Li family to face extinction. Otherwise, it would be better to live in misery than to seek death willingly. Who would desire to embrace demise? The tall, slender figure, upon hearing these words, felt his complexion shift between crimson and pallor, unable to suppress his tightly clenched fists as he erupted in anger. This declaration momentarily stunned the elderly man and the gentleman accompanying him, leaving them at a loss for words, their expressions a mix of shock. Meanwhile, the woman's mouth fell agape, her face a portrait of astonishment. Have you all finished speaking? If so, it is now my turn. The voice of Han Li, who had remained silently observing from the front, suddenly cut through the air with a chilling edge. The three individuals were immediately taken aback, recalling that the true arbiter of their fates was the foundation-building cultivator standing before them. In an instant, their fervent outrage dissipated, replaced by a shared glance of uncertainty. I care not whether your intentions are genuine or merely theatrical. I seek only to uncover every detail concerning the puppeteer behind this scheme. If death is indeed your fate, it must come only after you divulge what you know. Do you still believe that your lives are in your own hands? Han Li's words dripped with merciless intent, causing the expressions of the three men and one woman to drastically alter. What do you wish to know? Our knowledge is limited, and we are bound by a curse known as the blood curse, which forbids us from revealing crucial information to outsiders. Should we defy this edict, we would perish instantly. Our hearts bursting asunder, the dark-faced elder declared through gritted teeth, clearly demonstrating signs of capitulation. A blood curse? Intriguing. Allow me to investigate. Han Li's curiosity was piqued, his interest palpable. Upon hearing this, the elder's spirits lifted slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his arm forward, harboring a glimmer of hope that Han Li might rid him of this dire affliction, though he felt the prospects were bleak. The caster of the curse had been exceedingly confident, and no cultivator had ever divulged their secrets after being afflicted by the blood curse. Those who attempted to leak information or signal for aid had met with immediate demise. At that moment, Han Li grasped the elder's wrist, his spiritual energy beginning to flow gently within the elder's body. His demeanor shifted, adopting a solemn gravity. The other three members of the Mengshan Five Friends focused intently on the two, hopeful that Han Li, a figure of great prowess, possessed the means to lift the blood curse. After the passage of a tea's worth of time, Han Li released the elder's arm and lowered his gaze in contemplation. After a brief interval, he raised his head and, maintaining an unwavering expression, inquired, what was the cultivation level of the one who cast the curse? Did they utter any peculiar incantations or strange phrases during the cursing? The four individuals across from him simultaneously displayed expressions of surprise, tinged with a hint of hope. Yes, they spoke some incomprehensible words. They seemed like incantations, yet also resembled a dialect from a distant region. None of us could comprehend them. The caster was a foundation-building cultivator. The youth interjected eagerly before the dark-faced elder could respond. Furthermore, after uttering these words, the caster presented a bowl of some unknown black blood and inscribed a peculiar symbol on each of our arms, a mark that defied removal no matter how we tried. The elder hastily added, revealing his entire arm, at the end of which was a dark, ominous symbol. Han Li stepped closer, scrutinizing it for a moment before nodding slightly, then lowering his head in contemplation. Before long, he suddenly raised his gaze, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he declared, precisely. It appears I have grasped the nature of this blood curse. Is that true, Senior? The dark-faced elder inquired, his voice trembling, while the other three displayed expressions of disbelief. They were acutely aware that this blood curse was akin to a blade poised over their throats, compelling them to obey the commands of others. If Han Li could indeed eliminate this dire affliction, would they not be liberated, no longer at the mercy of others? This so-called blood curse is merely a form of verbal incantation. The restrictions imposed upon you are entirely reliant on those peculiar spells. The black blood and the symbols inscribed on your arms bear no real connection. It is merely a ruse employed by that individual. Han Li explained nonchalantly, exuding an air of confidence. Yet internally, he lamented his good fortune. Fortunately, he had encountered a rather obscure book while researching the Great Translocation Order, which had mentioned this verbal incantation technique. Otherwise, he would have been utterly at a loss. Senior, is it possible for you to dispel this incantation? The young woman could not contain her curiosity. I don't know, Hanli replied coldly, causing a chill to run through their hearts. And the joy that had previously illuminated their faces began to dim. What do you mean by that, Senior? The dark-faced elder inquired cautiously, his smile faltering. At present, the key to breaking the curse lay firmly in Han Li's hands, and he could not afford to offend him in any way. There are two methods to dispel a verbal incantation. One requires knowledge of the incantation's counterspell. If I possess it and channel my spiritual energy to recite it once, the curse can be effortlessly lifted. The other method involves invading your sea of consciousness with my own and forcibly erasing the traces of the incantation. However, this approach necessitates that the dispeller's consciousness be significantly greater than that of the caster, enabling the complete eradication of the mark in one go. Conversely, should I fail, it would immediately trigger the incantation, the consequences of which you should be well aware, Han Li remarked with a frown and a hint of irritation. What? It could trigger immediately, the young woman exclaimed in shock. They vividly recalled the gruesome demonstration of the blood curse, where the original caster had used a living person to illustrate its horrors. The image of the cursed individual grotesquely spewing fragments of a shattered heart remained etched in their memories, instilling a deep-seated fear of the blood curse. The expressions of the other three mirrored her concern. Was he asking them to gamble with their lives? Hanli cast a glance at them, a cold smirk forming on his lips, just as the tall, thin second brother suddenly raised his head, proclaiming, Senior, please proceed with the forceful dispelling. We all share the same curse. If I can lift it, my brothers can surely do the same. As soon as the words left his mouth, the others stared at him in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief. Second brother, what are you doing? This is far too dangerous, the woman urged urgently, regaining her composure. Of late, domestic matters have been quite numerous, and thus my updates have been somewhat sluggish. I had initially preferred to keep this to myself, as these are merely familial affairs. However, remaining silent is not an option, given that there are certain bothersome individuals who incessantly stir up trouble, which I find rather amusing. Yet, engaging with such people only leads to them clinging on like stubborn adhesive, which is quite exasperating. As the holidays approach, I am bound by obligations to my parents, my girlfriend, and a few friends, which inevitably delays my updates or limits me to a single chapter. My initial promise to you was to maintain a steady stream of updates, ideally producing 6,000 words daily, so it is hardly a matter of neglect. Whenever I find a moment, I dedicate myself to the keyboard, albeit at a rather slow pace, as it may take me several hours to produce just 2 chapters. I sincerely hope for your understanding. In the future, I shall strive to maintain a pace of 2 chapters per day, should there be a day with only 1 chapter. I kindly ask for your forgiveness.